Hey everyone, Jim here. I just want to explain what this video is. I'm sure you saw the runtime and you're probably like, oh my god. So this is a compilation compiling every single episode of this podcast that Sam and I did, where we watch Jujutsu Kaisen every week. We have a podcast that came out every week, the Jujutsu Kai Quest. So there's basically every episode here. If that's not your thing and you'd rather just watch them in the way that they were released originally, which is episode by episode, there's a playlist I'll include in the description. But I thought it'd be funny to make a many hour long video. I have no idea how long this is going to be, but I will maybe include timestamps in the description. I guess you'll know by looking at it now. But I just wanted to say that it would be really funny if I did this, and I did. And I want to say thank you for clicking. I don't expect you to stay, but I would like you to. This would probably be the ideal way to give yourself an aneurysm. All right, well, thank you, and enjoy the Jujutsu Kai Quest. Welcome to Jujutsu Kai Quest. I'm Jim.
I'm Sam.
And we are embarking on a journey of unforeseen consequences and results.
Man, I really should have been the one to do the intro for this.
Probably should have.
Please, first comment, should I be doing the intro from here on for this series?
So welcome to our new series. Hello, thank you for joining us. This is, as you've seen, I'm sure you saw the title, this is Jujutsu Kai Quest. Sam and I are embarking on a quest, watching Jujutsu Kaisen, to see either A, do we like it? B, will we drop it?
Or C, will this be thrown to the void with the Part 3 podcast?
Sam, we've spoken to not mention this.
Is it in the Vanilla Ice void? I'm sorry, Cool Ice for you dub listeners.
All right, so thank you for joining us. So we just watched episode 1 of Jujutsu Kaisen, anime adaptation by MAPPA.
I'm sorry, you forgot Jujutsu Kaisen, Crunchyroll official anime of the year winner with since the show's not even done yet. Also, best villain and best ED.
Okay, ED's good.
Yes.
We wanted it to win ED. You get
that
one.
was his one.
Jujutsu Kaisen, you get one. So yes,
trademark, copyright, all that stuff afterwards.
I had this wonderful idea. So full disclosure, I have watched episode 1 of Jujutsu Kaisen. I watched it a few weeks ago. I didn't like it. I bounced off it. I said, Sam, I don't like the show. It's not good.
But Sam, you like so much shonen trash. Maybe you'll get some enjoyment out of it. And I'm like, I'm just going to compare it to all the shonen trash I've watched.
All right, so I didn't exactly say that, but I thought it would be funny since we've seen, since you've probably seen more shonen than I have, but we've seen a lot of shonen. We know how it works.
Yes.
And everyone is obsessed with this show.
Yeah.
Why do people, guys? Why do you guys like the show so much?
It's just that big shonen craze that we've gotten. Like we had it with Attack on. I guess actually Attack on Titan is shonen, but at the time, I guess when it started out, it felt like that.
Yeah, Attack on. Okay, so when we say shonen, I think it's important.
Just that long, like 24 episode like series that comes out and takes the world by storm, kind of one. Kind of like the Game of Thrones effect, where it's just like this big thing comes out, everybody says that. Like Breaking Bad was like that, Game of Thrones was like that, Walking Dead was like that. Just like anime has, Attack on Titan, Demon Slayer, like all that stuff. You know?
I feel like Attack on Titan, Demon Slayer, definitely I would put them in the same like
it's just that
classification as that.
That boat, everybody's hot on it, and its lifespan will depend on how long that craze goes for.
Yes, and so, okay, one thing I want to say from the jump, I kind of started to talk about it, but so shonen, as we are referring to it here, is manga and series that come from the Shonen Jump publication series and like the umbrella. Something like JoJo technically isn't Shonen Jump anymore.
Yeah, well, it's on Ultra Jump, so it has Jump in the name.
Yes, it is still a Jump manga, even though but there is a certain and we're not the first people to talk about this, but there's a certain sort of, there's all these tropes that kind of come along with a Shonen Jump manga.
You've been talking about, especially with stuff that happens in this episode, because I think we didn't do an episode on Demon Slayer, did we, on this podcast?
I don't think we did.
Yeah.
We've definitely talked about it in passing, but we did watch most of the first season.
I think we talked about it, maybe we had a Crunchyroll Awards episode, we talked about it a lot.
Probably. Have we? I don't think we'd seen it at that point, though.
But I feel like people are going on that, which is crazy that people got on like, oh my god, the animation's crazy. Like when everything, I think everybody talked about episode 2. I think it is, which I hadn't only seen a very little of that.
Oh, of Jujutsu
Yeah,
Kaisen, yeah.
everyone was
So
about where Demon Slayer, like I think the first episode had like okay, but like it wasn't until he actually got like the source stuff where the animation was like, okay, this is like very pretty to
Yeah.
look at. Where this one, I'm just like, there's some interesting animation, but with some janky, it's like mixed up in it.
yeah, I mean, like, okay, so for full disclosure, we only watched episode 1 of Jujutsu Kaisen
We're only
right now.
episode 1, kind of like panning out to see like if we do, should we combine 2 episodes into 1 episode? This is kind of like the test run.
So, yeah,
this is the pilot.
Next time, yeah, this is the pilot of Jujutsu Kai Quest.
Kai Quest.
Next time you
Diddy
see
Kong's
us,
Quest.
next time you see us, so I don't know how frequently these are going to come out, and I think it may be rapid succession. That'd be fun.
Who knows?
But next time you see us, we might be talking about episode 2. If we have enough thoughts about just 2, we'll talk about 2. If not, we'll bunch 2 and 3. We'll see.
Yeah. So So I guess we're gonna try to recall the plot going on there.
Okay, so we saw so the episode begins with a flash forward.
Yes, with
Kakashi.
with not Kakashi.
Not Kakashi.
They saw a picture of Kakashi. Like, okay, what if we pulled that mask, but just pulled it over his eyes
instead of his mouth.
Yeah.
So okay, we haven't. So Sam is the Naruto guy.
Yes.
I haven't seen Naruto.
Yes.
So don't shit on me for these.
Don't
shit on Sam either. We haven't seen this Kakashi character yet. We've only seen glimpses.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't seem. Kakashi's way more chill than he seems to be. He kind of seems to be kind of goofy and like jovial, even though Kakashi's like more chill, more serious, except when he puts his fingers in your butt and reading his like his sexy books,
his hentai mangas. His hentai dojins. So
they're basically hentai light novels, essentially.
That is hilarious. So we see that flash forward. So we know that our main character, I don't know his name. I'm gonna call him Pink-haired Ichigo because I got a lot of Bleach vibes from this series. Pink-haired Ichigo.
I don't like most of the character designs in this show.
Spoiler alert, I do not either.
Like,
I don't
even
like
in the
them.
OP, I'm like, none of these characters really pop for me. Where like, I'm gonna compare it to the last season, like this anime, like Demon Slayer. Everybody had that unique design to them that popped off.
The colors were like fantastic.
Even the
Demon Slayer.
Even the mask characers had like a design to them as well. And like the swords had this one just like every character kind of looks like either like kind of plain boring or generic or just a combination of like other shonen characters kind of fusion dance into one.
Yeah, and I mean like we obviously have like the rival Sasuke character.
But he's like a rival character, but he didn't seem to be like that bitter, like the kind of like actual rival to him. He was kind of like way more like, you know, friendly.
Yeah,
he was way more friendly, even though he looked like he was going to be the Sasuke or whatever.
Okay, so just kind of like trying to ground us. So I don't want these episodes to be like super long.
Yeah.
So
this is kind of be us kind of judging on
just what we've seen.
Episode 1 of or how I'm not sure how the manga goes. So if it was the first chapter of manga like this as long as the first episode, where it's just a bunch of meandering until like the end of the chapter when something actually happens.
So yeah, that was something. So we kind of had this discussion where like, so basically to just kind of really quickly summarize like what happens. Basically our main character, we find out that he has a grandpa that he loves.
Who dies in the OP.
Hilariously. The grandpa also dies for real in the episode.
He literally rolls over and dies.
But so really it's just kind of like we were trying to figure out like what was chapter 1 of this manga like? Was chapter 1 like, did it just dive right into the action? Because we were kind of thinking like it didn't really feel like too much like any chapter 1 that we've read of like a shonen before.
It was
a Shonen Jump manga.
It didn't feel like it was going to be this supernatural, like, I guess like ghost demon related stuff.
Curses.
Yeah, curses.
Is like the focus. What I'm guessing.
But like, it felt more like a comedy show more than that. Like anything, it wasn't for that one flash forward scene. Like I wouldn't have guessed it was like anything like that.
Yeah. So I was kind of speculating, and feel free to correct me, dear audience viewer. I was kind of suspecting maybe this was kind of like a Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood situation where like the first foot that they wanted the series to take off on was kind of like an exciting, like, okay, we're getting an intro into characters and also we have this big climactic thing. 'Cause to me, like, I would assume the first chapter would be like immediately the main character just finds himself in the last 10 minutes where he's like eats the finger, gets the powers. So yeah, spoiler alert, main character, there's a cursed item, it's a cursed MacGuffin, it's a finger. He ends up eating it during a demon attack or cursed attack, devil, if you will.
Trying to save his weird ghost club friends
There's
who
a cult club, yeah.
one gets like molested by her boobs molested by one of them.
Yes, there was a very intentional anime cut of the girl getting her boob groped.
Yes.
As you do.
But like also the thing when you come to rescue, like we was talking about earlier, he's just like the best at everything.
This is probably my biggest complaint with
one of my
this.
least favorite like tropes of like it's just how good the protagonist is like right away.
So
because
yes, okay, keep going.
Because I was like, okay, I'm gonna say compared to other stuff like Dr. Stone, Senku is like the 100% art, but he has no strength. That's his, like he has a giant weakness. Even like Naruto, he is like he has no real ability. He's like he has like a nerf on his like energy level essentially. I'm gonna put in your terms.
Doesn't he like? But in like the first chapter of Naruto, doesn't he get like a super secret like?
Well,
powerful
that's like the first
jutsu?
kind of art. So the thing is, he can't do like jutsu. Like, he tried to do the clone thing first, and he just he makes a clone and just pass out on the ground. It like sucks. And then there's a forbidden one that just makes him like make a million shadow clones. He basically like learns a forbidden jutsu kind of.
Okay.
But like other than that, that's like his main gimmick though for like basically the entire like 3/4 of the first part of Naruto. Before he learns like his essential Kamehameha attack, his signature attack, his Rasengan,
his Jujutsu Kaisen, if you will.
Sure, but like, yeah, even that, like, he's not the best at all.
Yeah,
and like,
sure.
Dragon Ball, Goku, he's not the best at all. He has to learn his martial arts.
Well,
like,
I mean,
he still gets
depending
beaten.
on when in Dragon Ball,
he still gets beaten though, like in Dragon Ball.
In Dragon Ball,
yeah, I'm talking about Dragon. Well, even
yes.
in Dragon Ball Z, he still loses or technically loses the Raditz,
but he still beats everyone.
Yeah,
he ends up beating everyone.
He beats Frieza, but Cell, he kind of had to teleport him at a bomb Cell away.
He beats Cell. Like, Cell would not have... Okay, we can't get mired down with this.
Even Hunter x Hunter, God is not the best.
But okay, so I wanted to... So for me, that was the one I wanted to bring up.
Yes.
Hunter x Hunter, Gon is hyper strong. Like, that is the one thing... So Gon's, like, big buffs to go in, if we're going to use this language, Gon is, like, hyper acute... like senses with like nature and like tracking, which to me that totally makes sense because he lives in the wilderness. But then the other thing that's kind of weird is Gon is just super strong and like his pole is super powerful, whatever. Like, so to me the whole thing, the trade-off is like Gon is very strong physically, but he's very like dumb. And like Gon's whole thing is that he's always very like simple-minded, and that's like part of his character. So with Ichigo from this series, we see he not only is he pink-haired Ichigo.
Get confused.
Well, I mean, strawberries are pink, right? Like, and Ichigo's strawberry.
Strawberries are red.
They're red. Well, if you mash them up, they're pink. All right, what's it? We're gonna call him Jujutsu Kaisen guy.
Okay.
So Jujutsu Kaisen main character guy. Not only is he literally stronger than most humans, we see him break like several world records in a matter of seconds. He also is just like the nicest. Like, he just has such a big heart, Sam. He has such a big heart.
Why is he so good at sports?
And then he just eats the finger and he just becomes like a god, basically.
He's also like possessed by big bad evil guy, but shares his body with.
But he's so he's possessed by a creature that is so strong it possesses humans instantly, but he's so strong that he can defend. I'm just not buying it. I'm just not into it. I don't like it.
Because like. Okay, so I was only first episode, and I know this guy won Best Villain, even though he's hardly in this thing. He's part of the main character. I mean, that's kind of interesting. If like the main villain is,
it is a good gimmick. It's a really good gimmick. I'll give it that.
Gimmick, but like it's also like if he's in danger and he calls upon the big bad evil guy, and just to save him from any kind of danger, and then the good guy can just beat him up again and just like suppress.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I'm trying to remember. This feels like something I've seen in a series before, but yeah.
Naruto. Again, he has the Nine-Tailed Fox sealed inside of him as a baby. Everybody kind of fears that evil in him and everything.
Sure.
And like, that's the thing. Like, that's why he kind of goes feral sometimes, where you kind of see like the chakra of the fox come out of him. That's like the first time at the end of the first part of Naruto where he kind of grows that. And
sure.
Once like more tail come out, it goes berserk, and like it's so powerful, but like you have to go berserk. But he's no control over it. There's like he cannot like.
Yeah, and that's his Sharingan.
It's not like him like oh, I can control my body. No, he's like you have to be like suppressed by like everybody, and they have to try their ass off. But like that grows over so much. But this one is just like he's just evil and bad and
so yeah. Our main character does not have like. To me, the weird thing is like there's always kind of like an end to the power system. Like you need to give your character an end to the power system. Like something with Dragon Ball, it's a little like laxer just because. like Dragon Ball Z shifts things to like being
Yeah,
very
it's
different.
just power levels
But
and
like,
transformations.
so like with Naruto, it's like this chakra system. With Hunter x Hunter, it's like Nen, which is funny because Nen is introduced like so much later.
Yeah.
So you don't have that like initial thing. Like we have this immediately. Like okay, so we know that our main character needs to fight curses, so he needs to be able to. So we give him this power.
And our one introductions is like a guy who summons wolves that bark.
Very similar, might I add, to Chainsaw Man. There's a character, Aki. Well, actually, multiple characters have this. So in Chainsaw Man, they make contracts with devils to spawn devils, which seems very similar. He says like Shikigami, right?
Yeah.
This is not Sasuke.
Death
so,
Note.
Yeah. So yes, no, that's Shinigami.
I know. I know.
You shook me for a second.
Got him.
So yeah, he does like a very similar, like he does kind of like a shadow puppet, like wolf face with his hands, and he summons these wolves, which. Or foxes.
I've seen like wolf. I think like one thing I said like these wolves designs are kind of boring. I wonder to know if they like maybe they do more with them later on. But like it just seemed like I make wolves. They kind of do these bark bullets kind of thing, and then I do like them eating the curse.
But, I like that too. That's cute.
But other than that, I'm like they don't do much other than they just like they're just wolves he makes. Like there's no like fun get like I think the girl from Giovanna from Guilty Gear, like she has a wolf that's like kind of like fights with her like a stand wolf. I'm like that's super cool. It has the same kind of design too, with like the thing on the forehead of the wolves.
Interesting.
But like then I'm just like he doesn't do anything special with him, and like that's it. And then like
we basically see them jobbed out. Like they get jobbed out.
Well, they do an okay job, and then like once he gets hurt, they just melt.
Yeah, I do like the little animation when they melted. That was kind of cute.
But then like I'm like, so what is like our main character gonna do? He's just gonna punch them really hard then, because it seems to be what he did as like the Finger Man.
I just didn't like that. I just didn't like that he was just like punching the demons or the curses before he had powers.
Well,
it felt very strange.
He's just the best human who can like acrobat around a giant monster and punch it pretty damn good.
Yeah. So yeah, he eats the finger and then so I kind of like this part. Like he eats the finger and then gets so overpowered immediately. So this curse that they were fighting this whole time. Well, it's actually not the same one, but whatever. This big powerful curse immediately just gets eviscerated. That's how like this is like the gap. They're showing us the gap in the power between Ryomen, whatever, the evil bad guy.
Let's call him Finger Man.
Finger Man, yeah, the guy.
I don't know. You didn't learn his name yet, I don't think. So.
No, it's the title of the episode is Ryomen.
Let's call him Finger Man.
Yeah, Finger Man. So he gets the powers of Finger Man. Finger Man's so strong. I liked that little scene where it was like, okay, so the curses that were like tormenting our main, the Sasuke character, they are now like nothing compared to Finger Man.
Yes.
Finger Man is so strong.
Yeah.
So now we need to elevate. Like we're already at like a power jumping. Like we need power scaling. Like more and more, please.
That we know that Kakashi is going to come in and like his power level is going to be all like high up and
yeah.
Like they say it's like Bleach. Like I know like I never read Bleach, but I know about how the power scaling went offhand, like very quick and like
from the. I've only seen Bleach through the
and like side characters will probably be like. I feel like this thing, like, where I'll be more interested in the side characters more than the main character, because like, they'll have more fun abilities than just, like, I have the power of a super strong demon inside me that makes me gonna be super strong.
I just, like, I don't want this to go on forever. Like, I want to end this very soon, but, like, I just didn't care about the dead grandpa. Like, I don't fucking care. I've seen Uncle Ben before, like...
Kill them all, Peter. But like literally like he
literally gives him the Uncle Ben speech before he dies.
So earlier in the day, at the beginning of the day, he calls him. I think it was at least the day before. I'm not sure what it was supposed to be, but like he's like yelling at him. That's like a lot of energy just to yell someone like to not come and everything. And then like he comes over. He doesn't seem like super bad. He's like still laying at his bed, and then he just literally said, "Be good, take care of your friends," and then just rolls over and dies. I'm like, they don't like. He didn't say what he's diagnosed with. He's literally just rolled over and died.
He literally rolls over and died.
Like the odds, like they have no idea like how like losing someone in a hospital like from like a disease or like age goes. Like it's literally either you die in your sleep or you like. The doctors will tell you to gather around, say your last words, and like they literally not understand.
I do have to say, I do kind of have to counter that a bit. There is a thing, a noticeable thing, and I know this because I've had someone in my family who was in hospice care. There's a thing that happens like the week before where they get like an upshoot of energy. There's like this weird like false like a second wind that kind of happens. And then shortly, it's kind of like a sign. It's like one of those additional signs that you know it's going to end soon. So I mean, like,
And then
sure, whatever. It's
then they give you one word of advice, and then this like
literally rolls over.
No,
Dies. I mean, I just have to say, like, we don't need to talk about. We don't need to ever talk about the granddad ever again.
I'm just like,
I don't want to.
I was like, what was the point of that? Like, this is like stuff you could like, you know, saying, oh, I used to live with my grandfather, but he died recently, and then have like, you know, flashbacks of him and his grandfather, you know, spending time together, not like in the hospital, just like literally him dying in episode 1.
It is just comical to me. It's just funny. It is funny that he rolls over and dies. Like, I don't know. I don't care. I don't really care for that element.
And it's not like a very important, like Demon Slayer, where it was like very important that like his family was fucking massacred in episode 1, like a very important thing.
Yeah.
And like
very like immediately like tying you and Tanjiro to the stakes of the series. Like,
yes.
This is how dangerous demons are. Or whatever what are they in that?
They have
demons?
Yeah, they're basically demons. And Michael Jackson.
They're like
because they're all demons like related. They're like the spider one. They're like demons related to like something like object. And then
they're like zombie demons.
They said the Michael Jackson one was like the one that like he's after though.
Yeah.
So that's
all right. So okay, wrapping this up.
This if I compared to like other stuff like would this hook you into like I want to keep reading this every week kind of thing? Like,
well, I certainly so I will fully disclose further. I did watch the first 2 minutes of episode 2.
Mm-hmm.
After watching this, and I was immediately just like, you know what? I don't really need to keep watching this. So I mean, that's my answer.
Yeah, I think this is weird. This feels like going down the Bleach. Like I get a feeling about Bleach more than anything from this, and I haven't even like read that much Bleach. I just kind of get that feeling it's gonna go that way from what I've heard of Bleach.
Did you see? Very recently, there was a duo interview with Tite Kubo, so the writer of Bleach, and the Jujutsu Kaisen mangaka, whose name escapes me. And basically, in this interview, I saw like a bunch of like segments of it posted everywhere. Tite Kubo, the writer of Bleach, kind of shits on Jujutsu Kaisen the mangaka for like having like shitty women characters, like shitty female characters.
Wait, I heard the Bleach one doesn't have great female characters either, though.
Yeah, isn't that kind of funny? No, but they make a whole joke where like he basically says like, "Well, what kind of female characters do you like?" And then the mangaka for Jujutsu Kaisen was like, "Well, I can't really think of any like female characters that I like that come to mind." I was like, "Uh-oh."
Oh god. It's like
I mean, it looks like there's girls in the show.
There's like there's a glass
girl
that gets like molested, and then there's the plain looking girl that we saw in the OP.
And then there was like the spear girl too, I think.
Yeah, okay. I'm just saying, what?
Or she was whatever. I don't care.
I was like, Shonen had never had the greatest time with female characters too much. It's not like Chainsaw Man or Hunter x Hunter doesn't have that many like.
Hunter x Hunter is a dearth of female characters.
It has like Bisky and like Palm, and those are the two most important.
Those are basically the only female characters. I mean, Maki is barely a character. Komugi is like also
an art character.
She's an art character. There's one other thing I wanted to say. Oh, well, that is kind of endemic with shonen manga.
Yeah. I was like, you look at Dragon Ball Z and like, because the fighters like they had like Android 18 and Videl was the only, and I think Kefla, the only 3 female characters. Then they had to like make a female villain specifically for fighters just so they could have like another like female character in the game. It's just like. But like, I think they do have female characters like Naruto. They're just kind of like nothing for the most part. Like even like Dr. Stone did a pretty good job. Was like he just like draws them like very like horny. But like I mean the characters themselves in Dr. Stone are pretty good.
Yeah, even though they are extremely horny. I have to. Dr. Stone might be because I was trying to think of like other series.
FMA has great.
Well, I just looked that up.
Yeah,
FMA is not a Shonen Jump manga.
Well, what's it in?
It was Weekly Gangan or something.
But I was like for like a shonen like.
I mean, it's certainly So
a like, long running shonen
series for sure. But so that's kind of why I wanted to bring up before. Like, shonen is a demographic. Shonen is not a genre. So that's why I wanted to focus on Jump, just because Jump seems to have this like, whereas like a show like FMA or a manga like FMA has a lot of the same things in common. Like, I would definitely call it a shonen, even though it's written by a woman. Like, these things don't matter. It it is about the demo that it is targeted towards.
Yeah, I just worry because because yeah, not many Jump things do a super great job with female characters. Like,
That's true. I
I'd
mean,
say
I was
Chainsaw
gonna say
Man-
Winry is probably one of
yeah,
like the good. Winry's a fantastic character in her own right.
most of
from
the,
FMA.
but most of the female characters, like Hawkeye's great, and like
Oh yeah, Hawkeye's really good.
and Lady Bradshaw, super good.
Oh yes.
Yes,
Wait. Oh, their sensei.
not the Sensei. No.
I love the sensei too. She's good.
Armstrong.
Does Armstrong have a girl? Oh, you mean his sister?
Yeah, sister.
I forget her name. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but yeah.
But like, yeah,
You're right.
It's tough.
I mean, the series was written by a woman.
Yes,
So.
yeah, she wanted to have like good female characters alongside good male characters.
Yeah.
Like, it's great.
FMA's pretty good.
Yes, it's just like other stuff where a lot of female characters just come for fan service. Like,
True that, and that's the worry when I first saw this episode.
where at least
And the girl got groped by the demon
yes,
curse.
At least in Hunter x Hunter, when there are female characters, they are like not done for like fan servicey.
Not
pretty much.
Always.
Not always.
Not always.
But like for the like Bisky is fucking great.
Bisky is really
Palm, great. Like, but like you see something like Dragon Ball Z where they're like once they're done, like 18 had the most use out of a female character and then they're gone.
True. I mean, well, Bulma early on, but okay, whatever.
But
Videl is like a side character.
I'm not
She's a
gonna
background
I'm not
character.
gonna start on the female Naruto character. That's another.
Yeah, no,
whole...
we can't get too mired down. Okay, just returning back before we leave everyone for now. Jujutsu Kaisen episode 1. It wasn't bad.
It's fine.
It's just fine.
I
Guys.
don't want to watch 24 episodes of this, but I know it's gonna make you drag me to it.
The thing is, the reason why we're being so negative is just because we have seen a lot of anime in our lives.
I thought of another great Jump example of female characters, JoJo.
Yeah, JoJo does actually have some good female characters.
Well, there's also a big lack of them, or they get
You basically need to wait until
they get-
part 5 before we start seeing any real female characters.
At least Araki won at least to do something, but then she got nerfed heavily. Yukaku's just the crazy girl. Like Trish does nothing after BIG for the
Trish
most
has
part.
like an arc though.
She has an arc.
She has an arc at least.
An arc,
And
but but not like as big as like what female character would get after that.
I mean, like, yeah, part 6
I guess it was
alone,
like a stepping stone.
Yes.
Yukaku did not deserve to be happy with Koichi.
No.
And then like part 6, like Araki does not like write like a female characters extremely well in that part 6. I don't think like a lot like them acting as women.
I don't know. I think it's not bad. I would say it's definitely not done badly.
Yeah,
Whatever.
But they do have some great moments in that part. But like.
Okay, so final thoughts. So yeah, we think Jujutsu Kaisen episode 1, it was fine. Okay, we didn't talk about the animation. Animation looked very good.
I mentioned a little bit. Like, it looked fine. Some things were kind of weirdly jarring, but that's just the Mappa style of just like it's a weird thing how the ground, like when she was like the ground, like looking like a weird Mappa way, and then just the movement with it kind of makes me.
Do you mean like anti-alias? Like
I guess so. Yeah.
Sometimes the ground in anime is like weirdly anti-alias.
But it's always like Mappa that does that kind of like way that kind of makes like. Is that supposed to be like CG ground or something? So
comparing this to Titan, Attack on Titan, because Mappa is also doing the currently airing season 4 of Attack on Titan. I have to say this looks better than that.
They're doing just season 4, right?
They're just doing season 4, aka quote unquote the final season, which is a lie. They're lying to us. This can't be the final season, but whatever. But comparing like the amount of CG that is used in Titan versus this, I mean, given we only saw episode 1, there might be a lot more CG later. The CG usage in the first episode of this episode, or in Jujutsu Kaisen, I thought was really good. It was very minimal. It was used in like a very, it's kind of like the idea of what CG should be used for, like used in like unnoticeable ways to make everything look a little bit better.
Like Demon Slayer did for the most part. I know Demon Slayer had like some of the background were CG, but like when they used for the animation of like the sword attacks was like really well done of using the CG to like show that.
The visual, yeah, those effects look good. Do you remember in Demon Slayer there were some CG models of every character?
Yes, I do remember. Those were terrible.
They looked jank.
But when they didn't do that and just did it like on the actual weapon attack, that's where it looked really good. But yeah, I remember the weird cuts to them just walking in CG models at like half the frame rate.
Did Mappa do Demon Slayer? Who did Demon Slayer?
I will check it out. What do you think is Mappa?
It can't be Mappa. They can't. I mean, Mappa's doing like 5 anime this season, but they can't have also done that. Like that's crazy. That's too much work, guys.
Oh, God, I forgot about the movie.
Well, yeah. So I mean, Sam's gonna look that up, and we're gonna end this soon. But yeah, I mean, I'm not shitting on Jujutsu Kaisen as much as it sounds. The reason why we're being critical is just because we've seen a
We're
lot of
always
anime.
critical.
We're very critical. We've seen a lot of anime. We've read a lot of shonen. Like we just,
Aniplex licensed it.
I just don't want to see. I just don't want to see things. I don't want to watch things that don't like really capture my imagination instantly, or read things.
Unless people are saying no. Yeah, once you get into the actual arc, though, you're gonna get great kind of thing. Like,
And it's so I have a very infamously like I have a 1 episode rule for anime. Like if the
One episode.
screw the 3 episode rule. That is for people who have too much time. They have more time than I do. If an anime gives me 1 episode that's not good, that anime is probably not going to be good.
I think shonen like kind of have to be looked at like how well is their first arc? Like,
Yeah, but that is such like a time
It is.
commitment, Sam.
it's just that's just shonens are though sometimes.
I guess you're not wrong. Did you find the answer yet?
I am okay. Here we go.
Just type in Attack on Titan
Because
Studio.
everything brought up like episode lists and like every spot to watch, and it's kind of a pain in the ass. Okay, unfottable.
Oh, Ufotable.
Ufotable?
Ufotable, yeah. They've okay.
Ufotable.
Fun thing about Ufotable or UFO Table, as their name is written out.
Written by a UFO table.
Ufotable is a
Ufotable.
series. That's what they're called. They're called Ufotable. I
I
swear to
know.
God. They're a studio that has been around for a long time, that has done CG for a long time. So that's probably why they integrated it really well in those fight scenes.
Yes. Okay. They did Fate Zero. Fate's Day and Night, Unlimited Blade Works.
Blade Works.
This is my favorite Mugen intro.
All right, Sam. Any last words on episode 1 of Jujutsu Kaisen before I drag you to watch episode 2
Oh,
right
God.
now?
It's whatever. Like, if I had to go, I'm gonna go watch Dr. Stone episode 1 again. Probably enjoy that way more. Like, I'm just thinking, like, so far, like, especially like compared to the last thing, like Demon Slayer, like, I don't put this like above that yet.
Yeah.
Out of like
Certainly it's not above Demon Slayer.
and I'm just like, and I've said it before, like, I think Demon Slayer is fine, but I didn't think it was like the greatest like show ever made. Like everybody reacted was,
Yeah.
but that's how I view it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to watch more. I hope it gets good. So right now, okay, I think it'd be fun if we had a thing at the end of every episode where we're like, all right, Demon Slayer, thumb up, thumb down. It should be a funny, like, thing. Like, one finger up, one finger down, like that kind of thing.
I don't want to. Sounds disgusting.
I put a finger to the side. No, I have no fingers up. No fingers up, no fingers down for Demon Slayer episode 1. How about you, Sam?
Demon Slayer.
Wait, I meant Jujutsu Kaisen episode. How many demon fingers do you put up or down for episode 1?
Oh God, I give it 1 dead grandpa figure out of 10 fingers.
All right, you heard it here, folks.
I don't know. I'm not. Maybe 2.
Okay.
Didn't catch me super hard.
Yeah, me either. Okay. Tune in next time when we talk about.
No plugging part.
Well, I guess we can plug. Check us out. We're Joe Ka. We do JoJo podcast. Welcome to Jujutsu Kai Quest episode.
You were gonna say 2, like
I was gonna say
Diddy
2.
Kong's Quest.
I was
I made that joke 2 episodes in a row.
I was gonna say 2. So, Sam.
Yes.
Hi, Sam. Introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Sam.
Hi, I'm Jim.
See, you're going downhill with these intros now, man. Maybe next time we do these sessions, I'm gonna take over.
You will do the next one. All right. So we just watched.
Yes. Do you remember what we watched?
I was gonna say,
how much wine did you have during that second episode between that first and second episode? We watched them back to back.
It wasn't that much wine.
Uh-huh.
We watched Jujutsu Kaisen episode 2.
For myself, I think it was called. 'Cause I remember this one over the first episode.
So initial thoughts,
Better?
way better.
A little bit better.
I would say like considerably better.
Yeah, a little bit better. I don't want to go right into it, but like.
All right. So to me, it just felt like I think Jujutsu Kaisen really needed like the shonen hook for me, because episode 1 did not have the hook, and
Yeah.
I was severely missing it.
I felt like they should, because like people, even though I thought it was way overhyped, that fight they built up over like Nakakashi or Gojo, I think his name is, but I'm gonna call him Nakakashi.
What's his name?
And Ichigo, as we called him.
Yeah, pink haired Ichigo, our
Ichigo
main
guy
character.
who was like he belongs in a volleyball anime, like I said during
Yes.
that. Like
He does very much look like he plays volleyball on the reg. Well, we know he plays
He's good at every sport.
every sport. Yeah, he's good at
But
every sport.
like, yeah, I feel like I didn't think that fight was too impressive. There's like one or two. Like, yeah, people like go crazy over like the spin thing. It's like
The camera like spins around. So this is right after episode 1. So we see not Kakashi show up, and he's like, "Hey, I want to see you use your new power."
because I feel like that should have been the first episode to kind of be that hook. Because most things have the first fight in that episode
Yes.
to like get you into it.
Did we need the lengthy comedic scene where we saw how strong our main character was? Did we need all the other lengthy comedic scenes with the occult club?
I think
No.
a lot of things would have shown
Did
like
not.
show like the flash forward or show the the fight happen, and then kind of like go back and see how we got here kind of thing.
Honestly, for me, I think the big thing was that hook. Like, I really did need so. We begin this episode. Well, first with the
It's
fight.
weird. It's weird the big action set because I wouldn't call the first end of the first episode like a big action set piece.
No.
It was just like our main character doing kung fu, like, not kung fu, just acrobatics.
Jujutsu, Sam. He's doing jujutsu.
No, I don't think anybody's doing jujutsu in this.
But Sam, he goes to jujutsu high school.
Fuck off. Uh, it's like he's just doing like flips and shit on it, and it's like, whatever. And then, like, I still didn't find that second fight too impressive though.
I didn't either. I thought it was like, as you said, like there was so much shaky cam. I was getting a little nauseous actually at the
And like,
shaky cam.
maybe there's people who enjoy those shaky like fist fights that like B action movies have to make Bruce Willis look like he's doing a great job on his straight to DVD movies. Yeah, there's shaky cam, and like there was like even like the scene before, like, the spin move everybody loved. I felt like there was a bunch of camera cuts as well that like felt weird, like an action movie, like bad action movie fight scene.
I didn't like.
Like I said, with Demon Slayer, you see the animation go smooth when he does it.
Yeah,
This
and like
one-
Demon Slayer, part of the appeal is like, so he's like replicating water.
Yes.
And like to match that, the animation is like very smooth and like deliberate, and like they put a lot of effort in making all of his motions flow.
Even how are the Attack on Titan like fight scenes? Are they smooth, like kind of like not like cutting or shaking though in season 4, or they haven't really got to? Like,
They've been
action?
pretty good. I mean, we're already like
Balls deep?
13 episodes in.
We're balls deep in this final
yeah,
season?
we're balls deep in the quote unquote final
As
season.
of recording.
The fight scenes have been like pretty good. There has been a very weird thing. I don't know if you've heard about this or if I told you. So in the current, so there's going to be no spoilers for Attack on Titan here, by the
Okay.
way.
I'm not even caught up. So
Yeah, I wouldn't spoil anything about Attack on Titan, especially
Yeah.
so late into the series. But they've started doing this weird thing where they're animating characters with rotoscoping.
Okay.
And it'll be like there's a scene where there's a young girl at a dinner table gesticulating, talking about something, and they like rotoscope her, or they rotoscope like a few like random like non-characters too, and it just looks weird.
It's borderline experimental.
It is borderline experimental for my Attack on Titan manga show. Like it just feels weird.
That's weird. Yeah,
So-
that seems really odd.
It is very odd. So like
Just to be a thing that's like a rotoscope that's not like a dance or like a fight scene or like like
Yeah.
parkour or something like that.
yeah, it is literally like a 10-second animation cut of a
it's not
character
a-
explaining something.
It's not a panda doing parkour on a rooftop.
We haven't even seen that yet, Sam.
Yeah. So yeah, I think, and especially like seeing in Nakakashi just kind of being like overpowered, like super fast kind of thing. I'm just like, I don't get a good sense. I know it's supposed to be he's a teacher. His power level is supposed to be like through the roof kind of thing. That like
He just trounces our main bad guy.
I was like,
Ryoga
Also-
Sasuke.
also if you ever meet a guy with a full blindfold on his eye, you gotta make a comment like, are you blind? Can you not? Why you like? It's like seriously, you cannot just not be bothered by someone wearing like a fucking like full like eye shield essentially.
I didn't even think about. I'm so desensitized to this in anime that I didn't even think about that
Yes.
until you mentioned it. You were like,
Even-
why isn't he asking about his
Because
blindfold?
like he obviously had the eye gimmick then, because like
Surely.
Kakashi had one eye covered, but you thought okay that's just a cool anime thing until you learned it actually is a gimmick.
And then he pulls it down and becomes a Super Saiyan, right?
yeah, no, he is noticed how you know as the copycat ninja.
No, that's his Nen.
Yeah, this is Nen and
Okay,
his
thank you.
summoning bulldogs and 1,000 years of pain.
Sure.
But yeah, so like he's obviously OP. I guess you're gonna get more about him. You probably get him more in the manga.
So okay,
manga.
just to jump ahead a little bit. So, I think what's his name? Gojo.
Gojo is the blindfolded guy. Yes.
Okay, Gojo literally says like,
He's also wacky. He's just like, look at me, I'm buying desserts. And
yeah, he's a cute, funny character. But he literally says like, even if I were to fight Ryoga, what's his name? Ryoga, basically the big bad,
Ryoji or something.
yeah, the guy
Something's R.
the Finger Man,
Not Shiva from Records of Ragnarok.
as we referred to him last time, Finger Man.
Yeah, Finger Man.
He says like if he fought Finger Man, he would win. So
Yeah.
like that is how the Finger Man is the guy that was so strong he bested like everyone in his own time.
That's why he gives the nice ultimatum, just like I kill you now, or you get all the fingers and then I kill you.
So okay, that is honestly the reason why I'm like into the series now. Like I really like this idea, and I know that it's shown and they're gonna do something wacky with it. But I
He
like
won't
this
die.
idea. Yeah, he won't die. But I like this idea that he is going to die. Like basically, he has no choice in
Okay,
this.
I'm not sure the manga does it, but I kind of hope like do a thing. It just like as he gets closer, he kind of gets like a little bit more panicky of just like ever close, like the thought of death
Yeah.
coming closer and closer to him.
Like when there's 19 fingers left, you're not thinking about it. When there's like 7,
Well,
you're like, oh
18.
shit. Oh well, yeah. But at the end
Yeah.
of this episode, he eats the second one. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, like so when you got like 2 down, it's like, damn, do I want to eat all these?
And there's like, oh, I know I'm gonna die, and I'm gonna get there, because I'm just so good at everything.
So okay, so for me then the big question is, like, how fast do you think he will attain this goal? Like, does this feel
It's a
like
monster of the week thing, so we got about
how many weeks left?
it depends on each arc of each baddie of the arc. So who knows? I think how many chapters? Like I think of the manga, like 200.
Is it really that long?
It's a 100 2. I mean, double check.
I thought it was only like 80.
I'm gonna check.
That can't be right.
I'm probably wrong, like most things.
But so for me, it's like I think it's interesting that they're like because something similar happens in Chainsaw Man, kind of like we get this sort of like not a ticking clock, but so there's like the gun devil fragments. So it's like we get this like other item of power that the main
140
character is
chapters.
collecting. Okay, so that's sizable.
Yeah, like right in the middle between.
But so like 20 to me seems like too much to be like a small arc, but also like too few to be like
Well, I think-
it's compared to like Inuyasha where it's like okay we have like the Shikan gem shards
wait.
there's like a million of.
Didn't he say they also have like six fingers in total in possession, or is it just?
Oh, I missed that part. If they said
I
that.
think he said something like that.
I literally wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry. So okay, then we're even fewer. Then we're only like 14 then, right?
I guess so, unless he regurgitates them all out and they go get them again.
No, don't say that. Season 2, baby.
Oh,
But
God.
so I mean, to me, like, because when I'm reading a shonen or watching a shonen, I'm always thinking of like, so this is the status quo now, but like, what happens in the next arc? Like when everything changes, like we have a time skip, maybe. Like
Who knows? We don't even know how it changes. I mean,
so, yes. So there's also this idea, and maybe I'm wrong, but so I thought that because when he first fights Gojo, when Ichigo fights
Kakashi.
Kakashi, he only has like 10 seconds to fight him. So I'm wondering if maybe like now he's like super weak because he only has the one finger in him. Like
who
the more
knows?
fingers he eats, is the evil Ryoga spirit demon gonna have more power over
we
him?
don't know. He legitimately just suppressed it completely fine when he did that. The only thing we saw
Yeah.
was like him, like the mouth popping up like off of his arm and everything, like Didaria from Naruto, who had. He had hands in the palm, like mouth in the palm of his hand that would use to chew up clay, so you can make clay exploding animals.
That's
essentially.
cool.
He's an asshole. I hate that Didaria.
But so like I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued by the premise now. Like I like this idea that we have sort of like maybe the main character is going to be like losing himself more as he eats more of these. Like I mean, okay, this is for me. This is the other thing.
I wish him eating second finger showed a bit more, but I was like, and like they didn't make a big deal out of that, out of like him popping up to talk shit to Gojo.
Yeah,
But like
it just kind of snapped right back into
like,
being normal.
Yeah, because like maybe like, oh, he started doing that. Like, can you just say like, oh, he started doing it after I started eating the finger? Like, okay, so maybe yes, he's gonna like form himself more and more, and then if he did that, like, oh, he's gonna like shoot after you got fingers and shoot off his body, so he has to fight him 1-on-1 without the finger power in him. Like shit like that, and it's like, eh.
I mean, like, so for me, the one thing that I can predict is they're immediately going to become friends. Him and this evil demon spirit curse are going to become
They're gonna go
friends.
full Naruto with that.
I don't
too?
know.
Naruto did that same thing too, but it took a way longer journey to get to that point.
Well, that's why I'm like kind of intrigued by like there only being 20 fingers. Like to me, that seems like we can bust through this quick. Like if we want to, we can really get through this quick.
Because in Naruto, for him to befriend the fox, the demon fox inside of him, and like it was a thing of like other people in that universe that had different tailed beasts, and then someone befriended.
Really? Is that what Naruto becomes? Everyone has like different
Yeah,
tailed
there are
beasts in them.
yeah, there are 9 different tailed beasts,
Ugh,
and each
I
more
hate
tail they had, the more
shonen.
powerful it was. So the 9 tailed fox is more powerful. They made a character named Killer Bee. He has like the 8 tailed like octopus. Is like an octopus bull
This Sam
spirit.
Naruto gets worse the more you explain it to me.
And Naruto gets worse as it goes at the end of it. So yeah, but yeah, so just like going through that arc kind of thing of like beating the monster, but like that was a long journey. But I feel like if he cop out, he eats it really quick and befriends him. It like that's something you have to.
They need to work. Yeah,
Yeah, you gotta work your way in there. You can't blow your load too early.
I'm just saying, like for me,
You
like
can't eat all the fingers at once.
that would be really funny. It'd be really great if the next arc he just gets like 9 fingers, like, and
Oh,
he's just like, oh, I guess I gotta
no.
eat them all now.
And I'm like, are other people gonna eat these fingers? What can like?
To
What?
me, that was what that because I immediately thought of either like Chainsaw Man or like Inuyasha was the other thing that came to mind, like how like
You saw
other
the spirit,
being.
the crystal gems or soul. Or
Yes, we're
the
talking about Steven Universe. We're talking about the
yeah,
crystal gems.
yeah,
No, yeah, the Shikan gem from
sure.
Inuyasha, because that's something like because it breaks into shards, and like those shards, I actually barely remember Inuyasha, so I might be wrong, but each of the shards can like minorly power up a bunch of other like
Monsters of the Week filler
yeah.
episodes.
So I mean, to me, like we can either we can go like two ways with this. Like we're gonna do like other characters are gonna start eating them, or they're just gonna be like a very like nothing monster of the week thing with it.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That the whole formula is gonna be based around there. So
Because then there's always the chance that they totally pivot and like they start with this, but similar to how like Chainsaw Man kind of drops the whole like collection of gun fragments. Like that was kind of like a superfluous element.
yeah.
All right, let's before we wrap this up.
Also, the one friend, the big himbo guy who got like beat up in the last episode, and then like the glasses girl, like he's like, oh yeah, he'll be fine tomorrow, and then see ya. I'm going to a new high school. I'll never see you guys again, probably, except for like maybe one episode.
I'll see you in the filler episodes.
Yeah, basically.
I'm going to Jujutsu High School in Tokyo, lush green Tokyo out in the
Yeah,
countryside.
on the outskirts of Tokyo. So
Um,
apparently there were 13 total jewel shards in Yuasha, which I
13. I thought there were like thousands.
I thought there was too.
I guess that was just me being a child watching it.
Go to the official Inuyasha subreddit.
Is it called the Shikan Gem, or did I make that up? Did my brain create a fucking
Everybody
word?
just says jewel shards. They claim a few shards and like a third of the jewels. So apparently the jewels broke and you see hundreds of shattered, but they were still said there were 13
Okay,
of them.
I do. Okay, I remember from episode 1, and there being like hundreds.
So it's like we must identify the size of the full jewel itself. Like, oh fuck you, you're like a fucking death battle. Like we take the circumference of the thing.
I did. I might have just made up the word Shikan Gem.
Yeah, I feel like it was probably in the manga supposed to be that like that many, but then like the anime is like, oh, there's 100 more, I guess. The
Wait,
Shikan no Tama,
Shikan no Tama.
gems.
Okay, no, it is Shikan
Shikan
Gems.
shards or
Okay,
whatever.
I did not
But
just make that
but
up.
yeah.
Shikan Jewel.
Let's just hope it goes down that way. Like, oh no, the finger got cut. It somehow got magically
Cut
cut
in
up.
half, yeah.
No,
Even though they can't
the
destroy
nail
it.
fell off.
Okay, no, that was one
They
thing.
broke a nail.
They literally did say we cannot destroy the fingers. They did a lot of like important plot stuff here. So they said we cannot destroy the fingers. The other thing was you, Ichigo, are the way that we find more. So we can't just have you sit in your
You are
room.
radar.
Yeah, we can't have you sit in your room and have people deliver the fingers to you. You need to go fight. Basically,
Unless
that's what
we
they're
magically
saying.
come up on one.
Yeah, which I'm sure that will happen. I'm
Yeah,
sure that we'll
so
get
it's
like
got one cool side. Gojo is gonna get a cool thing that everybody seems to love him.
yeah. He definitely seems like a fan favorite. Anything else happen? So yeah, he moves in. The Sasuke character is more of a dick to him than he was in
Kind
episode
of,
1.
but he's not nearly a rival character compared to like every other rival character I've seen in Jump.
True, true.
Because like,
I mean, he has time to grow, I guess.
yeah, but he ain't gonna have that Aki arc. He
No
ain't
one
gonna.
can.
he ain't-
Sam, you're already. It's a losing battle comparing this to Chainsaw Man. Chainsaw Man is so
Or
much better.
Kubara.
Yeah, I mean Kubara, like you can't beat.
Nah, can't be that beautiful himbo himself.
All right, I think we should wrap it up.
Oh,
Oh,
we didn't talk about the principal.
yeah, the principal. Okay, so they're
So,
actually. I liked the scene.
I got
too.
really mad. I was like, okay, it's gonna be the fucking panda, and it wasn't, sadly.
I was okay. So Sam was saying he kept saying like it's gonna be the panda. The principal's gonna be the panda. I was like, Sam, you're a genius. You predicted it. Unfortunately, I wanted it to be the panda too. It was not. He was kind of boring. He looked kind of like a Hunter x Hunter character.
Yeah, I kind of get that vibe.
Or like a Takashi character, I should
Yes,
say.
very.
Very
He kind of looks like
Takashi.
the what kind of looks like the dude from the Yu Yu Hakusho Dark Tournament
Yes.
arc.
I forget his name.
Yeah.
But yeah, the glasses, the shades dude.
Same with a T, I think. Yeah, the guy who drinks our shoes.
Yes. I forget his name. Whatever, unimportant. But so yeah, he has a curse where he's able to he knits these cute little
Plushies.
and then he imbues them with life energy, I guess, and they become like creatures
Yeah, I
that
made a
fight.
disgusting Kappa design.
I like I liked how gross it was. I actually really liked the animation for this little Kappa character. This was like the few minutes that I was warming up to Jujutsu Kaisen.
This is like what happened in Jackie Chan Adventures when you put that one talisman on like a death animal to come alive. You remember Jackie Chan
I
Adventures?
forgot about that.
Oh, which one?
What talisman was
The
it, Sam?
cow. I want to say, or the ox. No, not the ox.
I'm gonna fact check you.
Wait. You fact check me. Go
You
ahead,
have,
look it up.
You have 10 more seconds
Alright.
to guess.
I'm gonna say it was the rooster.
All right, okay, I'm looking it up.
I'm gonna say the
so,
rooster.
just to say, it is hilariously shonen. Like the talismans are such a shonen
But
feeling
they're so
thing.
cool though, because some of them were actually fucking useless.
All right, so you said what?
The rooster.
Rooster is levitation.
Damn it.
I'll give you another. I'll give you another.
I know, and not the snake is invisibility. The dog was immortality. Uh, and the ox was strength. God, I am like the rat. The rat.
The rat is the animation talisman.
Yes. It's like
You did it, Sam. It only took you going through half of the Chinese zodiac,
the sheep was astral projection.
Yes.
The tiger was splitting your yin and yang.
which seemed like the most not
Worst-
good one to ever do.
And the sheep one was too.
Well,
The dragon was
whatever.
fire.
We'll have to save this for the Jackie Chan Adventures podcast.
Yeah.
So okay, episode 2, final judgments. Episode 2.
And you got don't we have the introduction to girl.
Oh, we did get an introduction to Girl.
Who
yes.
had the very whatever design.
bland design. We also saw the ED for the
Which
first
is
time.
The only
canonically.
Crunchyroll award it deserved.
Yeah, ED is fucking fire.
Yes.
I love it. I love the song. I love the dance. One of the best EDs I've ever seen.
Also, with
Personally.
with that girl in Jujutsu's hair, like I don't think she could have her hair in that style.
Yeah, so yeah, at the end of the episode, she's got like a very like what's the word? Like she's a very short hair, like neck length hair.
Got hair in like buns.
And then yeah, in the ED she has like buns. So
ear buns.
very curious
The
to
cat ear
see
buns.
if she could pull that hairstyle off with that length of hair. We'll find out, I guess.
I guess so. And then overall, I think it was a better episode, but I'm still not like
I'm
not like I'm in. I'm just like yeah.
I am certainly not in either, but I was
Like,
so
this sure
much
is a
more.
shonen.
I was so much more into it. I like the weird scene where he had to pick through his grandfather's like ashes. That was interesting.
That's kind of fucked up.
Actually, okay, so I know.
Also, okay. One thing about that scene: why the fuck would you eat that finger and not control your control bit next to the ashes of your dead grandfather and the imprint of him?
I have an answer for this.
Why?
So the reason why he did it was because there was a fear that if he couldn't do it and he went out of control, he would get killed. So how fitting to die next to his grandfather's remains. I think that's actually kind of poetic, actually.
Or kind of the whole thing was just like, you can't keep doing this. Like I'm so good at sports. Like I have to believe in myself by myself alone. Like maybe he did it because his grandfather was next to him, and that was why, I guess.
I think it was literally because there was a fear that he might be killed by Gojo right there. Gojo right there. So it was like, if I'm gonna die anywhere, I might as well die in this very emotional moment of my life.
I'm still not in, but I would love to know, like do you are there certain characters that you think me and Jim will fucking like get in there and like love them? Like if you listen to for our JoJo stuff, you think like we will attach ourselves to?
Yeah, I'm curious about the panda. I feel like I'm gonna hate the panda. I think
wait, will the panda talk?
Do
you think the panda will speak English?
This is English. I definitely don't think he'll speak English.
And then will he speak English after? Or, you know what I'm gonna say?
Do you think he will talk words?
Yes. Will he speak words in any language, or will it just be Iggy where he speaks in internal monologue?
Or like a Ranma situation?
Sure.
I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no talking from panda. That's my prediction.
I think he'll talk, but it's gonna be like psychic talk. Like
Okay, sure.
it's gonna be his weird telepathy or some shit.
His hilarious gimmick.
Sure.
All right.
Then
anything else?
Other than that, I think that's it. Like other than I'm still not in, but
Okay, so I would give it one Shikon finger up. I would give it one finger up.
I'll give it one grandfather's ashes
Sifted through.
sifted through ashes next to Next to the guy who will probably murder you in the future.
All right, you heard it here, folks.
Yeah, sure. And then I guess we'll plug it up then.
Yeah, just do really quick
Yeah.
plugs.
Thank you everybody for listening. Like, comment, subscribe, all that fun stuff. Hello and welcome to Jujutsu Kai Quest. I'm Sam.
And I'm Jim.
How'd that make you feel?
It felt very strange.
Welcome to our Jujutsu Kaisen by episode discussions.
They are becoming episode by episode. I didn't think this. I thought we might
Well,
switch to like maybe 2 episodes, but
I think maybe once you get to like those more actiony episodes, I guess, or like actual arcs where like
yeah.
we're kind of still in like intro to
Yeah.
school arc, I guess.
We're definitely getting character intros. So we just watched episode 3 of Jujutsu Kaisen on our Jujutsu Kai quest, which is our quest to see if we will enjoy Jujutsu Kaisen or if we drop it.
Will this be a 24-part quest? Who knows? Will it be fall into the void? Maybe.
Maybe, most
Will
likely.
it be swallowed into the void with the others?
With all the other fingers.
Yes.
So, yeah, episode 3, we have a new character introduction.
Yes. I asked you, do you remember her name?
I called her Woman of Steel.
Yeah, because the episode was called Woman of Steel.
Okay, give me the first letter.
N.
Natasha.
No. Not Natasha. She's from the countryside Japan. You're like Natasha.
What's her name?
Nobara.
Oh, never in a million billion years.
Do you
would I
remember Sasuke?
that. Sasuke.
No. Megumi.
Megumi, yeah, it's Megumi.
And our main character?
Taiji?
No.
Taijo?
No.
Taiju?
No.
What is it?
Yuji.
I knew it was 2 syllables.
Sure. Wow, Jim.
Alright, so we have Yuji.
Mhm.
We have Steel Woman. Alright, whatever. I'm gonna...
No more.
We have Sasuke, we have Sakura,
and
and
who's
we
the
have
teacher?
Goju.
Gojo.
Goju.
Satoru Gojo.
Satoru Akefu from
Sure.
JoJo Line. Okay, so episode 3. What do you think?
Fine.
It was fine. I think there were some elements of it that I liked a little bit more than the others, and there was some stuff that I liked less, especially episode 2, which I liked episode 2 better than 1.
Yeah, as we get introduced to the new girl, the Sakura of the group, who is from the countryside and wants to go to the city, and I couldn't tell the thing they were really going for with her character, because like she was like, oh, why not pick me for my, like is she supposed to be like not attractive or something? Is there something unattractive about her that like I'm not getting?
This is the problem with anime.
Is she too tall? Is she too buff? Is she just like is it just like
This is the problem with anime character design, where like clearly they've designed her to be a cute girl, but in universe,
But like
we are supposed to see that she is not a cute girl.
But like you supposed to have that character maybe say something or allude to what's supposed to be wrong, in quotes, wrong with her. Because like
I think it's just her. It's just her personality. Like
I
that's
guess.
To me, her personality is like the gimmick of her is like that she is abrasive, obnoxious, like. As you said, she is like an inferior version of Power from Chainsaw Man.
Like I said, we have our inferior trio of Denji, Aki, and Power.
Yeah, she is just kind of like that's the thing. Like she's toned down a bit, but she's not.
She ain't winning a Nobel Prize, Jim.
She's not. She's no Nobel Prize winner.
None of these people are gonna make me cry.
True. I mean, she's not like terrible. She's not bad.
She's not bad, but like I still don't understand what they want me to think or feel about her yet.
They want you to laugh at her because there's a lot of jokes.
Other than her having a friend who got kicked out because she was from the city and they thought she brought the highway to their town and they just voted her out and wrote "broken van" on the broken van outside her house. I guess.
I love that they broken van.
So. Yeah, that was I think she had an interesting power of like the hammer and the nails, kind of like the classic, like the old school kind of paranormal Japan paranormal methods. Exorcism, I guess, exorcism or shrine maintenance.
It's
or
definitely
something.
a voodoo thing.
Yes.
So like that to me, like I don't know the history behind this because like voodoo dolls are a very like that is a like what's the culture? That's like it's It's like Haitian,
Haitian,
right?
but
Like voodoo, like that's a whole
okay.
like culture, like American culture.
The only thing I remember from the terrible Junji Ito collection was the shitty, annoying kid with the nails and the hammer, and you do that to the voodoo dolls and
Yes,
shit.
I
I'm
know
like,
that was like
so I'm guessing it's something to do with ancient traditions for exorcisms or ghost stuff in Japan.
yeah, it's definitely like I'm just personally I'm curious of like the lineage. I wonder if
I'm sure someone in the comments will probably like say something
yeah,
about
they'll
it.
shit on me. They're like, why would Jim say that voodoo dolls are American? What I mean is they're from like the American Caribbean. Like they're like to me to my understanding of voodoo culture is that it is like a like it has its roots in like the Caribbean.
Yes.
So to me, I'm like, is like these Japanese versions like because you see the straw dolls. That's like the thing. They one character remarks that it's a
I'm
straw. It's a straw voodoo doll.
I'm pretty sure Japan still had a thing like that, not just.
And not just
Yeah.
taking like I mean
I'm pretty confident.
it is pretty it's one of those things like that totally could develop in parallel like with no like connection, but I just find it kind of like to me as an American when I see like a doll like that I think of like that sort of like whatever, yeah, you know what I mean.
Mm.
But whatever. I find that to be interesting. I like the nails thing. I like we talked about the effect. So okay,
Okay, I found a thing about it about the nails and
the straw
dolls
dolls,
yes.
straw human dolls.
Ushi no Toki Mari, or translated to Ox Hour Shrine Visit, refers to a prescribed method of laying a curse upon a target that is traditional to Japan, so called because it's conducted during the hours of the ox between 1 and 3 a.m. Practitioners, typically a scorned woman, while dressed in white and crowning herself with an iron ring set with 3 lit candles upright, hammer nails into a sacred tree of the Shinto shrine. So, and then in modern day, the nails are driven through a straw, the straw doll.
A straw doll.
Yeah. Of the victim impaled upon the tree behind it.
That's very funny. It's very interesting. I mean, like, I guess it's not too weird to imagine, like, a human effigy, like...
The ritual must be repeated 7 days running, after which the curse is believed to succeed, causing death to the target, but being witnessed in the act is thought to nullify the spell.
I would hope so.
So...
That is... Okay, can I just say how bullshit that is? It's like, alright, well, you saw me...
No, I saw you, I called bullshit, you didn't curse me!
Yeah, basically it's like, oh, you could just take... So if someone died, you could just be like, yep, no one saw me. I did it for 7 days in a row.
It's just like witch trial shit. You're just like, oh, you witch. I saw you trip. I tripped and you were watching me. You're a witch.
Okay, we're hovering a lot on this, but like I liked her gimmick of like.
I mean, it's inspiration for it, so I thought it'd be interesting to at least read a little bit. There's a lot more articles about it, but that's just a basic.
Thanks for looking that up because I was legitimately like interested in how that. Because it sounds like it is like a parallel cultural like development.
Yes.
Like it has no connection to.
And they got to
voodoo dolls.
But she has to have a cutesy little hammer though.
I like her little hammer.
Yes.
It's funny because I've seen so many images of this character with the heart hammer.
Yes.
And I didn't realize that it was from Jujutsu
Ruby.
Kaisen. Shut up.
There was a really cool scene with like, the aura going around the hammer. Like, oh, it's really cool. Then like, it hits the nails, and then like the sound doesn't happen until like after, like a little bit after. I'm like, the sound effects are really weird.
I wanted to point that out. The sound effects in this show in general are kind of weird.
Yes.
They're not the best.
I mean, the music wasn't bad in it. Like the weird Pizza Time song, I could laugh out of.
The only time I noticed the music was when you looked at me and said, "This sounds like Pizza Time from Spider-Man 2." I didn't notice any other music. That's how like non-element.
It can't be Dr. Stone OST.
No.
So
that's like a standout example.
So other than that, they just like investigating a curse. It basically like a
so
monster.
So they go to Tokyo. Like that was the big deal. Like so, our main character and girl.
Our squad. What's her name? It's our squad.
What's her name? Neko Para. What's her name?
Oh my god.
Neko Shoujo.
You will remember her name.
Cat girl.
Cat girl. Yeah.
Cat maiden. Nobara. Okay. She was very excited to go to Tokyo because she was from the country. Mm-hmm. Our main character also, I guess he's not like from the country, but he's definitely not from like a big city.
He's basically from like a suburb kind of like a small town
like
kind
us,
of thing. Yeah,
like where we're from, the suburb.
Yes, not just like that middle of nowhere like country bumpkin town.
Yeah, which is the main girl definitely is from like a farming. Like a farming village.
But our main character doesn't know much about the city either, so...
So yeah, they're very excited. They have this whole idea, like, yeah, I want to go here, I want to go to Yokohama, I want to go to Shibuya.
All those locations that the Japan probably ate up, like it's nothing.
Yeah, and then so, of course, they get taken to, like, a really cursed fucking apartment complex, and then
Yes, they beat up
fight some demon curses.
Yeah, our main character gets a cool looking knife, so he doesn't have to go demon mode. So he just instantly kills like everything he
Yeah,
stabs.
Goyo warns him. He said, "Do not go ghost. Don't Danny Phantom, do not go ghost in here. You will kill everyone." He's like, not only
You'll kill the bad guy very easily, but
you'll also kill
you'll
your
put your friends in
friend.
danger.
Yeah, which is another thing. I know last episode we talked about like there's a lot of like little like plot little drip drops they're putting in. Like this is another one of them. It's
He's
like
going
okay,
to unleash it on the first major arc villain, and that's going. I'm just like that's going to happen,
and it's going to be like a big come moment too, because it's like I've been storing up this demon power for so long. I've been no demon November for so long.
He's like the mouth comes out of his hand. Like I'm so close, I can almost taste it, and it licks his face. But like, then they just like have some typical fights. The girl fights Ojama Yellow from Yu-Gi-Oh! If you don't know who that is, Google Ojama Yellow. It looks like that, but with a beard.
Sure, I loved the way this guy looked.
And then and there's a little kid. They have to save the kid, and then there's one scene I really liked was him busting through the wall behind Ojama Yellow, and he's like, "Oh wait, you weren't close. I couldn't grab you." Like, okay, that's a really funny like against the trope of that. I was like, I do like that a lot.
It was a funny little bit.
And then they beat up the monster, and then they leave and they say, "Hey, let's go get food," and then that's how it ends. After we get our backstory and more stuff like that.
Yes.
Very, very run-of-the-mill stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it really is run-of-the-mill. Like, this is where we're starting to kind of settle into our, like, shonen, like, plot
And then
fights.
then we get the one reveal at the end with the cursed womb opening above the prison, and then one of the three students dying when they go fight the cursed womb.
Yeah, so they're...
I was like, that's just a saying, right? And then just a womb right there. With the fetus.
Yeah, so this is, I mean...
I was like, oh, this is that, you see a Darkstalker stage?
No.
There's a Darkstalker stage where it's just a giant fetus in the background of the stage.
Disgusting.
The fetus of, like, it's not a fetus. It's called, it's
the
really
fetus
weird.
of love.
Hold on.
So, I mean, with this, like, the show is trying to answer questions that I don't really have, like, I don't really care about how curses are created.
Fetus of God, the level's called in Darkstalkers.
What is it?
The Fetus of God is a stage in Darkstalkers.
The fetus of God. I don't really care how curses are created. Let me see.
This is the background of a fighting game stage.
Oh, I don't like it.
And I mean, people were freaked out by that when he played this game.
I would be freaked out too. So yeah, I don't really care how curses are created. Like, to me, that's not something like.
Just like you feel like you just say negative. I think they say like negative energy or.
Yeah, they also know. So we get like a narration from what I'm assuming is going to be like some sort of villain
or the print or someone from the school maybe, I don't know.
And they're like basically saying, "Hey, this is a evil like thing is happening.
Evil fetus.
Humans can see it. They said like it is so powerful that humans nearby can see it.
Stand rules where like if the stand is powerful enough, it can be seen by people.
That seems to be how the series is working with curses.
Because like every time, like, oh wow, wait, why can't he? Oh, because he was in danger. So if at any point a curse attacks you, it just becomes visible.
Honestly, that's the other like plot drip line that I was talking about in
like,
episode 1. They say like you either, in order to see a curse, you need to either be in a special quote unquote special area, or be in like a near death situation.
And like I guess the glass girl saw it because she was like in danger, or she had the cursed object in hand. Maybe I don't know.
Who cares? It's unimportant.
Who cares?
It's literally unimportant.
Who cares?
We will see, I guess, where this goes.
Yeah. Anything? Like, any other points you really want to talk about in this episode, then?
No, I mean, I was very whelmed by this episode. There was some good animation still. Like, I think this is where you start to see cracks form. If there's a series that is, like, going to be, like, a longer running show or, like, a big whatever. Like, Mappa is doing, like, 5 anime this season.
Yeah, it happened.
I don't know how they're fucking doing it. And the show looks pretty good still.
Lots and lots of crunch.
Basically. And drugs, I would assume. Oh, wait, no, not in Japan. They're not allowed to.
No, just lots of energy drinks.
Yeah, that's the drug.
That's
drug
crack.
choice.
That's liquid crack. They import what's that crazy ass energy drink that's like Four Locos?
Yeah. Well, that's like alcohol.
Still crazy ass.
I don't know if this is a tangent, but I don't know if you listen to the Trash Taste podcast.
No.
It's Gigik and Anime Man and the other guy.
What?
They had
rip that guy.
It's Connor, Sea Dog, whatever. They had an animator on who is a guy that worked on JoJo and stuff, and they talked with him, and basically he would like say like, yeah, there's times where like I wouldn't go home, like I would just sleep in the
God.
office, and it was just like, damn, dude, like
Depressing.
it is a lifestyle, and it is not a well-paying job
No.
either. Like, so I mean, I can't imagine those poor people at Mappa. And so like that was something to talk about in this podcast, which I recommend. It was a pretty good podcast, but they say like, so yeah, these guys at Mappa are working their asses off on like 5 different anime, and then Twitter assholes go and send them death threats because they don't like that the Titans and Attack on Titan are CG now. And it's just like, really, like, could you imagine busting your balls so hard and then getting death threats?
It's like pepper spraying someone at GameStop for the color of Sonic the Hedgehog's arms in Sonic Boom.
Yeah. Whomst among us?
Who would do that?
Whomst among us?
Who would do such a thing?
But yeah, so going back to JJK.
Yeah, other than that, like, I think because like I still don't, as I don't get the girl 100% yet. Her power is cool, but I don't see it being super flashy in the long run unless she gets. Cause she only had one pouch, assuming only for nails. So I don't know how she can be incorporated into more fights other than just shooting nails at people.
Yeah, all I can think of honestly is that interview that we mentioned last time, where Tite Kubo, however his name is pronounced, was shitting on Jujutsu Kaisen's writer for having bad female characters, and all I can think of is like, she basically just feels like a male character.
Yes.
That was just turned into a girl in like the writing room at the last minute. Like,
I got
was like, we need to have a girl in the main 3 cast.
After that first episode, like I got so worried that, oh man, she's gonna get groped this episode. When these mannequins, I got so worried because I'm like, I know shonens, you can't resist.
Yeah, it's bad. But yeah, so to me, she doesn't really like. She feels like they just took
They needed
for Persona 4. What's his name? Who's the kid in Persona 4? Yusuke. She feels like a boy version of Yusuke, except it's like Yosuke.
Living in the country
Yosuke.
sure is boring.
Yeah, she feels like a more like angry version of Yosuke
and Kanji together.
Yes.
Yes.
But whatever. I mean, we'll see more of her, I guess.
Yeah.
Also, okay, the other last important thing to mention, we get like a lot of backstory for her.
Yes.
And I did mention
it earlier about like, yeah.
They spend a lot of time on it though.
I was like, oh, did she get like killed by the crate? No, she got ran out of town. She sold her house.
It seems like she's still alive.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, like, I mean, she's got to come back then,
I'm
right?
like, her tragic backstory is like, I thought like she'd be like dead.
My friend got bullied by the town and moved away.
Tron harassed her and she killed herself or something. I don't know, something like that maybe. But like, not just she just moved away. It's a really weird choice.
It is a weird choice. And to me, it makes me think that they want to bring this character back.
Yeah.
Probably as a victim of a curse.
She had a face, so.
Yeah.
And a design and a face, so she could.
Also, notably, there's like a shift departure from like almost no mention of fingers in this episode.
Yeah. Other than like, oh, you ate that? That's gross.
Yeah, that was literally it.
Also, she's the only character actually mentioned as blindfold. Goji's. Like,
very true.
And the only one mention, that's it. Never to be talked about again.
Never.
It's a normal man wearing a blindfold
until he removes it to unlock his Sharingan or whatever.
Yeah, both Sharingans, the Mangekyo Sharingans.
I don't know what it means.
Don't worry about it.
All right.
You're gonna learn a little bit more about Naruto as this goes
drip
on.
Feeding me Naruto.
And then you can feel his curse mark.
All right. Anything else you want to say about this episode of Jujutsu Kaisen?
No.
So yeah, how do you stand? So you still okay? How many fingers would you rate it? So I'd rate it like, I'll give it half of a finger, half of one demon finger up. Because it wasn't as good as last time, but it wasn't
one nail. Yeah, you give it one nail.
One nail, okay. Out of how many?
No, I'm gonna give it one friend who moved out of your small countryside town. One broken van.
One broken van.
I'm gonna give it one broken van.
Okay. So yeah, this is like kind of the end of our like pilot period of this podcast.
I'm not sure how these are airing.
I was thinking of maybe stockpiling them and doing like one a day, like just like boom boom, because they're short.
Yeah, I mean
they will not be weekly.
We're not gonna have a JoJo chapter this month, so.
No, yeah. So I mean, well, I think we'll do something else, but so these are probably going to come out like once a day until they're over.
Okay.
At least until whatever we've. All the ones that are recorded will come out. So we might get like, you might have heard these like 1, 2, 3.
Alright.
We'll see.
Sounds pretty good. Alright, anything else? I think that's it? Just a quick plug then?
Yeah, just plug it up.
Alright, thank you all for listening. Like, comment, subscribe, all that fun stuff. Follow the podcast on Twitter or me and Jim separately. And
Hello and welcome to Jujutsu Kaisen. I am Jim.
I'm Sam.
Yes, we're back. I know it's been a minute.
Everybody's favorite, least favorite JJK podcast.
Yes, so we're here to talk about Jujutsu Kaisen episode 4. 4, right?
Yeah. The poison womb. No, the cursed womb.
It's like entering the cursed womb or something. So before we start that, I do want to say it's been a little bit since we recorded our first bit of episodes. Batch.
This is the start of the second batch.
Second batch.
Like the Gremlins.
Yes.
The Gremlins
Or the Ghoulies. So it was very interesting seeing the criticism that we got. People were mad at us.
What? Because most people said it starts slow, but it gets going, like...
Yeah, and okay, I just want to say, we're only going to say this once, because it doesn't make sense to keep reiterating it. Everything we say here are our opinions, and like...
We are wrong.
I mean, yeah.
Half time no matter what we talk about, we end up being wrong, so just
True,
like...
but I disagree, no, I disagree.
You're always
right. I'm always right, actually. But no, like, you, dear viewer, can totally enjoy Jujutsu Kaisen out there. We are just here because...
we wanted to see what this thing that everybody won't shut up about.
Yeah.
And
it's like
your
a log.
peak shonen,
yeah,
as you call it.
Think about it. It's like a logbook. Like we're going through, we're giving our honest opinions. Like, okay, this episode not so good. This episode a little better. So, all right. Just wanted to say, we're not going to address this anymore. We're just going to talk about the episodes.
Maybe like the actual, like, you know, the comments actually do explain, like we had the one about the by the one manager or the idol guy was like didn't want to recruit her because she was speaking in a masculine like wording, which I didn't catch because of subs.
Yeah, so that's okay. I can't remember the commenter. I think their name was AA. Yes, thank you for that. That was exactly what Sam said. Like, because I think we said something about...
I think that was a thought that, like, maybe, like, it was, like, coming off, like the talk, like a masculine or just very assertive, and, like, yeah, it was, like a tomboy kind of thing.
And if you look at, like, what it says in Japanese, it actually, like, it's, like, they use the male pronoun, apparently. I don't know. I don't speak Japanese, so when I see this, when I watch this episode and the subtitles don't convey this concept to me, yes. I'm, whatever. And this is also a non-important element of that episode.
Yeah, but...
Let's move on.
Yeah. So overall opinions, episode's actually pretty good, I thought.
This current one, yeah. So yes. Episode 4, Poison Womb.
If you do not know Control Delete, that we're going to make a reference to the Poison Womb.
So honestly, okay, I have to say I was very like mixed with this one. The first half, I was like, all right. Okay, I guess we're just doing it.
I mean, the first half was more so explaining like the enemy power system.
Yeah, so, okay, before, let me just give my first impression, then we'll go into, like, the grades. Mm-hmm. But so I was, like, a little iffy on that, but the second half, I really enjoyed the development. I thought, I thought Fingerman was
villain of the year from Crunchyroll.
Fingerman, yeah. What's his name? Asukuna? Asukuna?
Do I want to test you if you know any characters' names?
We did this last time, and I didn't, Sam. I didn't know a single one. And newsflash, I still don't know any.
I will wait for the last batch of these, and I will quiz you if you remember any characters' names.
I know. So far, we have Strawberry Ichigo.
Ichigo.
Well, Ichigo means strawberry. We have Pink Ichigo. We have not Sasuke, and then we have
not Sasuke.
We have whatever. We can't do this again. We've already done this bit.
Is the only character you know is Gojo.
Gojo. Yeah, yes. Not Kakashi.
Not Kakashi.
So I did enjoy the ending though. I thought Fingerman was great.
Yeah.
Fingerman was a lot of fun.
Yes.
His whole like kind of like he's so clearly evil. Yes. And it's fun, and like seeing his thought process.
He's like begrudgingly doing this because he didn't want to fight him at first, but they kind of just did and just fucked around with him.
Yeah, it's funny to see. Let's get to that bit in a minute, but like I really did enjoy his like I think Fingerman really stole the show for me in the second half.
Because I thought that they were going... Because I think our first batch, I thought they were going to go with like a Kurama... Like, I think you said that too. We thought like, oh, they're going to become like friends or whatever. Like Naruto did that. But it's obviously not the case because, he seems obviously evil. So, but I still think by the end he will split from him, and then they'll have like a fight,
A proper fight.
because he can regrow limbs and everything. So somehow, like maybe eating enough fingers, he can like actually extract himself or shoot himself out.
Oh, that'd be neat.
Like that's
Like a little growth, like a creepy little like Cell Junior.
Because we know, because we obviously know he like just. Even the other spirit could like bubble and like grow the flesh out. So I think at some point, like especially he can like have the mouth on him.
Yes.
Like the fall. He said I think he's gonna split obviously from that, and our main character's not gonna die from that in the end.
So yeah. So just recapping the episode really quick.
Yeah.
Our main trio. They go to a juvenile detention ward. They're told by a glasses guy.
This is one of the teachers.
Yeah, that there is a. There's a poison. There's a corrupted, cursed womb that is going to cause a big demon. Curse. We don't know what it will be, but then he explains there's a system, a grading system for curses.
Yes, it kind of jumps up a lot.
Very confused. It's kind of like an exponential graph. Like, so from my understanding, it starts at 6, right? Grades. I'm assuming you have it pulled up.
I'm going to pull it up now. It's like 5 grades and then like a special.
Yeah, which is like just like as someone who's seen a million shonen, like you can see like, okay, we have like the power system, or we have the setup, but then we also have like the caveat of could be anything else, so that the writer can just get more creative whenever.
Apparently there's grade 4, which I wouldn't bet is enough. This is like the weapons that will kill like.
Yeah, it said as if it could be attacked by normal weapons, I think is what it said.
Grade 3, if you have a handgun, you can rest easy. Grade 2 is close call with a shotgun.
So, okay, already, the jump between grade 3 and 2 is pretty, like, goes from, like, okay, you're good with a gun.
What if that gun's a Desert Eagle that could, like, literally probably be, like, a Deagle? He had 2 Deagles.
And then, and then 2 is, like, close call, so it's already, like, the gap is already pretty wide between that.
This is, like, the system of, like, Resident Evil, like the actual, like, unique monsters that are the zombies. Like, there's zombies, the lickers that use a shotgun to be close, and just like special infected. Grade 1, even a tank might be insufficient.
Even so, grade 2 is I could use a shotgun maybe. Grade 1 is a tank would not work,
or it might not work.
Yeah.
And a special grade is cluster bombs might work. A carpet bomb from like a stealth bomber.
It says carpet bomb of cluster bombs, which to me sounds a little redundant, but.
Yes. Yes, so our sorcerers have to go in there now. There's like a veil that kind of shields them from the outside world, so I'm not 100% understand that, because we didn't really get to see that into effect. Does it like just hide them from humans in that world? Because we didn't see it. Or does it like just mask? It's just like an illusion to keep the outside world seeing anything wrong going on here, in case it kind of something explodes or a demon busts out or something. Even though they say like demons can't don't like the special ones don't like to leave their birthplace.
Yeah, I think to me, and so before anyone jumps down our throats, they literally don't explain this. They seem to imply that it is for concealing,
at least on this episode,
it to humans.
Yeah, at least on this episode, they didn't explain it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like we haven't seen the whole series yet.
Yes,
we only know what's in this episode.
Yes,
so it seems like this is to conceal it from humans outside. Maybe it does kind of contain it in a way. If it does, then I would just. It seems like why wouldn't you just always do this then?
Well, we might see it more in effect than next episode when I guess the demon finger man does his shit.
Yeah. So
yeah, we get our 3 trio. Your Sasuke. He summons his pupper that we saw in the first episode. You can pet it. That's good to know.
Yes, very important.
You can interact with these. They're not like illusions or like just magic like things. Are like they seem to be legit like animals. Like
they're real and they're like tangible. They're like actually there.
You can pet the pupper. Because he summons that. He summons like a bird. Like they're all like weird though, like demon animals kind of. Because like the wolves have like a marking on their heads that compared to like the girl from Guilty Gear has that.
The bird looks kind of weird. He's like human teeth. Very cool.
I like a mask on. I like the frog.
Oh yeah, we see the frog too, and the snake, and we see a snake.
Yeah, and the snake.
The snake looked cool. I have to say the way that these creatures,
like
except
Sasuke.
the dogs,
just like Sasuke can summon a snake.
Sure.
I need to compare with it.
The way that these creatures were animated, I thought was really cool. Like they have a different it's like the line art is like thicker and more textured for them, so it makes them look like they kind of stand out more. I thought that was pretty cool.
The only thing I didn't like visually was that one scene with him running in the hallway and the camera tries to do that that dynamic pan.
And it looks bad, yeah.
That just kind of makes me sick, like those kind of transitions. But like then again, if it's done well, maybe it, like or better. Like I know Attack on Titan kind of does.
I was
that
literally
stuff.
gonna say, yeah, like Attack on Titan. It's really embarrassing, or it's not embarrassing, but it's really noteworthy when an anime tries to do this and it can't, because in 2013, Attack on Titan like mastered how to do these scenes where they basically made like a 3D environment and like would have the camera like go through this environment, then they would hand animate the characters onto it. Well, not hand, but you know what I mean. Like, they would like 2D animate. And so like trying to do like the 3D background 2D animate thing and making it look really choppy is really just disorienting, and I don't like it.
And speaking of the environment, they like it's like an illusion. Or the inside like changes, kind of like a weird like pocket dimension kind of thing, where like it just like there's still like you still see the swimming pool, like there's still things in the world, but just like like the main like when you walk in, it just looks like an apartment or like a dorm or.
I think they say it's only 2 stories, but when they get inside, it's like
multiple.
It's very like Madoka, where
yes,
the realm in Madoka Magica, like whatever the realm is, it gets like completely transformed by the witch.
So
cool, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, so then the encounter the hammer girl gets like teleported away.
She just like falls into like a puddle, a goop puddle. Then there's also the important scene.
Kugisaki.
Kugisaki's her name?
Yeah, she gets
Kaguya.
Yeah, shut up.
So Kugisaki, whatever, she gets yeeted out. Before that, like there's this big character moment.
She disappears, and then
we have this big character moment where Ichigo, Pink Ichigo, what's his name? Do you have to have his name?
I do have his name. I like Itadori.
So Itadori is like, we have to save this guy, even though the guy's dead. And he doesn't want to save him. He wants to bring his corpse to the mom, or guardian.
Because we're gonna carry his corpse around all day, and also he murdered a child because he drove on no license twice.
Yeah, so it's like
it's just like that stupid like it happens in this country too, where like people who shouldn't be driving just drive anyway and be a danger to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, nice character moment, just like fighting with that. Like the guy kind of deserved it.
Yeah, and well, it's more so about like. What's the name? Itadaki?
Mm-hmm.
Itagaki? It's more about, he asks Sasuke, he's like...
Itadori, Jim.
Wait, I was going to say
Itadori is your bleach boy.
Itadori?
Fushiguro is Sasuke.
These names are so out of my wheelhouse right now. Alright, so we have Fushiguro is like fighting him, and they're like, it's not worth saving all these people, like the mission's important. And then he's like, well, then why did you save me? Like, why was I so important? And they're like, oh my god, they love each other. Character moment.
Yeah, they're just like Naruto and Sasuke, they're gonna be making out by the end of this. So also another thing, like when Sasuke summons he does like the shadow I think he does like shadow puppets of the animal he summons.
Oh, okay.
Like
I know he did like
he does like the wolf signs. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be like the shadow puppet of the animal.
I really like that detail. I hope you're right. I hope it's not just like stupid ninja bullshit like
no.
Naruto where they go with their fingers.
Hey, there's a whole grid about the Naruto hand signals.
I'm sure there is. But no. So then, and then we have the demon curse reveal. I'm gonna always say demon when I know they're not demons.
The special grade demon, they're just curse.
Yeah, and he's got like he's really weird looking. I don't know how I feel about it.
He looks like something like I'm trying to remember like he looks like a random like One Punch Man monster that'd be a super menacing threat and then just get KO'd immediately.
Yeah. He looks really intimidating, but is actually weak, and that's kind of what he is. Like he is like ultimately just like kind of jobbed out,
like a grittier version of something from like Soul Eater. Like they took something in the change the art style up to be grittier, like the Koshien. He
looks very similar to Krona's sword.
Oh yeah.
The spirit that lives in Krona's sword, or the weapon, whatever, the Meister. I don't remember the terminology.
It's been a while.
It's been a long time, but he looks very similar to Krona's sword from I don't know if the sword has a name.
It does. I just forget. I haven't read Soul Eater. I've been like Fire Force is on my mind more than Soul Eater, so.
All right, so just kind of jumping forward. This is already going long.
They get frozen with fear. They basically split up so he can find the girl who's fighting mass and runs. She only has one pouch of nails for some reason instead of just having like going the whole 90s marvel of having 20,000 pouches on you, which is like And her hammer seems to break very easily.
This is one of those things that annoys me so much. Every time there's a character that's like an archer. It's like the Hawkeye problem. It's like they always need to like have a moment where they run out of arrows way too early. It's like, dude, your whole thing is that you have like an amount of expendable like
At
weapons, like whistles.
at
Like
least in Marvel, like in the movies, one they gave Hawkeye a sword as well. So when he's back out, he's out of arrows. He can just cut fools up.
but yeah, no, you're right. And the one thing I thought was neat though is we see what's her name?
Oh my god.
Itadori? No. Um uh, we see
Will Jim ever remember
no.
Kugisaki?
Kugisaki. We see Kugisaki fighting like several different curses, which was
It was all
neat.
like massive, kind of like the magic mirror from like the original what Sleeping Beauty, the mirror on the wall. Like it looked like that kind of just like mass is kind of a covering.
Okay.
Like it's a boss in one of the Kingdom Hearts game where you fight the actual like magical mirror.
Fun fact: in the original, never ever has there been a story
Or-
where they say magic when they say mirror mirror. It's never mirror mirror.
Or,
It's always
or
magic mirror.
for more people who haven't seen the original one, from Shrek, where Farquaad does the dating game.
Yeah, the match game.
The match, essentially. But yeah.
Okay, but
So yeah, so basically he gets his arm cut off from the monster.
All
He
right.
tries to fight him. He gets
Yes.
royally fucked up.
So okay, I wanted to. This is one of those tiny things that irks me because I've seen so many shonen. The second I saw Ichigo lose his hand, I was like, this guy is just gonna regrow it. Like every shonen character has lost their hand/arm at one point and then grows it back. It's just inevitable. It
Like,
always fucking happens.
I'm trying to think if you name anything that where people like lost like a limb that's not an eye, like an actual like, arm or leg, and actually stayed gone. Okay, I could,
Almost never.
No,
Almost never.
there is one, but
Of course, yeah. Most of these are gonna be spoilers, but
the one I'd say the huge spoiler at the end of Naruto. I'm not gonna spoil, but like it gets better. They get a fake limb.
yeah, they always regrow it, and then so.
But I think the only thing I can think of is there's like a side character in One Punch Man that just stays with one arm. Like
Sure.
it's like a sword character just stays with one arm.
One Punch Man, I don't like to consider that part
Yeah.
as a shonen though because
I know.
it's not like
I'm just thinking of like these big things, just like where like a character can lose. But I can't think of anybody that actually like character. Yeah.
especially in shonens, the main character. It's always the main character too. Like it happens to Gon, happens to like literally anyone you can think of, basically. Like
Yeah.
Goku. It happens all the time in Dragon Ball.
Oh well, Piccolo loses limbs.
Piccolo
because
makes
he can grow them back.
Piccolo's a business of losing limbs.
Cell, I think Cell lost a limb a couple of times. Like Freak gets his tail cut off, like that doesn't grow back, but it's like it.
Whatever, but we could go on forever. But like, yeah, it's a thing that always happens.
If you know an example of like someone actually like losing like an arm or a leg and actually staying gone for like the rest of it, if they survive later on, like
specifically in shonen, and must be main character, cannot be like side character. That does not count. We're talking about a main character here.
Yeah.
But so yeah, he loses his hand, and then we have this moment where
even his fingertips on the other hand too. Eventually loses.
That was actually I did like. I'm giving the scene shit because I'm an edgelord, but I did like the part where he was like resisting the blast and like losing his fingers. It's very emotional.
He was doing the plan of just like holding him back until he gets the sign to like switch, so because like, he knows the thing will go kill his friends if they don't like get out.
Yeah. So it was kind of, we have this really good element of like we know that he's going to activate his superpower, but he's waiting because. Like there's a time limit almost. Like he needs to survive.
Well, we don't even know
this long.
Yeah.
Which is cool. Like you really like that. You like when you see that.
Love to see it.
Then
he rescues him. He gets the sign, and then he switches to evil Finger Man.
Oh, also wait, no. There's one other thing.
What?
So our main character, who I'll refer to as the main character, he does seem to make a curse punch. He seems to, even though we've seen him like receive literally no training. With jujutsu and curses, he seems to be able to manifest one punch. It's futile, but so he's already sort of like got that innate like shonen kind of main character thing where it's like, oh, I've got the power, but it doesn't work.
Sukuna is also the Finger Man. So.
Sukuna, okay, I was pretty close. Finger Man. He's just gonna be Finger Man though.
Yeah, we're gonna call him Finger Man.
Finger Man is so much funnier.
Yeah, but his original plan though, when he actually unleashes him, he's like, "Oh, I'm just gonna take this spirit, his curse, and literally go fuck up his two friends that are outside." And but luckily he's too much of he's a little baby monster of like literally not gonna do it. And
so yeah, that's what I
literally just destroys him.
Yeah, that's what I really liked about this. So it is not. So his first thought when he wakes up is like, how can I make the main character's life as horrible as possible? So he's like, I can't just go and kill his friends because he'll just turn me off. But if I bring the curse to kill the friends,
Because the power of friendship, it's gonna fuck me over.
yeah. So honestly, like,
I still think the power of friendship's gonna snap him out back into it.
probably
Someone's going to die, but then not really, because we obviously know like death.
it has to happen. It just, yeah, that's just a foregone conclusion. But honestly, I found myself enjoying this. Like, I really loved this whole thing with the Sukuna at the end.
Yeah, so because he kills the monster really easily, makes this giant temple and slices up in like 5 pieces and grabs a finger out of him because he has a finger.
Yeah, we did not know.
He bears a finger.
He has a finger inside.
I was like, so what if someone dies, but while they're dying, he just he snaps out of it, has the finger to hand, and feeds them the finger.
That'd be interesting.
Like one of them is like, yeah, you're getting the finger now.
Then there's 2 Sukunas.
Yes,
2 finger men.
Yeah, that's how it would work. I'm not sure that could actually work that way, but.
Or
or he just regurgitates the other 2 fingers out into them, like. God.
Yeah, we know that the fingers don't get destroyed. They're just like in his belly still. So
it's so uncomfortable.
It is really uncomfortable.
Just like having hiccups or a burp, and you see like the nails, like poke your stomach.
It's like when a woman's pregnant or someone's pregnant and they have like
a kick.
Yeah, like you see the fingers poking through.
Oh. God, it's like horror.
All right, before we wrap this up, I just want to say,
and but then basically he's like, okay, you can switch back now.
Yes,
and then nothing happens,
and then he's like, he gives the face. But so my prediction is that there's actually still a threat to deal with. I think the curse is not fully dealt with.
I feel once the finger's out, that monster is useless.
I mean, you might be right, but like the camera just explicitly did not show the curse after it erupted into flames, so. I don't know.
Well, I don't know. I think now the threat's gonna be to him. Gojo's gonna show up after like the other 2 friends are like royally like. Or one's like has bandages on her eyes or like on her head, just like on her eyes. But like, and then Sasuke's gonna be the only one able to fight, I guess, until Gojo appears and probably royally fuck it up again.
That'll be really interesting to see Sasuke try and fight.
I think that's gonna happen.
At
least buy time, or like maybe the teacher guy with the glasses. I don't think they drove away yet. It's just he was driving away, and Sasuke just I gotta wait for him, and then So he's if anyone dies, it's gonna need to be him, unless like he gets control again and just kills himself, and then gets better because he can't actually die with the curse in him. Unless it's Gojo or some shit.
Yeah,
because Gojo's like a special level as well, because he's like able to combat that.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Do we have anything else we want to say?
No,
I think we want to wrap this up.
It was much better than the first 3.
It was it was better. I really have to say, Fingerman is winning it for me. Yeah. I want more Fingerman, please.
Episode 1 kind of dragged for a first episode of it. Second episode had like at least it kind of interesting with like the school and everything. The third episode was kind of whatever, has some good moments, but like this one definitely I wonder if this is like the first official arc of it, or is this just like another like monster of the week kind of thing? I'm kind of curious how the manga is comparison to the anime. Like leave comment. What do you prefer, the manga or the anime for like the first part? Just in general, no spoilers. But like
yeah, because we talked about it in the first episode, but like I was so curious as to what the first chapter of this manga is. Yeah, because the first episode felt like it had so much unnecessary bullshit in it.
Yeah.
Oh, and the one thing we didn't really talk about was the humor. Which I found the humor to be very not good in this episode. Really not funny.
They seem to want to do the cutting to 2 characters being like wacky.
Chibi, chibus weirdos.
But maybe it'll get better with the humor, but we'll see.
Alright, but yeah, so Jujutsu Kaisen, you're getting better.
Yeah, getting there.
Meet me after class, maybe. We'll see how good you can be later.
God. So, thank you for listening to this. Please like or dislike.
Hello and welcome to Jujutsu Kai Quest. I'm Jim.
I'm Sam.
And this is this is the cross that we bear.
You don't sound too energetic there.
No, I'm feeling a little.
This episode's actually pretty good.
No, this was a good episode. Don't get me wrong. Probably the best one?
Yeah.
Was it? Do we want to say the best one?
It's definitely the best like fight scene. Like everybody one shot about like the episode 2 one, but this one's like way better.
Yeah.
This one's like leagues better. Actually, a hat goes a decent time, and you see like
So we're talking about episode 5.
Yes,
of Jujutsu
we literally
Kaisen.
just did it right before recording this. I told you.
My brain doesn't want to accept that. So it's Curse Womb Part 2.
Kursu must die too.
Curse Womb must die. Which is funny because it doesn't really even pertain to the Curse Womb anymore. The Curse Womb is like an afterthought.
It's been dead. It's been dead for an entire episode before it doesn't start.
Literally, this whole episode is dead. But yeah, this was good.
Yeah.
This one was pretty good.
Yeah.
I have to say, there's more of like this. I thought it'd be funny if I came into this episode pretending like I knew the main character was dead. But, like,
no, there's no way that like anything could like tell you that he's still dead, nor like any spoilers that you would see on Twitter or whatever.
I'm just thinking in the alternate universe. Okay, say that the alternate universe where in Jujutsu Kaisen episode 5, the main character does actually die, and then Megumi becomes our main character.
I wish I like him.
How cool would that be? Because
I like him better, and his powers are actually really cool.
Like, I mean, it's not there. We were talking about a shonen before that switches its protagonist early on. Like, it's not something that's new, or it's not something that would be completely like out of realm of possibility.
It's rare though.
Yeah.
So,
and I would be sick because honestly, I don't really like Itadori too much. That's the main character, right? Ichigo. I think his name's Itadori.
Yes. Good, you're getting better.
I am. I know Megami because I think of Megamine because Megami's a female name.
You know, you go like Fushiguro.
So, I just don't know the girl's name.
We'll get there. When she has her episode.
She already had hers. It was about, my friend got bullied and I'm sad.
Her neighbor moved away.
My neighbor moved away.
Living in the country sure is bad.
But yeah, so this is a good one. You liked it? You liked this?
Yeah. I thought it was actually a very good action scene. You meet some wacky new characters after this character's in the morgue.
Oh, I actually really didn't like the panda. I was very upset.
I'll wait to see, because the three character introduced are like infinitely more interesting right now, because they have such interesting like personalities, including one just being a fucking panda.
I am very fascinated by the character who's a cursed speech who cannot talk.
Yeah.
I'm very interested to see what's going to happen with him.
It's so okay. So
you can only say things that make rice balls. I think is what they said.
A rice ball ingredients or something like that.
Yeah. So he would say salmon roe. He said like rice. I think he said
flakes.
Bonito flakes. Yeah.
So let's just go in order with like.
Okay. So yeah, the first half, the fight scene.
Yeah. So he encounters Fingerman.
Fingerman fights.
Do you remember
Megami.
his name?
No.
There's an S if he begins with an S.
Sukuna.
Yes. So yeah, he basically just like the speed of him, just like teleporting behind you, going nothing personal, kid. But he just talks instead of like. But yeah,
he's pretty quick. He's pretty fast.
He rips out his heart. He's like, oh, I can live without a heart.
Which, as you said, this is like a very stupid plan.
He's like, I can live without a heart. But and he switches back. He'll die. Like, yeah, you'll die too, though.
Yeah, it's kind of like. It's almost more of like an intimidation thing. Yeah. And it is just ultimately dumb.
I guess he was challenging humans as being like, oh, yeah, they'll be... Because he was like freaking out before like the thought of dying. So maybe the thought of dying this time would like make him not switch back. But like, no, this dude's going to suicide himself with you. Like, that's been pretty clear.
To me, it also kind of felt like a power play where he wanted to get Megami to like he wanted to set Megami off so he could just beat him. So the idea that he would lose to Megami would just be completely gone. So it's for him, it's like a gamble worth taking. But...
Well, we don't know his tragic backstory completely yet. We got a little bit of taste of like the woman.
Oh yeah, there's like
being in a hospital bed.
A girl who is apparently received a very heinous curse.
Yes, especially heinous, as they say in a Law and Order.
I was wondering where that was going. But yeah, like, so they have a pretty cool fight. We learn. So this is honestly, I was so into this episode, the first half. It kind of lost me the second half. But like, the whole like idea where, so we're explaining Megami's power. It's shadow puppets. He needs a shadow. And they are Shinigami that he uses.
And they seem like once there's short, he can't use them for a little bit because it happened in the first episode. He couldn't use the wolves. In this one, he couldn't use the wolves either. And the bird was basically KO'd and the snake was KO'd. That's all he seems to have unless he has a trump card that we didn't see.
Which I'm sure he does. Like, he just didn't get to use it. Because he actually started to say it. Very much, I just keep thinking of Chainsaw Man parallels. Like, very much like the cursed sword that Aki has. Like, we start to see, like, we're given this, like, preview of it in this one scene where he has this, like, thing that he's chanting that he's about to use, and then he stops, and then he apologizes to.
Or you give him the reason.
He gives him the reason to really apologize. Yeah, he gives him the reason, and then that's what causes Ichigo to power down.
This happened among every little like shadow puppets like you can do like animal shadow puppets like, oh wow, you can make a dragon out of your hands with a shadow puppet, or like something stupid like that, or an elephant, or a hippo, the most dangerous animal.
Yeah, the sky's the limit, I guess.
Yeah, but yeah, he gets like just kicked through the sky. Like I'm like, man, he has some crazy durability on right now.
It was a little insane to see how much damage he took.
To see how fragile everybody seems to be, like on the defense side so far. Like, it's interesting that he just survived being kicked through like buildings and shit.
Yeah,
and on the rooftops.
Yeah, it was a little sus that he was able to survive all that.
But
I really liked this setup for this fight where it's like he's really got his back to the wall. He's like because now we're at the point where we know the character's limitations, so it's not like everything they do is a surprise. So there actually is tension in the scene because we know he's like running out of Shinigami to use.
Yeah, he runs out of Shinigami. The girl runs out of nails out of her one pouch.
Yeah, her one single pouch that we don't see. It must be like on her leg or something.
Yeah, it's on her belt. If you see
it. Is it on her belt?
Yeah, it's on the back of her belt.
She puts the belt on.
Yeah, and then and we still don't know. Like, we kind of know the limitations of Sukuna and everything, and like unleashing him, but like basically we have the power level to the S class or special class monsters. I guess it's supposed to be technically S class, like S grade.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then other than that, like we get that really cool fight scene, and then it does cut to like, he does die. Technically, he's the one guy that does die.
So yeah, he
switches back.
Like the second that he switches back, his heart just starts exploding blood out of his chest.
It doesn't explode, just like leaks after he talks a little bit. But then, because I guess when he switches back, I was like, oh, you be dead, like on the ground, like like the heart's just gone, like.
Yeah, it was really funny how like easy he was, like keep talking before he just keeled over and died.
Wait for the blood to come out, it'd be instantaneous, the blood pouring out.
Yeah.
But so yeah, we also cut like I guess the new bad guys.
Oh yeah. There's 4 of them.
Yeah, one's a human, obviously. So, yeah. The guy with the tattoo on his head.
The only one that people acknowledge. Well, it looked like he had like a scar.
It was a scar. It looked like a scar. It could have been a tattoo.
Like he had brain surgery or something.
Yeah, it could have been a tattoo. Could have been a scar. We don't know yet. We'll find out, I guess, on his evil origins. But so he has volcano head
Cyclops
head curse, Cyclops curse guy. We had reverse speaking guy, and then we had
a big arm missing, I think.
And then we had Lobster, Cthulhu.
He was like Octopus.
Cthulhu looking motherfucker. And then, yeah, and they're just talking about Sukuna, and basically they're just to be the ones to say, oh, he's not really dead.
And yeah, well, they also are the one, presumably, that fed the finger to the curse womb.
Yes, they wanted to test out Sukuna and everything.
Yeah, so, and yeah, that was the other thing, too. I was like, well, the characters barely pretend that the main character's dead in this episode, like especially the bad guys. They barely pretend.
Yeah.
And then we get the tease at the end, but I don't know. I found myself really wanting to like focus on the main character dying because we have that one scene where a squad of other main characters are like hanging with him, like just like getting their emotions out, saying like, "Damn, it's really fucked up. We barely knew him for like 2 weeks."
I'm not sad or anything.
Yeah, and the girl cries.
But also in the more Gojo talks, talking about like how he had to like go against the council's wishes for the most part of like giving him a chance, and like he's like, oh, maybe I'll just kill them all.
Yeah, and it seemed like the council were the ones that made them do this mission.
The shadowy council always seems to be the problem in everything.
But they also bring up, so the bad guy squad brings up the fact that Gojo is like the strongest guy alive, which is like. Why? I think it's so weird to set the power level ceiling like with the first guy that we see.
We've seen him able to combat Sukuna in like the episode, even though he was on like a time limit. Like we see him able to combat him. So
it's just weird to me that they're like, this guy is the strongest Jujutsu sorcerer.
What I'm worried about is when you have a character like that just being the best. Is like, how do you write him out of not just winning the fight for everybody?
My prediction is that they won't.
They won't?
He will just win all the fights that he's in, and people, because he's a fan favorite, he's just going to show up all the time.
Kind of thing, but like...
Kind of. But Saitama's got like a whole like character.
Yes.
To it. That's like part of him winning all the time is like so deep to his character.
But just like, it's more so, I'm not talking about the characters, more so just like, oh, when he shows up, they're just going to win kind of thing.
Yeah, whereas Gojo is just like a happy-go-lucky guy who is also just the strongest.
Yeah. Just getting his like kind of point of view though, just being like him giving them a chance, kind of going against the Shadow Council is interesting. And then we also introduced to the God
The Kyoto sister school, right? Is that what they said?
what?
The squad. They're like, didn't they say they were part of the Kyoto sister school?
I
They
can't.
mentioned something about a Kyoto sister school.
I was talking about the interest, like the one like nurse, like or like
Oh
the
no.
mortician.
Oh yeah,
that
no.
also like was gonna like cut him up.
So yeah, I wonder what they meant by that. Like, I wonder if she's going to like Frankenstein him together like a new heart or something.
I don't know. She just seems like just wants to cut up every kind of curse or demon or.
She's got like the heavy eyeshadow. She looks like one of those like I'm too tired for anything characters.
Yes.
I just don't really like the character design aesthetics of
Well,
the show.
let's talk about the upperclassmen that we also get introduced to while the characters are like mourning.
I think her name is Saki.
For what, the nurse or
No, the upperclassman.
okay? So we have Maki.
Maki.
Maki
Okay.
is the chick with the cursed sword.
Yeah.
Or the cursed weapon. We don't know. We haven't 100% seen it yet.
So, well, we know they say that she's his cursed tools.
Yes.
They use the word tools, not
Yes.
weapon.
Even it looks like a kendo.
Yeah, like it would hold a sword.
Like a
yeah.
kendo sword. But like
I feel like there'll probably be a fun surprise with that.
yeah,
There
so I
might be
said we haven't
something-
seen it yet. I'm just gonna say it's like a sword because
My prediction. Wait, before we bust my old prediction, my new prediction is it's going to be like a weird, like totally like normal like broom, or it's going to be an item like totally like
a
not
Swiss Army knife.
epic at all. Not even that. Like you could kill someone with a Swiss Army knife. It's going to be like a broom or like like something really flimsy looking, but it's going to be super strong.
It's gonna be a box cutter, like a really big box cutter, because Japan loves box cutters. So there's also Togi Inumaki, who's the cursed speech, who
Yeah.
can only speak in ingredients, like we said. I have no idea how that's going to work. Maybe is it going to be like Black Bolt, where like if he speaks in any words other than the ingredients, it just decimates everything?
It turns you into a rice ball if he does.
Yes. And then there's Panda, of course, who is a fucking panda.
They literally describe him as Panda Sensei.
They have
Who's
no
Panda.
reason about why he's a talking panda or like his power. He's just a panda.
This is not funny to me, and I don't find him amusing or humorous.
If like I really wish they had a character to say like, why is there a panda here?
She
Why?
does. Well,
But I meant like more so like, why are you able to talk?
she literally just says like, you're just gonna introduce him as Panda, like that's all you're gonna say about him.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, he does talk, so that breaks my prediction. I thought he was not going to talk.
I think we saw a little bit like the OP of, if I remember correctly, there is like a little thing, I guess, like a spoiler for his background, but
Where he lives like in a zoo, I guess.
yeah,
right?
something like that.
We also see him vault over.
And then they have a fourth member that we have that's not there though.
Okay.
Or the teacher, I guess their teacher or their sensei. I forget. They had to have the fourth person not there, and they basically challenged him to a tournament arc.
Well, yeah, they said that. Yeah, there's a tournament arc coming, which I'm like another thing. I'm like, guys, it's not even episode 6 yet. Can we please pump the brakes a bit?
Do you think? Because it's like our first like other students at this high school or the academy, and it's just like, are we gonna like these side characters more than our normal 3 characters? That happens a lot when you have like a bunch of like
Yeah.
other it's pretty we have like other like students or teams, like you end up liking other teams a lot more than.
It's true. It always seems to happen. I think because you have the benefit of like the quicker characterization. Because like with the main characters, you're like, okay, well I know their whole deal, but I can get like really fun, quick characterization from like a new squad, and like they're fun. They seem more fun than my boring characters.
Yeah.
So. But yeah, it remains to be seen.
They have interesting character designs or quirks better than like it's like so many people like the other squads in Naruto, people like other characters in My Hero, like people really like more than like Deku and like Bakuga and like all that stuff. So it's like I'm wondering, like I don't think the show probably won't have nearly as many as like squads like that. But
I don't know. We'll see.
Because there weren't that many. Remember in the first or second episode when they talk about the school, there aren't that many students there. So like there might be like 1 or 2 more.
Uh-huh. Well, actually, another thing they say, I'm glad you said that because it reminded me. One thing I really thought was interesting from like a world building sense was they said that there's like fewer people around during the winter because that is like the time when there's going to be more curses, because just naturally like the cold and like darker weather brings like more bad emotions out of people. So I guess that means that the jujutsu sorcerers are like out fighting more crime. Yeah. I thought that was really interesting, and it kind of like it also seemed to set up like the winter, like the summer and spring months as like a time where there's less bad things happening.
Everybody's out and about, or like had less things to worry about because I guess
things
Japan,
are warmer.
Yeah, warmer, not like stuck inside.
Seasonal depression is not a
Yeah.
thing.
Seasonal depression. Japan. How many people are more depressed in Japan than?
I would assume that there's a lot of depression in Japan. I don't know if
Yeah.
we could quantify there's more than here, but
Yes.
maybe.
I would like to assume
I would certainly
just
assume
in the anime industry alone, or the
well, that's like it's certainly for sure. But I would say that there's a lot of cultural stressors, I guess, cultural
Yeah.
things that would apply a lot of stress.
But what you said, like about Chainsaw Man, like this seems to be going the route of like having like a curse related to something, and that just kind of being the gimmick.
Yeah.
But instead of like actually transforming into that, it's just gonna be like the weapon or tool or however that curse speech is going to work.
Very interested to see what happens with the curse speech thing.
Is it gonna be like Zatanna who speaks like backwards and does spells when she speaks? Is it gonna be
Maybe?
Will it be like Black Bolt? Who knows?
I think you're right with the Black Bolt thing, where it's if he says things that are not like sushi or like rice ball related, that will be like painful.
I was like I know he can only speak like that, but like he couldn't learn sign language a little bit, or like
This is like the ultimate like
if
don't think about it too hard, like because if you're right, like why can't he just do sign language? Why can't he speak another language?
At least with like the curses, they're like stop speaking backwards. It's freaky. Like don't do that. And we can barely understand you. But like yeah, with him, I feel like it's just like at that point, like I'm not sure what age you develop a curse, or like you just get it at some like I'm not sure because I'm not sure how you were either born with something or
curses are so weirdly vaguely defined in this
right
series.
now, at least right now anyway.
Yeah, and like it is an issue. Like I really wish they explained because so we have the whole idea that our main girl has like these curse. She uses like these cursed nails.
Is a hammer that curse, or it's the nails that are cursed?
This is my question. Like, is she just manipulating quote unquote curse energy?
That's a curse tool.
Yeah, I guess it's a tool, but like, because what my prediction is based on the whole thing. Because remember in last episode, Itamaru, what is her name? Itadora lost his hand, and then Fingerman used curse energy to regrow it.
Yeah.
And he seemed to imply that this is something that humans can do. Like humans can use curse energy to like regenerate organs. So does that mean that my prediction is we're going to shift into a power system where it is like similar to how Nen is like, or like Ki in Dragon Ball, whatever. It's like the thing, like
your aura.
It's curse energy. Like,
your energy. Yeah.
Curse energy is how you like manipulate powers and do things.
Maybe that's how you stop the impact of being thrown through buildings.
Yeah. You put on your curse energy.
He does have his blue aura when he powers up and then just powers down to talk to him. Like
he did, yeah, he did have like an aura on him, but he didn't when he was getting punched through like 15 buildings. So
I don't know. I'm not the expert here.
I am.
We're only 5 episodes deep.
But yeah, it's definitely getting better.
Yeah.
I still have my criticisms.
Yeah. So waiting on to expand on the whole curse thing more. So.
Yeah. So yeah, we're predictions.
He's talking to him in his heart hole. So we'll see where that goes. Him getting revived, and then he got revived just in time for a tournament arc. Will he still have the hole there as like a scar?
Ooh, I think so. I think he will. I think he'll have a big scar.
Will he not have a heart and just have a hole in his chest?
I think he'll. I don't know. Maybe you might be right. I think he'll definitely have the big scar though.
Did anybody actually pick up his heart that was left on the ground?
I was thinking that. I was wondering if they had one of like the other people that works there.
Will someone eat the heart?
Fetch the heart, yeah. Honestly, I don't know why they wouldn't, because
like I said, it
his
should
body
is like Surgeon Simulator where you just drop it in there and it probably just like regenerate.
Because his body is like so changed by the curse thing. I don't see why they wouldn't want to recover the heart and see if they can't like, or see if it's not like cursified.
They're just insulted by his abs just like sitting there.
You're like, dude, you're like 15. How do you have abs this big?
It's like a 20-pack. So, anything else then you want to talk about this episode?
That's really it. It was good.
Yeah. You change your thumbnails up from being like all like, is it bad to like getting better? All right, pretty good.
Pretty good, yeah. I'm still gonna do the thing where I like make the faces really obnoxious and annoying.
God,
it's very funny to me.
I hate it.
All right.
All right, and thank you.
Thanks for listening. Want to plug us up, Sam?
Yeah.
Hello and welcome to Jujutsu Kai Quest. I'm Jim.
I'm Sam.
Welcome to the Jujutsu Kai Quest. We're here every week.
Every week.
It's Jujutsu Kaisen Wednesday, guys. It's Wednesday. Jujutsu Kai Quest Wednesday. All these episodes have been coming out on Wednesdays. I haven't told Sam this. I haven't told myself this
Your
until
energy
now.
levels are all over the place, man.
So, if you've been following this, we are.
Did we do our names?
I'm Jim.
I'm Sam.
There we go. We did our names.
Remember that one week I did the intro?
Yeah. Do you want to do that next time?
Maybe.
So yeah, we are watching Jujutsu Kaisen episode by episode, seeing if it gets good.
And it has.
It has. I like this stupid show now. Episode 6, which is called like When the Rain Comes Down or something.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I can't even. I'm struggling to remember like details of this episode.
We started out with his little inside void dimension.
Oh yes, okay, I very much like this.
Yes. And him talking to him and like punching each other. And basically just wants to make a deal.
So, okay, yes, and so ultimately he ends up getting the deal, but it's funny how he does. But so the deal is two conditions. If he says the word something,
Extraction?
something like that, he just has to give a
A minute.
Sukuna control for exactly a minute. And he's also, the second condition is that he's to forget about this deal.
Yes.
Which when he said that, I was like,
ooh. But he also says he won't hurt or kill anyone so he could agree to it.
So that to me was like, I felt like he was giving up a little too quickly, because if he really wanted to pressure the main character, he probably could have made a trickier deal, because he literally says, I won't hurt or kill anyone. He could have said like, I won't hurt or kill your friends. He could have used all these like little weasel words, but he doesn't. Yeah. So in my mind, what is going to ultimately happen from this is me trying to make a big brain prediction. There's going to be a moment where like, what's his name? Taiju? What's the main character's name? Yuji. It's Yuji.
Yuji, yes.
Yuji.
You got his last name right last time.
I did, and it's gone now.
Itadori.
Itagaki, got it.
Shut up.
Yuji is going to be in a position where he's about to like make a big decision, and it's going to be like one of those things where you're like, oh no, he just has to like grab the amulet and break it to break the evil curse, but he's gonna Fingerman is gonna like take over, and then he's gonna like eat it or something. That's my prediction. He's gonna use it in a way that is not gonna hurt anyone, but it's gonna like alter the fate of the main character in a major way.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. It's gonna be interesting that the fact that he said he won't hurt or kill anyone is like the weirdest thing. Of like, is he just gonna wants to use it to be diplomatic or something, or like?
That's the other thing too. Yeah, he could use it as like
maybe to negotiate with whatever these, because the group of villains we're talking we introduced more to are like obviously talk to him.
Also, he only told him when he made the deal that he wouldn't hurt his friends. So Yuji has no idea that he wouldn't hurt anyone.
Yeah.
So he could use that as a bargaining chip. So
or be like, let me attack and just like you're free to do whatever for this fight, and just be like, oh, for this fun you didn't say I could hurt your friends this time, or I don't know, something. But then again, he said these contracts are super like, it's like a devil contract where like I'll get punished if I break it.
Basically, what I think is that he could use that knowledge. So yeah, he won't break the contract, but he could use everyone else's ignorance of that to get his own way. Like, he could threaten to kill, say, for example, Megumi, and like say, oh, I'm going to kill this guy, and then use that as like leverage for something else.
And as we learned, though, he says he has some kind of potential in him, though, that seems to be like rivals like him or Gojo, or just like those high-tier powered characters.
So,
but yeah, and then like he's like, okay, I'll challenge you to a duel. I'll if I lose, you can literally like not do the deal, and I'll heal your body. If I win, then you have to accept the deal. Like, okay, I'm ready. And he insta kills him.
Yeah, slices his head in half. I love that, actually. I was like, hilarious.
Yeah, and then he's just revived naked inside there.
So
no one's surprised. No one's like super surprised about it.
Perfect example of how this show can do good humor and also does terrible humor. Like, so the whole thing with him saying like, all right, I'm gonna fight you, and then he's so confident he's gonna win, dies instantly. The next scene, when he revives on the table, they play a fucking slide whistle sound effect.
Yeah.
It was so distracting and like
anti-funny. I did like the joke of just like the doctor lady coming back with like clothes, like slowly panning, and no sound effects needed, just her coming in with her clothes.
They did play a sound effect.
Did they?
They did actually also, but it wasn't a slide whistle.
It wasn't a slide whistle.
So it wasn't that bad. And also like To me, that felt like a translation of like a manga gag,
Yeah.
like a sight gag in a manga, like something Doctor
Yes.
Stone does a lot. That like I've only noticed them start to do in season two. Because like what they would do is they would make like the whole joke about like the big facial expression in season one, and it was like too distracting. It was too much. Because in the manga, similar like One Piece, like there's so many like funny character expressions on like every
Yes,
page.
there are
You
some
can't
great.
translate all of that.
Yeah, because One Piece does have some amazing. The joke is just realizing, like, wait, like my sing doesn't work on you. Oh, it's like the reaction to that.
Yeah, even early on, it's so common for like every character in
One
a
Piece really
page of One Piece for
likes doing the
like
facial
yeah,
reactions.
like every character will make like the same surprise face, and it's like a funny joke. It's
Also,
not like something to focus on.
one last thing in the Void Dimension, he does show some really like crafty like punch abilities. Like he does like the one thing where he wants to get his punch misdirected so he can go for like a low kick,
Yeah,
and he actually does land a punch on him at one point. I'm like, oh wow, good for him.
yeah, we're getting there. We're developing some intrigue. We're developing some really like to me this is like a really fun little like what's the word for it? Like it's kind of a Chekhov's gun maybe, but we haven't seen it shoot, so like
There's no one with a gun
it's
yet.
like something like really good foreshadowing to set up. Like we're setting up this pretty big element of like anytime he can take control, how is he going to use this? I'm always going to have that in the back of my
Yeah.
head.
So he's back to life. They basically said, I need to train you for this tournament arc that's coming up. You will be listed dead until basically until you're ready. Which is like that's kind of fucked up. That these at least tell his squad that like, oh, he's alive. He's just training. But
I actually kind of really like this. It's such a dumb like what's the word? It's such a dumb like anime thing to like keep this a secret from like the people in your
yeah,
life. But at the same time it's kind of funny.
but
And I know it's going to have a big emotional payoff, so I'm
yeah,
proud of it.
but then after we get one of the best parts of like cutting back to the bad guys, and like one of the waiters able to just, like to kind of see the aura of like the this bad spirits and gets the fuck out of there.
I love that. I really to me it was like
Naoko Benny.
yeah, this was kind of like a Chainsaw Man like gag to me of
This
like
one guy, because like people do. He said there's some people who have the potential to see, you can see, or at least kind
yeah.
of see them. So like it makes sense that like this guy has to come back then at some point,
He
maybe.
if he does come back in like a big way, I'm gonna be kind of like a little like
I don't think a big way. I think he'll be like a comedy gag character
Yes.
where like he keeps getting a new job, but keeps seeing fucking like evil spirits that somehow like does vaporize whatever job he does shortly. Because the coolest scene of like the volcano demon or curse is literally whose power level is 9 fingers, 8 or 9 fingers.
yeah. So now as Sam was exasperatedly expressing when we were watching it. Now we have to keep track of power level in fingers, not only like
Yeah,
this grading scale.
we now have the special class or the S classes now have a rating in fingers.
So now I'm gonna need you like long division to like translate the fucking
It's an image of just like someone doing the math in their head,
yeah.
all the numbers appearing. But yeah, he's worth 8, 9. He like heats up the room and then just someone gets close to him and just spontaneously
Immediately
combusts.
explodes, yeah.
And it just explodes everybody in there, and it's great.
It was so good. It was very sick. Like the way the waitress is
Even-
like trying to crawl away, very scary.
Even with all the horror monsters or horror stuff they're trying to go with early on, this is like the scariest thing they've done because it's just
Yeah.
spontaneous combustion and people just literally screaming to death.
It's just literally like people dying and not even realizing they're like in danger.
Especially in Japan, like the fire right now is a fucking touchy subject after the KyoAni like tragedy. So like I'm like, damn man, this is kind of fucked.
Yeah, pretty scary, pretty
Like-
freaky.
Yeah, but yeah, that was cool. More bad guy building.
Then after that we jump to all of our side characters and their training stuff, so we get a little bit more character.
So
we learn a bit more.
Yeah, so the close range fighters, which is what our main character is, and then the long range fighters, which is like the other ones. The panda surprisingly is a long range fighter, and he's practicing like being thrown around because
Yeah.
you're not trained for close range combat. So you gotta be.
They were also like chasing each other. Him and the girl.
With the glasses.
No, the main girl.
You will get her name down eventually.
Her name
Jen.
is just weird to me. I need to,
Nobara Kugisaki.
I just need a better
Kujisaki.
Kujisaki. I need like a nickname for her.
Hammer.
Hammer Girl.
But then yeah, we also like we get a little bit of Maki with like. We watched the OP because we used to skip the OP.
Because I hate the OP.
The OP, but we already watched it again. And she kind of has like a what's the word for like the Japanese like spear? Then it gives it N.
It's not a naginata.
Naginata. I think it's like a double-sided naginata.
Oh, is it double sided?
I'm pretty sure I saw it was two-sided.
Okay.
But unless that can change, maybe it's like a multi-use
Maybe.
tool. I don't know. We haven't got her to actually use it yet. But yeah, it's like
That little animation cut of her like twirling it is very
yeah,
sick.
I like her. I like her tracksuit design. Jim's not too big on her design.
I really
I
something
like her
about the
design a lot.
colors, something about the way that the color design is for some of the characters in the show. Just really her in particular. I don't like the colors of her glasses and
Also,
hair.
I'm kind of curious, like, and from the people who comment, who is like kind of generally the best girl of this, right? What's the general opinion? I think or is there someone we haven't gotten to yet, or is it like someone?
So we have two. Well, we have
We
like
have three. That's what
three. Yeah.
the doctor mortician that you just
Yeah.
have in your school.
I can't really pick one. I guess I like Maki the most because she's the most personality.
Yeah, and
We've seen her the most besides the main character too, or the main girl.
yeah. So we kind of get a thing about like them just kind of chatting it up a bit. Panda I want to know what Panda's ability is.
It's gonna be like a laser or something
But
stupid.
he also carries around her tools.
Okay, yeah, because he's a big panda.
Yes, and so yeah, basically talking, and then our Sasuke boy has a discussion of just like he has that weird power in him that's going to be like super good, but no explanation of that.
I also really
Yeah.
like how they discuss like their like especially Sasuke Megami. He says like I could carry a weapon around with me, but if I carried like a sword, then I
My-
wouldn't have a hand free to do
So I'm
my
I'm
shadow
thinking
puppetry.
like he goes like brass knuckles.
Oh, that's really smart actually.
Like that's the only thing you can think of, or just like gloves, like Tifa gloves, or like just like kind of
Yeah.
like general like a monk style.
Yeah. That's actually really smart. I wonder if they'll go with that because we know that he is like a
Why,
hand-to-hand fighter.
why is he not
can do it.
carrying around a flashlight to make shadows like a industrial like powered?
He like puts it in his mouth. And
Yeah.
then-
I mean, he's so good.
That's actually really funny. I wonder if we'll see
Also-
something like that.
Also, like, wouldn't like, cause when they made that aura field around
Yeah.
like, and they made and like it looks like the sun, like it's nighttime. I'm like, wouldn't that just nerf his like shadow ability more?
Huh? Maybe.
But like he got inside and there was like weird light in there, but like
We've never seen a situation where he has struggled to make the shadows
yeah,
before.
because
So
even at night at a school in the first episode, he was able to make the
wolves,
maybe like
yeah.
the more shadows, like the more like intricate things he can summon. Maybe I don't know.
I don't know. I could only see it maybe being an issue if there's literally too much light.
We've seen what he can do, like the things he can summon and like his like the basic of his power, but I guess we haven't seen like the limit
Yeah.
other than just like we could summon him once.
Like if someone surrounded him with floodlights and just like made it so there were
'Cause-
no shadows near him, I wonder if that would
Because
like
like
completely
I'm pretty
negate
sure
his
that was
abilities.
like the way like the dude from My Hero with the shadow abilities
Who?
like that the bird guy.
Oh,
He
yeah.
had the shadow stand. Because like
I thought his thing was like a
I
confidence
mean, it could be
thing,
like
too.
Shikamaru and Naruto, who doesn't really have that negative with his shadows. He just uses his shadows as like
Shadows are just, yeah.
it usually uses it as like an extension off of his shadow. They never really came up to like him like, oh, we took away. There's no shadows here, buddy. Like that kind of stuff.
It's like they wait till noon when it's like perfectly the sun's right
Yes.
above you. Haha, no shadows.
oh no, or like wait for like like the sun's like blocked out by like a building perfectly, so like there's this dark in here.
But it would have to be like pitch black. Though.
Yes.
Like literally
no,
no
'cause
light.
Didn't that happen in Full Metal Alchemist where like he literally gets him in like a lightless dome to like stop one of the homunculi?
I don't remember.
I could have swore it's like what he does because like against
Was it gluttony?
but no the little one.
Envy?
Is it envy? Because Al's the one that fights him and traps him like the dome essentially with like no light in it and just essentially just beats him like that.
I don't
Or
remember.
beats him for a little bit, but.
I don't remember.
But yeah, so they basically chat up in that, and then we just cut to like, the actual training, which is like I got a lot of like training vibe, like more so the Hunter x Hunter, where they kind of have like these
Unconventional.
it's unconventional, but it's like not as messed up or brutal as Hunter x Hunter. It's more of like a funny way, but I do like this a lot.
I really enjoyed this.
Yes.
I really enjoy the idea that like his training is not like a physical thing. It is like
Yes.
curses are inherently tied to emotions. So
It's a
watch
managi-
movies.
yeah, because he's like managing your energy levels essentially of like your chakra, your ki, the curse power in this case, and but also we also learned that like 80% of your power is innate ability.
Which is insane. Yeah,
Yes.
we learn specifically that he cannot develop new techniques.
Yes, he has to be a close range
He has
user,
to punch only. Only
essentially.
punching.
unless he finds a way to extend that out. But so yeah, but he gets really to the point like, oh, I don't have a Rasengan or a Benkai or a Dodon. Like Dodon, right? Like he really did like the TN's ability first. Like before he said Kamehameha. I think that's impressive.
Sam, Dragon Ball is like the biggest fucking
I know,
thing
but the
ever.
fact that he went for more of a Dragon Ball move than Dragon Ball, like the Dragon Ball Z move first, got me like, oh wow, I'm impressed by that.
I'm totally unimpressed by
Shut up.
this. I'm totally unimpressed by this Dragon Ball reference in this manga.
It's just the fact that he used an ability as not the Kamehameha first, like he
Okay,
said, as a
fine.
reference. It's just a reference thing, okay?
I know.
But yeah, so then he has to basically Gojo borrows one of the dolls from the headmaster of like a little like boxing bear.
Yes.
And so he has to watch like long like French movies or like a
He
bunch
said
of
every movie. He said like you'll be watching like every kind of movie from like schlocky C grade movies to like
boring French
great
movies.
action movies to like terrible. He says terrible French movies, which I thought was very funny.
So, yeah, he has to constantly keep a little bit of energy into the doll, or it will just beat the shit out of him.
Yeah, and I think it's like it's not even just a little bit. Like it needs to be like the exact amount. Like
Yes.
it cannot fluctuate. So we see
You have to
they
pay-
cut forward to a scene where he's watching like a stressful like bomb defusal scene.
So yeah, he can't be too into the movie. He can't be bored by the movie. He has to
Yeah.
like, he can't be distracted by eating snacks. But I do like how Gojo's like, yeah, you can't enjoy a movie without snacks. So like, I understand you there, but like,
Gojo is slowly winning me over. I'm enjoying his character more.
yeah,
It's funny. I get
do-
it.
I do like him being like because in most cases you get like they fuck up like their training thing the first time, they'll get like yelled at or beaten or like just try again kind of thing. But he's like, no, I understand why you messed up there. You do need to enjoy that stuff, but keep working on it.
It just kind of made me think. So like, first off, one thing I want to bring up. Don't know what jujutsu is still. I still have no fucking idea what
It's
jujutsu is.
weird that jujutsu is like the power or the energy where like
But it's not. It's curses.
yeah, we're it cursive. But we know it in like the world as like actual martial arts.
Yeah.
It's weird. I
Unless-
just want to call it curse energy just to keep it
Yeah.
simple.
Unless it's kind of maybe it's me being dumb and not maybe jujutsu means curse. Maybe it is like
Jiu-jitsu is the friends we made along the way.
maybe it might, here's what it might be. It might be like a Haman thing where Haman means ripple, but like people use these terms interchangeably, even though like
I'm sure
ripple's
someone.
a translation.
What did jiu-jitsu mean to you in the comments?
So and then we get the explanations as you said. So we have curse energy, but then we have like curse techniques.
Yes.
I really like this was a little like expected. Like you need to have the scene where a character explains the power system. It's
Yes.
gotta happen. I'm fine with this. I like the
We like a good
idea.
if you guys are a Hunter x Hunter or even just JoJo, we like a good power system.
And I have to say, this is the first time when I finally was like, okay, this anime is slowly winning me over because I like when I'm introduced to a power system, and then my first thing is, ooh, how can this be implemented?
But they also compare it to like it's like electricity and like appliances like that where you need to like focus your energy into the appliance and like
Yeah.
that's how like the tools work I guess like for the
and,
most
and
part.
the techniques as well. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think. So
And-
it's just basically like any
So-
sort of nen or any sort of key, any system like that.
So we
like-
know there's packs. So but I want to know like did the guy with like the cursed voice or whatever like did he have to sign a pact that made him do that or like
Huh.
that literally his like is it like the scarf over his mouth that does it like.
maybe.
I'm so curious about this character, and I'm ready to be disappointed. Like I'm ready to just lead to nowhere, or like, oh yeah, he doesn't get.
I love one cool fight scene.
He'll get one tease in like the tournament arc, and then it's like, yeah, you gotta wait till like chapter like 120 something to get to his fight.
I think you might be right, Sam. But honest, so like the part of me though is because I'm always going to be that guy. I'm always going to make the Chainsaw Man comparison. One thing I love about Chainsaw Man is that it doesn't get mired down with like having a generic power system. Like Chainsaw Man's whole thing is like there are devils, and then there's ways that devils can like either empower humans or take over humans, and
Yeah.
that's literally it. Like there's no like in between. There's like, okay, I can have a pact with the devil to use its power, or the devil has taken my dead body and now it's or whatever. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
with this, it's like I really appreciate that Chainsaw Man doesn't worry about having like a key, like a curse energy thing. It's very simple and it cuts right to the chase. Like all the fights are literally just like cool things happening. I don't need to worry about like power levels.
and like I said, the only thing I'm worried about are the special classes just being like OP for everybody that's not the main character, and I'm guessing Sasuke.
Fingerman's just gonna have to come out and save the
Well,
day.
Fingerman, Gojo, or I guess we're even teased that what's it called? Megumi is like that has that potential to be that as well.
Yeah.
And then
Which I'm actually intrigued by. Like, I'm very intrigued at
he's like one of my favorite characters out of this so far.
Honestly, I agree.
Like he's a hero, but like the dude with the mouth, Inumaki. I'm interested by him for like one.
Wait,
no,
sorry, the dude with the mouth?
the
What do you
dude
mean?
with the
Okay.
speech.
I was gonna say, Sam, they all have mouths.
Because they show him in the OP or whatever. With
He's got like a
yeah,
thing on his.
he has like the Hyuga from Doctor Stone mouth. Hyuga. So yeah, that's I'm hoping for. But yeah, he's definitely my favorite character so far. I still haven't like.
I guess I have to agree with you, but it's not like he's my favorite character. But like he's not like my favorite character of any. Like he's very down the list of like favorite characters that I have.
Out of this in general, like he's my Aki. He's like the character I like. He's my like Shikamaru. He's my character I like in this show a lot. But like I'm not sure like how I rank him on my like top shonen characters that I like because I'm only 6 episodes in.
True, and I have to say we've seen a pretty sheer increase in quality in these.
I hope the thumbnail you make it the one short scene we got of Kugasaki, aka Hammer, in her like very good outfit.
Maybe she does make a funny face in that. It's really just about whatever funny face. I
think you just do the paper like Itadori as like the paper like deflated one because I like that, or just the bear, the boxing glove. The bear is better than the cat.
Yeah, the bear's probably. We'll see. Also, I like how all of the curse like stuffed animals we've seen so far are just punch based. Like the other one was just punching really hard.
Something else is like I really love like the headmaster. Yeah, they took that trope of like tough guy does that kind of that kind of
emasculation
thing. That kind of like the kanji thing of just like, oh no, he knits stuffed animals. Oh my god! The fact that he empowers them to just beat the crap out of everybody, and it's just like it's so good. I love that.
It's fine. It is just like a trope, though.
It is a trope.
It's literally just a trope.
I do like he uses the trope as a weapon though, which you don't see. Like,
I guess it's a little. It's like a step further.
You don't see that trope nearly as much. I don't think, especially like.
What, the tough guy with a heart of gold? That is
no, the tough guy that knits, but actually like the knitting thing is like the power. It's like a very. It's a very Hunter x Hunter ability, kind of just like Knuckle has the cute
the debt accrual.
Yeah,
power.
The debt collector thing. It's just very cute looking, but like because he has a heart of gold kind of thing.
Mm.
So I do love that when they actually use that trope.
Yeah.
So anything other than that, I think, and then Gojo gets attacked by Volcano Man.
Oh yeah,
because he has the power of 9 fingers. But Gojo's gonna literally make quick work of him. I'm gonna bet.
If he survives past 5 minutes into the next episode, I'll be surprised.
Will we learn about Gojo's power of probably involving his eyes?
I feel like it's too early. I feel like we haven't quite seen that yet. I saw a spoiler meme on TikTok of this, so I have an idea of what his power might be, but it was also like a meme.
His Sharingan.
It was like a funny like meme. I won't explain it because it's a spoiler, I guess, but I don't know.
His Bakugan, Sharingan, Benkai.
Benkai.
So I think that's everything to talk about, right?
I have
there's also that one bit where because where Megumi was like thinking about that power thing, and he just puts his hand through the cement ground, and like I thought that was gonna be a thing where everybody's freaking out, like, why is your hand in the ground like that?
Unless it is just something that he only felt.
Is he going to be intangible, like have like the kitty pride, like intangibility power?
Maybe.
Is he just able to phase through shit, or use his shadows to go through the ground?
And then he can summon Lockheed, everyone's favorite.
I'm still waiting for him to make a drag. His ultimately is going to be the dragon shadow puppet. So, and I think that's everything we could.
Yeah, that's really it. I mean, I enjoyed it. It was pretty good.
It's getting better, folks.
It's certainly getting better. I think I've enjoyed these past 2 episodes more than I've enjoyed any of the ones before this.
Yes, definitely.
Maybe these past 3 actually.
It's like the 3-episode try failed for this.
It certainly did. I will stand by. I will never recant my feelings in the first episode in particular. I think is particularly not good.
Yeah, for a first episode of a show. Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
I certainly would have dropped this show had I not been doing this podcast and forcing you and myself to watch it.
Yeah.
But
forcing me in this heated room, sweating.
I know, this room got really hot.
Just like, oh no, we're spontaneously combust. He reminded me of Squidward and
Krakatoa.
Krakatoa. So I can't wait for Krakatoa to fight Gojo.
We'll see,
in the weirdest episode of SpongeBob I've ever seen.
All right, so yeah, join us next Wednesday for that. And Sam, want to plug us out?
Yeah, thank you very much for listening. Please. Hello and welcome to Jujutsu Kaisen. I'm Sam,
And I'm Jim.
and welcome to our Jujutsu Kaisen discussion podcast. We're going episode by episode, watching it.
Our hate watch of Jujutsu Kaisen that turned into an enjoy watch.
Yeah, it's much better. We've got the whole action episode we got through, so it won't probably be nearly as long.
I do have some pretty big criticisms that people are going to be mad at me about, but
The only criticism I have is just something that's been like plaguing this entire show when it comes to like the action stuff, but we'll get there. We're on episode 7?
7.
Assault.
correct. So last we
okay.
saw, there was a little scene where Gojo was being driven to a meeting with the board or whatever of the school.
The chairman, yeah.
And he was like, stop the car because I know there's a monster nearby. And then the Cyclops monster...
Krakatoa. His name is Jogo.
Jogo.
Against Gojo.
Gojo versus Jogo. I feel like that was a joke. Like I feel like the writer made a joke about this.
Probably.
He attacks and they have a fight. So he's like volcano themed, lava themed.
A one-sided fight.
It's barely a fight.
He hits it, but not really because Infinity.
So okay, before we talk about that, I think kind of what the show is kind of ramping us towards is like saying that Gojo is like
Literally.
Wait, Gojo is the teacher, right?
Yes.
And then it's Gojo.
Jogo
is the bad guy. Okay.
Jogo.
This is gonna be hard.
And then Go.
So Jogo.
It's like if everybody was named Jojo. Like a different JoJo style name, and like every.
All right, so Kakashi
Yes.
is being built up to being so incredibly powerful
That the bad guys are literally trying to find a way to seal him up or stop or incapacitate him so they can like do their evil plan, whatever that is.
When I think in the last episode they referred to Gojo as the most powerful jujitsu user.
Yes.
And I was like, okay, I don't believe them. After seeing this episode, I don't know how anybody would beat him. Like they would need to use some bullshit like
How do you beat Infinity? Negatives.
Oh,
negativity.
Negativity. You have to be really mean
infinite
to him.
negativity.
But no, so it seems like they've got this like Rubik's Cube thing that it's probably they're gonna try and
the thing from
capture
Hellraiser.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen them, so I don't know.
It's literally like the gimmick. It's just like there's like this puzzles cube that literally just summons all the fucking hell, like Pinhead and all those.
Yeah. Who you call him, Pinhead?
Well, speaking of SpongeBob, I was about to Krakatoa getting his ass kicked.
I actually I liked how we get some explanations about domains here. You can like summon your domain.
It's a Yu-Gi-Oh field spell where you get a buff. It's like but just like in Yu-Gi-Oh, if you summon your own field spell, I think Yu-Gi-Oh used to be able to cancel out the other one.
So what I like, and then so we have this funny scene where Gojo, our sensei.
Well, he kicks his ass, and he knows he's going to use the domain thing. So he literally, while he kicked him across like the map, he goes back to
the school. He said he uses the word warp, so he warps to the school. He gets Yuji.
Yes,
our protagonist Kun.
Yeah, while he's watching Lord of the fucking Rings, with Sam and
Literally.
Frodo legit on this. I guess because. Is that public? Is Lord of the movies or not?
No,
but like,
they're not public domain.
No.
I wonder. I'm assuming they just like were vague enough that they didn't need to credit.
They said Sam.
He literally said Sam, which is your name. Did you feel special having your name?
No, because everybody. Because one of the two things is if I'm not Sam, I am literally like Sam. One of my coworkers called these Samwise.
That's great. I mean, that is such a funny thing. That,
which I do like. I don't mind being called that.
I mean, Sam is like the best character in the Lord of the Rings,
He's the best boy.
He's so fucking good. But it literally was like...
He's a true hero. Fuck Frodo. Frodo's an asshole.
Yeah, Frodo is a bit of an asshole. Frodo's just going through some stuff.
Share the load.
Share the load.
It was like, I'm pretty sure it was like the scene, like him like on the boat with them. It was like the scene he was watching.
It was like Sam, and we literally was it Frodo or Sam that we saw? It was literally like
it was both. We saw both.
Did we see both?
We see both of them,
and it was literally them. And like I also, to me, this scene hit a little harder because like those movies are very important to me, and like I get very emotional when I watch them.
And when we saw like the Tom Cruise like Bond people, the art style changes for the movie, and I do like that.
That, and also another thing too, when we're getting like the Gyojo explaining the domain stuff, we got this fun little like the aspect ratio changed, so it was like an old ass like 4:3 anime, and they had like these cute little like classic fantasy anime designs. I really liked it. It felt like a JRPG.
Yeah,
sort of. I really love that little.
And we also learned that controlling his nen or his curse
Curse
power. It's
energy.
Jujutsu
Basically, yeah,
power.
he's able to control his emotions. Even for me, watching that movie, controlling my emotions, very difficult. But yeah, he's able to do it. And even another
I,
thing too, when Gyojo surprised him, he said he still kept it together, and he didn't like.
even being spooked.
Yeah, he didn't have the thing punch him. He didn't let any. He didn't let his energy leak out too
So
much.
basically, the funny thing is that he just shows up with him, but then has to cut away
Yeah, to the
to
Lord
the
of the Rings scene.
yeah. So he did it so fucking fast. So yeah, then he basically like, okay, I'm gonna basically show you the basis of domain, which he basically brings him to a volcano realm,
Yeah,
which we did see a little bit of in the womb arc of like, okay, that was incomplete. You would have died
yeah.
if it went through.
So another thing he says is like, inside the domain, curse like your curse techniques are there as
You get a
well.
buff.
Yeah, you get a buff, but also yeah, your curse techniques are there, and they auto
They
hit.
guarantee to hit. So that's why like when he got thrown at him, he literally broke it because it did hit him. He just broke it,
Yeah, I thought that was like
or we reverse it with infinity or something like that. Because man,
not since when you maybe watch Kame ga Kill, and they introduced the rule that whenever two god weapons fight, one must die.
the curse, yeah, the
Yeah,
curse. Man.
I have not thought about something a very peculiar
I can't
rule to
believe
be
I
introduced.
never thought you would bring back a Kami kill.
That's the only thing I ever think about with that show is because like that is such a peculiar rule they would like a hard rule that they would
That ice
announce.
cream truck coming into
Yeah,
the mic.
I don't think so.
It
It might
is.
be.
It's Mr. Softy, Jim. We're getting ice cream. Hold on, pause the podcast.
But so
We can't with Mr. Softy going on in the background.
hold on, let me shut the window.
If anybody is wondering, Mr. Softy is a New Jersey-based ice cream truck that comes by around here, and it's god tier.
I actually don't think we get Mr. Softy, at least in my development. All right, I'm not gonna dox myself by have people be following Mr. Softy trucks around. Maybe it's Mr. Softy, whatever. So Gyojo does a thing. Okay.
So he basically
Auto
does.
hit. We were talking about auto hit.
Yeah, he basically does. You learn about the auto hit. It says you can also try to escape, which is almost impossible. And then he said, okay, but you can also bring your own domain in here to like basically fuse it together or like overpower theirs instead. It can go like one of two ways, but
He said the stronger domain wins.
yeah.
So
it's a little like key. It's like a beam struggle without like, but more of like a field spell like battle.
So first when this happened, I thought we were gonna get like both domains were gonna kind of merge together. So it was gonna be like
Not with Gojo's power.
no,
at least.
Gyojo just completely overshadowed
So he
them.
takes his mask, his blindfold off, and it literally just
He has these beautiful blue eyes, beautiful blue.
His spiky
sky
hair
blue
falls
eyes.
down because that's how headband just keeps your hair spiked up like that,
It's
not
true.
just like you know.
Not product.
Yeah,
It's true.
and yeah. So he essentially just fucking infinity wins.
So okay, I know I did it last episode, and I think the episode before, but all I could think of
Oh my
was
God.
Chainsaw Man and how it does this way more fun and just betterer. Like, I don't want to spoil Chainsaw Man here, but there is also there's a connection to October 31st that is brought later, which is
We're
like,
just gonna like
that was random.
I don't know, man. I thought we were gonna be talking about infinity anymore, but with JoJo, I guess we're getting back into fucking infinity. With
I do want to say, if you, dear listener, are a big fan of Jujutsu Kaisen and have not read Chainsaw Man, please read Chainsaw Man. It is so fucking good. It's way better than Jujutsu Kaisen. Not that they're the same thing, but there's a lot of funny similarities.
they'll get to it when the anime starts up, whenever it does this year.
They will. Anime only's normies. But okay, so the thing, I won't go into spoilers, into Chainsaw Man spoilers, but the thing here that I was a little like unimpressed / confused by was, so by being in the infinity dimension, our enemy Jogo, the Volcano Man, he couldn't do anything. He was like, do you remember how they describe it?
He was like couldn't do. He was just feeling everything.
Yeah, basically, I think he says like, Gojo says like, when confronted with infinity and you feel everything and you experience everything, you are able to do nothing. It's like it paralyzes you.
Yeah, it like
Basically.
overtakes your mind of like being able to actually comprehend or literally everything. It's literally the galaxy brain to happen, and you just can't it's too much for you to handle.
Visually, I thought this looked really sick. I liked how it looked like a big black hole or something that was like the universe.
It feeds him all the information in the universe at once, as a description of what it says for the wiki.
So this is what I didn't like. So once he exits the domain,
Well, the coolest thing happens when he fucking rips his head off, and
Yes.
it's fucking awesome looking.
that did look incredible. Yeah, Gyojo just very easily was able to completely destroy this man.
Yes.
And then, so the thing that I didn't like was once they were back in the real world, he was fine. Like the guy's brain was normal. Like he could still talk. Like if he was confronted
Because
with
he didn't
infinity,
because he didn't exercise him.
no, but like
Mentally.
he should have been broken.
I
He
mean,
should've- if
I
he-
mean, he could still technically be paralyzed, but he's just a head, so he can't move anyway.
no, but it was supposed to be like all your functions are paralyzed.
Because I feel like he let it off of him, or I think it only works in the domain, maybe. Because once it wears off, he wanted to interrogate him. Cause,
Yeah,
he said
and he
the only
could
reason,
talk.
because he said the only reason I'm letting you live is so I can find out who put you up to it.
But okay, minor spoilers for Chainsaw Man. I'm gonna do it.
You gotta stop going to Chainsaw Man.
I'm gonna do it for 1 minute. So exactly
I'm
1
sorry.
minute. So when Chainsaw Man spoilers, when the Infinity Devil uses the Halloween power against the enemy, her whole entire mind is completely wrecked because all of the information in the universe has been put into her mind.
Mm-hmm.
The same exact thing happens here. He just is fine afterwards. To me, that's stupid.
Because this was going more shonen-y, and that what
Chainsaw Man is literally shonen. It's literally Shonen
but
Jump.
it's like not traditional shonen. Like this is like.
What does that mean? What do you mean by that?
This is peak shonen, Jim. You just don't understand what you're fucking.
They're technically all shonen. Chainsaw
I-
Man is just way more interesting in this regard.
I don't know. Maybe we'll find out next time we see him that it actually did affect him, and not the gag thing of him being a soccer ball.
He seemed fucking fine. He just seemed upset about not having a body anymore.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
All right, no more Chainsaw Man spoilers. If you pieced out for the last minute, thank you. You didn't get Chainsaw Man spoilers.
The cool thing is that bad guy team, they send the one-arm backward speaker
to save him.
It's weird seeing subtitles backwards.
It is. It's really funny because Sam and I are like obviously like in the same room watching it together. So I was like reading them out loud so that I would make sure that I could see them, and then Sam was like finishing it for me because I couldn't read it quick enough.
Yeah, and then they send the one arm backward first, and but he has a cool because he has like plant powers, but he has a cool thing of just like it kind of reads like a pheromone kind of thing to kind of like calm you down or not want to fight or anything.
It made them like totally docile, and it's funny because like in the past we've seen these characters get like really chill and like cutesy because that's like their personality. Like Ichigo does that, and Gyojo does that. But in this scene, they were like, "No, wait, something is affecting us."
They're gonna have to get the girl be hot-headed and beat him or something. I don't know.
Yeah, you're gonna like overpower the pheromones.
Yeah, something like that. So, I don't know. Maybe the panda beats him up. Who knows?
But then that's really it, right?
He escapes with the head, goes back to because the guy was like the marking on his head. Goes through a door like Monsters Inc. to a tropical island.
Yep.
or Dorohedoro, because he also has doors, medical doors. But I thought, oh, he's gonna be one of the council members or something. And who knows? Could still be a case.
He does say. I thought that was pretty apt. That was a pretty good prediction because he does say that he can't let anyone at the school see his face. So if we see him show up at the end of next episode on school ground, I wouldn't be so surprised
because he was against. I don't know. They wanted to test him, but like I guess he wouldn't be against like letting him live with the curse in him, but like or maybe he was playing along. But I don't know. So
Sukuna or Ichigo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we cut to the new bad guy, I guess, or the leader of the bad guys, who's like Dr. Stein from Soul Eater, or just like sewn up.
Once again, like
what's his name? Did he say his name?
They did in like the little funny ending scene where they play soccer. It was like Melka or something. It began with an M. Melchior.
Mojito.
I knew it began with an M.
Mojito. Yeah.
Mojito, yeah. Hilarious because they're like tropical.
And their plan to steal Gojo is going to occur on Halloween, which we don't.
Halloween.
Do we have a date right now that it is?
We know that the weather's getting warmer, so we
Yeah,
know that
this is gonna be
summer's probably beginning.
this plan's gonna be a long way away then, because it's getting like into the warm weather in the
Well, yeah,
spring.
Sam, we need to have a tournament arc first.
Also, he finally explained to him what the tournament arc was coming up. By the way, because he did not explain to him.
That was pretty funny.
Also, did like the part where Gojo explaining his power of infinity with his hand and
Oh,
everything.
yeah, we didn't really talk about that. So, like, you just cannot get near Gojo.
He has like an infinite like force field that auto work. Like this, you just can't. Nothing hurts him.
It reminded me of the green baby from JoJo Part 6.
Yeah.
Where, like, the closer you get to it, like, well, not you shrink down so tiny you can never touch it, but the same idea of, like, this is the thing that's so powerful that you can't even physically get near it because you were just, like, you physically can't. So, yeah, this is my question is, like, how do you beat Gojo? And, like, we will see that happen. My prediction is he will get taken, and then our main characters will need to retrieval
or
arc
sealed
him.
or something, or
Yeah.
they say seal, so I'm thinking they just want to deactivate his power. This is, I guess kind of going the train of like, okay, here's like All Might. We need to find a way to nerf
Exactly.
him for at least. All Might was already nerfed. Like he could only briefly go into it, but like we'll see. We'll see how they do with Gojo, because there's no way his power is gonna be gone completely though. He'll probably, because he's too much of a fan favorite now that
Yeah.
I don't feel like they do anything risky with him, of like actually like, killing him off or anything.
That is a really, like, I really like that idea of Gojo. We brought him up to be so powerful. We need to get rid of him in some way. Like,
Yeah.
getting rid of him will cause the other characters to need to act in, like, a certain super heroic, we gotta save our friend, Sasuke retrieval arc, Bakugo retrieval arc sort of thing.
Yeah.
But to me it's interesting because you're doing it with the overpowered mentor figure.
Yeah.
Instead of, like, the Nakama sort of best friend character.
Yeah. We'll see. I don't know. I'm curious. I do actually want to watch more.
I do
so-
too. Isn't that bad?
It is bad.
I feel like if you told me a few episodes ago that I would want to watch more, I would not have believed you.
Yeah, I agree. I would not have believed anybody, especially after this first 3 videos.
I know, we were so mean. We were so angry at episode 1 and 3. Two was like half okay, but
All right. Anything else you want to discuss on this one? Because this is more of an action episode, so there's not too other than explaining Gojo's powers. Sort of.
no. I had my little Chainsaw Man rant again.
Of
Look
course.
forward to it next week, ladies and gentlemen, on Jujutsu Kaisen Wednesday.
Jujutsu
Kai
Quest.
Quest Wednesday.
Sure, that's what you want to call it.
That's what it's called.
I think
now.
so. Let's wrap it up then.
Wrap it up, Sammy. Wrap it up.
Don't call me that. Thank you very much for listening to this. Please like.
Every time it's like a struggle for you.
Sorry, that coffee wearing off. Like, comment, subscribe, all that stuff. Don't stare at me like that, you son of a bitch.
Once we start upgrading to video podcast, Sam.
No, you can see how tired I look. How much I look like that. The nurse is constantly tired in that. I actually look like that. Yes, also by placing these plugs. Thank you very much. You can follow the podcast on Twitter or each of us separately. Join the Discord and anything else you want to plug. Or is that it?
Please follow me at King Protus on twitter.com. Also,
Yeah, who's the struggling one now?
I don't know. I'm trying to think of something. Yeah, follow us. Follow us on not Instagram. We don't have an Instagram. We never fucking will.
I would never. I barely have Twitter, so.
It wouldn't make any sense for us to have an Instagram. We trust us. We will not. Maybe one day I'll convince Sam to make a TikTok for the
never.
podcast, but
Never. No,
just think, Sam, you could do like dances themed to like JoJo and Jujutsu
I hate
Kaisen
dancing.
music. Sam, think of all the Jujutsu Kaisen like TikToks you can make.
Thing is, dancing is lame, man.
Dancing is lame.
Just like the ending of I'm just kidding.
I'll kill you. The ED is great. All right, let's leave.
No.
All right.
Open the window.
5 more minutes.
Play the rest of the Mr. Softy theme that played earlier.
All right.
That you won't edit out.
Thank you. I'm definitely not editing that out. Why would I put any work editing?
We gotta get as much as we can out of this 20-minute video.
I'm gonna suck the marrow dry of Jujutsu Kaisen.
It's bone dry.
Part of me finds it really funny that we do episodes of a podcast that are as long as the episodes of the anime.
You can watch. This whole collection is like less, like it has a shorter like view time than the Lord of the Rings movie they watched the show.
One thing that I want to do when this is all over, I want to take all of our podcasts and put it into one like
You could.
several hour and call it the Jujutsu Kai quest.
You could. You honestly, people do that for like Let's Plays, so
Yeah.
I wouldn't, you know.
And we're basically just like a let's play with mouths.
What? That makes no sense.
All right, tune in next Wednesday for Jujutsu Kai Quest episode 8. I didn't look at the Hello and welcome to Jujutsu Kai Quest. I'm Jim.
I'm Sam.
This is our special Jujutsu Kaisen. What's it called? Jujutsu Kaisen, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's our special Jujutsu Kai Quest where we go through each episode of Jujutsu Kaisen to see if it's good.
Some would call this episode boring because it's the title of the episode.
We talk about episode 8.
Yes.
Boring.
Boring. Yeah.
Boring.
I like this episode a lot.
It's called Boring or Boredom?
It's called Boring.
Okay. I liked it too. I thought it was good. I mean, Jujutsu Kaisen has gotten good.
It's gonna fall into that thing where I like a lot of side characters more than the main characters.
But isn't that just what shonen is?
It is.
That should just be the second definition for shonen.
And then you get really sad when they get the shaft.
Yeah. Speaking of things I'd like to get the shaft,
So Jim, what's your peak woman that you love? Is it like our character that we met who likes tall women with huge asses?
I mean, I do like that. That is good.
He's not a coward.
Honestly, like, I really like Mai. Mai's design's really good.
I love her school uniform. I still think so. Okay, this is literally the Waifu War episode of like introducing to like a bunch of female female characters.
Do we finally have more than enough female characters to count on one hand? Have we reached that point finally?
Let's see. Maki, Mai, Hammer.
His name we forget.
The one teacher nurse. I don't count, or the assistant to the one principal count.
I guess we just barely.
I don't know if Miwa counts is a real character or not, other than a gag character.
Miwa is a named character that has more than one line of dialogue. I guess she's considered part of the female characters for this.
I want to say yes then, because none of the demons.
We barely eke over the one finger mark or one hand mark.
Yes, and I guess we'll go who we like best so far coming out of this episode.
So I honestly I like I don't know. Okay, I there's a lot I want to talk about in this episode.
Should we just start going over it before we get to that?
Yeah.
So we basically cut to the rest of the squad, just like they're on like errand duty for Maki. Megumi, yes.
Megumi and Todoroki.
Nobara,
is that really her name?
Nobara, yes.
I cannot put
it's one of her names.
Face to that name.
You can go by first name or last name. Pick your pick.
What's her last name?
God damn it, Jim.
I can't put a face to that name. Hammer Girl. I was gonna Hammer Girl.
Nobara Kugisaki.
Okay.
Kujisaki. Kujisaki. Because you can call her Kaguya, you'd be close enough.
Kaguya. So, yeah,
You're almost there, Jim. You almost had the team's names got. Almost.
Ichigo is missing though. We didn't see any Ichigo this episode.
No, this is all about side characters. So yeah, they're on a meeting. They're on errand for Maki, and there's supposed to be a meeting with the principal as well from the other school, the Kyoto school, and yeah, and it's basically they get encountered by what's his name, Toto, and Mai.
Toto or Tojo?
Al Toto, who's like the big buff. Yeah. They get encountered by them, and they basically just have like a flex off for the most part.
Well, it's more so just him ripping his shirt off and flexing and saying, "What is your ideal type of woman?"
Yeah, so they like to like bully or at least like test out like the new class, I guess.
So they're not. Are they or are they not third years?
They are third years. These are first clear. So I guess they're just testing the new batch.
I wasn't sure if they were third because I know they at one point I think Megumi says that you have to be third years and under can participate in the tournament.
Yes, and also Mai, who's just the twin sister to Maki, it taunts them about their partner dying.
Kind of a dick move.
She comes off as a huge bitch.
I know that these characters are probably just going to be allies later, but like Maki doing this is like way over the line in a way that like you rarely see from these kind of scenes.
Like someone sound of a partner someone gets their partner killed and just like laughs at them while
and not only laughs at them but also says like they were never human anyway. Like they were basically just like a demon monster themselves, a curse monster.
Yeah. So, what's his name? Toto comes in and just literally asks like what his favorite kind of girl is.
And then he says,
He,
not
like,
only he says, if you answer incorrectly, I'll beat you, but he also says what his favorite is.
Yeah, he likes tall girls with
big
cute
asses.
And the one girl's like, you better not say like big boobs, and that's it. I'll kill you.
So Megumi's response was, I like someone who has an unshakable character.
Because as he flashbacks to the mysterious woman
The
that we've
cursed
seen.
girl in his backstory. Must say, I know we've already clowned on it, but I'm ready to clown on it again. Kaguya, Kagasagi.
She has a good outfit though, with like that
But her backstory is so much stupider already. Like, I hate her backstory so much compared to what we've seen of Megumi's backstory, which is just, to me, it's more intriguing
Yeah,
than it is
it's more
like...
mysterious. Other than we find out that her neighbor moved away because she got chased out of town.
If they literally cut out that explanation, if they only kept those like those flashes of the
Yeah,
thing, I would be more intrigued and be more okay with Kagasaki's.
I'm surprised we got her backstory like, so like right away like
Yes.
that. Right, we got that with like no one else.
I can assume that it was only an error by the author, and he realized that error and didn't do it again. With
Wait until she finds her neighbor and she's actually a curse. Now,
I mean, what else would it be?
The moving away curse or something like that. But yeah, so he asks what his ideal woman is. He gives his answer. He cries like, "That's a boring answer. You're going to," and he just takes him away to like through like bleachers and shit.
I feel like he didn't. There's no answer he could have given that would have been acceptable, even if he said the same thing as
I
same
think
type.
if
he would still have beat him.
if he gave him like, I don't know, because that's his type of woman, and if he like said like an idol or something like that, he would have been like, oh yeah.
Also, I like that so this is like just because you said the tall thing, we see later that when Toda shows like the ticket for the idol thing, she like the ticket is titled like tall idol in the girl's name. So like she's known as being a tall idol, which for a Japanese woman, I'm curious as to what they consider to be tall. Probably like 5'8", right?
Probably like at least 6 foot.
I don't know. I feel like Japanese people probably think that like something that we would consider not tall to be pretty tall.
Idols gotta have their gimmicks, I guess, and she's has to be the tall one. So yes. So yeah, she gets Mai comes out and just wraps her arms around her like very like sexually, and then she like she makes fun of her looks and she pulls out a fucking revolver.
Just a big freaking gun.
So fucking funny. I'm glad she's using the power of gun.
Yeah, we learn this is like a real gun. This is not like a jujutsu power.
She uses the gun though. She has holes in her fucking...
No, yeah, but I'm saying, like, this is a real... Like, this isn't, like, a power. This is it's like Mista from Part 5 of JoJo. Like, this is a gun that he uses that she uses to imbue... Because, like, we learn later that she can use, like, curse energy, but she cannot use curse technique. So, she's just doing, like, I'm supercharging these bullets. And
yeah, with curse energy.
Which I feel like... I know Mista's the one that came to mind first, but I feel like there's another character that does something similar with like a gun, and in like a shonen. I can't remember it though.
I think one I could think of other than Mista is the one Phantom Troop member from Hunter x Hunter.
Oh yeah, maybe that's what I'm thinking
York
of.
New. That's the only. Like, and there's probably some more revolver-based characters, but yeah. So we also learn while he getting the shit beat out of him that our Toto it was like this famous guy who, after a terror attack, like beat like a bunch of special class and in first grade
by himself.
And we also find out he doesn't use any abilities except on the special ranked ones.
Yeah, which is like
a big flex.
Yeah, and it seems like he only uses his like normal capabilities when he's fighting. Like, he doesn't use any curse power when he's fighting.
But Megumi uses like the frogs a lot for this fight, but he still gets a shit beat out of him. But before he's holding back or didn't want to fight, but then once he starts again, once he's about to use another technique, he gets stopped by Panda and our rice ball boy. And
so who actually you predicted correctly. He says real words.
He can say real words, yes. It's more like commands, not like Black Bolt where just like destruction happens. It's more like,
Which honestly is more interesting than just big power from...
It's also incredibly powerful to have commands. Like, someone who can like command you. I
would say, like, to me, I'm curious, what would the limitation be for that? Because...
Maybe depends on the word, or like, maybe... What if it's like, it has to be different words? No, he does say stop, but he says
don't move, I think.
Or maybe like the longer he goes without saying a word like that. I wonder how he found out he could only say like ingredients.
I bet we're gonna get a tragic backstory, Sam.
He
Where
made his
we
neighbor
learn
move
that.
away with a command. He
Yeah.
said go away, and they moved out of the town.
And then he found out when he said the ingredients for
I'm,
rice balls.
I'm
Nothing
so
happened.
sorry to anybody who likes her backstory, though. It's just so easy to make a joke
There's
about
nothing
this.
to it for me. There's nothing there.
I just want this to be a tragic backstory for most characters. It's not tragic, like super tragic. It's like compared to like other stuff, but it's just it's kind of funny. Sorry.
Yeah, it's just like I don't know. It doesn't make me feel like this character is like suffered. It just is like I don't know. When you're young, you make a lot of friends and you lose a lot of friends.
Yeah.
Like,
So that ability, so he does make the frogs with the wings, which that didn't happen before. So he can combine power. It seems.
Okay,
like.
that's what I thought because he said like summoning something plus something. So to me, that's fascinating. And then, as I said before, like in last episode, was that last episode when he fought Fingerman, or was that 2 episodes
Two
ago?
episodes ago. The last episode was.
Oh, that's right, the fight. So when he fought Fingerman, I was like, okay, it's great because I know this guy's powers, and to add that he can combine the different like, what do they call it? Shikigami. To me, that is even more interesting. It makes me want to see him even more. It makes me like Megami even more. He's probably the best character in the show.
He's our Aki.
Yeah, he is our Aki basically. Just not as good as Aki.
Yeah, we'll see how they go. Yeah, Aki's gonna be a hard thing. But yeah, it's just a thing of like the side character being more interesting or
Than
cooler
our
powers.
protagonist.
It's tough when right now your power is they have the power of punch right now.
Yeah.
And like we only seen the one special ability of the Sukuna, which is like that weird like summon. I guess that was his divine. What was it? What's the area making?
The domain.
Yeah, domain of like making the temple appear and then slicing them up.
Yeah.
Which it's
Oh yeah, you're right.
yeah, which I'm assuming that's what that was, and it just seems like OP as fuck as well.
Yeah.
It's just for the special classes like that, it's hard to get a grasp of like the super strong abilities that aren't just teleporting behind you and kicking you.
Yeah, one thing that I wanted to bring up before was more specifically from the last episode, because we learn about domains in that episode, and we know that Gojo has a domain.
Mm-hmm.
Do we think that like Megumi has a domain? Like
It could be like a shadow domain or something.
it seems like the curse energy, because I think something Gojo said last episode to, or was it 2 episodes ago, to our main character, Yuji. Something like, aside from learning Shikigami and something else, you can't like make a technique with your thing. You need to be born with a technique.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if
Unless he like taps into the one he can make from the demon.
yeah.
But
So similar to as someone who's never read One Piece, I'm gonna use One Piece as an example. Similar to how like hockey is a thing
yes.
that is like a power system outside of the Gomu fruit.
Just so the other people who don't have the fruits can have a power system.
So I'm wondering if maybe summoning Shikigami is like a separate thing, like it's not connected to the curses.
I feel like it can be like a power, like another power scaling, like other than ability, you could have like the field spell, and then maybe another thing after that, or like actual transformation.
Yeah,
We'll see.
Okay, sorry.
We're still early on.
Go on that little tangent.
But yeah, that's we get Maki comes in to like talk shit to her sister.
Saving, not only talking shit, but saving Kagasaki.
Okay.
Is her name Kagasaki?
Kugisaki.
Saving
Nobara.
saving Nobara from getting shot in the fucking back as she laid dead on the ground.
But she wasn't dead. But yeah, we learned that so she can only like put her energy into other objects, like only into the bullets.
Yeah.
And we learned that Maki cannot. We learned a little bit later on, but she cannot see. She's not born with any ability, any curse.
She has
power.
no affinity towards curse energy.
She uses the glasses to see it, like Persona 4 style.
Yes.
And I like her, and she just wants to do it to spite everyone, and I love that.
So this makes
We love Maki.
yeah, we love Maki here.
This is a Maki podcast.
This makes Aki. This makes Maki like instantly the best girl, like
Yes.
instantly the best character. Like
she has okay. And this is like the Rock Lee thing where he is there. He can't use any of the ninja bullshit. He can only use the hand-to-hand combat, and we love him because he's to spite everybody in that show.
And it's like it's the kind of thing where it's like we have a character who is not like naturally. It's not like our main character. Our main character has like natural affinity. He's just so good at everything. She is like at a disadvantage, so she works hard.
Has to use tools like
yes.
She
becomes a weapon master just so that she can
better than 10-10.
outpass them. Like
Yeah.
this is just we love this. I'm very excited to see more Maki. Have a feeling that she's gonna get overshadowed. I feel like she's gonna get like Tien'd hard in this show.
I'm hoping she'll be like like the Naruto, like Shikamaru, or like the Gohan, or like or even Tien got a moment in Cell Saga, so I think she can like.
He got a moment, but it's like when you think of Tien, like the gap between
Piccolo had moments too and everything.
Piccolo is like
Even
stronger than
Naruto,
Tien,
like,
though.
started like Shikamaru, who got like a side character, got multiple fights. Rock Lee got fights. Like they gave character, like, even the whole like, end of the first part of Naruto gave everybody like all the boys like 5 side characters you wouldn't expect to actually get a good fight, and gave them one.
Well, we can only hope that.
Yes.
We can only hope that Maki still shows up.
We
and
love
is
Maki.
badass.
We love that squad.
We love, yeah.
Maybe not so much Panda right now, but
Panda
the other
needs
two
to win
are
us
cool.
over.
Yeah, Panda needs. I want to see what Panda can do. That is gonna be the deciding factor. But yeah,
Which we've been teased that it's not a close quarters thing.
no,
We know
he has a
that it's
range.
some sort of range
With
thing.
his I Heart Panda armband.
But he
I want to bet that that armband allows him to talk.
I like that idea.
But so
It's
yeah,
like it's like a contract or something.
yeah. So she like distracts her, and she gets like into like a choke. Nobara gets her into like a chokehold and like
It's very funny.
wants to take her outfit, which is hilarious. I was like, man, if she actually like chokes her out and steals her clothes at the end, I would just make she like ranked up as like, a character.
Oh shit, we didn't even talk about her sweatsuit. I love
I thought we said a little bit.
Nobura's sweatsuit so much.
Yeah, too bad it gets bullet holes in it.
Uh,
So yeah, they basically Toto comes back saying, "We're done here. I got a tall idol to meet. Let's go."
I have a tall woman to meet.
I have a very tall woman to meet,
And it's a handshake event
and
too.
cry over her while she says "Nico Nico ni."
Basically, yeah, literally.
So yeah, and then yeah, you get the explanation, but also we also I'm sure it cut in between, but Gojo talking to the principal of not Netero,
Yep.
and they talk about a lot with all the girls.
Miwa, with Miwa.
Miwa, who's fangirling over Gojo.
Who I like. Miwa has a. To me, the show finally struck a good design with like Mai and Miwa.
Business suit Aqua is. Mwah.
I also love characters similar to Kobeni. I think they have like the. It's like the self-done haircut
Yeah.
where you cut your bangs at an angle.
See-
I love that.
The like with this in Chainsaw Amanda of waifu designs of them in suits, and it's great.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, I love the suit design very much. Similar to like how Togashi started to learn that like every character just
Yeah,
looks good in a
everybody
suit.
there's gonna be art of them in a suit.
Yeah, and the current arc is literally just everyone is wearing suits now.
We love suits. So yeah, basically just talking about like the whole council thing, the terrorist attack. They know the there wasn't that terrorist, so like he's not like super well hidden. He's hidden in the human world, but like I guess to the other jujitsu sorcerers,
Yeah.
he's like a very obvious like criminal.
To me, too, the other takeaway from this conversation is like Goja is like has no problems shitting on like
Yes, he is anti-authority.
Yeah,
he doesn't even like view himself as like a good teacher really either.
which is so he's honestly Goja is a very interesting character because like he could just be like a kind of boring like whatever just does what he's told, but not only is he the strongest character, he's also like doesn't care who he makes enemies with. So I wouldn't be surprised if like the
there's
bad guys team up against him with like some of the other like
There was at
heads
one
of
point where he
people.
said after he dies the first time he goes, "Oh, maybe I'll just kill the council."
Yeah, literally. He literally does say that.
Next to like 2 people.
It's like episode 2, I think.
Yeah, no, he said that like episode a couple episodes ago when he was like in the morgue still, like episode 4 or 5 I think it was.
Okay. I thought it was earlier.
But yeah, so that's interesting. And then Miwa gets her photo with him, which is great.
That was a really cute little after credits
That's a
gag.
funny gag. I like that a lot. And then we get the
And we get in the second after credits gag.
The after gag, which is great, my and like everybody's like, oh my god, she's so hot. This up there, her like it's the first good look at her like her like school outfit, and it's good.
I really like Mai's design. It's
And
very
she's
good.
like, oh, here's a ticket. Go meet her. You'll change your life. And she can stop at the metal detector with a gun strapped. I was like, she'd be arrested.
Yeah, they play it as a joke, but they don't go anywhere with
is
the
like
joke.
insanely like you would not.
The cops don't even have guns in Japan. You're not allowed to like police officers don't have guns. So I don't know like what
Like
they don't-
especially meeting like a celebrity idol.
Yeah, and it's a funny gag. Presumably they like make her keep the gun there, but like that's not how this would have happened.
Even though she had a nice line like, "Oh, I lost my gun though," but she doesn't meet the idol and she like loves her.
I do really love so when she turns a corner, the idol's reaction is, "Oh, a girl!" Like
She's so
she
rare.
sees so few women that are fans of her, and then I also love too because the idol like does her thing where she's like trying to be very like appealing, but she also is like she's like I'm gonna remember you because I'm so happy that I have a girl fan.
I get so many simps like Toto, the big old simp over me.
That's basically us though. Like anytime I hear like, oh my god, there's like a girl like that listens to Joe Kakaka because there's like if I look at our analytics, it's like 99.9% men, and then it's like 1.001.
He's buried a comment like I'm here. I swear.
There's like one female listener of Joe Kakaka.
But yeah, Toto is a simp. I did appreciate him saying like you can like when he asked him like who like girls like you can like boys too. Nothing wrong with that, but just don't give me a boring answer.
Yeah. It was good. I like this episode. I really love when we expand. And this is the thing, like the thing where like this show just needed to like spend more time with its sidecast.
Yeah,
because the first like. Okay, as we predicted...
I'm fine with our main character, Wiz Gojo. He's great with him, because Gojo just teaching him can just be another entire thing.
It's so good.
Where I want to see these side characters get more developed and like care about them, because they're the ones at risk more than those two.
All I can think of is, and as we accurately summarize from the first episode, why did we spend so much fucking time with the Occult Club? They're not characters.
Not yet.
And I don't want them. I don't want them to come back. Like... I really enjoy everything we're seeing. Like, I like all these new characters. Like, just give me more stuff.
Yes. I want to see, like, Maki get in a fight. Her glasses break, and so he has to, like, find a way to beat that shit.
That's a great, fun gimmick, yeah.
Or, like, her sister has to spot them for her, so they have a good, like, sibling fighting moment or something like that.
Damn, that'd be sick.
So, right now, Maki, best girl for me right now.
True, I agree.
This is like the waifu war episode, so definitely like right now out of this. I know I asked before like what the best girl situation is from like a couple episodes ago, so now like
put your waifu in the comment. Who's your best girl? Who's your waifu?
I did like Miwa, but I'm not sure she's gonna be a real character or not. Other than that, gang.
I think I like Miwa's design the best. Miwa and Mai's design are probably tied, but Maki is like. We described like
character.
Spite, like the fact that she does it out of spite and she works hard to beat everyone.
She's like a lot of characters from Tower of God, where like you kind of like just like so many of these women. Like fuck you, Rachel. Every of these female characters are great.
Evil. Rachel's so evil. We fucking hate Rachel.
We hate Rachel on this podcast. This is an anti-Rachel podcast.
And so no Rachel.
But it's just like we love these side characters more, and I hope they do get their moments. But we were like thinking about not doing another episode, and then we like saw the side character like heavy centric episode on like the teaser thing. You're like, we gotta watch this one and do one more episode.
Yeah, I know.
I'm thinking about this now.
I know, I'm really excited.
But I will never, because knowing how this thing is, there won't be a figure of Maki. Because all the figures right now, there's a lot of figures coming in Jujutsu.
I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised. Supposing that, unlike my prediction, Maki stays relevant.
Yes.
I could see there being figures, because like the show is like
there are
as big as it
I've
gets
seen
right
Goji
now.
figures. Even like Megumi is like also, I would love to get one of him. I'm still waiting for Chainsaw Man. Just came out with the Nendos, where Power.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, Power doesn't have pink hair. She has blonde hair. On the actual Nendo.
I'm just shaking my head wildly back and forth.
Yeah.
If they give her blonde hair in the anime, I'm gonna be just shook.
It's like if JoJo put like a character, like
Wait, no, the fucking I got
you baffling color design.
Hold on one second.
Oh, Jim has gotten up, everybody. Jim has gotten up.
My tablet.
Oh man.
All right, let me sit back down first.
I will pull up a picture.
Okay, my tablet. So my tablet, my background screen, Chainsaw Man.
Mm-hmm.
My home screen. Oh, that's a comic I was reading. I guess this to me it's pinkish. I just have like the background of my tablet is the third volume of Chainsaw Man. I guess it is kind of blonde. In my brain, it's got to be pink though.
Everybody
right?
has pink, but here's a picture of it, Jim, for you. You can Google it if you want. It's tough, yeah.
It's tough.
Because you think of having a pink because of blood, you think, okay, it went like a little bit that way.
Yeah, even like, and if you look at the cover, like the third volume cover, it's got. I guess that you could interpret that as blonde, but I like it as pink more.
Yeah, same.
Give me pink hair.
We are team pink hair.
Give me pink hair power, please.
So so next episode, I guess we're gonna go investigate that theater with the one. I guess he's a teacher with the
Ghost in the
Shell eyes or glasses. It just looks like he has the what's his name, character's name from
Bato?
Yeah, Bato's eyes, and because like those weird deformities that happen, and then some kid was like, I think I could have swore we threw the 3 students. Like, he was one of them who could see...
He's also in the OP.
Yes.
So, yeah, we've seen this one student in the OP who has, like, hair covering his eye, black long hair. We haven't seen him yet.
Yeah, he can see the Dr. Stein guy, Mojito.
Mojito, yes.
Yes. I had to, but yeah, and then that's where it ends. I'm guessing it's just gonna be him and the teacher fighting him in the rain because they love fucking fighting in
Rain
the rain
fights.
fights. Remember the one episode where when the mom was outside like saying my son's in there? I was like, oh, it's raining because
It
they had to
just
get
suddenly
really
started
close to
raining.
see like the rain like on her.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, we like it now somehow.
Yeah,
After
Jujutsu
the
Kaisen's
second
won me
time.
over. I'm excited to watch more. I'm honestly mad that I have to wait because this is the last one we're recording in this batch.
Hey man, I got plenty of time next week.
All right, I'm gonna have you come over and we're gonna watch more JJK.
Yeah, definitely.
Jojo Kakaka.
I'll spend my birthday over here watching Jujutsu Kaisen.
What is that?
April
It's
1st.
Thursday? I know, Sam.
Thursday.
I know your birthday is.
No one knows. Oh, you do.
I always know. You have the most unforgettable birthday.
This will come out after my birthday
Oh, wait.
episode.
That's next week. That's next week.
Yes.
I thought you meant this coming week. Whatever. Okay, this is
We'll figure it out.
also getting my first vaccine.
Oh boy.
By the time you've heard this, I've already been vaccinated. Maybe twice, actually. Holy fucking shit.
Maybe not this week, but we'll see. It's gonna be a crazy, hectic week.
All right.
Anything
Thank
else?
you so much for listening.
Yes. Thank you. Like, comment, subscribe, all that fun
Do the
stuff.
things. Do the things.
Follow us on Twitter separately.
Hello and welcome to Jujutsu Kai Quest. I'm Jim,
And I'm Sam.
and this is the podcast where we watch Jujutsu Kaisen
Yes.
episode by episode.
Yes.
Which one have we done today? Episode 9?
Episode 9. We're on this is the start of the third batch of recordings, so
Yes. So I have no idea how many we'll do today. Probably not as many as last time.
yeah, probably not. I mean, I got to do my tradition of quizzing you on the character names, even though you only saw one
One of our main characters.
one of our main
yeah.
characters and a new character.
So yeah, so this episode is kind of if I recall correctly, there was kind of a like teaser at the end of the last episode, kind of.
Which we didn't talk about, I'm pretty sure.
I think we might have mentioned it.
Yeah, we didn't mention like the 2 months or like what it was like 1 month or 2 months later. Ever, it was like
Yes.
after like the training thing. It was like 1 month or 2 months
I
later.
feel
It was
like
something
we
like
didn't.
that.
Okay, we can't. We need to
But
just
but
talk
they
about this.
still
one.
haven't told him that he's alive yet.
Yeah, which is something that I'm glad they reminded us because I totally forgot about. But so this episode we have like
Do you even not remember the name of the episode?
it's called like short. Oh, what's it called? Like short timer and whatever. I don't know. Whatever. Basically, in this episode, we have our main character, Jujutsu Kaisen himself,
Do you remember his name at all?
Yuji.
Okay.
Yuji. So Yuji teams up with another Jujutsu sorcerer who is not a teacher, but he's a friend of Gojo,
A friend that he trusts.
a friend that he trusts.
Do you remember his name?
I certainly do not.
It was like it began with an N.
Oh, Nanami. He kept calling him Nanami, right?
Yeah.
But I thought it was like whatever. I thought it was like a joke. I guess the joke was, so there's a part where Yuji calls him Sensei, and he's like, don't call me Sensei, I'm not a teacher. And he's like, okay, Nanami. And then he got mad at him. So I guess it's just because that's his first name.
He's just a guy who likes to argue, it seems.
Yeah,
So.
he's a bit of a contrarian. So, okay, the thing that I really like about him, and I think you also like it too, because I heard your reaction when we were watching, is that he is a salaryman.
Yes.
Former salaryman.
Former salaryman, and he was a sorcerer at first, hated it, quit, became a salaryman, hated it, quit, and went back to sorcerer because he's better at it than salaryman.
Yeah, even though he hated it.
I can appreciate
it's
that.
still better.
I appreciate that. I can respect that.
It is really interesting, and like, so later on we see his power, and he's got a pretty OP power.
Yes.
So it's very interesting to me that he doesn't like doing what he does. I guess
Yeah.
maybe he's just not violent.
You can tell why he's better at this because so we compared like a lot. Like we compared the. I think one of my predictions was the one guy to be like Black Bolt, where in like Marvel Comics character named Karnak who also has the ability to see like the weak spot essentially and kind of like just hit it there. And
Yeah, his power is that he can see the weakness in all things. I think that's how he describes it.
Yeah.
So he could like take down a building. He
It's
could
like-
take down like
it's like a
bad guy.
like a line comes up and like you'll see like a bunch of like and then it'll come up where to hit and that's where it goes. And he had like a knife but had like he hit it with the blunt end against the one monster and it had like a bunch of dots on it and everything.
Yeah, it had like a like a cow print almost.
Yeah.
But yeah, so he had his
Which I'm hoping like maybe there's like something more to it once he like unwraps the knife, but it could be just another one of those hunter knives that are just made to kill.
So
curses.
okay, so kind of similar to going to like how Gojo's whole thing is infinity and how it literally just seems to be unbeatable.
Yeah.
I also don't see like what's the weakness here for the like okay, let's say he did unsheath his sword. What advantage would that give him? Like he already can kill something in one hit.
It could
like,
just be like the way he does the field spell. Remember the domain ability? Maybe that's just like how he triggers his domain thing to like.
I guess so. That's just uninteresting. To me, it's just like
You never know.
His whole thing is that when he hits you, he insta kills you.
Or maybe it's like another power to that magic blade. I don't know.
Maybe, but so okay.
Because he only hit with the blunt end. He didn't go for the sharp end right away. So
yeah, and he still was able to like completely destroy this creature.
He has to save like that end for like stuff that's like higher level. But I think these creatures weren't normal. They were humans from the mutated, like the ones that were similar to the ones at the end of the episode that were found in the movie theater.
He does explain though. He literally says like once he finds the point of weakness, he can hit it with like the most blunt object and he'll still hurt it.
Yeah,
that's what confused me. It's like
same thing with Karnak. Karnak could like just like
poke
touch,
you,
poke the spot and you just crumble or
it's
like or break the thing.
It's like in Scott Pilgrim with like the back of Envy's knee.
Well, in
the movie they changed.
No, in the book. In the movie it was Roxy.
Yeah.
So.
But yeah, just like you poke that one spot and it just kills them.
Yes. So that was like the first or the second half of the episode we talked about first, and about the main character of this episode of like the kid who's like being bullied by like horrible teenagers.
So we see him being bullied at school because a girl approaches him or approaches other guys and says he was ogling my big boobies.
Yeah.
And then they just beat him up. And then later we learn like this girl isn't even attractive. Like these guys don't even like her. They only are doing this for her. Junpei's the kid. Okay.
Yes.
Just like my Persona 3 game.
Yes, just like Persona 3.
But so then later on we learn, and I think Junpei even says it to the group. He says like, "You're bitch. You're not even that cute.
They're just doing it for sex."
Yeah, they're doing it for sex. This show is giving me like big red pill energy in this episode. Like big red pill energy. Like this kid is like, I hate this woman. It's
not only that, these asshole teenagers that are skipping school are like ruining my movie that I'm trying to watch, the Human Centipede 3, which I don't blame him for that.
Oh, is that what the reference is supposed to be?
You didn't get that right away?
I didn't.
That was so obvious.
I did. It's called like Human Earthworm or something.
It's like Human Centipede, or no, Human. Like,
it was called Human Earthworm.
Human Earthworm. And that
doesn't make sense. The whole thing of Centipede is that they have a bunch of legs.
Shut up. It's just cutting off their limbs and sewing their face to their butt so they slither around together.
Yeah, but it's like a centipede has a bunch of legs, and when you do that, you leave the human's arms and legs on.
But you cut off their arms and legs, they're earthworm.
Okay, I guess you're right. I can't argue with that logic.
Question horror movie logic.
But okay, that's totally not.
So he sees Mojito.
Oh, that is right. His name's Mojito. Yeah.
Yeah, he sees Mojito. And
you looked that up.
No, I do remember his name was Mojito because that's the only reason I remember his name. As bad as names I am.
It's funny because I saw pictures of this character before I started watching the show, and I didn't know it was from Jujutsu Kaisen. I also thought it was a girl, and I was like, "Ooh, I love a Frankenstein girl aesthetic," but it's not a girl.
The Frankenstein fan. But yeah, he sees him and he morphs like the teenagers, and he follows in the back alley. Then he goes back to his creepy sewer hammock and just learns about like this ghost and everything, about like how popular ghosts kind of become like real because of that.
Yeah,
which is funny. Like the toilet spirit and
toilet bound Hanako
and a nine-tailed fox, like just from my Naruto anime. And like other than that, like he wants to learn how to do curses. He gets the shit kicked out of him very, very badly at school, where he ends up like skipping school, like not returning because of that.
Yeah,
I thought it was gonna lead to like, oh, he went to the school you used to go to, so you're gonna go back there and try to
like wreak havoc.
Yeah, and here's your friend, your high school friend character that you kind of abandoned at the beginning.
Huh.
I thought it was gonna lead to, but
the occult club, right?
Yeah, but clearly I guess not, because they were forgotten characters.
I think I literally said it when we talked about episode 1 that the occult club characters will never show up again.
I think the girl shows up. The guy will not show up again.
But whatever. Do we really care?
No. But yeah, so he just basically just gonna like learn from him, and the Mojito kind of likes him,
Which to me, this is really interesting. I really like that Mojito is like chosen a like disciple who's a human, because
Yeah.
Mojito is a curse. Like
Yes.
Mojito literally says that he is a curse from the bad intentions and bad like negative feelings humans have towards
Yeah.
each other.
I think that buildup of negative emotions in Junpei, which just led to him being able to see him and like just kind of like getting his curse energy made.
If anything, I think it actually like directly led to those boys getting murder killed.
Yeah.
Because like
Murder kill.
the moment that he
Mutated.
yeah. The moment that it happened, he was feeling like the most negative because like they were being bastards. They were talking during the movie.
One of them's cell phone had the audacity to have their cell phone ring and answer it in the movie.
What a fucking creature!
Like, I think
what a fucking creature!
I think I've only ever really been in like a mostly empty theater like once, and that's why I saw the movie Jumper with like two of my friends. We were kind of we were kind of kind of like we knew no one was in there, and then like 30 minutes into the movie, some random old lady just came in there and sat in the back, and we're like, why? We assumed she was just recording the film somehow. So we had to shut up.
I saw Agent Cody Banks 2.
Oh man,
alone.
Damn.
Well, I was a kid, and I went with like my grandma or something.
Yeah.
I was alone in the theater. I was like, this is sick. This is fucking
I always
sick.
want to see Agent Cody Banks 2
on the big screen.
Frankie Muniz in his prime.
Yeah, but so what else to talk about? That's kind of it. Like, so the boys, we see them turn into corpses, mutated corpses.
They didn't work, like transformed into like actual like those beasts, unlike the other ones that attacked them.
So yeah, okay, that's my question. Were those beasts that attack our main characters? Those weren't the boys, right?
No.
Okay, they were just separate other cursed.
Yeah, because she's using an autopsy like on the I think the ones that either just killed.
No. That was the autopsy was when they killed them.
Yeah, no,
the
ones they killed, and she says, "Oh yeah, they were human." Because the one kept saying detergent. I'm like, okay, this is someone that was doing laundry that like got mutated. I think they were just ones that just sent after them.
Yeah,
or just drawn to them.
I guess so. So, okay, so now we've established that humans can be turned into monsters through curses. That's like the new big establishment.
And they were like be forced to like use curse energy or like
yes.
Yeah. So and then like the gist is just like they're just gonna be sent to find Junpei, and then I'm sure fights ensue.
Yeah. So okay, what do you think? Because
he was and then now he's with the assistant, not with Nanami.
Yeah. So what did you think of this episode then? Did you like this one?
Pretty interesting. More like this is more of a world building and I guess a new character introduction, because this is a character that's just in the OPs and stuff. And, like, the OP keeps showing him as being, like, friends with our main character. And,
he's just got a cold exterior. He's just one of those characters that's, like...
So, he either, A, is just, like, he would just be the bad guy, or he'll just be converted to the good guy and just join the class. But I just, like, man, I really want to see the side characters I really liked during the episodes before.
I was thinking the same thing. Sam and I are taking breaks in between these like batches when we watch them, and the whole time I was like, damn, I really want to see Maki show up. I want to see Maki and her sister show up again. Like, what are they gonna do? I guess we have to wait till the tournament arc, right?
Yeah, I guess so. I want to see Maki, her team against Mai and her team, and more like what's your ideal women to Panda or something like that, or even what Megumi's going into.
So all I can hope for is that this arc is quick.
Please
let this arc be quick and end quickly.
The thing is, we gotta deal with Mojito, the volcano guy. If he gets his body back, I'm not sure. That has not been like confirmed if he's gonna like regenerate or the gag is gonna be him being a head. And I think there's like two. There's the lobster face one, and there's
Sam. It is not a lobster.
I'm gonna say lobster.
It is a cuttlefish. It is.
Shut up.
You said lobster every time.
I do. He's a lobster.
He's so clearly those are tentacles.
I'm sorry that the cuttlefish, all the evil desires of a cuttlefish manifested.
Well, okay, that's actually the other thing I wanted to say. That was the one other nugget that I enjoyed from this or that I thought was notable. So when Mojito's talking to Junpei, he's like, humans have always had fears of. I think he said, like, did he say volcano? That's the one I missed. He said either, like, the land, he said forest, and the ocean. And
basically natural disasters of...
Yeah, and then so those are like the people he's teamed up with. So these guys he's with are like the curse manifestations.
Yeah,
the one is the forest, the other one is the ocean.
The talk backwards guy, because remember he made the pheromones, and plants grow and stuff.
So I like that they're explaining that. Once again, it's like a very Chainsaw Man kind of thing where you have like these abstract concepts have like a physical like personification, like a physical manifestation.
Yeah, the volcano guy got freaking destroyed.
Yeah, which makes me wonder like. So I think they said he was 9 fingers strong.
Oh, yes, right.
Remember they started using fingers?
Yeah, I've heard the power scale and the power scale.
They beat the volcano guy so easily.
Gojo just destroyed him.
Just eviscerated him. So I'm wondering, like, how much of a threat are these the forest and the water one going to be?
The forest guy was able to get the head from Gojo by making him a little bit, like, loopy. So...
And to me, like, he already kind of showed his hand. Because if that's his ability, then he already showed it. So then now they're aware of it. So they know how to, like, counteract it.
So let's just say, like, during the tournament arc, they attacked. And, like, I guess every character would be split up fighting someone else, I'm assuming. Like,
that'd be fun. That'd be a good way to deal with all these.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I assume. I hope they don't have the main character and Gojo just, like, show up and just beat everybody. Like, they give Megumi some time. You can give, like... I can't remember the Hammer Girl's name.
She's Hammer Girl.
Yeah. Is it... I'm looking this up because
it doesn't matter.
Everyone
knows. Everybody knows who you're talking about when you say Hammer Girl, Sam.
Yes, I am sorry. MC Hammer herself.
Yeah.
Nabara. I knew it was an N. I had to my tongue. Nabara.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm assuming like they'll each. I'm gonna assume. Okay, I'm gonna try to because like the main bad guy's gonna fight our main character, which is either what's it called, Mojito or maybe he'll fight the Junpei or now or whatever. Or like him and Gojo fight both of them. I don't know what they're going to do with that.
My prediction is that they're going... Before we see another fight between like any of these other guys, Gojo is going to be like boxed. Like he's going to be removed from the fight.
He will be nerfed. He will be conveniently like out of the fight.
Because they have this thing they keep talking about, like this box they want to collect him in. It's like an infinity box or something.
Unless Gojo just saying like, I'm not gonna be into this fight. This is me observing you guys. I'm only gonna step in like when it's.
Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like Hammer Girl is like so weak. Like I feel like her powers are so. She needs to develop like a new ability. Like we see that Megumi is. Or what's the name? Megumi? Megumi is already developing like some kind of extra super secret strong technique.
Yes, and he also has like he can always have more summons that we don't know about as well.
So far we've seen like 5 or 6. We've
seen her with the nails and the voodoo doll.
Oh my god, I forgot about the voodoo doll.
Yeah,
that was so OP.
Yeah.
Okay, I take it back actually. I mean, that is an incredibly powerful ability.
Like I said, she gets more pouches with more shit in them.
Yeah.
The hammer, like, just go for it. And then like Megumi's gonna do whatever he's gonna do. I think I really want this. Probably have Maki squad versus one of them because we just don't know what Panda does, and like Maki and like the Hyuga cute the Togi, like he has such an OP ability that like. A lot of OP abilities in this, so I'm gonna see.
It's very OP. That's interesting because like
we have a weakness one, and like
I think I said it before, but like establishing Gojo so early as like Gojo's like literally the first Jujutsu source we see, and he's literally stronger than anyone. He's like stronger than All Might because the whole thing with All Might is that All Might is very nerfed and like he's got like very little time left to be like superhero guy.
Yeah.
But Gojo doesn't. Gojo is like in his prime. He's a little old, I guess.
I mean, he does write penis at the end on a paper for.
I like that.
That was the best ending scroll next to the idol one that we've actually sat and watched because we did.
The idol one was so long. The
idol one was great.
Yeah, I hope we didn't miss.
The idol one was even like it was the end credit gag. It wasn't even like the scroll thing. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, no, it was just a whole different, lengthy little after credits bit. That was funny.
Yeah. So this is stupid. I like making these stupid predictions for this, and none of them are probably right.
Yeah,
but overall, yeah, it
was fine.
It's fine.
It's hard. This is probably like
I'm still surprised how long they are keeping that he is like alive from everybody.
Yeah. That's what I said before. It's like it's gonna have. I at first I was like it's kind of annoying, but I know it's gonna have a good emotional payoff. Like
you mean
there's gonna be a fun moment,
or the girl's gonna hit him in the head with a hammer.
Probably.
Because how dare you?
It's really funny to me, like, this is, like, you know when they always do the joke where, like, the girl hits the guy with, like, a big hammer as, like, a funny joke? But to me, if she were hit him with, like, the hammer she has, to me that feels more realistically violent,
Yes.
and it would actually, like, kill him. Like, it would cave his skull in. Like, when you see, like, a chibi little hammer thing, it's like a joke, but that would actually be, like, real violence happening.
That gag I've only liked once because Dr. Stone does it, but he no-sells it at all. Like, it doesn't affect Chrome when he gets hit by Kohaku's, like, at all, when he calls her, like, a gorilla. Like, because he's so used to it. I like that. But in this, I think you're gonna, either that or I like if she pulled out, like, a voodoo doll of him and about to, like, strike it and kill him.
That'd be funny.
Like, but... Yeah.
All right.
Anything else you want about that, or
no? That was as I was gonna say. Like,
other than seeing a penis on a note.
As I was gonna say, like, I think this episode was kind of like
yeah,
not much to really talk about. We're just kind of setting stuff up.
They kept doing those like kind of comedy gags. I'm still not a fan of. Other than the end credit, like
they're
penis
getting better
gag. Slightly.
They're not as bad. Do you remember the fucking slide whistle when?
Oh my god, the slide whistle.
When Yuji woke up from being dead and they play the fucking slide whistle, I was like, I'm about to drop this show again.
I was like, yeah, but most of the jokes were just about, like, him being so like talkative and like distracting because he was like.
Honestly, they need to very much distance himself with jokes. Just keep Gojo as like a comic relief character.
We didn't even talk about the epic punch he got.
Oh yeah, he did get an epic punch.
Yeah, he got his epic punch attack that's strong but also kind of burnt. It's like not super strong, but it still like burns.
It's like a double hit. Like it hits you once with like. So okay, the way they describe it. And the way I described it to Sam, it's kind of like in Pokemon, how your Pokemon gets like a stab attack, where it's like you attack and then you do bonus damage just for attacking, and it's your type or whatever. But so he hits once with his physical strength, and then like there's like kind of a second delay, and then his like aura, what is it, curse energy? The curse energy,
the Jujutsu energy. I don't know. You just throw Jujutsu in front of everything, and it makes sense.
But so yeah, it's kind of got like a delay. But so the way that Nanami. The way Nanami like sees it is he says like this kid has such an immense physical strength that it's like it's basically just adding like 100%. It's basically doubling his attack by doing the punch with the curse. Yeah. So it's once again we're just kind of using the fact that the main character's so fucking strong.
He put a hole through his chest, like a not like a super big one, but kind of like a medium sized hole, and you're just like him was like in pain. So
yeah, once again we're just using Yuji's like obscene human strength that is not explained at all.
Showing him punch power.
He says like he's the strongest man alive for some reason.
And it's amazing like curse energy that he has cheated to get.
Yeah, basically.
He ate to get.
But that's the thing, like he was already strong. He was already physically strong before he had the Asuna.
Yeah.
Or I wasn't Asuna, right?
I mean, yeah, he did kick and punch some stuff in the first episode, so
not against him. He fucking held his own against a curse.
He's just very good
this
at
boy
everything.
Just punching curses out here. All right, I think we should end this one.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for listening.
Yes.
Would you like to plug it up, Sam?
Yes. Like Jim said, thank you again. Please like, comment, subscribe, all that stuff. Follow the podcast and each of us on Twitter. Hello and welcome to Jujutsu Kaisen. I'm Sam.
And I'm Jim.
And welcome to our Jujutsu Kaisen anime episode discussion podcast.
Episode by episode.
Yes, and the caffeine is wearing thin on us. But so, luckily we had an action episode where we didn't like riff through it.
All right, I'm going to bump it up. I'm going to bump the energy up. My freaking adrenaline is kicking.
What episode? Okay, tell me what episode.
Number 10.
Do you remember the title?
It's Idol Transfiguration.
Yes, his ability.
I'm so smart.
There you go. Big
we were talking about Mojito's ability.
Yes.
His name is Mojito, right? We're not just like making it.
It's like Mojito.
Okay.
But
I'm literally saying
because,
Mojito.
Because we like literally first see him like on like a beach and like, oh yeah, he's a Mojito.
I was kind of thinking like, this whole show is about curses and curse energy and
Jujutsu.
Which, okay, also, first off, I learned, apparently, the title, if you translate the title Jujutsu Kaisen into English, it literally means, like, sorcery fight. Isn't that so stupid?
Is Jujutsu just a...
I guess so?
It's not like a karate?
No, well, that's Jujitsu.
Okay.
Jujitsu with an I. Jujutsu is a 2 U's.
Okay.
Sam is exasperately rubbing his face.
Sure.
So I was thinking, the show's got it's got a whole theme of curses and curse energy.
I really wish the subtitle would just say sorcerer instead, because it is sorcerers instead. They just use the word jujitsu.
But they will say the words jujitsu sorcerer sometimes,
yes.
So I don't know. But okay, so the show's about curses, and it's kind of this show that we do is kind of a curse. Like, because at first it was like we hated the show, we didn't like it, but now the curse is that I can only watch it when I'm with you, and I want to watch more.
Yes,
but I'm forced to watch it in these. I'm forced to spend as much time recording an episode as I am watching this show. I'm enjoying this development, this internal development.
I'm so sorry that I'm a curse.
Oh no, it's fine. I've known for years.
So we had to deal with Junpei getting the shit beat out of him again.
Yeah, so
like I said, it's just a mirror of him and our main character,
Yuji.
like being like kind of is opposite parallels.
Yeah, they're kind of like, you can say they're both kind of social outcasts, and they're both thrust into the world of jujutsu sorcerers, in different ways.
Yeah, where our main character just got kicked out, just not being a real club. Where Junpei got the shit beat out of him by every single fucking person in the school that exists. Even the teachers are pieces of shit.
Yeah, so I haven't actually seen any more of it, but there's another show that's coming out this season, or it might be finished actually. I don't know what anime seasons are like anymore. By the time this comes out, it's definitely over. Mm-hmm. This show called Wonder Egg Priority. Mm-hmm. And it is literally just about the same thing. It is about just like bullies and how terrible bullying is.
Yes.
And I'm seeing this too, and seeing how Jujutsu Kaisen portrays bullying as like, it's
torture.
It is so amped up. It is torture. I really wonder how bad is bullying in Japanese schools that this is what the media looks like.
Well, if you remember the hit Amazon original Magical Girl site, you can remember that girls put Phil's shoes with super glue and tacks and razor blades.
Yeah, just straight razors, yeah.
Yes, and they straight up try to murder people.
Oh my god, that was the funniest.
If you want to see the ultimate edgy episode, watch episode 1 of Magical Girl site, and then you will regret your life, especially with the brother.
It is... Oh my god, I forgot. You just... like channel the whole like thing. I can't believe I forgot about the brother.
The brother who gets off on like beating his sister.
Oh my god!
He can't do good in school if he beats his sister. It's like, what the fuck is this show?
It really is one of like the most sort of despicable like plots ever. It's
like the Magical version of redo, the redo of Healer, of just like, but instead of an incel getting his wet dream, it's like this guy just wants to see this girl suffer. Like this, everything about everybody's suffering, and it's depressing as fuck. And I hated it.
Yeah, I do have to say I like that they stepped away from the incel angle in this episode. There was a bit of incel from Junpei in the first one, where he was like shitting on the one girl, and he's like, "You're not even cute.
You're just a slut."
Also, the whole idea, the whole idea that the guys only wanted to get with her because
those guys got morphed into a horrific creature at a movie theater, so.
They deserved it, clearly. Because they didn't #respect women.
Yeah.
Gotta respect women.
You gotta respect even the women that try to get them to beat you up and then get a cigarette burned into your fucking forehead.
Even those two. But so, yeah, this one, we have the scene where we found out that Junpei is a big horror nerd. He's a big movie nerd.
Yeah, we'll just get the Junpei stuff done first, then we get into talk about the fight. Because the most like dialogue stuff is
with Junpei,
and then the power explanation.
Yes.
So yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, Junpei's big movie buff. He's walking. He's still walking. This is what happens like while he's walking with the two behind him with the cage. So they're gonna unleash a spirit to make sure if he sees it or not. It's like the easy test of just having like a dumb monster until he sees it.
And so also one thing I do want to say that I enjoy. I like that. I think they say this is like a grade 4 curse. Yeah. I really like that. We established this grading system for curses, and then it was very evident early on that we would only need to have to worry about like grade 1 and special grade.
Yes.
So I'm really happy that they're still incorporating the weaker ones.
The weaker ones can still come in for the side characters, like great.
Yes.
Yeah.
But so I really, because I remember, if I recall correctly, a grade 4 curse said that you could beat it with like a bat. Like it's pretty weak.
These were like sub grade 4, where they're just like jokes. And they're just kind of just used just to like for stuff.
I enjoyed that. I also like how the cage they kept him in had to be wrapped with like the special.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they're very very bad at doing a plan and just ruined it immediately. But yeah,
instantly.
Junpei encounters the fat teacher that like walked by him getting beat up the first time.
Yeah, they just turned the other way.
He looks like the big ugly guy, and you would see in like hentais where
the ugly bastard.
Yeah, the ugly bastard, and he's just an asshole.
So,
and he's like, I was like, oh yeah, this guy can die, and I'm not, and it's like,
this does speak to like a very real thing where it's like teachers are very aware of bullying.
Yes.
And many of them just don't do anything. They choose not to act. So I do like this angle because, of course, like having kids be cruel to Junpei is like one thing. Like, okay, I've seen it.
A teacher either like just change the image in his head of just them being his friends who always hang out with them, and not just him being a victim of bullying that he's ignoring.
Which is really insidious because if you think about it, like what bullying is just kind of like people using power against each other. Like these bullies are stronger, so they're able to like overpower him, and then the teacher is someone who is the teacher should be in a position of superior power. But he's too cowardly to do anything.
The big fat loser.
He either is so negligent that he doesn't even realize that these kids are physically abusing, which he has to be.
Yeah.
Or he is intentionally.
And he's like waiting outside his house too.
Yeah.
Which is weird and creepy.
It is weird.
But luckily our main character flies in, he notices he sees a demon, and then he just pants him and runs away, runs around the lab because he's so fast.
I actually did kind of think the pantsing thing was funny. I did laugh. It was just so unexpected.
I expected him to just like kind of just throw it and make him, he was going to run away, but the fact that he threw it, ran around the block very quick using his amazing athletic abilities, and this, let's talk over here kind of thing was like, okay, that's good.
And we didn't get like a follow-up on that yet, right?
No, that's going to be the next episode. Because the split seconds we see of the next episode, because there's no like gap in between the gag at the end and then the teaser. It gets right into it, like right away.
So correct me if I'm messing up here. Is it this episode where Mojito is explaining?
Yes.
So okay,
because he's fighting Konami?
Nanami.
Konami. We were just talking about Metal Gear before this. I had Konami in my head. Like, no shit. Like, Jim was explaining the Patriots.
Yeah, la. But so, okay, he was explaining that he's, like, done all these experiments on humans, basically.
Yes.
He's experimented with making humans as big as possible and as small as possible.
Yes, which you see,
which is cool. I really enjoy, so, okay.
That was the episode, was that the episode before, though?
That's why I was hoping.
I'm pretty sure that was the episode before.
But so what we really get here, and I think this was in this episode, we get an explanation of what his power is.
Yes.
And it is to, like, alter the souls of people, which in turn alters them. That is, like... what is happening?
And he says like, okay, I never tried it on a sorcerer, so I want to try it on you, because most people don't defend their souls, because you don't
even realize. It's like,
but somehow he subconsciously defended his soul when he actually got a touch on him. Because now it goes from like him shooting humans at him, because like he has to put him out of their misery. He has to like not touch now.
Yeah, so this is very interesting to me that. So there is this whole idea, like, this guy is a grade 1 jujutsu sorcerer.
Yes. He's not a teacher. He's like a freelance,
Which, okay, one thing I want to say, I'll get to it in a minute, but, so his whole thing is, like, he's like a really good sorcerer, but he's not aware of this soul. Like, this concept of a human having a soul is, like, something new to him. And they have an exchange, which I thought was interesting, where they talk about what came first, the human body or the human soul. And he was like, oh, the body, right? And he's like, no, the soul. The soul's always existed. The soul exists, like, separately from the body.
Yeah.
But it dictates the form the body takes, basically.
Yeah. And, it basically he just, like, fights him. He fights in a very, like, business style. Like, I want to get done by 6 so I can go check out.
This is what I wanted to say. So, I have so much respect for this man.
Yes.
He's truly mastered the work-life balance that is so hard to find in not only anime, but in Japanese, from my interpretation of Japanese society, where especially salarymen and women work insane hours. They literally, there's a word, I don't know the word, but there is a word that in Japanese that means to die from overexhaustion of work. Like, it is so ingrained in their culture. So, mad respect for my man. Work-life balance. It's what I'm looking for. It's what everyone should be looking for.
He's like probably one of my favorite people. He's like learning from right now, because it's like, he just I don't know. His power's fun.
He's a very fun departure from Gojo. We very desperately needed to get away from Gojo because Gojo was stealing the show.
Yeah.
Too much, and then this guy is like, he's a really good inversion of
foil.
Gojo. Great foil. Yes.
To both of them, and just being a little bit more serious.
Even we didn't mention it, but last episode Yuki rather. Is that a name, right? Yuki, because it's like Yuji Naka. That's the only reason. The guy who made Sonic.
Okay.
That's the only reason I'm able to remember.
Okay.
So I think Yuji Naka made Sonic.
I'm gonna say yes.
So
I'm not a Sonic fan.
there's a scene where Yuji is trying to relate to him, and he's failing at every turn because he's trying to be jokey, and the way that he gets off, or he gets along with Gojo so well, does not work with Nanami.
Yeah, because they're both wacky, nutty, like free spirits kind of thing.
Whereas Nanami's like kind of
Business.
Yeah, he's business. He's seen a lot of shit. He's very like no nonsense.
Because when he sends him out, I think the episode before, he sends him out to go tail him and just like, oh, you know where they're at though, but you're not gonna tell us, so we have to find them ourselves. Like, yeah, you gotta do stuff yourself. You can't just be handed all this stuff. That's how like business works.
It's good.
Yeah,
he's good. I love it. Love the man. Respect the work-life balance.
And one of the things they're like, oh, how can you play around with this power? The fact that he has to work overtime, he'll like go to his next weapon, which because I thought his tie was gonna be his sword.
Yeah. In last episode, you said that.
But this time he wrapped his knuckles with his tie. I'm like, oh my god, what is gonna fucking happen? It cuts away. I'm like, damn it.
I know. That was pretty good. That was really like very classic shonen, like get you to be hyped for the next episode.
Yeah. I really don't want him to like die.
I know.
Because like he's fighting what seems to be the villain of the arc.
Yeah.
And I just like don't want him to die from this.
I'm just so
or get saved by like Gojo or some shit.
Yeah, I really hope. Okay, first, I really hope that doesn't happen. But I'm so surprised that this arc is happening now because I really thought we were gonna jump right into the tournament arc.
I had the wiki up. It says this is like the mojito arc.
I love it. It tastes like a delicious rum and lime drink.
One of these episodes at the end, we're gonna have a mojito.
Oh, we should definitely have mojitos
at the end of the arc.
Next time we record, the weather might be nice enough for mojitos.
Yeah, hopefully.
Hell yeah, I fucking love a mojito, Sam.
Yeah, we'll review mojitos at the end of Mojito arc while he's like dying.
Okay, yeah, he's fucking shredded. Oh, another thing, I love that he uses Nanami uses his special power on his hand, and he almost completely severs it.
They regenerate because he's like, oh, I can manipulate. Oh yeah, because he says he can manipulate his own soul to his image, and he does that with his legs to turn him like gazelle legs.
Yes.
Which is interesting.
It is. This is very interesting. I'm the more we see with Mojito, the more I'm
That's
interested.
The only thing we've seen him really like use his creative powers. I'm hoping we see more in like a close range fight like this.
I could see him going like all out.
Can he make like 6 arms to like try touching him like harder or make it easier for him?
Maybe.
Like, he's gonna make it more animal like. Cause they like, this is weird to have a curse have a conversation with me. Like it's just sus. It's mad sus.
I also really love the stakes in this fight are set really high because, as you said, like I don't want him to die either, but I feel like he could.
There's not many people related to the score in this school alone. We need every teacher we can find.
And I know like it is a shonen, so I find it unlikely he will die here, but.
Yes, and side characters or side teachers can die. They show some kind of stakes, I guess, at certain points.
I feel like we just have so few characters at this point.
Yeah.
Like, and it's so early. We're in episode 10. It would be so surprising. It would be legitimately surprising if they killed him.
Yeah.
But I like how high the stakes are. I like that he only has like 2 or what is it? So 1 or 2 more touches before he actually does.
Yeah, he said 2 to 3
corrupted, and that's game over. Like if he gets touched again, like it seems like he's just fucking gone. Like
we'll see because we don't know what happened when he was up to a sorcerer.
True.
So it's 2 predictions. One, what do you think is going to happen in the fight? And then second one is what do you think is gonna like be the end result of like the conversation of our main character and Junpei, the ace defective.
Oh, I don't know. I forgot about the whole Junpei and Yuji thing.
Do you think he's going to convert him to the side of good, or do you think he's just still going to be, like, bad?
Well, from the OP, we see him talking.
It could be lies.
It could be lies. But they in the OP, to use some OP spoilers,
we have not to see the panda on the roof, so OP does lie.
we haven't seen him do the funny vault yet. But no, so we see them at the it's like the final shot of the OP. They're all having a picnic, and the main character's talking with Yuji is talking with Junpei, but then there's like weird static, and the screen gets all weird, and I'm like,
Unless that 1 minute he asked for takeover, or was it 1 minute or 10 seconds that he made the deal with?
Said 1 minute. Was it 15? Damn, we should remember this.
It's been a while.
I think it is 1 minute that.
I guess we're
Asuna.
Yeah.
Asuna? No, it can't be Asuna, right? Asuna's the character from Sword Art Online.
Shut up.
Asuna also means like breath in like Hindi, I think. No, not breath. I know it's a Hindi.
I thought you were thinking like a Shura.
No. Asuna is like a
Sukuna.
Sukuna. Thank you. I know I said Asuna in the last episode and I was wrong. Asuna is like a Hindi word, I think. Epic. So okay, Sakura. Yes, Sakura from Street Fighter.
Sure. So, you think anybody's gonna die in that fight between them two?
No, I think it's gonna be one of those like classic close calls. He's gonna punch him. He's gonna run away, and then we're gonna have another encounter. I feel like we have to have Yuji has to encounter the Cursed Man. What's his name? Mojito.
I mean, yeah, usually this arc's probably gonna end at like episode 12, I'm gonna get, or 13, because it's usually probably the first half of like one arc, and then
we haven't really seen. Like, he is like the big bad. Like, we haven't really seen
the other three. We only seen the volcano like one, but the other like, and I guess we saw the tree.
Oh wait, no, and there was that other dude. There was a human. Remember? The human who didn't.
Oh,
want
that's
to be
right.
seen.
Yeah, him.
He was the one that humans can see.
Yeah,
when they went to
I think he's probably the next overarching villain, but like Mojito is like the main villain of like this main person. Unless you're gonna go like each, because like the tree guy seems more like a henchman, volcano is more like a henchman, and like the cuttlefish seems like more like a henchman.
Yeah,
the lobster.
The lobster. So I guess we'll see. I think, I don't know. I would find it very surprising for Mojito to die in this arc, just because he's
not
like,
by our main character's hand or Gojo's hand.
Yeah, just because he's like, I don't know. There's something really interesting about him.
You say he's on scale with like a rank 1 or a grade 1,
if not stronger. Yeah, because we see that.
And I think
Nanami can't really beat him.
And our main character said like, oh, I can probably barely handle a grade 2 like a grade 2 sorcerer.
Oh yeah, we do learn.
Just in case we have to fight one, because it was like just another fucking subsystem of grading.
Another fucking but really, it's kind of like a parallel system to the demon grades, where basically like it's kind of just like whatever the grades are for the.
You might be able to handle like two of them. Like
yeah, they kind of shift halfway upwards. So like
except for the S grade.
Yes,
the special grade.
Yes, the special grades are like in a league of their own. We've already established very much like the 6th type of Nen, what is it called? The special one or whatever.
Yeah, special Nen.
Is it called special? What is it called?
I mean, just special is just like
It's the one at the bottom of the chart. I think it is special.
I'm pretty sure it's special.
I'm such a fake Hunter x Hunter fan. I even said the X in the
title.
Must be
had a fucking podcast about this or something.
Because there's Enhancer, there's Emitter, there's Conjure, there's Transmuter, there's a 5th one.
Specialist.
Specialist. Okay. And then wait, there's one more I'm missing.
Wait, you do it again?
Manipulator was the other one.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, I got them all. All right, I'm a smart guy. I know my Hunter S. Thompson.
Hunter.
My Hunter S. Thompson.
Sure.
All right. Anything else you want to say about this funny fucking
you were talking about the gag of because Jim is like she literally we were talking about last episode where like she would murder someone with the hammer and the
hammer girl. Yeah.
In the gag, she actually murdered Panda with the hammer.
And yeah, to me, like it's hilarious that it happened because like it really. There's something like you never see a character jokingly hit another character with a hammer. You only see it in like true crime TV shows. It's like, and then he took the hammer and caved her skull in,
or it's like a comically large mallet or something.
Yeah, but no, she actually kills Panda, and then so we have this funny joke where all the men are wearing what's her name? Itadora. No, because of an N, right?
Mm-hmm.
No Dora.
No, is that your final answer?
No, it's not. No to Dora. Hammer Girl. Her name is Hammer Girl.
We'll get it, guys. I swear.
I don't.
Nobara.
Nobara.
Nobara Kugisaki.
I freaking switched up my B's and my D's.
This is gonna be the ultimate test by the end of the series.
If you remember the names.
Yeah, I remember her name.
I'm 2 for 3 at this point. Nobara.
Nobara.
No holds bar. I'm gonna remember it.
Sure.
So No Holds Barra, everyone's stealing her clothes in this funny little gag.
Well, but also one of Maki's clothes gets stolen too.
Which is just like, first off, what the fuck?
Like Togi has Maki's skirt.
I guess it's kind of funny that like, haha, they're wearing her clothes because Panda's really big and it's funny that he'd be wearing her thing. But then Gojo shows up wearing her skirt and I was like,
oh, there's nothing you can do about that. Good luck getting that back.
Yeah, I was like, Sam, this makes me deeply uncomfortable. I don't like this.
you like your teacher stealing your students' clothes and like wearing them and like, I mean, luckily she was like basically had shorts on anyway and like.
All I can think is like this is the kind of joke that like a extremely lonely mangaka would write. Like,
I mean, there's a reason why this is probably at the end of the manga chapter as a joke gag, like a
Yeah,
one-page gag.
I guess so. I guess it must have been. I cannot understand the humor in this. It just, to me, it's like so stupid and dumb. I didn't like it. Also, borderline creepy. Gojo should not have been there wearing her pants. Anyone but Gojo. Well, not anyone. Any other not teacher, please.
It's fine.
All right.
Whatever. It's comedy.
It's fun.
Japanese comedy.
Yeah, big freaking quotes. I mean, Japanese comedy can be very funny, just not this show most of the time.
Yeah.
All right.
Is that it?
Yeah, plug it up, baby.
All right. Thank you so much for listening. Please like, comment, subscribe, all that stuff. You can tell us whatever stuff we hate.
Hello and welcome to Jujutsu Kai Quest. I'm Jim.
And I'm Sam.
And this is our epic quest
Please stop.
to go through every episode of Jujutsu Kaisen and for some reason also do a podcast on every one.
Hey, anime of the year and villain of the year. And
oh, did Mojito get villain of the year?
No, it wasn't Mojito. It was Sukuna got villain of the year. And remember,
Sukuna's not in most of the episodes.
And just remember, the season was not over when the Crunchyroll Awards happened.
I hate everything. I hate it all. So we watched episode 11 of Jujutsu Kaisen season 1. I believe it was called Narrow Minded. Is that what you said? Okay.
Yes, that's what I said right before recording.
I almost forgot.
And I like how the first several minutes answered every question we had at the end of the last episode.
It was like uncanny actually how literally in the first 2 minutes.
They literally could have added to the episode before, and it would have been like a conclusion to that instead of just like ending
stringing
it.
us along.
Yeah,
that's what they got to do though.
Yeah,
these things.
How they get you is the reason why we're recording this one.
Yeah. So,
what'd you think?
I liked it. So okay, one thing I want to begin. We've been maybe not doing our due diligence.
Okay, we did want to save the fight in general to like after it was completely concluded to
actually like kind of talk about it as a whole. So
if we knew that the fight would end like a 2 minute instantly.
I just have to say the animation has looked really good.
Yeah, like I said, the only thing I don't like are the CG backgrounds moving. I don't think that looks good, especially when it's very like the color. The color scheme of like brown,
yes, it just doesn't look very good. And just, I know we've already said it, but like Attack on Titan has also done this, but Attack on Titan does it so much better. At least the Studio Wit ones. Yeah. I don't really remember, but like there being too many scenes that.
But the animations
done.
Of like the characters moving and attacking and the auras look great.
The auras look sick. We didn't talk about it, but like when he Yuji does his like curse punch in 2 episodes ago, I think that was. I love the way that they show the curse energy. It's like really big, thick brush strokes and like just big, bright swaths of color. Very cool.
Yes. I was talking about his trump card. So literally his overtime works. It's like, so he has a pact and it's literally when he goes
What's
over
his name? Nanami?
Yes.
Okay, Nanami, yes.
They call him Konami because we're talking about
Konami, yes.
But yeah, so he basically, when he goes over overtime, he like his pact like goes off and like basically releases like all his power.
Which I really love this because part of it was like, why is he being... I mean, obviously love the work-life balance, very important. Keep it in mind. Always don't overwork yourself, kids.
It's a very Nen-like, it's a restriction, and then once the restriction lifts, it goes. And he's running with it. This is like Leorio should have had Hunter.
He might get it eventually. We don't know.
Or he thought he was a businessman, not a doctor.
Yeah. But so, yeah... I love this, and it makes so much sense why he was looking at his watch so much in the last episode, because he was anticipating this to happen.
Yes.
To me, like, I know that shonens need to have their power systems, but I feel like everything after Hunter x Hunter is just like a pale imitation of Nen. Nen is just so perfectly designed to be this extremely versatile system that has like great ways at developing unique and interesting power sets.
But this has done a good job doing that, though, with his power especially. Like, literally he becomes like time, like, it's like a time pact, I think they call it, and it's fucking great.
Packs are literally just, as you said, like, they're just Hunter x Hunter restrictions.
He literally cuts off, he breaks a bunch of rocks above him, cuts his leg off, monologues to him, walks away, then crushes him with rocks after he like says, oh yeah, I hope we'll meet and fight again, and then like crushes him. It's amazing.
So to me, the way I interpreted this was, I think how it works with his overtime thing, I feel like he only gets like a very, very temporary boost.
Yeah.
That's why he did his big attack and then he left because
Also,
he needed to get. He was hurt too.
Also
right?
saying that his weakness thing works like a 7-3 ratio, a 7-line ratio, and like, you can do it anywhere over the body. It just like he's
anything, not even the body.
Yeah,
you
anything.
can do it literally on anything
Like,
to slice
it's like
it.
a plane, an apple, a human, like anything, a bird.
Yeah,
it's really cool. I love that.
He's very cool.
He has the most. So now we know like powers can be expanded. Because I feel like there's like basic powers. There's like the pack power, and then the domains like the master thing, and then maybe like a power after that. Like Goji has his like eyes and everything, like an ascended power.
Yeah. So Goji for me is. Or Gojo, not Goji.
I don't know why I said Goji. I am very tired.
You made me say Goji too.
I know. I'm very tired.
We just watched the Godzilla movie.
Yes.
So Gojo, I'm very curious as this whole infinity thing because I feel like what we've learned is that like jujutsu techniques or as they're whatever the special techniques, curse techniques are not something that you can really learn. They're something you're like inherently born with.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess he was born with this. I really think it would be more interesting if it was a power that he developed.
I mean,
or was a curse that he received, maybe.
I feel like he like had a basic thing. He worked in business, and once he
I'm talking about Gojo.
Oh, Gojo. Who knows? Maybe we haven't got any backstory with him other than him just being the best.
Yeah,
and a teacher to them.
I'm very interested in that. No, but this thing makes sense to me. It's like it could have just been like a latent thing that he just had to discover later on.
So yeah, he beats his ass, and that's like they both just. He's like, oh yeah, we'll just go our separate ways.
It was great, and then let's wrap that whole thing up because then like
this is the best thing is kind of just do every storyline in just one go.
Yeah, so because the other thing will probably take the rest of our discussion. So yeah, later on in the episode we cut back to Mojito and he slithers out. He becomes a little snake and he slithers out.
The human,
he becomes a human earthworm, yes, and he slithers out of the. This is something I feel like I just asked in our last episode. I was like, I really want to see him do something wacky with his whole body. And he did. He became a creepy little snake and he's fine.
Yes.
And then the human dude, so the guy who was allying himself with the curses, he shows up and he's like, yo, what's up?
What's up?
And then they just are kind of like, yeah, I guess we're going to be bad together later.
Ghetto is his name.
His name is Ghetto?
Ghetto.
Oh,
G-E-T-O.
Okay.
Get the fuck out.
Ghetto.
I
thought you were saying ghetto, like G-H-E-T-T-O.
Yeah, just like ghetto. He's from the hood.
Shut up.
Straight out of Camden. So
he is that whole thing's kind of gone, like, and then whatever.
And then that ties in eventually after to the other stuff we're doing. Because other than that, then he's like recovering from. Like, Jim's like, whoa! Like he has goggles off, and Jim's like, whoa!
He was like, it was like when Gojo took his headband off. His like whole look changed just by removing the glasses.
His headband was holding his hair up in spikes like that. It like fell down.
But it works.
Yeah, and then so basically we cut to
Yuji
and Junpei talking. They get along because of movies because he watched movies in his training that we remember. And then Junpei loves his horror movies. Then his MILF mom shows up and he gets along perfectly.
I'm very sad that the mom got killed because I really liked this mom character. She had some like Misato energy from Eva, like getting drunk with kids around. Also, I know I've clowned on the humor of the show before. I've really dunked on it. But I love the line where Yuji was like, hello, woman. And then he was like, that like green onion doesn't really go with you. And then her response was like, I try to be the kind of woman that doesn't go with a green onion or something. And I love that like strange line that this woman is saying to a strange child. Like,
oh, you must be my child's new friend. That's a weird thing for you to say, but sure.
She immediately jumps on the banter with this like strange kid that she's never met before.
A friend that's like going along with my bullshit.
Yeah. And then she invites them to have dinner.
Yeah, he has dinner. He's still like spying on them. He still has the demon in his pocket during this, but nothing never comes up.
Is it in his pocket? It seems like he just fucking forgets about it.
He just has it.
It's the what, level 4 curse fly thing?
Yeah, the little like penis head.
Yeah. I think he literally just forgets about it and we will never hear about it ever again.
It's fine, not important. He's not a threat.
It's extremely unimportant.
He's not a threat at all. So he has to go back. He does like move it. Like, so he does a joke like a childhood story. Then she goes, "Hey, that's funny. Do something funny with this, with like a pot, like a pot lid."
Yeah.
And then he does like he does Castaway.
He makes a Castaway reference, which the mom does not get, which I thought was really funny. It would have been so much easier for the scene to have the mom and Junpei also like laugh, but no, I
Only
love that.
Junpei seemed cast.
Yeah, only Junpei gets this reference.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Tom Hanks is not famous in Japan, I guess.
I
Sorry,
would-
Tom Hanks.
I'm fucking
If I
praying.
Google how popular is Tom Hanks in Japan, do you think I will get a result?
I mean, you'll get probably millions of results. I don't know how relevant they'll be to your question.
I don't know, man.
I would, Sam, I'm just saying, I would kill some human to see Tom Hanks drawn in this anime. There's a non-0% chance that we might see Tom Hanks show up in like a scene.
I got a news article from 2016. Tom Hanks visits Japan, blends in with Yoaji at restaurant in Tokyo. It's just like Tom Hanks at a restaurant in Japan.
Fascinating.
But like old like businessmen just like waving at a camera like it's a selfie. You put this at the thumbnail.
I certainly will not. That's very cute though. We love Tom Hanks, I guess.
So yeah. And so he gets along perfectly, and then she passes out. They talk about, like, can you kill someone that's a human kind of thing, and the whole moral dilemma.
Well, yeah, Junpei is just like, yo, you're a jujutsu sorcerer, right? And he's like, yeah. He's like, wait, should I have told you that?
He's like, yeah, I heard. Like, if he knows about that, he knows about that. So we're like getting around that.
Honestly, one thing I'm starting to like about Yuji is his just bluntness. He's so honest. He's so forward.
He's like, yeah, very, very similar to Luffy, where he's very straightforward. Will tell you like straight up. He unlike Luffy will not lie. He cannot lie. So, but I mean, he can still. But other than that, there's like
just reinforcing that he's a good-hearted boy.
The moral dilemma that's obviously coming up because a finger is left in there and she gets fucking murdered because the fingers attract curses and it kills. It like ate her bottom half, and the bottom half is just covered in ice packs.
So to me, what seemed like happened was that he probably saw her get eaten, and then Junpei probably put her into bed and covered her with ice packs. Like, I don't think that's part of the curse. I think
she got eaten like in like the room. There was like no traces of blood or anything.
Yeah, so I think probably what happened was, what's his name? Mojito came and he waited for the curse to kill her, and then he came in.
Or
Mojito.
Mojito. Okay.
So Mojito came in and then killed the curse to protect Junpei.
We will be calling him Mojito a lot because
his name is Mojito.
Yes, we're calling him Mojito.
Because then later on we see a flashback of Mojito and Junpei is like crying and he's freaking out because he just saw his mom die, and then Mojito is like, hey, we found this curse thing, and there's a thing that people can do where they like sick curses on you.
They're bad guys who do it for like bounties to like drop curses on people and to kill them.
He's like, do you know anyone that is related to curses? So it's like, he's very clearly setting him up to be against Yuji here.
It's a plan, but he thinks it's the bully who beat the shit out of him who stepped on his movie.
Yeah, I thought that was really strange because to me it felt so obvious that Mojito was trying to frame Yuji here. But
he doesn't know about the bullies that beat the shit out of him.
Junpei was so fixated on his bully.
on this one asshole bully who got a prize because he bullied someone else to write a really good essay for him, and he's pissed off that he won an award, and he's super rich, and the girls love him, and you hate him.
I really actually like that little detail where he's like, dude, I didn't want you to like get me to win. Like, now all the attention's on me. Like, I just think it's funny that he's getting his scene blown up a little bit. So
the bad guys put like a barrier around it as well, like they like the
we saw in the first swim fight, yeah.
But our good guys had going to like the detention center, and this one they said like people can enter, no one can leave, and like only like low
curse energy people can enter. That's what they said.
Which
I guess our main character is.
Well, I don't know how he got
there.
I think he does, but when he's not in Sukuna mode.
Yeah,
because he still hasn't mastered like much.
But how did he know to go there? That was the thing that was kind of like when they. So okay, we have.
I think maybe because remember he was told to keep following him. He was on the phone with him. He's like, just keep following him, and I think he was, and then he was probably in the area. And I'm knowing the episode would show him like at the school, or keep an eye into seeing the barrier form and running into it, knowing something's happening, or seeing him talk to him, or just him in his edgelord outfit. Remember he reveals his hair and you see all the cigarette burns.
Okay, yeah, I really like that detail. I was wondering if they were gonna like.
There's a reason why he has the edge swoop.
Yeah, because we kept seeing them like. Bullies were constantly doing that to him, and I was wondering if we were
they're not going to show it. They're not going to have any marking, but no, he had straight up burns from that.
Honestly, it was shocking, very shocking.
Which we kind of learned he has like a jellyfish motif going, and it made just like a jellyfish. I'm not sure how many. I didn't count them, but he could have been like jellyfish stingers, like looking like like. And maybe that's what that looks. I didn't count them though. I don't have that time.
What, the burns on his
Yeah, the
head?
burn mark kind of be like jellyfish, like the amount of like stingers like a jellyfish would have.
Maybe.
Or a certain jellyfish, because it seemed a very specific jellyfish that they showed for him.
Yeah, it was like a big floofy one.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. But so, yeah, the one thing I really like about this is like, I think the show does a good job at wanting you to, you want Junpei to not go to the dark side.
Yeah.
Like, they really give you just enough, they show just enough humanity with him that like you really want him to, but you're not surprised when it happens because it's like this is a classic like villain origin story.
Yeah, or that the villain trying to bring someone to their side and the hero, and trying to get into their side, and we don't know which way they're gonna go. Especially OP not really making that clear 100%.
Which is fun. Because this to me like it could really go either way. I feel like at this point he is just like he's too far gone.
He's beat the shit out of him, but he still hasn't killed him yet though. He wants the teacher to watch.
That's
the fat
true.
Teacher.
I feel like he is like. Okay, here's my other question too. It's like, where is he getting this power from?
No, so the thing is, he learned about it from Mojito in the past episode, and he was about to use it on the teacher when he encountered him, and then he had the power. And I think like once you kind of develop what your thing is going to be, like it kind of just hits you, and you kind of know how to use at least a very bare minimum. Even though our main character had to grind for that power, or get beat the shit out of by dolls.
But what is it though? Is he a jujutsu sorcerer? Is this is this curse energy?
I think he's just developing a jujutsu because I think that was his plan to pit them against each other. And since they're both humans, they're both jujutsus.
They're not
both jujutsus.
They're gonna just
they're both Jujutsu Kaisens, as they say.
They're gonna immediately grab each other and put each other into like arm bars and stuff.
Because also the bad guys say, "Oh, we want to force him and Sukuna to make a pact," and like they already did that.
Yeah, which is I think I mentioned years ago,
which is something
the last episode.
Funny that the bad guys don't know and they want him to do.
Yeah, that's I mentioned this before. Like, no one is aware of the pact,
not even him.
Yeah, except Sukuna.
Yes.
Sukuna is the only one. So it's almost like an element of dramatic irony. It's very interesting.
Yeah, like I want him to taunt him and just bring him out like, "Bitch, I already made a pact. You get one. I get it for 3 minutes." But yeah.
But yeah, it was pretty good. The fight was really cool.
She was
overall.
very sad about the mom dying.
I was extremely sad. I was literally like, when they show the curse behind her, and I was like,
"Oh, Junpei is how Junpei gonna show his sing off, or he's gonna come busting through the window to save him." No,
mom just gets killed. I was so sad. She was so. I love characters like that. Probably just because I like Misato so much. I got a lot of Misato.
Although I didn't own any black clothes, I opened up my mom's closet and grabbed the first thing I saw out of, and luckily it was a perfectly good-looking school uniform that could.
Yeah, I thought that was a really strange line. It would have been funnier if he had like a weird like dress or something on, like something very like feminine.
Or would have been like, this is like the last thing. I have one thing and my mom got it for me. I didn't want to wear, never wanted to wear because I didn't like look of it. But
a black trench coat.
Yeah. Whatever.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like he's cemented his way to the dark side.
You think he's going to the dark side?
Yeah, he's disfigured, so that means he's going to be bad.
You're not disfigured. It's
the
hair swoop to cover it up.
Scars. That's how these things work. If a character is disfigured, that means they're evil.
I think.
Unfortunately, that's just how.
I think he'll sacrifice himself in this arc. He won't go to either side. I think this is gonna happen to him.
I really hate that. Like, I feel like having a character that's like evil sacrifice himself for the greater good is such a half measure. It's such an easy way out. I really hope they don't do that in the show.
I don't know. You never know. You never know.
Because it's better when a character like has to deal with their consequences, rather than like just I get to be good for 4 seconds and then die.
Yeah, but he's not like completely bad and just be like swooned over there. He's still like on that moral ground. He's been tipping on like both ends like throughout his last like 2-3 episodes.
Mostly like toward the evil end though.
Yeah, he was far down. Then he kind of went up when he met in it, and then like kind of went back down right now. But like you never know what happens when the main character busts through for his new friend.
Yeah.
The power of friendship in Talk no Jutsu is very powerful in shonen.
Talk no Jutsu. I feel like it's only going to end badly for our poor boy Junpei though.
We'll see. It depends.
I really like Junpei. I feel like he's gotten a lot. I think giving him the film quirk is like a really good like
This show has
little
been
character
weird
development.
with what they've been like referencing it with the titles and everything, because like they straight up just say the names as everything. Where like most of it's like a parody of like the thing.
I feel like though I don't know the name of the mangaka, but I feel like he's a Westaboo because like
Yeah,
all the movies
Smash-
have been like explicit like references to like Western movies.
There was a Smash Brothers, like straight up Smash Brothers, like name drop as well in this. I know it's not like America, but still, it was like,
Oh, was that was in this, right?
I believe
that was,
so, yeah.
What's her face?
yeah.
Nobara, her name is. I got it. I fucking got it. All right, now I just need
the
to make
character development for Jim is.
now I just need to make a Chainsaw Man reference, and then we'll be good. I'll just check all the boxes off.
No, you can't be thinking about that though. You have to let it come naturally.
Yeah.
But so yes, anything else you think is gonna happen? You think they're gonna like end up like teaming up to fight one of the Mojito or Ghetto?
I don't know. I want
Ghetto himself.
Ghetto. I really want them to, because I would like. I want him to be a good boy. I want Junpei to be a good boy, but I just see him becoming like a sort of
or he tries to be good, then he gets like touched and soul corrupted.
Oh, that would suck.
He doesn't.
So the thing with Junpei, so I was trying to kind of think, and I couldn't really come up with a like equivalent, but like I like the idea of Junpei kind of being like a permanent character, but as like a permanent kind of bad guy, like you know what I'm talking, like
this kind of be like go off on his own to be like a third party kind of thing,
not like a Vegeta, because like
like an anti-hero kind of thing where he's like kind of against the main character, but not like going completely evil, want to take over the world. He'll beat up both sides essentially.
Yeah, I would like that. And I was trying to think, I couldn't really think of a parallel because like I don't know. Like to me, like not like a Vegeta role, because Vegeta is just like explicitly kind of a good guy.
Now he is
after a while.
After all that genocide he did,
he got better.
I mean, I'm trying to think.
I know. Yeah, I couldn't really think because like I guess Sasuke
Scar
is bad.
From Fullmetal Alchemist.
Ooh, Scar is a really good. Yeah, Scar is probably a really good. Even though technically it's not like a Shonen Jump manga, but we've already
not. It's the closest thing I could think.
It is a shonen though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Scar is probably a really good comparison for a lot of reasons actually, but also probably will become good eventually. That's like the thing with that kind of character type.
Be on that anti-hero kind of pathway. Everybody loves a good anti-hero, but I guess we'll see.
Mm-hmm. Maybe like
the fact that we know there's like freelance jiu-jitsu masters is anything can happen now. You're not just stuck in the school because not many students in there.
Yeah, the part of this,
and we've only seen second years. We still haven't seen any third or fourth years.
Yeah, I think there's only 3 years. I think they said explicitly there's only 3 years.
Either way, we haven't seen like any that many people from the school.
Yeah, part of the show that I think is kind of weird, and like this happens a lot with this kind of story where like you have them going to a school and we're only encountering like a handful of characters.
We haven't got any school related stuff. We've seen the teachers, like we've seen like the nurses more like, not even nurses off. It's like a more.
We've seen one teacher. We've seen
the headmaster.
The headmaster.
We've seen the rooms of these people that work at the school, and like the only thing, unless you count them Panda throwing her around in like the track and field part of that's even if that part of school or not.
That could easily not be their school.
It could.
That could easily just be any
it really could.
School. So that's I think the problem with a show like this is like you need when you have characters go to a school, you expect it to be like a Hogwarts situation where there's like lots and lots of characters.
We also been Dick teased a tournament arc that still hasn't happened yet because they Dick teased it and then put like an arc before it.
I can't believe how long this arc is taking. Like I guess we're getting into it next time. We did get like
have to be
end credits.
I think after this is like the climax to this arc because it's obviously been leading up to Junpei like this. So and going by the OP, this seems to be the last thing in it.
Yeah, there's got to be no OP soon, right?
Hopefully, I hope so. I'm not too big fan of this one. I'm hoping that
praying the next
that one good one that we saw that we really wanted to be the OP.
We shall see.
It's a shame we got spoiled by that one because now we can never compare it to that first one.
Yeah, and
we're gonna lose the good ED, even though like when something dramatic happens, like him buzzing through the door while he's beating the shit out of like the bully, like then the fun music plays, all the dancing happens.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like when people thought like, oh no, and JoJo would be like, oh no, he died, and then Freaking You starts playing.
Yeah,
people thought
that was really funny. I remember
everybody was like, "Oh no, this dramatic moment's gonna happen," and then like a song about sex happens.
Talk about freaking you.
Or it's just like that funny thought, but like
yeah. All right, I
I
guess
think
we'll
that's
find
it.
out later. We'll find out next time on
Next time,
Jujutsu Kai Quest.
our next recording session will be in 2 weeks, where Jim is gonna be like, "I really want to watch more Jujutsu Kaisen." Like, come on.
Forcing Sam to come over and watch more with me.
Yeah. I guess I wrap it up then. Plug it up.
Plug it up.
All right.
I'm like sleeping already.
All that caffeine did.
Hello and welcome to Jujutsu Kai Quest. I'm Jim.
I'm Sam.
And yes, we're back. Back at it again.
Session 4.
Session 4? Yeah, which might be the shortest session.
Yeah. We're trying to finish this arc, damn it.
Yeah, so we just watched episode 12 of Jujutsu Kaisen.
Mm-hmm.
To you someday?
Yes.
Okay.
You are correct, sir.
Sam literally told me 2 seconds ago, and I already
Literally right
before
before recording, so you could do it smoothly, and you fucked it up.
Fucked it up. So, Jujutsu.
That is the show we are watching.
All right, so last we saw our characters, Junpei had gone full school shooter mode, as you said.
Pretty much. I mean, he got a poison jellyfish. He knocked out everybody except for the school bully and the fat teacher from a very bad hentai.
So, okay, so yeah, we basically this episode is mostly fighting, which I'm like, yes, good.
Yes.
First it's Gojo.
Yeah, because the only way to speak to people is to yell and punch them,
True.
which in true shonen fashion.
And I have to say, this one was good. I mean, the fights had moments that I was like, damn, that is animation.
Very well animated, and then it stopped. And then, just for more dialogue, because you have to get some of that animation into the next episode.
Yeah. I think we were really hoping that this would be the final one for this arc. But
I think we got one more. Because this is episode 12, and usually, like, seasonal shows go for, like, 13 episodes. So usually, like, an arc, or, like, an arc will conclude at, like, when a season ends, and then pick up with the next season of anime and go through another, like, a new arc. But
do we know how many episodes there are total? Is it 24? I think
it's probably 24. Safe to say 24.
Wow, so we're literally at the halfway point.
Yeah, we're in the versus Mojito arc. I love calling him Mojito. Sorry.
It's very funny. So yeah, basically, as you said, like, so Junpei's abilities, it's explained to us, is a poison jellyfish.
Yes, it looks like Mars people from Metal Slug. If you don't know what that is, you can just Google that. It's like a little funny looking alien.
Why? When is the poison ever relevant?
It's not, because our boy can literally not be affected by multiple holes and or poison in him unless that comes up in the next episode.
I guess it might come up in the next episode.
But he said, I think when he's in the flashback of, like, Mojito talking to Junpei about, like, his power, saying, like, the power your poison is, like, once you get master it, it'll be more potent, and that along the lines of that.
Yeah.
So maybe he was holding back because he's, like, the only friend he didn't have, because your chance of stopping a school shooter is the one friend to step up and pray he doesn't change his mind.
So yeah, the one scene. So yeah, they have a whole fight. We see the, like, what's even happening here? Like, so Yuji is, like, using his soul punch, or his curse punch now.
His aura, basically.
It seems like this is the first time we've really seen him use it, like, a lot.
Yeah. And it also, like, find out how he got there and everything of, like...
Oh yeah, that started the little flashback.
Yeah.
Okay, I was really expecting the taxi guy to, like, have some kind of ability.
No, he's useless to be panicking with the car and then just let him go do whatever he wants because he's not going to stop him.
He literally was like, I won't let you go. Or he said, like, you shouldn't go. And then he's like, fuck you, I will go
I'm going to do that cool thing of running past the person trying to stop me very slow-mo and say, sorry. Oops. But yeah, he also calls Anami and tells him he's going there, and he's trying to, like, wipe up with the rest of the demons in, like, where he fought originally.
It's like the sewer area.
Yeah. And he called like a grade 2
guy,
which we haven't seen before, and tells him to take care of it, and he'll maybe get a promotion, and then that cuts away because you can't be seeing that power until later on. Until the tournament arc, I guess.
I'm really, like, baffled at this scene. When I'm thinking about, like, writing a story, I'm thinking, like, keeping the most important elements, especially we're late in an arc. why are they suddenly introducing a new character? Like, do
Or,
they
like-
even need to wrap this plotline up? I feel like they
I
didn't.
mean, it could have been the thing of like, I'll be there as soon as I clean up this mess, and then like, maybe
just
have
not show anything. They didn't need to. They literally just wanted to like show a new character.
Because we saw his power. We know he could probably easily make quick work of all the monsters easily.
Yeah, because he can just slice them perfectly.
But yeah, I guess they want to tease that character for the tournament arc. I'm going to
Probably.
guess
You're probably right.
because they got to show
guess.
off everybody. Even
God damn
though
it.
we haven't seen any side character in like how many episodes prominently,
Yeah.
other than like a quick cutaway to like the panda throwing one of them.
Yeah, I'm sure that this isn't as big of a deal when you're binging the show, but like for us, it's been so long since we watched the last set of episodes that I'm just like, please, I just want to see the other characters.
I
Again.
want to see Maki.
I want to see Maki. I really want to fucking see Maki.
I want to see all the side characters because I want to learn more about them.
Also, okay, I'm gonna insert this right here. This will be the last time I mention it. Please stop spoiling us in the comments. Every time a new episode comes out, somebody explains something about Maki, and I'm like, please, I do not want to see this. Thank you. I know you're excited.
We will get there.
I know it's so fun to talk about this show, but please, yeah, Sam and I are literally watching this episode by episode.
There's a reason why I avoid comments section so much. So
honestly, I don't blame you. But thank you. I'm glad you're leaving comments.
Yes.
Please continue to leave comments. Just do not spoil me, please.
So during this whole fight between Junpei and Yuji just fucking stomps him.
It's pretty funny.
It's great because Junpei is very like has no fighting ability at all.
And it's really funny too, like, so the first half of the fight, he just doesn't seem to remember, like, key advice that Gojo told him, which was, attack the sorcerer, don't attack their, like, curse power.
Yeah.
So then once he does that, he's like, oh yeah, I'll just win.
Because he's like a summoner type, like Megumi was, but he's like a more of a stand one, where it's just a singular one.
It really does feel just like a stand, honestly.
Yes, it's a very interesting jellyfish stand.
I like the jellyfish. I just wish, like, I like when it got, like, the poison or the pincer things.
Yeah, well, it'd be interesting to see how the poison actually affects it, but we didn't see that.
I really hope you're right. I really hope it shows up later in the fight.
Maybe, but
Just
I don't
because
know.
why else would they fucking have said it's a poison?
Well, who knows? I think I said before, he mentioned in the flashback that it's not like he can control the potency better.
And I think, okay, so before we get too ahead of ourselves, I think a lot of that was, like, setting up this, like, this total, like, plot twist.
Yeah. Well,
or subversion, I guess.
well, the first subversion, he just gets this shit, like, he gets punched out of a window, lands, like, on, like, a I guess, like, a bike
It's an
rack.
awning or something.
Like, an awning
yeah.
over something, and then just gets punched, like, half a story up through another window,
I
and
love
it's just,
that.
like, just beats the shit out of him.
You always see a character get punched out of a window. Very rarely do you see them suddenly get punched
And
back into a
this
window.
is like his first big solo arc, like fighting a 1v1, like because everything's been like, with the squads. This is like our first like one like that, and yeah, he just like curb stomps him, and then he tries to have his heart to heart talking and everything, and then
he does seem to get through with him. Cause so basically what he does is Yuji's like, you know what? I'm not gonna curse you anymore. Like, you have been wronged. Right now, you shouldn't want to kill people.
You are going through some shit.
Yeah. So he lets him get a pincer. Like, we keep talking about this. Like, he gets the.
You didn't take a life yet,
attack.
so
True.
So you could still be saved, and but then that's when
Mojito shows up and he's like,
But
actually, fuck you.
he's like, "Hey, buddy, what's up?" And then he gets like buddy with him, puts his hand on. I'm like, "Oh no!"
And then he touches his
but
soul.
no. But then he says like he's not a bad guy. But right when he says that, he realizes he is a bad guy because he mutilates corpses to like bloat them or shrink them. Like, oh wait, maybe all those dead bodies weren't a good thing.
Part of me kind of is annoyed that it took him this long.
He saw him mutilate 3 corpses in the movie theater.
Yeah.
But I guess he was in like, I hate the edgy teenage, like, I fucking hate everybody. Just everybody's fucking real Catcher in the Rye of like all these phonies. All these phonies who hate my movies.
It is really funny to me that the series wants me to like Junpei, even though Junpei has kind of been like very okay with people just dying in front of him all the time.
If only Holden Caulfield got mutilated into become a weird creature like the dog from the Chimera from Full Metal Alchemist.
If only I could bring JD Salinger back to life, I would show him this episode. I would show him Jujutsu Kaisen.
The equivalent of like Matt Pat giving the Pope the Undertale.
But so, okay, what you just said.
So you give JD Salinger a copy of Jujutsu Kaisen episode 12.
Just the episode, yeah. No context or anything.
You're gonna love this, man. Trust me.
But so he touches his soul, which I forgot what Mojito's power was. and it is to
It's
to touch your soul, because like the soul changes like what you are.
Yes.
So he touches his soul.
He just
and
changes
turns him into, as you said. He
and the
looks
cool
kind
thing
of
is
like Full
he
Metal
could
Alchemist.
do it with himself. So right now he just like extended his arm out like in a blob, like very
It's very throbbing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like
It's very
Akira.
suggestive.
Like Akira.
I was thinking Akira too, because they actually like the thing with Akira is like the movie had an incredible budget. So like whenever
really
what's his name? It's not Kaneda. It's the other one. Wow, this is embarrassing. There's two fucking names in Akira. Whatever.
I'm gonna leave it to be embarrassed.
It begins with it's Kaneda. It's not Tanjiro, because that's a character from whatever. Why am I wasting my time?
Tetsuo?
Tetsuo. I knew it began with a T. So when Tetsuo is doing his like stuff, it looks incredible because it's being animated. But this show does good animation for the blobby bits.
What's funny, when I look up characters from Akira, are the main characters like not even like the top like 3 characters on there?
That's really funny. But so
Akira himself.
Akira is a character, not in the movie,
I know.
in the manga. So I liked this little bit here. So Junpei gets turned into a creepy little ogre man, and he immediately. I love the way he punches. Like he's going for these like funny, like the way it's animated is really good. He's punching Yuji, and Yuji's like, "Fuck, I need to save my friend," and then
he calls on
Asuka says no. Sukuna.
Sukuna, yeah, he's like, "Yo, you can use my body." Like, nah. But even Mahito's like, "Wait, what? No, this should be the time perfectly in my plan that you should be doing this." Which I do like, because like they both openly laugh at him.
Very good.
Which is very great.
I really like this scene.
I mentioned when we were watching the gym, but like I think the interesting is just the bad guys. There's 2 different set of bad guys. One's in him, but they don't know what's going on with the other bad guy's plans. So he just doesn't know that their plans are ruined right now because of he already made a pact.
Yeah, he's already made the pact. So the whole thing that Mojito wants like Sukuna to make a pact. He already made one.
Sukuna's like, wow, he really doesn't remember anything. Like, yeah, that was part of the fucking deal. You see, you're a guy who made pacts or knows how pact works better than most people. You shouldn't be surprised.
Also, I just want to bring up, I feel like the pact that Sukuna made is so like, it so is not helping Sukuna.
Yes,
like it is.
At least as of now,
he limited himself into such a crazy way.
It's so specific that we don't know, but that's what makes it interesting. How specific and like low, like how weird it is.
One day we will find out the results of this.
Probably the finale of season 1, or maybe not.
Maybe not. I think this will be a late revelation. But okay.
I do like how he can still appear and mock him though, even though like not take control of his body.
Yeah, the scene where they're laughing, very fucking funny.
And we don't. Not even Mahito knows if he can actually fully heal him either.
True.
Like we don't know how, because he can heal the body he's in probably, but not like heal other people, especially like the souls. Because he regrew the heart.
Yeah.
So we don't know if he could like regrow like a person's entire soul to be back, not be a platypus monster.
I think the soul thing is like a big key. Like
Yes.
he might be able to heal other people, but yeah, the fact that the soul. But
also,
so then,
my favorite part. There's some really cool animation of like his arm changing into like blades and everything.
Wait, so the other important thing, Junpei dies.
Yeah, Junpei he doesn't stay, because they don't stay alive long in that form, like, or the more you mutilate it, or like.
He even, I think, whatever. Mojito said
he
something
said,
about
like, wow, he didn't last long.
Yeah, he even says like, oh, that was a sloppy job.
Yeah, but it's a great. Yeah, but then he gets very angry and goes in like mob level 100%, where like goes black and white and like. It goes Ultra Instinct and just like punches him good.
Mm-hmm. I didn't really appreciate this moment until you mentioned that the OP is kind of like a dream almost of like what Yuji wants, where like Junpei could have been another friend.
You could have been my friend and meet all these side characters who I haven't even met yet.
At least these 2 people that I've maybe talked to 9 times.
Everybody that thinks I'm dead for months now, maybe they got over my death now.
But yeah, so and then they have a little scene where he's like imagining what could have been, and it's like, okay, I do kind of like this. Like,
yes,
I like that.
It was so sudden too, him transforming and like just his whole character arc is just being done now.
Like I feel like this probably happened in the span of 1 chapter in the manga, which is damn. That's like I appreciate.
It probably like ended with him like transforming like a chapter.
Yeah, and then he dies next. But still, I really appreciate the quickness of that. Like they didn't really stretch it out. They were like, okay, we have a point to make. We're gonna boom,
and we know how quick his powers go right as he touches you, because the big like no when the first fight happened with don't let him touch you.
Yeah,
or like I think he did touch the dude before, but he like guarded his soul like on it like by itself. He didn't really do it intentionally. I think it was, or like he did like subconsciously. I think it.
Yeah, so then, okay, so after he dies, then he goes, this is pretty much the rest of the episode is just them fighting.
Yes, but he does some really cool, like, transformation with his arms, and, like,
That's a cut of him like jumping backwards out of the hallway to get away from like the arm blades was really sick.
Yeah, and it
really fucking cool.
That's like all these villains don't like expect him like being suicidal as he is, because he will like get spiked in his hand and just pull you towards him.
Yeah.
Get the spikes at point blank range and just headbutt you into your head's like almost a crater.
Yeah, I don't really even have much to say except
I
thought
the
fight was awesome.
I love me a good dumb shonen headbutt.
It's great.
It's like seeing a suplex in something. You love to see it.
Yeah, it was really cool. I feel like it was kind of, we are at the end of this arc, so just finally let Mojito go like crazy. So his powers are going crazy.
Are you gonna exercise me? Like, no, I'm gonna kill you, motherfucker, kind of thing.
And it's nice to see Yuji have like some fucking character development, because I don't like his like I'm so goofy character. I like him giving him like hope that he could have a future with someone, and then having that ripped away.
Yeah,
pretty
having
cool,
an actual friend, because he didn't really. I feel like he's been doing with Junpei a lot more experience with Junpei than like Megumi and like the other everybody in the squad other than Gojo.
This reminds me of Chainsaw Man. No, I'm kidding.
Well,
I won't do it this episode.
No, I compared to Chainsaw Man because of his ability to fucking kill himself in battle, or should be dead in battle.
Oh, I forgot you actually did make it. Yeah, when we watched it.
I was like, wow, like he rivals his suicidal like or his deaths while fighting. He's like rivals Denji. But yeah, then. Basically,
he's basically about to get fucked, because he has a cool moment where he gets the upper hand, but then Mojito like totally flips it, and then he's about to get hurt, and then what's his name? Nanami comes back.
But he also notices like his note, like he says like I can't really hurt him. You're not affected by him, so I can like stop his movement. And you have to beat him because you're working on him because his nose is just bleeding normally like a human would.
And so I think we mentioned it a little earlier, but the whole thing they talk about is like. Yuji
going for the soul
is able to go for the soul because he's a vessel for Sukuna.
Yeah,
Akunsa, whatever his name
I
is.
even talked about my favorite part of the episode is when Mojito actually touches him and he goes into into like the soulscape, I guess it's called.
The domain.
Yeah, his domain, and just like so traumatized for like he's like, just because we both mocked him, I'll let you slide this once, but he's like so like shell shocked from this in this mode or maybe being stuck in there that he just gets his ass beat a little bit.
I was really not a huge fan of Sukunda initially, but the more that we get those little moments of him, like the part when he killed Yuji in like in their domain, domain, like these little bits, I'm really starting to like this character.
The bet, yeah, it's something like that, but like he's still like mysterious. So he's definitely better than he was just being generic evil guy. Now we're trying to get like understand what he's going for.
Yeah,
it's interesting. But yeah, so and then basically it just ends with like them getting a strategy, and then cuts to the great Edie, which once this arc is done, it's probably going away.
Do you think we'll get a new OP then?
We'll get a better OP. But a worse ED.
No, I'd rather not do that.
That's how it's gonna be.
I would totally keep this.
It's called equivalent exchange. So
yes, true. I would keep this ED forever. I love looking at it. Except the character. I don't know who that girl is in the ED.
Which one?
The girl with the space buns. The girl at the shopping. We haven't seen this character yet.
It's the POV of neighbor not moving away.
I am making a joke.
No,
I feel like I have to say that. I know who this character is.
I know, we haven't gotten to her real arc yet, so
yeah. When I was looking at like the episode list, I saw that the setting changed in the next one. So please, fingers crossed, please let's wrap this arc up quick, and then we finally go to the
tournament arc that we've been like.
I'm begging you, please.
I need to see Maki. I need to see Mai. I want to see the guy ask more people if they're Dream Woman.
Toro?
I don't know. I want to see him do wrestling moves.
Yes, just please. I'm just
maybe
begging.
See what Panda actually fucking does.
I'm so curious. I need to know.
Our OP command boy.
Yeah,
like Salmon Row boy.
I did hear that the tournament arc. I read a spoiler by accident. I heard the tournament arc is unconventional. So it's not. Don't get your hopes up for like a dark tournament.
No, I'm hoping like actual like. Here it's just a bunch of athletic competitions with you can use your spirit or your curse.
Yeah, the only thing I know is that it is not like a 1v1. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I read a lying spoiler.
It'd be fun to be a bunch of miscellaneous like games, but then like there actually will be a fight. It's like one of the games, like a wrestling match or like. So all the big guys can have like a way to go at it. Yeah,
I feel like we're in an era now.
Like Maki versus Mud have gun versus sword, or spear, whatever she's gonna use, because we know she's a tool, like a tool user, essentially.
True, a tool user.
She basically has to. Yeah.
But I feel like we're in an era now with Shonen Jump where like you need to like kind of what he did with the training arc. Like you need to add a fun twist to a thing. Like
Yeah.
even in Doctor Stone, there was a tournament arc early on. Like,
Yes.
it's they kind of do some fun stuff with it, but it still is a tournament arc. Like with this, you need to really do something
Yeah.
to change it up. Like I've seen enough fucking tournament arcs in my day.
You could have called it a school festival, like school-wide festival, or something like that.
Yeah.
Because the Jujutsu class is not very big.
Yeah, we really need. I guess that's why
we have this. We have the two teams.
Infuse more characters.
Yuji's still dead technically, and like we have like what? Like, I'm not sure if that grade 2 is part of their academy or part of another academy.
We'll find out, I guess.
Yeah, but overall, very good episode. Heavily enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was cool.
Yeah.
The fight scenes. I think I've kind of learned what to appreciate this show for, and it's like, give me these cool fight scenes. Like,
yes,
I'll turn my brain off. Show me the Sakuga.
I always say the one thing I don't like is like, the CG. Like, especially, it was worse in the sewers because the backgrounds were bad because of like the coloring of them, and like I don't like the 3D movement. But this one didn't have that, which I really liked.
It's really funny because like when I normally complain about CG in anime, it's not the complaint that you are making here. Like this is a very different, totally valid.
It's like
complaint. It's like the weird use of backgrounds.
Yes, it's not like when I watch Vinland Saga.
Oh, I forgot that
where they had where like there's really good animated fight scenes, and then there's this random CG like soldiers just getting killed, and it's not good looking.
I remember they used CG for like Thor. What's the dad's name?
Thorkin or Thorfinn.
Thorfinn's the boy. He's the main character. Tors, yes. They use CG for him in like a shot, and I was like, ugh.
But yeah, then it goes into good animation. But like, luckily, like the best part of Vinland was like the fucking like dialogue between characters more so than the like certain fights were good. But like you basically got there for the dialogue talking because those characters really carried like a lot.
It's really funny because I didn't even watch most of Vinland because I started reading it.
Yeah.
Because I was like, I want to know what's happening. I will not wait for episode.
Yeah, I think they're working on season 2. So
are they? People are going to be really surprised by season 2.
I said the thing is, I know it's like a farm, it's like like a Walking Dead farm arc,
but they go to the farm and they don't leave.
But like I said, I like a lot. Like the dialogue is my favorite part of that first series or the first season.
No, it's good. Vinland Saga is good.
Yeah,
it's just not. I don't see why people like are obsessed with it.
God, what's the kingdom? That's also like the very long running one about.
Yes, there's a couple.
Which never been like has that ever been adapted to like an anime?
Yes, it has.
Okay,
it's one of the bad ones.
Okay,
that people don't talk
like
about.
Berserk.
Like Berserk, yeah. I don't think it's all CG, but I think it's not good.
Oof.
I think it's not good.
Yeah. All right. But anything else you want?
Yeah, we should end this. We're just ranting about random things now.
Like that's what they come here for. I think that's so. Yeah.
I have to say, I just want to point out, Sam is like contorted his arm in a very interesting way.
I'm double jointed in my arm, so I kind of just like no, like you know.
Could be a contortionist, probably. Do you think?
No, if I got back into stretching more, yeah.
I think you literally could. The way that your arm really was freaking me out for a minute there.
I kind of like do that like unintentionally. Like when I pull it, so I have like my arm completely straight back, like we have like this, but behind. I was
gonna say, this is wonderful visual media.
Yeah, but like I kind of just do that. Like when you're double jointed in like certain ways, you kind of just do stuff idly. State. Yeah, you kind of don't pay attention to it.
No, it's great. It's great. I love it.
So,
all right,
and you can see every bone.
Yes, you really can.
So yeah,
every vein as well.
Every vein, just like Mojito.
Yeah, when you got your shot for the vaccine, they actually went through. When she poked it, you're so skinny, it went right through your arm.
Yeah, she just like
it was like SpongeBob or something.
she just like hurt or just hit the bone.
All right, let's end.
Not much in those veins.
Just what, like Monster Energy? No, you don't drink Monster Energy.
No, I drink Monster Rehab, but not Monster like not the gross like original Monster that Kyle's drink.
Kyle, I haven't heard that slur in a while.
You gotta blur that out, Jim.
No, I'm gonna bleep Kyle out.
You gotta put a jellyfish noise.
What is jellyfish?
Like
noise?
From SpongeBob, like the jellyfish moving, or like or the zap.
Okay, the zap. Yeah,
but
I won't do that.
Don't, because I think I said something really bad actually. Because you hear K, and then you're like, oh no, what did he say? What I think he said. God, it's going too long.
Just gaslighting you.
I need to wrap this up.
All right, Sam, give me some plugs.
Okay, thank you all for listening. If you haven't turned it off by now, please like, comment, subscribe. Do not spoil.
No spoil.
No spoils. You've been warned. You can.
If you spoil it, I won't read your comment.
Jim will
like that.
will bring your comments to the Shadow Realm, and then yes, you can follow the podcast or me and Jim separately on Twitter, and you can of course join the Discord, talk about JoJo, Jujutsu, whatever you read.
Jujutsu Kaisen.
Because by the time it comes out, there'll probably be 6 more chapters come out.
There actually will be another chapter of JoJo laying out. We just read chapter 106.
You get 1 new chapter of JoJo by the time it comes out, and like 6 Jujutsu Kaisen chapters. So,
True.
And I think that's all my plugs for this.
All right.
Hopefully we can finish. Hopefully this arc will end so we can
Please.
end the first cycle of Jujutsu Kaisen.
Yeah.
Before we get to the latter half, and we can just come in with a clear head in the next arc, and hopefully be the tournament arc.
Yeah.
Unless it'd be like, oh no, here comes Megumi and friends doing their arc against the other members of this team. Remember Mojito has other people he's working with, like the guy with the scar on his head, and all the other elementals.
Yeah.
So
we still have the fucking volcano head.
yeah, we have Krakatoa.
Yeah.
We have the tree guy, the pheromones,
Mm-hmm.
and was it a fish guy?
Yeah, he's a cuttlefish.
He's a cuttlefish guy. Yeah.
Or as you would like to say, lobster.
Lobster man.
All right, let's please end this.
So yeah,
we need to end this.
We will see you next time when we
see
do
you
episode
next
13.
Wednesday for Jujutsu Kaisen Wednesday.
Jujutsu Kai Quest Wednesday.
Oh wait, Jujutsu Kai Quest Wednesday.
Jujutsu Wednesday. Hello and welcome to Jujutsu Kai Quest. I'm Sam.
And I'm Jim.
And welcome to our Jujutsu Kaisen discussion podcast. We're on episode 13, titled Tomorrow.
Yes, correct.
You looked at me like I was wrong, and it scared me for a second because I just read it.
That's how I feel every time I intro one of these. So yeah, we're on our Jujutsu Kai quest. We're watching every single episode for some reason.
We're finally done with the versus Mojito arc.
Yes.
And man,
also, can I rename this arc? The Yuji kills children arc.
off panel.
Off camera. Off panel.
Off panel. So yeah. So this in the arc. Overall thoughts of this, and it kind of ended abruptly.
So this has been what, 5 episodes?
Yeah, around that. Since the movie theater, probably about five. Yeah, if I say 5.
I find myself okay, so ultimately I'm kind of annoyed that he gets away.
Yes.
I really thought this would have been a great time. I feel like what's the guy, Mojito? I feel like Mojito has totally we've squeezed all of the useful story elements out of him. He could have just been killed here.
Yes.
He should have just died, in my opinion.
Yeah. And he seemed like there's 3 different ways he could have died, even in his escape.
Yeah. I was honestly bummed he didn't die.
Yeah. So basically the first half of the episode is just a fight scene of them fighting Mojito.
Yes.
And
I got so hyped. So when Mojito, he puts an eyeball in his one hand so he can watch Yuji, and then he makes his other arm a huge blade, and then he runs toward them, but the animation looks so sick. I was like, oh, I got so excited.
Well, it looks good, and then he immediately gets the shit kicked out of him.
That's pretty much the whole fight, is just him getting fucked. And so initially, early on, we talked about how Yuji kills children. So that whole scene too is also really well animated.
Yeah. Well, luckily those children were asked to be killed, so it's not murder. They were asking for it.
They're asking for it. So what I really
you're gonna quote that and put it on my you can murder children as long as they're asking for it.
Put it on your grave after you get killed.
My tombstone. Those kids were asking for it.
So we didn't mention it, but last episode, the little ending stinger was these 3, which I thought they were curses.
You mean the joke?
The joke, yeah.
The joke scene? We just, playing the swords in the barrel?
Yeah, I don't know what that game's called.
I was going to call it sword in the barrel.
Yeah, I guess so. And we see these children playing that, and then so I thought it was cool that they actually were in this episode. I thought that was a really smart use of an anime original scene.
Yeah.
I'm assuming it's anime original. But that fight scene, so when Mito, I'm thinking of Hunter x Hunter, when Mojito throws out the children, the whole fight is either really extreme close-ups of Yuji being pinned down by one of the kids as they're attacking him, or everything is from one static camera shot, and the characters are really simplified, but the way they're animated was really cool. It was just really sick.
Yeah. It was very good looking, but then, like, yeah, you just, I love the scene, just them just double teaming, like, just beating the crap out of him, and he's, like, stationary, and it's just awesome to see.
It is cool. It's really funny to me because, like, Mojito feels like it's so epic that Yuji had to kill the kids, and Yuji doesn't seem to fucking care. He never brings it up for the rest of the episode.
Not until the very end. They said I had to kill someone, or, like, they had to teach him about, like...
Nobody said I had to kill someone. I think he meant,
Junpei?
I think he meant Junpei.
But Junpei, like, just died on his own, though.
But I think he feels responsible for it.
I guess so.
I think that's the point. He doesn't care about those kids.
Fuck them kids.
Those literal child.
Fuck them kids, said Yuji. But then we get to the domain, which you think, okay, at the domain, we're gonna see it, and they will since he'll die, because we'll never see it again.
And so, okay, yeah, we get this lengthy flashback for Nanami.
Yes.
And I really was fucking into it.
Yeah, I loved it. I love him just seeing his actual business days, and him going to the equivalent of Kira in part 4, going to the bakery and getting a very detailed sandwich.
Very, just, like, we only see him go to the bakery twice, but, like, so we're initially presented with him.
It's a regular thing he does, because she knows she's so used to him coming in the same sandwich.
Coming in the same sandwich.
Coming to get the same sandwich, and she has, like, a fucking, like, curse on her shoulder, like a hurt shoulder or sore shoulder.
Yeah, it's like weighing her shoulder down. So basically what I really like about this flashback, it really conveys, like, how Nanami feels like he doesn't belong in either world. Like, he's good at jujutsu sorcery.
He's helping the rich get richer, and he hates that.
He hates what he does for a living. He seems to only really want money. Like, he seems to be very motivated by money.
But, like, since, like, the one person he kind of liked, and, like, you helped her, she thanked him, so he's like, okay, this is definitely gonna be my job, and he immediately calls Gojo, and I love that.
Also, to me, what I love about the scene, so he resigns himself to dying here, and so his reaction to that is to think, like, I don't, like, nothing else matters. The only thing that mattered was this time that I helped this woman.
Yeah.
And I like that. That was good. This is good. I like this character so much more than Yuji. I like
you mean how every character so far we've liked, but this has definitely been the best for Yuji, though. He actually, like, had a lot of good development in this one. So
the part when once they break through the domain, Yuji breaks through the domain,
because we learned it's going to be a guaranteed hit, so he's basically going to go right to the soul, because he's basically in a hand already.
So yeah, I thought that was a really great setup too, because we've already been told that when you're in someone's domain, it is a guaranteed hit. Like, even if you block it, it still will hit you. And we know that when Mojito touches you, it's over. Like, he just needs to touch you.
When he touches you with, like, a normal hand, I guess, or a soul. But
also the design of his domain of just being hands.
The initial, like, reveal of it is very cool.
So, like, sick looking, incredible animation,
very trippy, like a Buddhist trip kind of thing, with, like, all, like,
different, like, hand poses and formations. Super sick.
Yeah. And then for like we learned, luckily, is that the stronger the domain on the inside is, the weaker it is on the outside. So Yuji just busts it open and then basically tricks him into, like, or I guess accidentally linking with Sukuna. And Sukuna's like, I gave you one shot, you fucked up, and you're gonna just explode with lots of blood.
Yeah, he really fucking drains blood too.
It's kind of funny how, like, they have to, like, somehow, like, accidentally get him involved with, like, the guy who can, like, insta-kill stuff as well, just as much as Gojo can.
Yeah, it's really funny how this show uses, like, overpowered characters.
Yes. And, and basically he slips him back into the sewers after being, like, fucked up a lot, because...
He also goes, he does the thing Cell does.
Yeah, where he inflates.
He hyperinflates, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is just a trick, I guess.
Yeah, it was like a balloon, then he kind of, like, he does, like, the pop balloon, like, the rubber that would be left over, and just goes into, like, the sewers and just gets away.
And yeah,
so I thought he called on the phone, like, oh, he ran to the sewers. Even you can finish him off if you find him. And I'm like, okay, we're gonna get a quick tease of this guy's power to finish him off. Nope.
When he did that, I was like, okay, so we are going to get Mojito get killed. And also the thing I complained about last episode, where I was like, why did they bother introducing this character with this black headband, like, or what he was like a beanie. Like, why did they introduce this character? It's so pointless. And I was like, oh, maybe this actually will pay off. No.
Nope.
Mojito is just fine, and then he monologues about how excited he is to, I guess, attack Yuji in the future.
Yeah, I guess, and like, it's weird.
It is weird.
Also, like, Sukuna, also, when he was, like, talking about when he had his soul touch, he's like, I don't want to I want to kill everybody in front of me except for Megumi.
Yeah,
I still have like that interested boner in him.
I fucking.
He literally has a hard on for his potential, and I'm just like,
It's like a Hisoka moment.
so yeah, which I think I talked about it where I bet on like, okay, so this is when he's gonna have whenever he has his transformation or his power unlock, like that's when he's gonna take control and like of Yuji, and then like tell him about it or like come to the dark side. I have fingers, and that's like
So okay, this actually I think you're onto something because the whole thing with Yuji is that it's like very much what we've been told is that he has like a limited time to live.
yes.
If he gets all 20 fingers, if first off if he doesn't get the fingers and dies, he's dead. If he does get the 20 fingers, then Gojo or someone a Jujutsu guy will need to kill him.
Yes, the thing is, like, if it's not that he's going to die. Like, he has a time. If he gains full control over him, that's your time. That could be any time.
So I'm wondering if maybe he sees Megumi
Megumi is a better host.
as an out. Yeah, it's like a way to get out of like
A stronger host with more potential.
the inevitable like death that. Because we know that Megumi has this like weird power.
And he's not nearly as suicidal that he's going to force his hand so he doesn't fucking die in a body.
Yeah. So I don't know. Very intrigued. I love Megumi. I want to see Megumi more.
As we saw it, when we all cheered to see all the post credit, to see all our characters like that we want to see more of back together.
Okay. I want to talk about the post-credit scene in a second?
Yeah, most of the episode is just the action in the flashback scene and then him getting away.
And then we have this little moment at the end where
Talking about like death and everything.
yeah, where it seems like Yuji's kind of finally understanding like things are fucked up. Like,
Yeah.
we can't really save everyone.
Yeah, it's just our lives are. We can help people. Like, you can't save everybody, as we
Mhm.
saw with all these body bags we have in there. And then we get the quick like resolution of, oh, that bully that burned the cigarettes on his head is getting punished, and that teacher's stepping up to do something. But he said, I will be punished, but we gotta pay for our sin, like in due time. But like, you gotta pay, and I will pay in the future.
This actually made me mad.
And then there was like the girl that looked like she was like had a crush on him for a split second, and then just like cuts away from her.
This scene actually made me mad. I really don't like this like shoehorning in like what is the
A quick
impetus?
redemption.
Yeah, what
or
is the
something
impetus for
the
like
teacher?
this? Is it because so the bully who's all beat up, he says
He can't
yeah,
move his arm.
he's like, oh yeah, like that Junpei kid, he moved away. So they don't think he died. They think he moved away, and then this, for some reason, is why they did. So what they seem to do is they sent out a bullying survey to all the kids, and then I guess learned that bullying is a problem.
Also, it's just like, the bully like, oh, you were a cowardly bitch. Like, why didn't you just like you didn't tell? So you were kind of pathetic. Like, dude, they still a teacher, man. You're speaking to a fucking teacher like that.
He is right though.
I know, but he's also like a has like rich parents or something like that. He was like a big guy in school. And like, but fuck both of those people. I know they're both going to pay, I guess, but like, there's gonna be no real resolution other than just what they say is going to happen.
Honestly,
I guess.
what you're saying about like the teacher, like, oh, I'll get my punishment eventually. That motherfucker is getting out scot-free here. He's totally just using his power in the situation to not deal with any consequences.
Yeah. So.
And then he's like, I'm gonna keep an eye on you, bully kid. Like, I don't give a shit about this.
And like half the bully's already dead. Like, and the one like the girl that also bullied him. What's her punishment? Because like we only got like the 3 bullies that died in the movie theater, and then only the guy, the main bully, got like the shit beat out of him by.
Yeah, what is gonna be? Because like I don't fucking. I don't care for this. They didn't need to include this.
Yeah.
It just felt like they were trying to like put a happy ending on it.
Because Junpei died and like nothing, there's no real, like even after the whole arc, like, there's not real resolution towards him. Like he doesn't go to like a grave to visit him or anything, or just
he's
like
just fucking dead.
Yeah, he just died. I know it was like a sudden death too, man. Like it's like we said again. We said going to that, it was a very sudden end to this arc because like, there's no real resolution. It feels at the end of this arc. The villain of the arc got away. Like the new character we learned a lot of is dead. Like 3 episodes before the arc ended. Like
so okay, yeah. On that note, I kind of want to talk about like examining this arc, and like so the whole one of the big premises of this arc is that Yuji is like secret, like nobody knows he's alive right now. So this is like
other than Gojo and Nanami and the driver.
Yeah, so there was kind of like a way for us to spend more time with him and not have to worry about all of these other characters that we were introduced with. But like my big takeaway from this arc is Nanami and like how great Nanami
He's great.
is.
I love him. He's a great. I'm gonna put a comparison to Naruto. He is my like. He's like Mike guy who's like the teach. He's another teacher in Naruto, but he's just like so cool. Like by like as a character himself.
Kakashi.
Kakashi is like Gojo, where Nanami is like Mike guy, where he's also like
you said Mike guy.
Might guy. That's his name.
When you said, I thought you said one guy in Naruto.
No.
I was like, okay.
Mike guy. He's the equivalent of that of just like a teacher just as cool and like you know he has his own arc and like probably the hypest like moment or power in like the series. But like it's still early on, but with Nanami there's still plenty of people to go in this. But it just kind of comparison to that of like characters I like that are like teachers or like two other people or a main character and can still like kick ass. Like I just love that.
But yeah, so like going back to the thing, so like this whole arc was kind of like we're gonna spend more time with Yuji, but like I found everything around Yuji to be more interesting and like still Yuji as a character is not really doing it for me.
And we realize it's now too because you know when Gojo showed his power off, that villain got off alive too. This is the second member of these villain squad to get out from their arc fight.
This is very, very much. I'm getting like D&D DM vibes of like the DM that's very precious about his NPCs that doesn't want the NPCs to die, so they always get away so he can reuse them.
Like I'm like, what else do you have to do with him? Like, you get rid of one to show Gojo's power, but Gojo didn't completely kill him.
Yeah, he's still fine.
And then you got like this one, which should have been like a 2v1, and like this villain served his purpose of fucking over the main character. He should have beaten him.
Yeah, it would have been really cool for Yuji to like step up and get a kill here.
Yes,
get like a big kill.
Or get like the mortal blow, so that one guy can like the guy reconning and try to find him, gets him, and like it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have got him.
Yeah, but no, we're just gonna get like Yuji's gonna just suddenly like appear to his friends, and I guess I'll have an adventure to talk about.
Yeah,
but then
I can punch good now, guys.
Okay, but yeah, so then the other thing I want to go to, so we get this little post-credit scene where we have
our two squads.
Yeah, they're hanging out.
Maki squad and Megumi squad.
So Megumi made meatballs out of chicken. They give the funny little recipe, but then they go into this emotional scene where they're like, "Yeah, Yuji told me this recipe," and then they have this whole thing.
All get sad.
Yeah, they all get sad, and like all I can think of is like. I feel like I've not had a chance for these characters to connect. Like Yuji's whole death thing feels like it came a little early in the series.
We got a couple like only one episode really of them kind of like we see like the only one episode focus on them in between all that and like maybe some other cutaways of them looking sad, but that's like
yeah. So I feel like this scene is doing a lot of like emotional like weightlifting.
Yeah.
I want them to reunite.
Yes. As we saw from our teaser, we get tournament arc. It seems to be next arc. So overall, this arc overall was the arc in general. I liked it. Like the first half a lot. The fights were very good, but I still think like the end was sudden and not the best.
Yeah, I think they just should have pulled the trigger to kill Mojito. Like. I have this
unless he gets killed immediately by like the bad guys like, oh, you're useless to us now because you've lost, and just be like, ugh, I hate when they do that.
Because to me, like, I really feel like Mojito has outlived his usefulness in the story. We already saw him go like, so to me, I was really curious about his domain because his whole thing is like, it's like soul based. So having his domain be like flesh and like hands and stuff was cool. So yeah, I really feel like there's nothing more interesting we can see from this character.
Yes. And like,
so just kill him.
All we gotta know is like if someone's not there to break him out, they're gonna be transformed unless he gets Gojo, who's just probably gonna melt his brain.
Yeah, I don't know. I really feel like we squeezed all the blood from this rock. I would like to move on because I know what they're gonna do. They're gonna make Mojito like a big rival who has like deep connections to Yuji,
or do the thing of like the main character like keeps training and then when they encounter, he just makes quick work of him.
That would be interesting, but then I would just say, why wouldn't they have just killed him? Like, they should just killed him already.
It's just a weird choice for the end of an arc.
And it's like this is just long shonen-itis. Like they're just playing the long game.
Because like I like the whole Junpei stuff. The stuff with his mom was very good, and like the bullying was kind of even fucked up on like a shonen scale of bullying or like actual like torture.
That was intense bullying.
Yes, like cigarette burns on his head.
Yeah,
and yeah. It was interesting. Nanami was the MVP of this arc.
Totally, 100% agree.
He's the coolest.
Show me more.
Coolest power so far. I love his like power up is very awesome.
This is one of those times where I'm like really bummed because I know that Nanami's gonna take a real backseat to the next few arcs.
Hope not.
Just because
even just a cutaway of him back at the bakery or something like would be. I mean, okay, that's all I need to see.
That's I feel like all we're gonna really get for a while. We're probably gonna have to wait a few arcs before we see.
And then they date, and it's just the most like
I would love that.
Feel good moment.
Yeah, please.
Even though there's probably an age gap, but whatever.
I don't care.
I don't care.
Their love is pure.
Nami deserves to be happy.
I love background characters.
So yeah. Any other? What are your general thoughts on the?
It was good.
On the arc.
It was cool. The episode was really good. The arc was good.
Yes.
I'm, as I said last episode, very happy to be over it.
And then we can get to Maki.
Bring me Maki.
Maki and Mai. Let's go. I want to see these side characters.
Yes.
I want to see what fucking Panda does.
I love you say that every episode.
We need to know.
I feel like you're hyping yourself up too much.
I know, but
it might not be that good.
It's probably not. But
what if it's literally just like I shoot laser beam out of my mouth?
I poop out bamboo shots.
That's actually really interesting.
As we learned, he said bamboos. The pandas are don't eat meat, and then he eats chicken.
Yeah, like the literal second. So someone holds a piece of chicken meat and meatball.
James like they don't do that.
I was like, oh, pandas don't actually eat meat. They're vegetarians. Well, actually, wait, no. Pandas are like, what's the word? Pandas are technically omnivores, but they refuse to eat meat because they're dorks, I guess.
They're dorks.
They're mostly just lazy. They just like to eat food that just grows on trees, literally. I think that's true. I think pandas are omnivores. Or maybe they're carnivores that choose to eat. It's like the opposite of cats. Cats are like obligate carnivores. Pandas are like...
Pandas.
What's the opposite of obligate? That would be like...
on the outside, giant pandas look like herbivores. But on the inside, they're built like carnivores. But half their calories they eat come from protein, according to a new study. So apparently they eat bamboo to trick their bodies into thinking they're carnivores.
I fucking hate pandas. Pandas actually do make me mad. I haven't gone on a panda rant in a while.
This article is called "The Giant Panda is a Closet Carnivore."
Closet carnivore. Pandas really annoy me.
Yeah, so they're not carnivore, but they eat bamboo to trick their body into thinking they're carnivores.
They just basically are overloading
on
protein.
They're fake carnivores.
They're overloading on plant protein to think that they're actually getting real protein.
Fascinating. The more you know. It's going to become a drastic, like plot point for Panda in the tournament arc. Where, like, you have to eat, like, different kinds of bamboo to power up or something.
It is kind of crazy. We haven't seen Panda eat bamboo, have we?
We haven't seen Panda do anything other than toss people around.
Yeah. All right.
So
yeah, I have to say, I'm gonna go back to that last scene. I like that little last scene.
Yeah,
I like how they're trying to bring up emotion.
So yeah,
give me something
in the comments. Definitely, what was your opinion on this arc? Like it, hate it, MVP, like that kind of stuff. Like
especially
your honest opinion.
Yeah, don't spoil me, please. But especially compared to like later arcs, how does this arc stand? Because I think it's interesting when you look at shonen. I feel like the early arcs tend to be rougher.
Yeah.
I feel like, for me, like, I guess I'm thinking of, like, the few shonen. Some of the early arcs, like, they're not as refined. Like, they just kind of have these ideas, and then it takes a bit for you to get, like, some of the more interesting ideas.
I think Dragon Ball Z, the Saiyan arc is pretty good still. Like, Naruto...
It's pretty good, but it's no Namek. Like...
Yeah. And then, like, the Zabuza arc in Naruto is really good. Like, even some of the, I guess, early One Piece...
Gesundheit.
Shut up. Zabuza is awesome. Fuck you.
Zabuza. It sounds like a sneeze.
And yeah, even like the earlier One Piece arcs are I guess kind of like, I guess before you kind of found the footing to some of the way better stuff later on.
I certainly had a hard time reading the early One Piece arcs, and I didn't even get past them.
You still started very early, but yeah.
I'm still on Wano. That's an early arc, right?
Shut up. Yeah, so definitely leave comments. Anything else you want to talk about? Or shall we get to the plug part?
No, I'm really excited for the next episode. I can't wait to watch it in 4 weeks or something.
I mean, by the time that this episode maybe will air, probably not. Who knows? That's how time works in mysterious ways.
Yeah, it's so weird to do these, like, ahead of time.
Yeah. I mean, we recorded a lot, like, we did a long session for the first two, and then we're, like, dying on caffeine, like, wearing off on the last two.
Yeah. I'm hitting, like, a weird equilibrium where, like, I'm so exhausted, but
the good thing is we ended on like on the arc, and we can probably take a little bit of a break.
Yeah.
More than, and then come back when we're both fully energized. So, yeah, thank you all for listening to the versus Mojito arc. Sorry, we mispronounced his name for this entire arc, but we just
Can we say his real name?
Go ahead.
What's it?
Go ahead.
Sam is like freaking gaslighting me right now.
Go ahead.
Is it Mito? Mito?
Sure.
Sam doesn't even know.
Yeah, it's like Mojito.
Mahito. Oh, it's Mahito, not Mojito.
Yeah.
We're saying
Mojito.
Mahito, but Mojito is funnier.
Yes.
And I would love to have one right now.
We both love that, but we're good.
We should, next time we record,
when he comes back. Or when he actually
that
dies.
might not be this season.
Yes.
Next time we record, I will have, because my mint that I planted 2 years ago is coming back. In a big way.
Pretend put on a gardening hat. You gotta find yourself a gardening.
Garden season is
there a gardening anime? Or
well,
girls
actually,
doing gardening?
There probably is, but in Baccarina, also known as My Next Life is a Villainess, because she's so bad at doing her magic, she starts like gardening to connect with her earth magic, and she never gets better. But she's big into gardening, and I relate to her. I love that stupid show. I love Baccarina.
Gesundheit.
That was a good callback.
Yeah.
All right.
From like 5 minutes. I'm great at callbacks. So, yeah, thank you all for listening to us ramble on about the finale. Like I said, please put your comments about. Hello, and welcome to Jujutsu Kaisen. I'm Sam.
And I'm Jim.
And welcome to our Jujutsu Kaisen discussion podcast episode by episode. And today we are on episode 14. We're finally out of the arc. We're on the tournament now.
We did it. I feel like my prediction is this is going to be the final arc of this
first season.
Yeah, the first season.
Or this is what appears to be the tuning exam, so it's probably feels like it's gonna last a little bit going by the OP, I guess.
Sure. Yeah, it seemed because we have a 26 season episode or 26 episode season.
That's how usually shows go between 24 and 26, probably 26. Because we had 13. Yeah, 13 was that first arc, and then they've got the new OP for the next 13 episodes. Sounds about right.
Yeah.
So
first, I think that's a good place to begin. So wait, what's the episode name?
Kyoto Sister School Goodwill Event Team Battle Part 0.
That's a mouthful.
A little bit compared to the other ones we've had.
I like that they at least said this is Part 0 because this kind of does feel like a Part 0.
Yes, Episode 1 of the Kyoto Goodwill Event arc. So
why is it called that?
Because it's what the event is called. That's why.
What does this have to do with Golden Week? That's my question.
It doesn't. It means everything on Steam's on sale.
I think Golden Week is happening currently as this is recorded.
Yes, it is.
As the people are listening to this, Golden Week is way over.
It's probably like 2 months done.
It's probably like in December when they hear this.
Yes.
Just kidding. So
as we picked up with the arc ending and just straight up, Jogo is smoking his brain pipe, the Krakatoa.
Fine. I think. Head. Did you say it when we started watching? I think you said, "Oh, flashback," or maybe in my brain I heard that.
I think you used your brain. I didn't say that.
Okay, because I was like, "Oh, it must be a flashback," and then like because we see Mojito as I like to call him.
Yes.
Jogo, Khal Drogo. And everyone's fine.
Yep,
and
he's
they're just
fine.
Fucking fine.
I thought, like, okay, will he be scarred mentally from having the soul thing, or just being basically almost like death? But no, he seems to be 100% fine, jumping the hot springs, and I'm just like,
yeah.
I don't like we said last time, we didn't like the arc for end it without the villain dying or like any like damage really done to him, other than just like our plans didn't work. Dang, but everything's also going according to plan.
Yeah, literally. That is exactly like it's. Oh, okay. I almost got killed 2 times. Like we almost had 2 guys die, but no, it's fine.
It seemed like the whole arc didn't matter. Like it was introduced this new character who only died. It gave motivation for our main character, but
also, yeah, it was literally that, and like we've also now learned their endgame plan, which is to give Yuji the fingers.
Yes,
which is also Yuji's goal.
We're going to steal the fingers from the school that are going to probably give it to him anyway. We're just going to give it to him quicker.
Yeah, it's just like I don't know. Like I guess it's writing. I guess you can call this writing, but
I mean, yeah, that last arc at least gave us Natamura, who was the best teacher out of them all.
Yeah, I honestly like the more I think about it, the more gripes I do have with the last arc. But Natamori, whatever. Definitely standout character.
Yes. So yeah, that's basically the opening part of it. Do we talk about the OP first before we get into like the cutaway from the villain?
Yes, we should. Okay.
I made a prediction last time. I was right, where the OP was better, and then the ED was going to be worse.
So I'm actually not a huge fan of the OP. I don't think I'd say the first one's better. I'm more used to hearing it, so maybe I need to let
You
this
mean
one...
you're more used to skipping it? Don't say here.
Okay, but I mean, I have heard it more than this one. It's fine. The animation's good.
It does spoil a lot of things.
Okay, so actually, I wanted to... This is something I almost never like to do, because most of the anime that I've watched recently, I've known the source material, so like, for me watching the OP, it's like, okay, well, this is stuff I already know. But let's try and pick apart what we remember from the OP.
The new one?
Yeah, the new one. Try and see. So first off, we see Panda has like a
buff form.
He has a hyper form.
Yes. We see the characters that haven't been introduced yet from the other school, but I think that was, I guess what they're going to be doing for some of them at least. And we saw the nature guy, in part of the bad guy crew, fighting Yuji.
The one that talks backwards.
Yeah.
Or in reverse, I should say.
So he's going to be the mojito of the arc. Sorry, I think I smacked the mic there.
No, it's fine. I was just making sure that the recording didn't stop like last time. That was very strange.
Yes.
That's a little inside podcasting.
Sure. So yeah, he's just going to be the mojito, but he's probably going to die since he's not a human-looking character. But even though somehow the volcano guy did live, but...
I still think that was a misstep. I think, like, so the whole porpoise, the whole porpoise of that fight...
Hey, one of them could have a whale power, we don't know.
the sea guy, we haven't seen the ocean guy in a while. The lobster, as you love to call him.
Yes. Jim's a cuttlefish god, get it right.
So for me, if I was writing Jujutsu Kaisen, if I isekai'd into the body of Jujutsu Kaisen's writer, and I was at the scene where I'm gonna potentially write Jogo back in the show, I would say no. Jogo's whole purpose was to show what domains were,
and
also like show Gojo's power.
The power scaling.
Yeah, and basically that was it. Like, he was kind of a utility character. We don't need to bring him back just because we need to have this humongous cast of bad guys. I think the show really wants, or the anime, whatever, it really wants to have this big cast of characters, and it's very afraid to let anyone go.
Yes.
It was kind of insane that they killed off, what's his name? Junpei.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah, I was surprised. That's what surprised me the most. But then, but now we're back was like, what character we haven't met is like 3, I think. Yeah, we have 3 new characters so far. I guess 4 because the principal from the other school as well.
He was. I mean, we saw him before.
I meant the female principal with the scar on her face.
Oh,
the leader of the school, other school.
Is she principal? I thought the old man was the principal.
I think the old man was just the principal of or the guy in charge of all the schools.
Okay.
Because they had the
Superintendent Chalmers.
Yes, the guy with the sunglasses who was with the dolls. He was able to. He was in charge of the Kyoto school, and the lady with the scar is in charge of the Tokyo school.
Okay.
So yeah, I do like he's gonna be reintroduced to the gang because the tournament are coming up. Like, oh yeah, the higher ups may come after you, but you're more than prepared for that. And I do like him. Like, okay, we gotta think of a way to get you in there. And everybody's gonna be super fucking happy to see you. They're gonna be crying. They're gonna throw up.
I did like the humor in this. I've been very critical of the humor in the show. I think it's a lot of like duds. Even in this episode, I felt that there were some big duds.
Nanami there, just like chilling, like.
Those are funny.
He's good to be a foil to these idiots.
Exactly. He's like a perfect straight man to Gojo.
Yes.
Because Gojo, the problem that I have with Gojo is like, so he's just so unchecked. Like, this guy is just, he's better than everyone and he just get away with murder. Having Nanami there is like, having something to balance him
having the
of.
Businessman mentality.
Yeah. Love Nanami.
He's the MVP of the last arc.
I feel like my 2 characters that I want to see more of right now are Nanami and Megumin.
Megumi.
Megumi. Yeah, Megumi. Sorry. I'm always gonna say Megumin because Konosuba's ruined it for me.
Yes. Also, the one key detail about all of this, because that
Jar Jar.
They didn't tell Yuji about the finger left at when Junpei's mom was killed by.
Oh yes.
That's another big thing. They didn't tell him about the finger because it's gonna be a very traumatic finger, I guess.
So do we think that that's gonna show up again later?
I think the fingers show up. Either A, since you're not gonna tell him one of the villains gonna show up and like, oh, that's the finger we left for you, the message that we killed your friend's mother.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But if they fed him it then, like, oh, we have a finger we want to give you from the school. They could have made up that shit and then never came up from the villains other than did you eat the finger that we left for you? And
because it seems like they don't want to. The higher ups don't want to give Yuji the fingers because they have I think they said 6 fingers.
Yeah, they have 6 fingers right now in the school.
They're hoarding for some reason.
Because each finger could just be the one that makes them lose control.
I hate to be
even though we know for a fact Sukuna's not going to do anything until he chooses to.
Exactly. I hate to be that guy, but
too late.
If these fingers are so fucking important, why was there just one left at a random school? that the main character is going to. Like, remember that's how
Yeah, it was locked. It was like
it was like their
it was in the wrapping.
yeah, it was like a curse protection totem, I guess. Why was it just left there if they're apparently they're so valuable that this organization is hoarding them?
Because didn't the girl found it from the Supernatural Club, and she was like unwrapping it.
Yeah, but it was in like an unlocked box that they keep.
That's right. Yeah, yeah.
They say that they like have these special items in certain places to like ward off curses. I think that's how they explained it.
It wasn't the most obvious place of the school.
Yes.
Of like
literally a lockbox.
A lockbox. It wasn't not a smart plan.
So yeah, I don't know. I know that the story needs an inciting incident.
It seemed to work for like 100, maybe 1,000 years.
No Japanese students were curious enough to ever open
not smash it or break it. Yeah, no delinquents.
I don't know. It's just like, have they always been hoarding these? Have they just recently like? Have they been in the world as like curse deterrents, and now the organization's like, okay, we need to recall all these so that we can hoard them suddenly?
Yeah,
because Sukuna's back apparently.
Yes.
I don't know. Don't answer this, commenters.
So, and then we learned that so it cuts back to our crew, and that the tournament's going to be held in Kyoto, in their home territory.
Well, no.
No. Remember, they were going to Tokyo.
You're flipped.
Oh, flipped. I'm flipped.
So yeah, they're in Tokyo. And that was actually okay. This is a funny joke that I liked. So, her name, it begins on N, right? The Hammer Girl.
No,
not
Nobara.
Nobara. So Nobara's she has like all this like suitcase.
One day you'll remember her name. It's going to be Jim's like magnum opus of
what
this
are we,
podcast.
15 episodes in?
Yeah.
14 episodes.
She hasn't been in like an important character
That's
in like
true.
the entire last arc. So
she's frankly barely a character.
Her name moved away, Jim. Calm down.
I'm getting heated.
I'm gonna move away from my house.
Don't you make me move away from here.
I'm sorry, Nobara fans.
I'm not.
I find it hilarious.
I'm sure that she becomes an excellent character later on, rolling my eyes. So I do love this scene. Because her whole gimmick of being like the comic relief character has not really worked for me, except here, where she's all packed up and ready to go to Kyoto, and she's like, oh yeah, I'm going to do sightseeing, and they're like, no, this is not going to Kyoto. This is our school, the sister school in Kyoto. Like the wording was.
Why did no one mention this? Like, no one really mentioned it though. They're like, oh, I'm wondering why you were not here for a while.
Maki made a funny little comment. Maki made a funny comment where she said something like, "Oh, this explains why our conversations have been like confusing and weird lately." Because she Nobara was under the impression they were going to be traveling and they were not. Yeah, whatever. I just thought it was funny. I laughed at the funny joke.
Someone named Yudo dominated last year, and that's why they have home field advantage.
Yeah, and we see
like a flash of them.
Yeah, we see, and it seems to be like a big fleshy curse monster or something.
It's a dude. It was a dude.
But yeah, in the background, there was like a big fleshy curse monster.
So yes. So then we get the standard like tournament arc like setup of here's all the antagonist team that's going to butt head with our team. Yeah. Essentially. Like us beating, the tuning exams did it. Like I mean, the martial arts tournament, Dragon Ball Z did it. Like every tournament arc did it. Yu Yu Hakusho, like you gotta build up the rivals, I guess, to it.
And the fun thing is, I feel like this is such a trope in tournament arcs too, where you have like already teased one or two big names.
Half of them have been teased.
Yeah,
because we get so they have
Toto.
We have Toto, but we also have like Mechamaru, who's like a robot.
He's like a robot made of wood, which I'm very visually intriguing.
I think I made a prediction that he's going to be that nature guy in the end, because there always has to be a traitor or actual like bad guy in like the tournament arcs.
Yeah, you gotta always have a reason to cut away from it. Like it's always mid. It's never like the climax finale. It's always like mid tournament, and then you gotta finish the tournament.
And then there's Momo, who comes from like a Ghibli witch movie.
Hopefully not the new one.
No, not the CG one, but like has her hair, that hairstyle where it's just like
it's very like silly, whimsical sort of witch girl. She got a big broom she carries around.
Obviously, be witch theme, and
I really want to see what her power is going to be. I'm curious.
Probably flying.
Probably, but I want something more interesting than just flying.
Then there's like the blind guy, the guy who I'm guessing is blind with his eyes closed.
He looks like the most forgettable character in the show to me. Like I kept forgetting he was in scenes.
Yeah. Noritoshi Kamo.
Sure.
And then there was one more. And then there's the girl we seen, the fanboy of Gojo that we seen.
Kami, or what's her name? It's like 4 letters. Kawami.
I can't remember.
Miwa. It's Miwa.
All right.
Just like in my 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim video game.
Sure. And then then we get the teaser of the leader of the one other school with the scar on her face.
So yeah, okay. I was just confused at her presence because the way that the
Urahime.
Okay, so Hime means princess.
Sure.
I know that from
Sure.
Mononoke Hime, also known as Princess Mononoke, and to your gaijins out there. So what I'm kind of confused about...
She's a student student counselor, sorry.
Okay, I was going to say, she's definitely supposed to be older. She's older than
Gojo. Yeah.
So yeah, my confusion is, we kind of have, like, our groups paired off. Like, we have the students, we have, like, the first years, we have the second years, and then we have the chaperone teacher who is supposed to be Miwa and Gojo, and then we've got this other girl... And then we even have the principal headmaster. Like,
yes.
We have those. So this is like the one character that to me was like, she didn't really have like one corresponding, unless Miwa is just below Gojo and I don't realize this.
But
this is unimportant.
Unimportant.
I was just confused as to who this character was. I was also confused as to why I should care about this character.
We'll find out.
I utterly had no interest in her.
She's going to be someone who's standing in the stands and is going to be, like, judging everything. Or, like, maybe knows that if someone goes too far, step in.
I'm sure she's going to have a badass moment where she does a big power blast or something.
Maybe. Well, her weird power that she'll see for 2 seconds that's OP and then never see again.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
One thing I want to harp on a lot of details in this one. I do like how scars are drawn in this anime. Yeah. Because, like, I feel like in anime, scars are always just drawn as, like, a flat thing.
Like a white line or, like, a colored line, like, on them.
Yeah. And it always looks weird and not like a scar. But this show, they draw, like, texture on the scar, and it actually looks like a kind of, like, dried flesh. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean. That should do look cool. I think that's, like... That school has 2 scars on them, I think.
Toto, yeah.
Yeah. So basically, we also get the introduction with Gojo comes back, gives souvenirs to the other people to calm him down, and then he reveals...
his master plan.
His master plan was for Yuji to jump out of, like, a box, which is obviously what they were going to do. Everybody, like, the one side is this pit, like, this, like, really, and the other people are not even paying attention because they're too distracted by souvenirs.
Yeah, I did really like this joke.
He also says, like, OPP.
Oh, yeah, that was later.
He says OPP. No, he actually says OPP when he comes out of the box.
Oh, did he?
That's why he mentioned, like, what does OPP even mean? Because you don't know it means other people's pussy.
Ocean Pacific Pact or whatever he said.
It's other people's pussy. We know it. From this hit song.
So, I really liked this whole disconnect. It further illustrates how Gojo is just completely mentally immature. He thinks that everyone's gonna like love this moment when everyone is like
the only way
very confused.
The only way to train people was a stupid amount of power, or the people that like going to have that was the deep Sukuna side of it, just to make them trained by the most immature person ever. With also infinite amount of power, who also acts like an idiot. Like they're perfect for each other, but who knows what that might lead to. Yeah,
they are. I feel like what the author wants us to get into is like we want to feel like their relationship's really close, that Yuji and Gojo have like this really deep connection.
Yes.
So that my prediction, Gojo is going to get like he's going to get boxed at the end of this arc. He's going to get like put in this.
He's going to get fridged.
He's going to get fridged, but not killed. Fridged means killed.
Yeah.
He's going to get like trapped. We're gonna. I feel like season 2 will be like a Gojo retrieval arc. That's my prediction.
Or Gojo gets distracted by literally by a freaking bee flying around while he's not even going to be like in here.
True. But so yeah, like I think we're building up this connection with Yuji and Gojo so that it hurts later. When Gojo gets...
I don't know, remember all these people like, oh man, All Might's definitely going to die this season. All Might's definitely going to die this season.
That's a really good comparison to like debunk my idea.
Yeah, so like, I don't know. You can say in Dragon Ball Z, oh, this is Vince's character going to die, but the joke is every character has died in Dragon Ball Z.
Multiple times.
Multiple times. So yeah, then we learned like the first exercise, I guess, or this competition for the tournament is that each team has to exercise the grade 2 curse lurking around the battlefield, and whoever eliminates it wins, and you're allowed to interfere like any way you want.
So it's kind of like an anything goes sort of.
It's populated with a bunch of other curses as well. So and if the grade 2 isn't exercised by sunset, the team with the most exorcism wins. It's kind of like you can kill the one thing with the golden snitch, but you also can just score points on the side if you want.
It's kind of that's a really good way to phrase it.
Because like we forget like the because there was the grade scaling for curses as well.
Mm-hmm.
But like I'm assuming it's supposed to be like a little bit higher for what the students are supposed to be. So
Yeah. So you said grade 2, right? So
yes,
grade 2. I forget how the curse gradings go. Does it go down?
because there's the grade system, and there's the finger scaling, and I'm not bringing up the scaling system.
There's also not only is there a demon grade system, but there's also a Jujutsu sorcerer grade system, which corresponds to it, but it's a little bit different. So I think that grade 1 would be the highest, grade 5 is the lowest.
Yes, that's how it scales. One's the highest, or I think
okay, so they're going after grade 2, so that's pretty challenging.
Yes,
so it's
so
pretty tough.
So see what the golden snitch they can go for it, but from what we see from after this, just like not Netero, the guy in charge of the school, it's just like I want you guys to take him out or take out the Sukuna.
Kill Yuji.
Vessel. Yeah, kill Yuji. Kill the Sukuna
fucking
vessel.
Kill Yuji.
Just like just do it and like
this is so fucking stupid.
Yes.
This is so short-sighted.
Kind of like it's not gonna go out well. Just then because like it's like kind of shows pair them off, but like I can tell some of them aren't really gonna be the ones that really get into a fight or like intensely. Cause
yeah, like I can't see a situation where because like the whole thing with having Toto and Mai initially was like
Mai's gonna fight her sister definitely.
But I think it was kind of a misdirect to make you think these are going to be bad guys, but they're actually just going to.
Oh
be...
yeah, those two that we've been introduced beforehand are going to be fine. And we had the one from the Goji gag we had earlier. I think she'll be fine. She's there to be cute, like fangirl over Gojo because like when the whole thing happened with Gojo giving souvenirs, she's like the happiest person ever and is so adorable.
Who, Miwa?
Yeah, Miwa. Okay, yeah. Aqua in a business suit.
Yeah, Miwa definitely seems like she's not gonna be like an asshole betrayer.
Yeah.
Where's the robot and the blind guy?
Yeah.
The close eyes guy.
Where the because one storms out because like he doesn't want to take orders from anybody. Our number one.
Toto.
Yeah.
Toto seems like he's not.
If anything, he's going to fight Megumi again just so because last time he got interrupted.
Yeah.
And just to ask him what his dream woman is again.
Also, we do get some. Like, I can't remember if this was like that scene or another scene, but we get some clarification where they talk about the I forget his name.
Togi?
Togi? Is he the speech user?
It cuts between them and the other team, about how his speech works and that how like because this is the first time Yuji is meeting these people.
Yeah, he was like, why is a panda talking?
Yeah, and like why are you saying like salmon? Like it makes it like oh yeah he's a speech user like he's super powerful but like you can't just use any easy word to kill yourself because like it can have feedback on him like we don't know what that means but
so that's kind of clever to like limit him because really he could just say like kill yourself like
yeah
you can say KYS and
there's a scaling there's at least the pros and cons to his power
there's a balance
yeah
if you will like every good fighting game should
never had the drawback.
So I'm really interested to see what we do with that because the other thing too, my I
would say when Maki wanted to get her knife back, that was like
that was really
episode 3, and it broke from the episode, so we just like blamed it on Gojo having it.
Yeah, I really like that a little bit. That was another funny humor. The humor can be good.
Nice little callback, like oh yeah, that makes sense. She would have that.
But yes, the one thing with the cursed speech user guy, Yogi, what's the name? Yogi Bear.
Yogi.
Toji? Did you say Toji?
Togi.
Togi.
Toge.
Togi. Toge. Like Doge.
Yes, like Dogecoin. Yeah.
Dogecoin.
We're bringing a new currency.
I'll never forget that name now. I'll never forget his name.
Dogecoin.
Tune in next week to see if I remember his name. So, on next week's Jujutsu Kaisen Wednesday.
Yeah, we don't take this next session, maybe. Who knows how long this goes.
Alright, so... oh, damn, this is getting long. Okay, let's try and wrap this up quick. So my whole thing with Toge... is I want to know, like, we know that he's able to speak through, like, the ingredients of rice balls. So he's like salmon,
those are the words that don't affect people or, like, don't affect anything.
Yeah.
So, like, but, like, I'm like, you couldn't teach this man sign language.
That's the thing. Like, I'm wondering, is this does he use kind of like a code? Like, does the word salmon mean something to his friends? Like, does salmon mean, like, yes? Does, like, roe mean, like, no?
Yeah.
I don't know if they care enough. As you said, like, he could... I guess, like, the spirit of him learning sign language would be against his power. Because like, it's still communication. Like, it's still speech in a way.
I don't think this learning, like, moving your fingers would nerf your thing. It'd just be a way to communicate with your allies.
But that's the thing. It's, like, it's still communication. Like, it's still conveyance in a way.
It's just, like, but it's going to be a drawback where he tries to attempt to do sign language, his fingers are just going to, like, break.
That would be interesting. I don't know.
It's just to be a gimmick, I guess.
It's kind of... we mentioned
it's just to keep up the gimmick of just him speaking in like that.
I'm sure that we're overthinking this.
Yeah, probably.
All right. Anything else?
What's it called? Oh, and then Gojo also talking to the other counselor in the other school, talking about how there's a traitor
Yeah.
as well, or a mole.
Someone is communicating with the curses.
Because these curses can speak English or speak Japanese, I guess.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's kind of an issue. And there's obviously a intelligent group of bad guys that's obviously mad sus.
So we never got a proper like confirmation on who the scar-headed man is.
Yeah, we still don't know anything about him at
Presumably he knows them, like Gojo maybe, because he made a remark like episodes ago where he said he didn't want to come into contact with any of the Jujutsu high school kids.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if he's going to show up as like a teacher or something in this arc, maybe.
Maybe, but I feel like at least those two aren't the only two schools. Maybe like there's another school maybe that they could be pretending to be from.
Potentially.
Like in the Chunin exam in Naruto, they had the Sound Village, which was obviously like the fake village made by the bad guy. So they were obviously all bad. So
is that like where you get like characters like Rock Lee and Sasuke and
that's where
Sakura?
No, that's all Leaf Village. The Sand Village was also bad in that arc, but Sand Village became cool. But no, the Sound Village is obviously, it's like the bad guy is made this village so he could be in this tournament arc, and literally anybody involved in that village will be bad, and they are.
Good.
They're just there to be jobbed out to the other characters.
Stupid. Did I ever tell you, someone did a video where he's like, I'm going to train like Rock Lee to see if I can get stronger.
Yeah, the weights on his legs.
He did, and he said it was like, unfortunately, it did work. He did get faster, but he said every day was like hell, like walking around with the weights on his legs. He's like, I felt like my bones are gonna break.
Yeah.
So don't do it, kids.
Also, and the episode ends with like doing the let's go, guys, but then do the pose. But since Yuji takes the front, Maki just kicks the shit out of him out of the way, and like, you ain't leading, motherfucker.
Which I really like that because it's
this is a Maki show.
Yes, but no, it's a good point because like Yuji's a non-person to these people right now. Like, first off, he never even met half of them.
you had your first interaction with him.
They don't even know if he has like any curse ability. Like, we know that
they don't know any of his training or what happened to his. I think it had a little bit of a tease about like, I think when Megumi talks over to Yuji about like are you good kind of thing, and just him kind of remembering the whole fight and all the bullshit he went through.
Yeah.
So like he knows he went through shit, so he probably like, okay, you're good, let's go.
Yeah, we love Megumi here. Megumi's good.
Yes, our real main character.
I've never read Naruto, but like the idea of taking the Sasuke-like character and just making him not an asshole, is a really good idea.
Not yet. Because
I'm thinking of like.
Vegeta's an asshole.
Vegeta's an asshole, but like it works because
you need that.
He was a villain for a bit.
You need that hothead asshole to the Goku's carefree, childlike brain.
Yeah.
Or brain damaged head of him.
Canonically,
his brain damage. The only reason he didn't destroy the Earth is because he fell off the fucking waterfall and banged his head.
Love it.
Hey, it can't be Broly, the original Broly, not Super Broly, who was angry at Goku for crying
as a baby.
Yeah, they changed that though. Much better.
I'm sure they did. I would like to watch that Broly movie one day.
Then we get then you get a little gag at the end. Edie is worse.
Edie, I get it. I know what the gimmick is. Like, haha, we're like kids, like Gen Z on their phone.
That one weirdly animated part, like a real life thing instead of like.
I think it's the scene at the beach and like Nobura.
Someone.
What's her name?
Nobura.
She does learn it. She like walks away from the water. She like recoils back from the water, and she looks like she's fucking rotoscoped. It was pretty. It was very, very well drawn. Good drawing. Japanese animation studio.
Jim literally had to remind me with the little gag at the end with like, oh, that's the idol from that one gag at the end.
Oh, I forgot that was. I just remember the OPP part. But yes, I love that.
Oh, then they mentioned OPP at the end.
So yeah, we see this hilarious. It felt like a non sequitur. Like this schoolgirl, idol girl.
Episode, what's OPP or it's.
But we see like her go and get sushi, and it's like random, and then we see Toto like smiling, watching this on TV, and he's like, "I love her.
She's great. We're best friends."
It's very funny. I think the idea of having this guy just like obsessed with an idol is a funny quirk. I know it's not original, but it makes me laugh.
The fact that we had the interactions of him and her, and then Mai and her was like the Mai interaction is like my favorite.
I love that so much. I love that she was like, "Oh my god, a woman! Oh, I'll never forget that you came. I never see women come visit me."
It's like the only time Mai wasn't a huge bitch to anybody or walking to a public place with a gun. I
love that. I really love that little bit.
Yes, and then that's the end of the episode. Yeah, So
I'm excited to see where this goes. It looks like we're gonna get a fight like right next episode.
Episode 0. We're going right into the Chunin exams in the woods like we did in Naruto, and we're probably gonna get fights between certain characters unless we get a group battle. But I feel like it's gonna be everybody's split up. I think because communication is key. Because they've been talking about Togi about like, oh, we need to once he's coming, he's not that difficult, or we gotta get him away from from people.
It's like for him, the element of surprise is enough to like win a fight. Because if he sneaks up on you and makes you freeze for a second, then like you're screwed.
Happened before that he came out of nowhere to break up the fight and like screwed him over.
Yeah.
If he knows he's there or knows that he's like in the area, then he can probably get a win.
Mm-hmm. I really just want to see Megumi. I want to see him come back. I love this boy.
I want to know.
I have so much fucking hope that his character's good.
Will Sukuna come out in this arc?
No.
Because of Megumi's power or something that will trigger Megumi.
He is interested in Megumi.
He's the only person he's interested in the show. He's not even interested in Yuji. He's
just like
interested
me.
in Megumi. Yes.
Literally just like me.
It's like
maybe. I don't think so. I think we're saving that for like a late reveal.
Or he makes a deal. He tells him to make a pact with him. Sukuna makes a pact with Megumi, or Megumi makes a pact with Sukuna.
But no, don't the pact. I think some characters the pacts need to be made with oneself. Like a pact is something you make with
Sukuna
yourself.
breaks the rules though.
That's true.
Sukuna is like the anti-curse man.
So it is actually an interesting gray area. So one character said like you can't force people to make a pact. Pact needs to be made by yourself. So
that happened in the beginning when you're trying to figure out why he didn't make a pact or like a potential reason other than just maybe I did this wrong. And maybe I shouldn't have just turned the man to an unturnable monster. Maybe I should have just wounded him mortally.
Maybe this whole arc was incredibly rushed and I should have planned things out more.
Maybe this arc should have ended a different way.
But so because Sukuna and Yuji are like kind of the same person, I wonder if that's kind of why the pact works there.
As I said, Sukuna breaks the rules of everything, so I'm not sure, but...
Because really, what is the pact? The pact is that Yuji will give control to Sukuna.
He'll give control to Sukuna for 1 minute. He doesn't know when, and he will forget they made that pact.
And also Sukuna will not hurt anyone.
Yes, he will not hurt or kill.
I will not hurt anyone, yeah.
I won't harm anybody.
I still can't believe he didn't say just your friends. Like, I can't believe he said anyone.
Yeah,
it makes me feel like Sukuna is just not a bad guy.
And that was the only part where he wasn't like a complete asshole. He was like very like serious about it. Like, okay, straight up, like I'm not gonna hurt anybody. Just make this pact with me. Just get it over with. I think he was kind of just really wanted to do it.
I know this one's going super long, but I really want to bring this up. Do you think Sukuna will ultimately be like the big bad of the series, or / just a bad guy at all?
I think I made a prediction where he somehow will split from Yuji, so Yuji's gonna end up having to die. Like,
and then Yuji will just come back in some way. But I feel like it's very likely that Sukuna will just be a good guy.
I don't want this to be a retread of the Nine-Tailed Fox in Naruto, where you think it's gonna be this big bad, and they become friends eventually, and especially how he's been acting, how he's more of like. Because like most of the way of Kurama in the Nine-Tailed Fox in Naruto is just like it was only an argument inside of him where like Sukuna will come out and just talk shit with everybody around him off of him, and like he's way more like antagonistic because he affects not only Yuji but everybody else. Because remember when he tried to resonate the souls or affect the soul, it fucked him up and didn't really have it in Naruto. So like
the fact that
I think he will be more antagonistic unless we get like, I don't know. I don't think he'll be redeemed. I don't think so.
But okay, looking at what Sukuna's done so far, so he's already promised to not kill anyone. Because he's already not killed anyone. Sukuna has not killed any of our characters' friends.
Sukuna, yes, but he did wound like them pretty bad.
True, but he still didn't like. But everyone who wounds each other, it's shonen. Like,
yeah, and the thing
killing is different.
He's very OP minus like Gojo, because Gojo's the only one that can actually beat him up, I think.
That's true. Well, we saw that. We saw him get fucking trounced by Gojo. Because he only had one finger.
Only one finger.
I mean, Gojo is like, he's a grade 1. With a grade 1 going up against one finger, come on. I feel like I have to do long division to figure this shit out.
You divide it by a finger, carry the grade system, and see and
multiply by gunshot.
By a gun, the power of gun.
All right, so I don't know. Where I'm landing, I feel like Sukuna is totally going to get redeemed.
I don't think so.
He's going to become a good guy.
No.
The fact that he's not done anything bad yet is very suspect for him being a villain.
Also, this episode did exceed my expectation, where I thought they were going to beat up Yuji when he revealed to be alive, and they did nothing, so they exceeded my expectation by doing nothing. They defeated the shonen trope.
It was like I was ready for the beat where she would hit him in the head with a hammer. I was waiting for that.
They didn't do it. They did the, they're talking about me from where else, so I'm going to sneeze trope, which I don't understand, but still.
It's like the third time this show's done
I've always seen that trope in everything, and I'm guessing it's more of a Japan thing, but...
Yeah, I've literally internalized that trope myself, and I feel weird about it. Like,
yeah, because every time you sneeze, it's just someone talking shit behind you about your back, behind your back.
That explains why I have allergies so often.
I know, that's why my eyes burn, because it doesn't... So,
all right.
Anything else you want to talk about?
Nope.
Because okay,
wrap it up.
It was a very
This has been so long.
It was a very prologue heavy, like exposition heavy episode.
Yeah,
so
I figured we were gonna have a longer because there was a lot of stuff I wanted to bring up.
It was an episode 0, definitely.
Yeah.
So, thank you all for listening to us this bullshit about this. Please like, comment, subscribe.
Hello and welcome to Jujutsu Kai Quest Wednesday. I'm Jim.
I'm Sam.
And
you gotta put the Wednesday in there.
Yeah, I want everyone to remember that the day that they're watching this probably is Wednesday. So we are your favorite Jujutsu Kaisen review podcast, episode by episode. We are talking today about episode 15 of the anime.
Yes.
Kyoto Sister School Goodwill Event Team Battle, Part 1.
Give me my phone back so you can stop reading the title off of there.
So Sam.
Yes.
If I told you my ideal type of woman that agreed with you, do you think you also would have a mental break?
You mean the whole entire delusion?
Yeah, have an open delusion and reimagine your life.
I mean the equivalent right now is having an anime reference Jennifer Lawrence, Helen Keller, and Sebastian Stan
in one episode
would kind of mentally break me to have a delusion of a anime slice of life with just those three in high school together.
I really like this one.
Yes.
Not only did it have some really awesome fight scenes.
Yes.
Had a hilarious that fucking gag where his response. Okay, we're just gonna fucking cut to the chase. They end up coming up with a plan. So our main characters are the tournament begins.
Yeah, the first round starts in them just running towards each other.
So yeah, the goal is to find the golden snitch.
Yes.
AKA kill a grade 2 curse.
Yes.
So as they're running, we know that Toto kind of already
he broke off before they even started, essentially.
Yeah, which I would assume is cheating, but they don't seem to.
You can't control him.
So yeah,
panda bear, I get it.
And then we learn. Wait, what?
You said bear. I get a bear in this.
And so we learn that their plan was. So we actually get 2 flashbacks. So I think we should address both of them now. So the one is about them realizing that Toto is going to just go right for them to be a distraction early on.
Yeah, they basically said, "Oh yeah, he's definitely going to break away. We need someone to fight him to hold him off as long as they can, so we can go get the gold snitch and whatever other demons we find." And oh yeah, Yuji, you're gonna do it.
Which I really love this because from everyone's perspective, Yuji is basically a non-entity.
Yes.
He's basically just a body to throw at Toto for 5 minutes.
He's a meat shield.
Yeah.
He's a stubborn meat shield.
Because he hasn't proven himself yet. They don't know that he actually has,
I think they know that he can literally die and come back to life for the most part, so they're probably just yeah, you can hold it as long as you can. That'd be great.
And so, yeah, we get this scene where he, sees Toto coming, and he goes right for the knee, and then...
Knee in the face.
So Toto retaliates by punching him so hard, which actually, one thing I like, too, is there's a curse, they have this whole spider curse that they tease, and the spider curse gets in the way of this punch, and so he hits the spider curse, and then Yuji gets flown back 100 feet.
He thought he lost an arm.
Yeah, and he literally said, if that spider wasn't there, I would have been, real fucked up.
I'd probably be dead.
Which was awesome. We love Toto. And then Toto does his catchphrase. He asks him, "What's your ideal woman?"
And God, it's
can you remember it without looking it up?
It was a tall woman with a large ass.
Exactly. And
it's just like Jennifer Lawrence,
Wait, okay, actually, what is Jennifer Lawrence's height? Because
God damn it, you're making my phone search history is so fucking.
As an average-sized American male. I don't have an impression that Jennifer Lawrence is large.
I want your prediction.
She's definitely she's probably my height. She's probably 5'11", 5'10". Also, now I guess I just doxed my height to the fucking fans.
Damn, does
Listeners.
Wikipedia have her height?
It's you have to Sam. You have to go on WikiFeet.
Is that a real thing?
Unfortunately, it is.
God damn it! I hate life.
I know. Whatever. While Sam's looking that up, Jennifer Lawrence, known for her
Height
large height.
Height in feet. Okay.
Height in feet.
175 centimeters. 5'9". So she's as tall as I am.
That's not tall at all. I mean, not to make fun.
I'm average height. Thank you very much.
Am I taller than you? I guess I am taller than you.
I'm like 5'9". Doesn't matter.
Whatever. This is unimportant.
It doesn't matter.
But so my as an American,
if people were to go to Joe Kakakon and just be like, "You're not 5'9", you're not Sam, you're not Jim."
Joe Kakakon.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just think it's hilarious. I would love to know what the heights of, because this is no like secret or strange thing, but generally, like, the heights of people in Japan are quite shorter compared to Americans. So,
which is why he loved the idol, because she was a tall idol.
I'm really curious as to what her. I bet he's probably.
I'm not googling that.
5'8".
I'm not going on her character's wiki to see what her height is.
Damn, I bet it fucking exists though.
Probably.
But we have this hilarious fucking scene where Toto has a mental break.
Well, before that, though, he stomps his face into a crater in the tree. That's brutal as hell.
Yuji's, like, dying in this scene.
He's like, the fact that he gets up after this is, like, shocking, and then proceeds to be fine when he answers the question to him.
Well, kind of. So...
He may be brain damaged.
Yeah, which I do love. He has a line where he's like, "Hey, please don't hit me in the head. You're gonna make me dumber than I already am." Which I do like. I like when the series shows negative traits on Yuji.
You mean his being stupid as hell?
Yeah, him having a thick skull.
Yeah,
incredibly thick skull.
That's either like by default or just by having Sukuna in him can also be helpful, because he still has Sukuna's eyes there, so it could just be a reinforcement of your bones.
I love the idea that Sukuna's like lowering his IQ, like he's like putting like a dampener on his IQ.
When he breaks his limiter, when he unlocks his 100% of his brain, he will win. When he has that limitless pill.
Yes. So hilarious.
Oh god, what was that movie with Scarlett Johansson?
Wanted? Weapons of Fate?
No, that's Angelina Jolie movie. The movie where she has Lucy. Scarlett Johansson.
I fucking love Lucy.
Yeah,
you said Angelina Jolie.
Angelina Jolie, fuck. Scarlett Johansson, where she
Lucy,
becomes
yeah. I love Lucy. It's the silliest, it's the stupidest dumb movie I've ever seen.
Good. So, then he asks him what his dream woman is. He gets the right answer, and he goes into, like, it goes in the widescreen, which caught me off guard.
It becomes, like, a sentimental, like
anime, like slice of life.
Yeah, like it's like a coming of age story of like these two friends.
I'm gonna ask out my love of my life.
What's her Sakura, whatever her name is, Sakura-kun.
I'm calling the T.
Whatever. It's the idol girl.
Yes.
And the one thing I love like the details. So not only do we have like almost an art style change. Takada-chan. So we have a like uniform. They like redesign their uniforms to make them like more like an actual high school uniform, which I love. I love this stupid detail. Like they commit to this joke so hard, it makes it so funny to me. I love it. I really love it.
He gets like rejected and like, I'll take you out for ramen, and like you see like a whole pat in his back and everything.
Just the commitment to this joke is so good, and it's really funny because like last episode I was just shitting on the humor of the show, how I'm like it's really inconsistent, and then this is like by far the funniest, like hardest I've laughed at the show. And really good place too. Like in the middle of the scene where Yuji was like bleeding from his brain, having this really funny like cutaway. It was really good.
And then he basically like announces that they're best friends now.
And then it's also this like it's almost like a payoff to the payoff of the joke. So having it cut back to reality and having Toto looking up the sky with like tears streaming from his snot and snot like caking his face. Hilarious.
Also, just the fact that it's just like don't talk like when you talk about this idol bullshit, just like I don't care about idol bullshit. Like, why do you know she's an idol then?
I really did love that little detail. Because I too said that to the screen. I was like, how does he know that she's an idol? And then they called it.
So I was like, oh man, this is gonna be him. So because the other team comes in, they're like, oh man, because he's best friends, he's gonna stop them all from like beating him up. And I was right, because they all arrive, surround him. The one girl is like on her broom, like Momo, with her name or something.
I forget. Sam, I will never fucking remember any of these characters' names.
But yeah, she basically spots him. They all surround him. The blind guy has the bow. The Mechamaru I think that's the name.
Yeah, Mechamaru.
It had like he like Genos from One Punch Man, where his hands just open up to like a laser blast.
He's got like the fleshy. I love that he's got like the fleshy muscle tissue under his wood too. That's cool.
Yeah, under his wood. Yeah. So yeah, we he also rounded, but then we get Toto's power, which he claps his hand and he swaps position with like the blind archer and Yuji, and it's really cool because it's very quick, like instant.
It is, yeah. It's instant, and it really like this is just a power from Hunter x Hunter.
Yeah, we were talking about it. It's perfect because he's like a close range fighter, so he can just swap someone else with him. Like if he's fighting two at once, he can swap the guy closer to him, to, like suplex him or like punch him or something.
Even like to take a hit, because that's what happens in Hunter x Hunter. In the volleyball or dodgeball fight, I always think it's volleyball. It's not volleyball. In the dodgeball fight, one of the Nen users has a thing where he has like two gorillas that he summons.
Yes.
And he can swap with one, and then with the other one he can swap somebody else.
Yeah. And
the way he uses it in that arc is he uses it to like take a hit for himself. So I could see Toto just easily doing the same thing.
Yeah, but also Yuji avoids like a bullet from Mai, and he avoids the girl's sword, like the shadow sword, the basic domain or something like that.
Okay, so this is another thing, and I literally screamed at the TV when it happened. So the one thing that we know about domains is that when you enter someone's domain, hits are guaranteed.
But it was like a simple domain.
It's a simple domain. So what does this mean?
I think she's just breaking into learning about domains, and like because like at one point when she cuts away to fighting Maki, she goes like, "You haven't shown, or like I haven't shown like my team or anybody from my school my actual power, because I don't want to." And
yeah, she even said like, I broke away from the group so that I could do this.
And her domain didn't, like, when she used the ability, it didn't think anybody else noticed it. It was like a shadow. I think she said like shadow domain or something shadow related.
Simple domain.
But she said something about shadow, and it seemed like something that was just like in like darkness with the light around her. So
yeah, it seemed to form like a little like mini circle around her. I guess like a.
I was like, oh,
domain.
she's gonna go Shikamaru with the shadow shit, but I didn't like get a good idea of what she used.
I'm just like confounded that like the one rule that we've learned about domains is like hits are guaranteed, and then she misses in her fucking domain.
I think that's why she was like there like with like the principal at that one point, was because like she has this like
close range.
First student with like access to domain, or like
is she a student
or breaking into? I'm pretty sure she is because she's literally in there.
But like I was maybe I'm just a stupid. I was under the impression that she was like,
no, she's a student. I'm pretty sure, but I feel like she's been trained with the principal because she's been like starting to learn the basics of domain, and that's why she had to like none of her classmates know about her, and why she doesn't wear the school uniform and wears a suit.
But that's. But no, that's weird though. That's weird that Gojo would be like interested in her then, because if she's, I refuse to believe she's a student. I refuse.
She is. They literally say she's a second year in the last episode when he did all the character intros.
Fuck. I believe you, but I don't want to believe you.
It's bullshit, but I believe it.
I'm gonna look it up.
Avoid spoilers. Good luck with that.
I'm gonna say, oh, Miwa dies. What?
I know. So yeah. So basically, Toto threatens them all and says, "Fuck off, he's mine."
All right, I'm gonna close my eyes when I type in her name, because every time you type in a character's name
on
Google,
I have a link.
Okay. Every time you type in a character's name on Google, the first word after it is death, and it fucking pisses me off every time.
She's 5'4". She's grade 3.
Okay.
Second year at Kyoto.
What the fuck? It's so creepy that Gojo's into her. Then I hate this.
How did we get Gojo's age?
Well, he's not a fucking student.
I know, but
there's a power imbalance. We don't like that. We don't like when teachers date students, Sam.
Gojo is 28 years old.
Oh my god. Gojo, I'm almost as old as Gojo.
We are actually Gojo.
It's so weird to think that, oh my god. I hate myself.
And she's 17.
Oh no.
You know, just anime things.
Oh, you're breaking this for me. I really enjoyed this initially.
So he basically threatens everybody.
Alright, so she is a student, you're right.
Yeah, so Toto basically threatens them all to leave, because he's like, I don't take orders from, I told you guys, you guys interfere, you're dead.
Yeah, he literally is like, this is the one-on-one fight. Me and my best friend are fighting. Don't fucking mess with me and my best friend.
I will not hold back on my best friend. Don't worry. It would go against our friendship to not go anything over.
And I have to say, I'm really liking this like, creation of this friendship. Like, I love this gimmick of, like, Toto is, like,
a one-sided friendship?
Yeah, it's basically a one-way relationship.
It's so
with
good.
This, and he's, like, also... We get the idea later on in the episode that he's trying to help him.
Yes.
And he's trying to make him better at fighting, which I really enjoy that too.
He's like the most competition he's had.
Yeah.
So it also it cuts away to Momo getting zapped out of the sky by Megumi's like bird.
Yeah.
Electric bird.
His
and
big
then
bird face.
Yeah. And then what's it called? And then Panda and Nobora.
Novura? Hammer Girl.
Yes. We'll get it.
Hemiria.
Yeah, and then they like mock her because she's like stuck in a tree, and they're like, we're gonna get you, kind of, because Panda shakes the tree, I believe.
Panda?
That plane coming in, I hope so.
Wait, does Panda shake the tree?
The tree like moves.
I thought that. Wait, no.
Because the tree's like shifting.
No, Megami made like a shadow beaver.
No,
and it like bit
the shadow beaver is not going to happen.
He made a shadow beaver and it bit.
No.
It chewed the tree down.
No, not gonna happen, Jim. Get away from your fucking fan fiction of Megumi's fucking shadow beaver.
I want to see the shadow beaver.
Okay,
and then they do the funny joke scene, which I didn't think was very funny, where they're like, "Hey, Momo girl, get out of that tree," and her Hammer Girl and Panda Boy are like in sync. I didn't like that joke.
Noritoshi, the blind guy, is fighting Megumi, who has like tonfas now. I don't remember him having tonfas.
I'm trying to remember. I remember he had a weapon in the prison arc when they went to the prison school.
I thought he just had like a knife or a sword or something.
Yeah, but it wasn't the Tompas. I remember it being like a different.
It was probably one of Maki's weapons that she just had. They probably got lost along the way.
Probably. I love the idea that Maki's just a repository for all the weapons.
I love it.
It's really
She's
fun.
Great. And then I think that's like everybody kind of clashes with someone.
There's one other thing that we need to address. Well, I guess we don't need to address anything. But so we have that scene where Miwa and Maki are like one-on-one, and
yes,
this is where Miwa explains something really important to the universe.
Yes,
is a jujutsu like sorcerer cannot become like a special grade.
Oh yeah,
grade 1 without. It seems like
we got teased a little bit of that when we cut to what's it called, in the sewers, where he's like, "Oh yeah, take care of this for me, and I'll recommend you."
Yeah,
or I might recommend you.
So that scene that I was very angry at a few weeks ago.
I thought it was the important character, but so maybe it's not.
It was just, I guess, to like bring up the idea that basically how it works is like you need. It seems like you need 4 recommendations. That's the way that there was a diagram on screen, and the one gimmick or the one thing here is that you cannot be recommended by your
teacher.
Sensei. So you need to impress 4 other people. So basically Miwa's whole thing is like, I need to impress many people so that I can become a jujutsu level grade 1.
Sure.
Finger 10.
Yeah, so
10 fingers.
So I can eventually just fuck Gojo, I guess. That's her entire plan.
Too much of an age gap, I hate it.
So yeah, then we cut back to the very well animated fight of
It's really fucking me up that Gojo is like a year older than me. It's really fucking me up.
Yes, he's so overpowered, and he's like,
and I'm so weak. When will I get my infinity power, Sam?
Who knows? Maybe you gotta look for your inner power, your inner jujutsu power,
inner sorcery battle. So
yeah, then we basically get the really well animated fight. He does like the fist, his epic punch on his head, and he's like, "Oh, it's a pretty good power. Does over time, but it's not good enough."
So yeah, okay. Was it Nanami that like brought up the
DOT?
Yeah, the DOT attack. So he gives it a name in this. Yuji specifically gives it a name. It's called like delayed fist or something.
Divergent fist.
Divergent fist. Thank you. And so basically, I think we mentioned this before. It's like when he punches someone with the curse energy, there's like a delay between when the curse, so the physical attacks, but then the special doesn't hit until later.
Also, and then he yells about it, but Crunchyroll does a thing where they faded away the subtitles at one time.
That was the first time I've ever seen Crunchyroll do anything.
I've only seen special subtitles on like Sentai subtitles where they actually
like fan sub stuff.
Yeah, it's the only time.
It's really funny. I was watching a Gigik video, and he did like a video a year or so ago about like fan subbing in anime and how like he showed like some examples.
Fuck you, Sasuke, you fucking asshole.
Yeah, but he was showing some examples of like the heights of insanity that it reached in like the OPs, because the OPs, what they would do is they would put the words all over the screen, and there's a part, I can't remember what anime it was.
They bounce up from the top of the screen to the bottom of the screen to
the subtitles were like inserted into the scene, so they were like on the swords of characters fighting and like completely unreadable. And that was just like, I've never seen Crunchyroll do that before. Crunchyroll always is just very like utilitarian with their subs. Like they just do what's like the bare minimum.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes they don't even translate them properly, but
I mean, better than most places with their sub, like HBO Max subs are like those like
yeah. At least visually, the Crunchyroll subs do look good.
Yeah,
Crunchyroll, give us a sponsorship.
So that's basically the end of the episode, and we have the gag was asking what type of person you're interested in to the various characters in the show, And the most like interesting one was of course the Gojo like referencing that he likes the girl with the bangs.
Gojo referencing he likes the underage girl. Yes.
Or he could be Momo who likes Sebastian Stan.
Very much enjoyed the fucking Sebastian Stan reference. It just feels like I feel like in America, Sebastian Stan isn't even that regarded as like it's like, always the Chris's. When people talk about the hot like actors, it's Chris's.
He's only popular like right now because Falcon and the Winter Soldier just finished airing.
Yeah, other than that, he's been like a C-lister, I guess not C, but like a B-lister in like all the Marvel movies. Like,
yeah,
it's hilarious to me that like the writer of this, whoever, maybe this wasn't in the manga, but like the writer of this was like, you know what, Sebastian, and there was also a little anime Sebastian Stan Instagram that she was looking at. Very funny, very very funny. I would love a full res version of that anime Sebastian Stan.
I mean, she was drooling at the mouth too. That's like, it's hey man, maybe Japan. It's some weird thing where Japan just loves like a particular actor, like
It's like those transplants that go over to Japan and they like succeed.
God,
like being the white guy.
God, who's the guy, the gay porn actor that became a huge celebrity in Japan? He passed away from like the motorcycle accident. That's in like all those remix videos.
Yeah, I forget his real name. What do they call him?
Gachi or
yeah, Gachi. I forget his real name. Fuck. Damn, so sad.
Leather Clap's 2 blocks down, like that guy.
Yeah.
Like,
damn, it's gonna bug me. I need to look up his name.
Yeah, like him.
All right,
he literally went. Now you get the earphone pulling.
I'm gonna type in Japanese American gay porn actor now.
But yeah, like literally, he became like a huge celebrity in Japan. Like, it's just maybe it's this weird thing where like the celebrity in Japan. Like, I wonder. There could be a list of like what American celebrities are most popular in Japan. Like,
that's so interesting because like, Billy Harrington.
Okay, Billy, rest in peace. Rest in power.
Guess what year he was born in?
1990.
1969.
Really?
Hilariously, yeah.
Wow.
Very sad. I remember. He
yes.
would go by Aniki.
That's it.
I knew it began with an A. Yeah. Yeah. Billy Harrington. Rest in power, dude. He swore he was natty.
Okay, I for 2015 American actors who were shockingly huge in Japan.
Oh, but what I wanted to say was like it's really funny that it's like Sebastian Stan. I wonder, like, I guess the Marvel movies are probably popular. They probably get all the Marvel movies in Japan.
Maybe
because they're all like the big. I don't know. Like you always hear more about China, like because China has like a limit on how many blockbusters they accept. So it's like news when it's like, okay, well the Transformers movies do really well there, and like
I mean as we learned, like Tommy Lee Jones is like popular in Japan because he made those coffee commercials.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's a really good example. Like, I'm trying to think.
Any of those weird commercials where they have like American actors in there. Kind of think like
there's a few like that where it's like some actor just got a weird like probably couple $1 million deal where he does like 4 commercials and then they are like the biggest thing in Japan. It's like for like the hugest brands, but it's just this big actor from America.
Yeah. So overall, pretty good. Probably one of the best animations in the episode, and I think Toto is the MVP right now.
Yeah, I feel like I'm like cautiously hype. Like I'm the hypest I've been for like going into a next episode because of what we've seen, but I'm also worried that it cannot top what we just saw.
Hey man, we're getting a fight between the 2 best girls so far. So
actually, yeah, I really want them to fucking explain the fucking symbol domain. Like why? I
mean, she showed her power to anybody. No one else is watching, so they're probably
show me Miwa.
Also, Momo just fighting like 2 people.
I want to see. So Momo can fly.
She had to fly out. Yeah,
Momo also has that funny little internet challenge.
Internet challenge.
Remember the Momo challenge?
Fucking Momo-kun?
Yeah, Momo-kun.
Yeah,
remember the fucking yokai thing?
The weird bird lady?
Yeah.
That's just
the Momo challenge. It's like kids getting
It's a creepypasta. It's like Slender Man.
It was like a fake thing that became real because it was so fake.
Yeah. Sure.
All right.
As a kappa, sure.
All right. The next episode.
Part probably the same title, but part 2.
Join us in a week.
Yes.
For next Jujutsu.
You think about it. I'll give the plugs. Thank you all for listening.
I'm gonna angrily go on my phone.
I'm gonna angrily look up Jennifer Lawrence's height and feet length and
gross.
Said Jim.
Gross.
And then like, comment, subscribe. Tell us, what is your ideal man, woman, or whoever.
I think we did that already.
Do it again, and who would be your best friend because of it? Hello and welcome to Jujutsu Kaisen. I'm Sam.
And I'm Jim.
And I hate you, Jim, so fucking about to make me laugh during that. I have one job to introduce Jujutsu Kaisen.
Wednesday.
Not saying the Wednesday part.
On Wednesday. Welcome to Wednesday. It's Jujutsu Kaisen.
You know what that means?
We watch an episode of Jujutsu Kaisen. Which one do we watch, Sam?
Episode 16, Kyoto Sister School Goodwill Event Team Battle Part 2.
So, this was a very surprising episode.
So yeah, one of the many recurring things is me like I can't wait to know what they do with Panda. They'll probably never tell because that's gonna be the joke.
Meme, yeah.
Is that why can he talk? Oh, we're never gonna answer. But no, we get like 2 seconds of like Toto like, oh, this is how you use your power to get your punch at max punch power.
Yeah,
but like everything else,
and they just stop fighting. They just stop fighting so he can explain how he gets better.
And then he's like, "Okay, let's go." Then, like after he learns how to be at one with the energy.
Basically, what this is just like Toto is just telling Yuji about mindfulness. That is literally all this is.
Yeah,
and it just makes him better instantly.
Maybe the brain damage helped from punching him into a tree and kicking him to almost death.
Yeah.
So yeah, and then he cuts away to Panda. So basically, Panda fights Mekamaru. This is what the episode is, and kind of teasing Momo versus Nobara. And so yeah, it's fucking a Panda episode. And I'm excited because like he basically comes off with like, oh, we're not actually different because you're a pup. We gotta find the core, and like we're not so different. You and I like, wait, what? And then we find out. So the principal of the Tokyo school
Jujutsu Kaisen
is the guy who created all the stuffed animals, made with the ultimate being, essentially. The ultimate
Shadow the Hedgehog.
Yes, Shadow the Hedgehog. Basically, Panda the Hedgehog. The Panda the Jujutsu Sorcerer. So he basically created the ultimate puppet with emotions. That's like the difference. It's when it was actually born with emotion.
So they refer to Panda as a cursed corpse.
Yes.
And Panda thought that Mekamaru was also a cursed corpse, which is not true.
No, we'll talk about him. And I guess after
we'll get there.
It was just funny because Naruto kind of has puppet users that are just corpses essentially, or just like redesigned corpses. Because at a certain point, a character does use corpses as puppets.
But so the term corpse here is interesting because Panda appears to be a stuffed animal.
Because we never see him take like actual. Like,
at the very end, you know how he had like a scar? Yeah. At the very end, if you look at his ear, it looked like there was stuffing in his ear.
Really, I didn't take a better look. I know like, it's like the fur got blasted off like the of his one ear.
It's kind of hard to tell because all his fur is white mostly, but it looked like stuffing.
He got blasted by like the Frieza finger beam essentially from Dragon Ball Z, and it like pierced his chest, and like, oh no, Panda's KO'd. Like, but like,
he's like, I'm fine.
Yeah.
So we learned.
So he is the ultimate like creation of the principal with the sunglasses, and
as they describe, he's a cursed corpse born with emotion.
Yeah, and he went through like curse mutations that made him age up. I guess that's the reason why he got bigger and bigger.
I think his whole thing is that he's a curse mutation.
He literally had him like as a baby with a pacifier in his mouth and like trained him his entire life.
I feel stupid for not mentioning this, but in the OP when we watched it this time, I noticed it looked like Panda in one of the flashing scenes. I was like, is Panda wearing like shorts or like a diaper in a scene? And then like in this episode we see little baby Panda had a little diaper.
Remember the first OP? We thought like was it the panda looking at the other pandas? And like
I guess that's supposed to kind of just be a tease. Like he's not of this world.
He doesn't really belong to any among the humans, among the pandas. The whole thing
He's
of this,
a man between two worlds.
He's a creation of between two worlds. Like, the whole thing was maybe finding someone he can like relate to for the first time. Because he thought, he did the whole thing of the good guy saying, "Me and you aren't so different after all," kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So we learned that he also has in the flashback that you have an older sibling. You have 2 siblings. One's each of his cores. Which is the balance cores is his normal self.
So the panda version.
Yes. The gorilla mode, which we see for his power mode, which is the strength mode with less speed, is the gorilla. And then the bashful sister we have not seen.
Is that what he said, bashful sister?
Yeah, this is my bashful sister. And I'm assuming it's going to be speed because she's going to want to run away a lot. So I'm thinking it's going to be a speed one, like a cheetah.
I predicted cheetah.
Or something with wings or speed.
The idea of wings is really cool. I like that. That would be neat. But so we also do see Panda just like He just gives a beatdown to this
He
guy.
like breaks like his arm because like
before he even goes gorilla mode, he gives a beatdown.
Yeah, Megamaru does a lot like Genos in One Punch Man, where he does a lot of like different kind of arm blasts or different kind of things just come out of his arms.
He very much feels like a derative Genos. Like,
yes, but
that's literally
a more robot than android. But like yeah, and yes, but then they fight, and we have to learn like during that Megamaru is like he's like a pilot essentially. He's like remotely controlling it.
It feels like an Ava reference.
So yeah, so he basically was born with like
glass bones,
his glass bones and paper skin, and the heart attack put him to sleep every night. And
so one thing I think is really neat. So yeah, we learned that he was born. So I think he's missing his left arm, and he has nothing below the knees, and he has no sensation below the waist, which. Damn.
Yeah, but in return, he's able to use curses from a very far distance away, so which is why he's using the mech.
But so do you know what this means? So this is the gross. I hate to bring realism into this, but so we see him very like dramatically. He's sitting. So he's wrapped in bandages.
Also,
he's sitting in like
his name is Kokichi Muda is his like actual controller from Mechamora, but we're kind of recall him as Mechamora.
Mechamora, yeah. So he's sitting in this pool in this bathtub of this like red liquid. But, like, if he has no feeling below the waist, and this man is pissing and shitting in his red goo...
He probably has a diaper on. I'm just saying.
But, okay, think about that. So he has a diaper on, and he's sitting in this red liquid. Ew.
I'm sure that he's at the school, he has special needs, he has someone taking care of him somewhere, probably.
Somebody's cleaning him.
Someone is not one of the students, probably whatever the teacher that, like, recruited him.
I guess so. I don't know, I just thought it was, like... It's a very interesting detail to be like, okay, we're gonna have our this child sitting in a pool of red mist.
I don't know, man. I don't know the rules of. He has a bunch of tubes and like IVs in him, so like and like a bunch of bandages. So he just like one guy in Rody Kenshin that kind of looked like they had the bandages wrapped up with the hair like sticking out of it.
Yeah, that's been so long.
Yes, same. I was like,
and I also never will watch Rody Kenshin.
Yeah, it's kind of hard now with the author or the mangaka
monster.
So yes, he uses like alternate ability and everything. That's when we unveil gorilla mode because he's out of 2 cores.
The fact that he says going gorilla mode or whatever, like he's in gorilla mode, made me laugh so hard.
Yes, and it's cool. It's a cool transformation to look. He still has the panda look, but like he has like the tusks. And, like he doesn't like. He looks more like a mech because his mouth doesn't move at all.
Well, not really tusks, Sam. They're more like canines.
Fangs.
They're fangs, yeah.
Like but he's like a mech though, where he's like it doesn't move when he talks. So
yeah, it makes it more obvious that he's like a puppet. I guess he's not.
The panda mode is supposed to be the most human looking mode, or the more like natural one. Where
the most like realistic.
These are just like powers or like other stuff that are like supposed to be used.
I feel like this is kind of one of those like anime things, but I feel like it's going to be a really long time before we see the quote unquote bashful sister, and the design for the bashful sister is going to be like really wildly different because I
think it would be that skinny one we saw in the OP, like the skinnier looking one,
I thought that was what we saw.
It could have been, but like I had to watch it again to see because it could be that skinnier one.
I feel like he is like supposed to be a gorilla in that.
Yeah.
Because I don't know. Well, we'll see. I feel like we're not going to see because when he gets shot the first time, we learn that it actually took out the sister core.
Yeah, that's why he got up so quick.
She's not there. But yeah. I feel like this is a thing in anime. Like when they have a fun thing they're teasing, it's going to be like a wild redesign later.
Yeah.
I would have to say it would be kind of weird, and I also wouldn't like it if he just became a hot girl. There is also that chance that he will just become a hot girl.
It's the human fruit he ate, and become more human looking.
I would not. I don't know if I would like it if he became a hot girl.
Like Chopper. Chopper ate the human fruit.
Oh, is that really?
He's the human fruit.
All I know about Chopper is that he's doctrine. That's all I know about Chopper.
Chopper's doctrine.
Yeah.
That's all you gotta tell you about the like. I'm pretty sure like Oda like explained what the potential of the human fruit on a human would be, and I like don't want to get into that right now.
It's like one of his like. It's like the little like letters to the.
You want like supreme control over the human body, essentially.
I love that he does those little like writer response.
You mean when people write like, can Luffy stretch his dick? Like, yes, they can. Now stop asking me.
I absolutely love
that. Can Robin
that.
grow boobies around? Like, yes, she can.
I really love
write your dojins. Draw your dojins.
I feel like there's no other writer that like will just totally answer, because I feel like Oda seems like he has like everything. He has an answer for everything.
Yes.
So to him, it's like almost a way of just like just getting this out of the way, so he can fixate on whatever story element he wants to.
Sure.
I don't know. I've only read the first 100 chapters of One Piece.
Yeah, we'll get there. We'll go on that.
One day.
One day we'll go
One
on
day.
that. We'll venture off on that. But yeah, they're basically just a fight. It's a fight. I enjoyed the fight, and then like he gets in the he tricks him where he thinks his core is just to get him close, and just beats rips his arm off and just throws him away and smacks him.
It is like the classic, just like kind of bullshit anime trope of, haha, you only thought that you killed me. I was actually holding back my
At least
death.
the guy I had the speed advantage because he was like the panda was still like climbing up buildings. He couldn't just like make like super leaps to every building. He literally had to struggle to climb up buildings like very slowly.
I wasn't like super impressed by this fight.
Panda that he's very strategic and observant from like what we've seen beforehand. Like he's like the strategist of everybody.
Yeah. I don't necessarily dislike Panda. I something about this fight didn't really do it for me. Emotionally, the emotional climax I thought was cool. Like,
I did like the ending of like him saying, "Oh, he's like I do want to meet you and everything. Like you don't know how I look. Like I don't give a shit how you look. I'm a fucking panda.
I'm a fucking panda, yeah.
I'm a fucking panda." And I like that. And like I'm hoping, and then they exchange phone numbers. I'm like, "Oh, it's so good."
It is. I do really like that because Mechamaru's whole thing is kind of like the classic like villain story of like and he goes.
I was born in pain.
Yeah, I was born into this like situation where my only choice was to become a jujutsu sorcerer. I don't really want to do it, but it's what I'm good at. So, and then the fact that like he can have someone to confide in with Panda.
Yes,
it's nice.
The Naruto thing reminds me of, but I don't want to go into that right now. There's a character that thing kind of remote control, but where they're kind of crippled.
I know you're talking about Kakashi Sensei.
No.
And his Bakugan when he does his
Shut up, Jim, please.
Sharingan. Bankai, that's the word I wanted to find.
Okay, sure.
Nen.
Sure. Shut up. You can shut up now before I punch you in the face. You run out of power systems?
I mean, I could just start fucking making shit up. It would make about the same.
No, you can't keep going on with the bit until you can't go into fake stuff.
What are other power systems?
I can't believe you forgot all the power systems.
I forgot all of them.
So must be cover JoJo. You forgot about that.
Oh, Stan. Sorry,
there's two different ones. There's three.
Payman. There's Payman from Hereditary.
Sure.
That's a power system, right?
I don't know. I never watched it.
It's fine. It's not great. All right, but
I heard it's not as good as
Midsommar. Way better.
Okay.
This has been Jim's review of Ari Aster films.
Jim watches it, you don't have to.
Out of all the Ari Aster films, Midsommar, the best one.
Okay.
Make another one, Ari Aster. I like your movies.
Okay.
What if he was a secret listener of our...
Probably not, because no people listen to this and get angry at us. For the most part.
Ari Aster, if you're listening, please put me as an extra in Midsommar too. I'd love to be one of those random, crazy Swedish people in the background.
Don't do it. Don't give Jim that satisfaction.
He was like about to type an email, and then when he said "don't," he like hit the button.
It's the first time someone said it. Like Sam's right. So, but I enjoyed that fight.
Yeah, I mean that's really all I have to say. Like,
then we get teased with Maki versus
Miwa-chan.
So that's just, and it means you're like, man, I wish we didn't record other episodes so we actually could see like the two best girls fight each other.
Yeah, it's a shame that we were cursed with this curse of having this burden of having to record a 20-minute podcast after every episode.
Yeah. Oh, we didn't talk about even like the power scaling like thing they popped up about like where everybody's power levels are at, and the only one they don't have scalings for are Mekamora, the blind guy, and her.
Oh fuck, the blind guy's name. I don't know.
It's the same with the N.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like Nishimoto or something. It's like Nisha something.
I don't have something in Japanese.
I don't have the name for that. He hasn't had his backstory. Narutoshi. Yeah, once we get his backstory up and like he's not a Mekamora, since Danganronpa really helps with that.
Yeah, that was the first thought that I had when I read it. Like, yes. The second that I can make a connection to a name, it's like I will never forget this name.
Danganronpa, like we know for Junpei because it's Persona 3.
From Persona 3, exactly. I'll never forget that name. It's a shame that character won't come back.
No, it's a shame he went so quick as he came in. So yeah. And Mojito, thank you for the drink.
Thank you for the drink.
And then yeah, I'm excited for this next fight. I'm glad. I did had basically had the retired thing came up too. So like, okay, we know they're out, so they can go either both ways. Like I think we will see people on the other side too go out.
Yeah. All right. There's actually one last thing I wanted to mention. So there's kind of this really weird disconnect that I feel in this arc where and it's mostly just from the end scenes, like the end credit bits, and like some of the flashbacks.
Wait, the gags were like.
So we see, not only do we see the funny gag end credit scene, but we also do just see scenes of Mechamaru, like flashbacks of Mechamaru's remembering him dealing with his team members, and like.
And the gag was also him dealing with his team members?
The gag is a gag. Like, we know what the gags are for. Like, they're mostly
But it was
just
a gag
for
of the same thing we saw in the episode, though.
Yeah, and it's like...
The one thing I did like was him like thinking about, oh, this is me, like, getting in my human mode, getting out of the tub, and, like, you know, actually being with the friends for the first time in person, where they don't think I'm a robot. I don't think they know that he's, like, controlling from a distance, it feels like. They all call him Mechamaru and not his real name.
The fact that he, like... told Panda.
Yeah.
I feel like...
Yeah, well, Panda knew what he was, could tell what he was.
Well, Panda just knew that he wasn't a...
Yeah.
He wasn't a cursed corpse.
Yeah.
So, I feel like the fact that he told Panda so readily, they must know. His teammates must fucking know.
Just like because they know Panda deducted everything. Like, they knew about Toto. Like, oh, Panda probably figured everything out.
Yeah, but so the going back to it, like, I know that these characters are supposed to be the bad guys of this arc, but like the fact that we're getting so much character, and to me, like these characters will not be bad for very long. Like within like the next episode,
because I'm going to say something in Naruto, the tuning exams. There's a set of 3 characters that are kind of like they're kind of similar, where they're the same kind of year as our main characters.
It's Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura.
No, yeah,
Sasuke and
the 3 ninjas from the Sand Village: Gaara, Kankuro, and Tamari. They're from the other village. They're kind of like antagonistic. They kind of like brutally beat up a bunch of people. And then once the arc is done, they kind of come back as good guys. They actually come in like during a fucking awesome fight and just save the day. It's awesome. It's one of the coolest moments. And like it just reminded me of that, where like they're gonna come back. I think they'll come back in a system like where they started out as antagonistic, like trying to kill him. Where like certain ones will. I think Mechamaru, especially coming back and helping Panda, would be really cool. And like whatever ones we see the connection between the other ones.
Yeah, to me it just seems like...
anyone, like the blind dude seems the most sketchy out of them all.
But we also do see him, like, teaming up with... I almost called him Aki.
Megumi?
With Megumi in the OP.
Oh, you put that paint on me, Jim.
We see him teaming up with Megumi in the OP to fight
the nature guy.
The nature guy, yeah.
So
I'm guessing like within like literally 2 episodes.
And we had the flashback in the OP also, like him and like a sister or something.
Oh, true.
The kid.
True. But I think within like the next episode or 2, we're gonna have Jogo, the forest man. We're gonna have like the real bad guys attack.
Even Toto is not like a bad guy towards his fight with He found a new best friend in his fight.
It's true, but he still is trying to kill him.
Yeah, he's trying to get a fight out of him. And
so yeah, I think that like
the only one that's like been antagonistic the entire time is Mai. Like she wants to just like the Fubaki one man Fubaki and Tatsumaki.
Tatsumaki.
Yeah, like how like they're kind of antagonistic, but like as you read on, it's a lot closer than that. Like it's not just like a mean relationship.
It's more of like there's like an imbalance of like power,
yes.
So the one feels inadequate.
Yes, where like it could be like that too, but they're both like weird, like with the power system in this. So
yeah, both kind of like mirrored.
But Mai never show like any kind of like care for her sister because she wants to like beat up her sister or go after her sister every time.
Yeah.
And like even Momo didn't seem that nice at all because she was also seemed to be a really good friend with Mai to be mean as possible.
It seemed like we were getting kind of like a classic like mean girl bitch from her,
because we got Nobara versus Momo seems and she was kind of a bitch, like, oh, I'm gonna put this bitch in her place kind of personality.
What's her name from Danganronpa 2, the dancer?
Oh, fuck her.
I
regressed it from my head. I hate her.
I
refuse to remember her name.
It's like Himiko. No, Himiko's 3.
Fuck her.
Whatever. You know what? Okay, so yeah,
she hurt best
her whole
girl
gimmick is that she's like
recon.
she's like a young bitch girl.
If any character deserves the C word, it's her.
Her whole character is that she's like a naughty bastard, and I feel like they're gonna
do dastard, as you would call.
Yeah, a dastard. I feel like they're gonna do the same thing with Momo here, where they're gonna make Momo like, she looks very kawaii Disney on the outside, but actually she's a yandere.
Yeah, because Navarro is very like aggressive towards her, like very like a being like taunting her essentially heavily. Like, I'm gonna put her in her place. And I hope, and finally, she's gonna be able to do something the first time in like forever.
True. This also just made me think. I want to get a shirt that says "Kawaii on the streets, yandere in the sheets," and I'm gonna make you wear it.
I will not. I will burn that and throw it out.
Before
I will use it to throw it over your garden right outside this window.
It is right outside this window. Before I cancel Joe Kakaka
I
forever.
will make it a new scarecrow. That'll scare away all the crows for your plants.
Good. But I love crows though. I want a home for crows in my garden. But before I cancel Joe Kakaka forever and we our friendship dissolves, I will create a shirt for this show that is a blank in the sheets, blank in the streets meme.
Whatever day we have merch, when we have enough viewers that she like thinks at least one person will buy one, so we don't have like a fucking basement full of shirts.
Hilarious.
God.
One day, Sam. One day.
It'd be like, I have a theory shirt, or like.
Yeah, what would... Stupid. Okay, that's question of the week. What would the fucking Joe Kakaka
we should probably say that for a
be?
Joe Kakaka shirt, or just be like, Mojito would be the shirt of just be like Mojito.
It would be my thumbnails that I make for these.
Would be Mojito drinking a Mojito.
I would like that.
That'd be a great shirt.
I feel like the shirts would just be the thumbnails that I make for this, like evil man and like just, damaged.
No,
and there's okay. Here's my real question.
Your thumbnails are too powerful to be kept alive, Jim.
Dear viewer, please, what's your favorite one of my thumbnails that I've released so far?
You're gonna humor him.
Wait, which one was? Didn't I say there was gonna be one this episode? Or no, that was last. That was the funny face that he makes.
The Jennifer Lawrence one, Helen Keller, and Sebastian Stan together in one thumbnail.
I don't think I'll be able to do that one.
Coward.
Too much editing.
You can call Jim a coward instead.
Sam, all I do is I grab an image off YouTube and or Google, and then I liquefy it until make it funnier.
Sure.
All right. Let's end this. Anything else? Oh, actually, I have one last thing I want to say.
Okay.
This episode, we get the reveal of something called the Heavenly Pact, Heavenly Contract.
Okay. Yes.
So this is the thing where Mechamaru's user, whatever, was born with a jujutsu imbalance. I know, yeah, but I just wanted to say like the words Heavenly Pact.
Yeah. Where it seems like, okay, this is just a curse you have, like a pact you have at birth. We don't really have. I wonder if it's gonna be something you don't have control over, or it's something your parents make to like, or something like that, where they make a pact with someone. Like, oh yeah, you're you will. It's like a Dororo thing where like the parent curses the child with a deal.
To me, the idea of it being called a Heavenly Pact makes it seem like it's divorced from any human interaction.
I can see like more another flashback with him, like his parents abandoned him, like a Dororo thing where like he just abandoned, and then like he gets found by like someone from like the school or something, and they kind of raise him. They kind of mirror like Panda and his father kind of thing, like, even more. But I hope we get a nice chapter of them hanging out.
That would be neat. But yeah,
I like character interactions.
Especially
ones you don't see with like just the main characters trio.
That's what I like the most, because I said I didn't really care about the fight in this one. Unlike the last, like the Toto fight, I was like, damn, the animation's so good. This one, it was like, okay, it's just like a Geno, like it feels like a bad Genos fight. I did like seeing his hype.
Genos fights aren't the best fights in One Punch Man, so
some of them are pretty hype.
They're hype, but like there's still like hyper fights than Genos.
This hasn't been animated, and I don't know if it will, but when Genos fights Metal Knight, in the next arc, I guess, or whatever. I doubt the
Monster Association arc?
Yeah. Genos fights Metal Knight. It's like a 3-page fight, but it's so fucking hype. Like, just the panels with Genos in it are always beautiful.
We got some fucking crazy chapter came out today of this recording, and it's fucking, like, very cool. Like, seeing, like, it's like Fang doing shit is awesome.
Damn, I'm so behind One Punch Man. I need to read
Yeah, there's some crazy shit, man, happening that everybody's doing something. It's awesome. So
you love it. You love to see it.
Murata's a madman. Murata is a absolute madman.
I really don't know what happens with One Punch Man after the Monster Association arc, but
we're still going.
It should end.
We're still going in the manga, so who knows how long that lasts. And I've been taking liberties of.
And I know the webcomic's like way past this. So.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know where they could go. I feel like this is like kind of a natural end because everyone's getting like their big epic fights.
Yeah, all the S classes, or most of the S classes have been fighting so far. So.
Because like, what do you even do for a One Punch Man finale? I guess we shouldn't talk about this on this podcast.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll get there. And then, anything else, or should we wrap it up?
That was it. I really just wanted to make sure we said the words Heavenly Pact so that we didn't get 20 comments about it.
And not gonna spoil about the future.
Actually,
characters.
No, wait. I'm gonna delete this so that we do get 20 comments. Drive up that engagement.
No, because then they'll spoil about what the Heavenly Pact is.
Someone already did spoil Heavenly Pact for me like weeks and weeks ago.
They did that? Fuck.
Because I just read the words like Heavenly Pact. Like, ugh.
Keep your spoilers away, people.
Please don't spoil me. I'm a precious babby boy. Or if you're gonna spoil something, say Jim, do not read, and then put.
They really gotta add spoiler tags to YouTube comments.
I'm so mad that Twitter and YouTube don't have spoiler comments. Those are like two places that spoiler comments need to exist.
Half the fucking Twitter popular tags or popular trends are spoilers in themselves.
Well, fucking
And
yeah.
you can't control like, click on here. I'll click on this. What's trending tab to see what's going on, but it just automatically shows up in your feed.
What you need to do, here's a little tip. Change your YouTube trend, or not, what is YouTube? Change your Twitter location to like the
Tasmania,
like South Korea or something. So then all of the recommended like trends will all be in Korean and you can't read them.
Changes to Ghana so I can see all the news on Captain Alex, who killed Captain Alex. What's their big equivalent of Bollywood?
Wakaliwood.
Wakaliwood. Okay.
Is it Ghana?
I'm pretty sure it's Ghana. I'm pretty sure that who killed Captain Alex.
I forget.
It's Ghana.
I think you're right. I don't know African geography. It's not geography. I don't know African like country map very well.
2010 film, who killed Captain Alex. Uganda.
Okay, I was gonna say I didn't think it was Ghana.
It was a G. I was thinking of the G.
Uganda.
Directed by
you.
Nabuana IGG. Budget
Truly a legend.
$200 United States dollars.
Honestly, they made it. They stretched those 200 out.
They did. It's a great movie. So yeah, anything else? Can I wrap it up? Can I plug it up?
Plug me up, baby.
All right. Thank you all for listening. Please like, comment, subscribe, tell a friend. All those things are help for this. How's that White Claw, Jim?
I was just gonna say, like,
Jim is looking passionately at that White Claw.
We're really we're entering White Claw summer.
Jim is getting White Claw, white girl wasted, as we call it.
We're really entering White Claw summer, and I'm very excited to just pound White Claws with the boys.
Sure.
No, maskless, naked, also
Sweating
in the middle of the desert. Hello and welcome to Jujutsu Kai Quest. I'm Jim.
I'm Sam.
And today we are talking about episode 17 of Jujutsu Kaisen.
Yeah.
What's it called? Maki Fight?
Yeah, it should be, but it's called Kyoto Sisters School Goodwill Event Team Battle Part 3.
Okay, maybe we can stop saying the title of these episodes because they're all just the same long sentence.
It's the Maki episode and others.
So if you're joining us for the first time here, hello and welcome. We are a Jujutsu Kai... we are two men, two human males. We are talking about the Jujutsu Kaisen anime, going episode by episode.
Don't assume my gender.
I know you. For the time being, we're two males talking about Jujutsu Kaisen. So naturally, we're very into the episode where the girls fight each other.
Sure. I mean, as maybe listen to this, you know, I'm a big Maki stan. So, I'm very pleased from this episode.
Maki is the best character in the show.
Yes.
Hands down.
Who cares about our main character when we could have Maki just has so much more to gain to lose?
You're joking,
I'm
but
not.
I fucking agree. Like, Maki's...
Your Megumi and Maki adventures would be good to go for the rest of the show.
Maki is, like, also similar to Yuji, like, overpowered. Because Yuji's whole thing, the reason why he's even, like, able to survive the finger treatment is because he's so strong. But Maki is strong in like a way that is also putting her at a big disadvantage in the universe.
Yes,
so
she's
cool.
also being like held back so she doesn't rank up for a reason which
is also really cool.
Yeah,
I like this idea that there's like politics because they just recently told us about that in the series. I think it was like 2 episodes ago.
The clans.
Yeah, that basically you need, if you want to get like put up a rank of being a sorcerer.
You need recommendations.
Yeah, you need 4. So it's really hard to get 4.
So she's trying to get like her name out there, so it'd be harder for like her clan to like cuck her at every point.
So yeah, and just going over like the episode really quick. At the beginning of the episode, she finally faces off with Miwa.
Yes.
The blue-haired swords girl.
Kasumi.
Is her name Kasumi?
Yes.
Her name's Miwa.
I think her last name is probably Miwa.
Whatever, I'm calling her Miwa. Just like in 13
Kasumi
Sentinels.
Miwa is her name, Jim.
Kasumi-wa.
Mm-hmm. Or Miwa Kasumi.
Miwa Kasumi, as you would say in America land.
Sure.
So, she is pretty cool too. She got a sword.
She basically has like a parry stance of like, if you enter my simple domain of the shadow, I'll charge up my sheath sword, you're done, kind of thing.
It's very similar to, like, I think she described it as like an auto attack basically. Like, Killua this is like in the Chimera Ant arc. It's not really a spoiler, but character Killua, he has a very similar ability that he uses like once or twice, where basically he just like gets ready and like auto attacks the first thing that comes into range.
Yeah.
So it's pretty much like that. But
Maki's too good.
Maki is so good, and like so as they're fighting, because the last episode left us off on a cliffhanger, and this one is right into their fight, and Miwa already says like, if Maki was using a real sword, I would have died 2 times already.
The fact that she's like swinging this fucking spear around with trees and like, not hitting anything is fucking amazing.
It's so sick.
Like there's no way she's a 4th grade. She should be an at least 2. She said.
Yeah, she's so strong and so cool, and the animation here is just fucking awesome.
Jim literally rewound at the end of the episode and watched it again.
Yeah, I forced Sam to sit there and watch it again because I was
Don't force me. I enjoy seeing more Maki.
There's one cut of animation in particular that is still in my brain.
When she like breaks this, she has a cool thing when she's like sitting in her like camping spot. So for her to come after her, she breaks the spear, throws half of it at her, and then runs up the kunai as well, and then like
that was cool, but that's not even it. The part that is in my head is the little cut where Miwa gets like launched into the water, and then she like lifts her head out of the water, and her hair flies back, and like it was just animated so well for some reason. It was so like I'm such a like any moment that is given like all that attention for animation, it always like I don't know, draws me in. I'm always like, oh, they really like spent the time. Like I really feel like that character was like moving. It was awesome.
That's just the whole part is fucking great, and it kind of like, oh man, they peaked right here, and then like
Maki's just ability or her willingness to just break her own weapon to like launch into a trick attack is so good, and like
because she's okay, this is definitely something she's playing an ability for me to get close to her with my spear. I'm literally just gonna throw half of it and the kunai, and then get in there and disarm her, and then like win essentially because you're gonna have the sword.
Yeah, I feel like I've been spoiled with this because this is the kind of fight that would have taken like double the amount of time if it would have actually done like normal. Because normally in anime, they spend so much time in the characters' heads and they're like planning each other's attacks and figuring out the moves. But in this, it was just like Maki doesn't say anything. Maki just reacts and breaks her weapon. Like we don't even know what her plan is at first. It's awesome.
Interesting thing, yeah, because Maki's a character we want to win because we want that entire team to win. And the fact that we're getting like the mental thoughts of like the opponent that we want to see lose, even though I like her, I like Miwa.
Yeah.
It just like is so interesting.
It was really fun, and I love how just quick it's like because they build up this fight and like they'd already shown Miwa's power a bit. So like the fact that they just like, all right, let's just get this out of the way.
The only time I get them like really Maki thought is like when she's like, oh, she's planning something. I'm just gonna like get close to her by making her out, making her use her weapon because she's obviously like charging up something.
Yeah. And the fact that she steals the sword, so she uses a Kido, which is also great. Mm-hmm. She fucking flips her, steals her sword, and uses the sword later on in the second half of the episode. It was awesome. I loved how quick this wrapped up. It was so sick.
So yeah, it also like cuts into the teachers and saying like, "Yo, you gotta stop holding." It's basically like she's getting held back. She should be like graduating essentially. Mm-hmm. And we have a new character, the money lady. Yeah,
she's got like a side braid. She's white hair with a side braid, and her ability seems to be that she can like use animals to like.
Her name is Mei Mei.
Mei Mei.
Meimei.
Oh,
two names.
Not like the word meme.
No, but she can like see through animals. She had like crows that are cameras essentially, but they can't see the Yuji's fight at all. As that's the one thing they mention.
Yuji's fighting what's his name?
The
Toga?
big dude.
His name's not Toga, is it? That's from Yu Yu Hakusho.
But yeah, he's fighting him, and they're having their bro down, ho down.
I actually really want to revisit that.
I know,
one too.
same. That was very good. Him and the whole like, because last time we thought he had that huge thought of him like being best friends with him.
That scene was really good,
and kind of teaching him how to like use his abilities more.
Yeah, I'm so mad at this show. I'm actually angry at Jujutsu Kaisen. Why did it wait for the third arc to get really good?
It's weird. I know it's weird that like we had to go through the character like faking his death essentially and hiding it with another arc, and then like going into this like. All these side characters that we're going to be introduced to for mostly in the long haul scene, because these are like the two most important squads that are going to definitely, because they're so intersected now, like especially with Panda and Mekamaru and like, and I'm going to see that and
just even not to get too far ahead, but just even the way that the Maki Mai fight wraps up, it really feels like okay, these characters are going to end up teaming up like really soon.
And especially with like the Panda fight, it's like okay, he's definitely going to try to be friends with Mekamaru now and like all that stuff. The only ones that are like, you know, most hesitant to not be part of them are like Mai and the witch girl. Mm-hmm. So yeah, we kind of cut back to is Momo versus Nobara,
Which I was like, okay, yawn. I don't care about Nobara. She's not great, but she freaking won me over a little bit.
She finally got her better arc other than Neighbor moved away.
It took so long for them to just give her a moment that I cared
Momo
about.
is such a fucking like smug bitch too.
So okay, I actually want to kind of revisit their conversation.
She's just
here.
like a Mai fangirl.
Basically,
she's a Mai simp.
So basically we get a lot of backstory for Mai and Maki in this episode, but this conversation they have basically, it seems that the women in the, what are they? The Hidden Village, Hidden Leaf Clan, what are they called?
In Mai's clan?
Yeah, they're called like Q-ni or something. It's like Q apostrophe something. Whatever. Maki and Mai's clan, apparently women are like...
The Zenin family.
The Zenin, there we go. Maybe it wasn't a Q, I guess.
No. You're thinking of Q-Taro we had before the part 3 episode.
Oh my god, you just dated this in the weirdest way.
I know, I did.
So we get like this backstory that the women of this tribe or clan or whatever they say are basically not treated as fairly as men. Like they're not considered capable as men.
They're treated poorly.
Thing. And so the fact that Maki stands up and like says fuck this and decides to carve her own path.
She's like, yeah, I'm gonna leave. I'm leaving. I'm gonna come back. I'll be the head of this family, essentially,
yes.
and just be like, yeah. But she's like, oh, Maya has nothing to do with this, though.
So it's really funny then that Momo's whole character arc, or her whole thing in this episode is like this respect for Maki, or no, sorry, Mai. Even though later on we learn that Mai is only doing this because she has to. Like,
yeah,
she's basically being forced to do this because
she hates her sister, and like, yeah, Maki's like what she did is forcing her to be doing this as well. She doesn't even want to be a hunter or a sorcerer.
Hunter X Hunter, stand user. So
a gun user.
I thought that was really interesting. That like, I wonder why Momo doesn't care as much about Maki. I guess she's probably just on the same side as mine, is like angry at Maki for stepping out of her place.
She probably knew, she knew Mai more, and Mai just does nothing, as we've seen in flashbacks, talk shit about her, because when we cut earlier when she was having the, I think the first scene of the episode before the actual show, the fight, where she's like, oh yeah, my sister, she's weak, she's not good at fighting at all, like, you can take her easily kind of thing, where she's talking her down, like, and she was lying, she's bullshit, she's gonna kick my ass, like, this is not even gonna be close.
Yeah, it's really funny, because I was when they were introduced her, I was under the impression that Mai was the older sister. Yeah. Just because of, like, her demeanor. But, like, no. Maki. It is not that at all. Like, Maki even makes a joke about, call me Oni-chan.
It's a Tatsumaki blizzard thing going here.
Blizzard, yeah.
So.
Yeah, that flips your expectation.
Pretty much. So, yeah, then they had basically their fight. Momo has, like, curse wind, essentially. That's how she flies a lot. It basically flies, and it can... basically hits her with like the wind that like would have like fucked her up and like almost cut her skin and everything.
Yeah, I think she said like she was like launching like pebbles and debris at her.
Yeah, and she's like, oh, in male society, like a scar would be like awesome, but like in women's society, it's a flaw. And just like all in that trash talk, but then like Navarro does like a fucking great speech back at her.
Yeah, I really like this speech. This speech endeared me to this
being like,
character.
I like to dress up. I like to show my strength. Like I'm proud to be me, and it's so good.
So basically, like what I really like about this speech is Momo is like basically saying like, here's how things are. Like fuck you.
This is how the world is.
Yeah, this is how the world is. And then Nobara's like, I don't care. Like I don't give a shit how the world is. Like I'm going to carve my own path. Like I'm going to do what makes me happy.
Yeah.
I don't care about like gender roles. I don't care about
she's like
expectations.
I like to I have fun dressing up. I have fun showing off my strength. Yeah. Like I don't care. I'm going.
Which I do like this.
Yes,
I really do like this.
She needed this
this character development because it's really interesting pairing those two characters off because Momo seems to be very like in the same like mental state or like kind of mentality of Maki, like or the Maki's tribe, where it's like there is like a sort of prejudice against like gender, I guess. Like they have this like expectation. There's sexist
or at least my like just kind of like gaslit her into believing this.
Like the thing is that like Mai and Momo have like more so Mai have like internalized this message from the clan that like women shouldn't be like super sorcerers, and that's the thing too. Like that she even says she's like why don't you just stay? Like, Maki, why do you want to do this? Just stay with me. Like, just stay at the bottom. Like,
Yeah.
we don't need to. Like, things are fine. We don't need to get better.
Yeah.
But Maki's like, fuck that. I'm going to become the freaking clan leader. I love this.
Yeah.
I fucking love this.
At the same time, she's worried. Oh wait, I'm not worried about her, but the speech user Toga could be nearby, ready to tell me to like
Blow your brains out.
blow your brains out or fall off your broom. But and, like, so it also cuts away to like the bow dude. I don't feel like looking at his name, but he said like, oh, you
Yeah.
can use your energy to cover up your ears to avoid. So that's why they're a threat when you don't know they're there. But if you know they're coming, they're not a threat.
Which this also very much reminded me of Hunter x Hunter.
So now we know he's gonna be nerfed whenever he comes in and gets like KO'd very easily.
Who,
like,
the speech guy?
Toga, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that kind of reminded me of Hunter x Hunter because like they showed the energy like around their ears because in Hunter x Hunter they can use like they can like focus
Yeah, they use
their what is it called?
enhance their
The Nen
senses,
energy, yeah, to like in their eyes or whatever.
But this is more of like you could do your energy earplugs instead.
Yeah, it just to me like whenever things like this show up in the story, I'm just like, okay, so curse energy is just chi. Like,
Yeah.
there's nothing like it is just Nen. It is just the generic energy.
So yeah, that's just that. But we get like what would have been the best animated thing if it wasn't for the Maki stuff was when Nobara uses all the nails she launches in the trees to just blow up like all the trees and like this to get and like she uses her nails like on the trees to make a step ladder and like grabs like her broom to use her straw doll to like literally just negate her power.
Yeah, I really like that she like you because like I could tell that she grabbed like the bristle.
Yeah.
And I thought that was really clever.
My favorite thing though, she's like, if I use my hammer, I'll probably kill her. So she puts like a toy hammer, like a squeaky hammer, and it hits her like once and about to hit her again to KO her, and then she gets third partied by Mai and knocked out by a rubber bullet.
Yeah, I was very shocked at first. Like, wait, why didn't her head explode?
I find it hilarious they had to keep saying rubber bullet to assume that Mai didn't just fucking murder her.
Murder Novari off screen. We just don't see her body. But so yeah, then like the final battle, we have like Maki and Mai, and like we learn. I guess the pretty big thing with Jujutsu sorcerer power, curse power is like there's like the whole domain stuff and like all that stuff, but there's also a thing called a construction.
Yeah, well, that's her power. So Mai and Maki face off, and Maki is just basically trying to get her to use all her 6 shots until she has to reload.
Very clever scene. I really like this scene.
So yeah, right as she fires 6 shots, she runs in, but she didn't, because Mai never told her power, which is like you said, creation, which is he can use her cursed energy to make matter essentially. But it takes a lot out of you, and she can only make 1 bullet a day, and she used that 7th bullet to shoot Maki. But Maki, being the absolute Chad she is, grabs the bullet with her fucking hand.
So wait, I'm just remembering this now. Do we like know why she was able to catch the bullet?
No. She's just that
that good.
She has that much of a Chad energy to like literally grab it and just be like pathetic.
Because we do learn later, because like her whole thing is that Maki was born with no curse energy. That was like the heaven fact.
Can't see it. That's why her the kid like Mai said there's a demon right there, and she would grab her hand and walk her away like because she couldn't see it, had no fear about it.
Which is really cool, and it explains like it doesn't explain, but it shows like the relationship they have and how devastating that would be for Mai to lose your sister.
Yes.
But we also are told in that scene that Maki just to compensate for not having curse energy, she just superhuman strength.
Yeah.
Basically.
I think it's like a pact or something she had.
I think called a Heaven's Pact.
Heavenly restriction. Like Mekamaru has. Where
it's like the reverse of a pact. It's like a pact that you can't make.
They said it was like Mekamaru who had a pact because he has no body, essentially.
Yeah, I think it's called a heaven restriction or whatever because it's like it happens to you like when you're born, like before you're born, basically. So it's a pact that you don't have like any say into.
Yes. So yeah. This is why, because like it increases all her like physical abilities. So basically, she's all physical, no magic. There's no stats in magic, just all in strength and like agility.
Yeah.
But yeah, she doesn't need it though. She's so fucking cool.
She's like Pokemon Gen 1, and then everyone else is like Pokemon Gen 5.
Like I said, that she has the Rocket League effect, which is the anti-power system person is just so fucking cool, and like you want to root for them because they go against everything the manga has like.
Yes.
Built up to be.
Yeah, and it's so hype to see someone who's like put the work in and like really learn their shit.
You have our main character who is just guy who got power because he ate a powerful demon's finger, and that's like the main reason why he's the strongest.
Didn't earn it. He didn't fucking earn anything.
And then we have a girl who's fucking trying to stop her fucking clan from being just like terrible, and wants to like show how powerful she is even without this fucking sorcerer power that everybody else has. And like, I want to root for her more.
I know, it makes me so excited to see what Maki will do in the future. Like, every time Maki's not on screen,
So
I'm
right
going to be asking, where is Maki?
So you want to see what Maki wants to do? We want to see what Panda's third power is.
Yes. He's slowly, I don't know that mangaka's name, but he's slowly dropping the seeds of things like, that are going to pay off.
The funny
later.
thing is, like, Panda, like, actually, the fighter, he feels like the third member, like, more than like anybody, like, on, like, he's like more so with like
Yuji
Nobara and like
yeah.
everybody there more so than like the other team.
There's one other thing too. In the background, we see, or in the one scene where the teachers are all talking to each other, we see that there's like a way that they keep score.
Oh yeah, because all the little curses have like a seal on them, and whoever's like registered, like the registered like aura kills it, it'll be lit up a color like red or blue, and then like it'll go gray if like a third. Like,
I think
a card.
I think what they said was because Maki doesn't have aura, if it's killed by Maki, it will also burn red. They make at least they made a notion because like Maki doesn't have energy.
So. That if it's killed by a car, it'll grow glow like a different color as well. So, yeah, and then basically Maki beats Mai, and that's basically the end of that.
It was pretty sick.
Mai still hates her.
the scene where like the animation was incredible in this episode. Like when what's her face? Maki slices the bullet. I was like,
yeah,
so
she did the thing,
yeah.
Cut that bullet.
That whole scene of her baiting out the bullets too was really cool. Like
she had you see a shot. She goes behind like a rock, and there's like a stick right there. Like, okay, she's gonna use that stick and everything as diversion, and she did, and it's just so cool.
It was just there was so much tension.
Maki
it was so
is
cool.
best. Don't at me because it's true.
I feel like a lot of people probably agree with
Yeah,
me.
I think they better.
I like Maki way more than like any other character in this.
It's just funny how like because the school we know with like Maki and everybody are just like so much better and close together that you see like even like in the at the end credit Jujutsu like scroll thing, how like the other ones are just not close at all. Like Mekamaru's not really that close because all the girls just kind of use him for the most part. At least Mai and Momo do.
It's really there's kind of a weird like dissonance of like
Momo and Mai are like their own little clique.
Yeah, like having these scenes where we're showing our character, like showing these characters trying to be a like buddy,
like
Miwa's
like
tortured, but they're the villains.
Like Miwa's like tortured by them all because Miwa's the only one we've seen like before, other than the mean ones. Even our punchy boy is like most likable one, but he's like not friends with any of them like in the team. He has a new best friend now.
I'm really interested to see what they actually do with Mai. Because
he still hates her at the end because he still calls her a liar and everything.
I could see Mai being like maybe used as like an arc villain later.
Yeah,
like an underling kind of teaming up with like a really strong. Because that's kind of her point. I feel like she's weak. Like,
we're still stuck with those 4 or 5 villains that we're gonna be stuck with for a long time, especially if they don't want to start killing them off as the arcs go by.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Unless Gojo shows up and just fucking kills like 4 of them except for the human guy.
That'd be so sick. If he actually did that, I would be so fine with that.
No, the guy at the only human one, I think. The human one, I know one was probably going to show up in this arc because OP is an OP. It's going to show everything.
Oh, is it the
plant one?
The plant guy, yeah.
Yeah, so.
All right, and with that, I think we gone on long enough.
Very good.
Probably my favorite, I think the best episode of the series so far.
I think so as well. Maki is best. Do not warp her face on your thumbnails.
Oh, I will. I'm going to warp her face real.
No, you keep her, but you warp like Nobara in like a separate section. You keep Maki alone.
Actually, for the one with, I think it was 2 episodes ago, with the big buff muscly guy whose name I forget, his for the thumbnail for him, I put the image of him like crying, but I didn't change it at all, so it's the only one that's not like warped, like liquefied.
Why?
Because I thought it'd be funny. Because I just called it like amazing or something.
Amazing.
Because that was like my favorite episode up until now. Because that was such a funny gag.
He was very good.
All right, and on that note, I think we're gonna wrap it up.
His name is Toto.
Toto the dog.
I think it's Toto. Oh fuck!
Toga?
I clicked on an ad.
I said T. Toga's from
I know that the band that made Africa.
Yes, Toto, the band that made the continent.
You almost said country.
The country. I did not say country.
You almost did.
Hello and welcome to Jujutsu Kai Quest. I'm Jim.
I'm Sam.
And this is our episode by episode Jujutsu Kaisen review discussion podcast. What episode are we talking about today, Sam?
Episode 18, Sage.
Sage.
Yes.
So, this was a pretty good one.
Yes, wasn't any Maki in it, really, but it was so good.
There was certainly a lack of Maki. I mean, you can only have so much Maki at once.
We always use more Maki. We should be asking where's Maki in this.
And I am. So I'd actually forgotten that Megumi was like paired off to fight someone because there were so many other fights that were happening.
Everyone was paired off, or everybody just kind of took someone and just fucked. The only one that was really paired off, like person-wise, was Yuji.
Yuji and Toto, and then like we had Noburo and Momo. Like
I know they're paired off now, but I don't think they were planned.
Yeah, everything was like played by ear basically.
Yeah,
but we have
Megumi's like in like a random building in like the arena, essentially fighting. What's his name?
Oh no, I forget his name. So he's not from the same clan. He's from a different
Noritoshi
clan.
is his name.
Noritoshi, who he's from the what is it, like Toda clan? Or was like I remember it being 4 letters.
Something like that. Well, we'll get there when I get to the through the notes I had on here.
All right.
So they're fighting. We kind of get an like idea that he had like a blood. He had like arrows. He had like blood on the arrows that are like the way he controls them because he's a blood bender.
Basically, that's basically what it is. Yeah.
Anything with his blood on it, he can basically control or just control blood in general.
So and he explains that he's using these blood arrows as like homing arrows, basically.
Yes.
And he explains that he like put the blood in them beforehand. So
yeah, he prepped the arrows.
So it's not like he's like cutting himself and like dripping blood into it. Yeah. Because Megumi makes a joke about him getting like anemia or something.
Yeah, and and his dogs are all doing something else, which we'll get to. But
I like that they set that little thing up.
Yes,
it made me thinking.
So he says, yeah, because he's gonna collapse from blood loss, but the arrows are pre-prepared. But then he recognizes he's connected to one of the big 3 sorcerer families, and Megumi inherited the 10 shadow techniques. It's called of the Zenin family,
which is the same clan as Megumi and Maki.
The clans are big,
I believe, but it's good to know like what the characters' relations are because. I don't know. It's kind of weird to me, like going into the series, like because Yuji is our like introduction to the sorcery thing,
sorcery world.
So getting told like later about like these like long-standing clans is kind of like interesting.
Yeah, and Noritoshi has blood mutation from the Camo family, and that's kind of learned from the brief flashbacks that like his father kind of had an affair with like a woman and had him, but he was the only child to show that like the inherited ability. Because I think they mentioned in the Maki episode where like the special abilities of the clans are hereditary. So like it's
which is crazy. That is something that I was like honestly surprised at.
Yes.
So yeah, he's a bastard basically.
Yes.
His mom is not.
Only taking it because he has the power.
Yeah. Which is like that says a lot about that society. That's like really ruthless. Cause even if you're the firstborn son, you're still like fucking shit on.
Yeah. So he also like, when he uses like his close range power, he opens up his eye finally to like have like blood around it. He can basically control like everything about blood.
This guy is like the ultimate anime edgelord. Like the thing that he opens his one eye and then the bloody like cracks around his eye. It's very edgelordy. I love it.
Yes. Like Megumi just like, goes through his tonfas is trying to because his CQC is so fucking good.
And he's able to hold out pretty good, but the guy is so quick because he's blood doping.
Yeah.
He's freaking doping.
He's blood doping.
He's blood doping with his own blood. Which honestly, like...
So yeah, he's able to manipulate all properties of his blood to increase his physical attributes. Yeah, that Megumi compares it to the doping. But yeah, I thought it hilarious. Like, oh wow, he's taking like fucking steroids essentially.
Well, have you ever heard the term blood doping? Like, are you familiar with that?
Yeah.
Because like...
It's just like the equivalent though. Just like he uses like... jack himself up.
So he's basically just because from my understanding of blood doping is basically like you're getting like highly oxygenated blood. So I guess he's just able to oxygenate his blood like really quickly.
I guess he could control over it or
sure. But it made him like super speed. Like
it broke his wooden tonfas like a punch.
This character is very strong.
Yes,
and then
there's definitely going to be a downside to the doping because I'm not sure what the actual like, after effects of going through
of blood doping.
Yes,
I don't know if there really are. I mean, exhaustion is going to be something, but that's because the reason why like athletes with blood dope is because it would give them like more stamina to keep going.
Okay.
But so I would assume that the exhaustion after that would probably be pretty intense.
That's usually the go-to counter effect to most abilities in this show.
Yeah.
So we cut back to what's her name, Kasumi, Miwa, or whatever you want to call her.
Miwa, yes.
She's just
Miwa-chan.
sitting there like frozen, like I don't know what to do. I don't have my sword. I'm useless. And she calls the phone because she got Mekamaru was calling. She's like useless,
Useless Miwa. Yeah.
useless Miwa here. And then she gets put to sleep. Like so, I didn't know his voice could work from like via
Over
phone.
the phone.
So strong.
Imagine if he went on television.
He had a television or PA system, like in like an area.
Literally, if he went on TV, he could like tell everyone just kill yourself. He could just say the words "kill yourself." He could become a mass murderer in seconds. This character is overpowered.
I mean, to the ones that don't have their ear or over on, so
Your earplugs in.
so and see that's freaking really cool. Because like he also found the phone because the dog brought it to him, which is really cool. A nice little like
Yeah, I like that they explain that. And it's funny because I think the arm is still on there too, or like the dog brings like a wooden arm too.
Yes.
From Mekamaru's wooden torso.
Yes, and then we cut back to the teachers a little bit. Then we also cut back to Mojito just sitting there with like this weird like blacksmith guy who looks like he's gonna job to someone, which he's gonna job to the principal, obviously.
Whenever you see like
a character with no actual like appearance
when
to
the returning bad guys have a new friend, it's oftentimes a character that was not going to stick around,
and their design is nowhere on their levels of those guys.
He does look extremely boring.
He's the blacksmith that an isekai character meets.
Who is he? He can't be a curse, right? He's
got
to be like a sorcerer, right?
Curse Juzo apparently is his...
So he is a curse.
Wait, yeah. Because Haname is the wood curse.
Okay.
And then apparently his name is Juzo, but he's going to die very quickly. So fuck his
name was Juzo.
His name was
until he died.
Until he died by like not Netero.
Yeah, with his guitar, which also very surprised at the guitar reveal.
Yeah,
because
just the OP. The OP did it before too, where like little things you thought were just like that's a funny little OP quirk, but no, it's a real thing.
That was like one of the few times I've been like 100% surprised by an OP, just because like you often see like little things like that, like especially because OPs are musical,
yes,
and mostly rock music. Like, you always see like something epic like a guitar in it, but that's really good. I'm really happy about that. Yeah,
but like, he cuts back to Noritoshi and Megumi. They kind of go in like the backstory of like I can't be weak kind of thing, or like I gotta protect my mama. But then Megumi really shows off his new animal though, which is really cool. The elephant.
This is really sick.
And it shoots water.
He blows so much water.
Just like Donkey Kong Country 3, where your elephant buddy could suck in water and shoot it out.
Just like DK3.
DK
Country 3. So
the worst one.
We also I do like this little speech by Megumi here, because like I said Megumi again. Megumi.
I mean, when you see Miwa, who's just a useless Aqua in the midst of being useless,
my brain is being reprogrammed. No, but so
Jujutsu Kaisen's just shonen Konosuba.
How dare you say such things? I really like how they are giving Megumi like character here. Like, he has this little speech where he's kind
it's been
of
a while
like,
since we actually got to be with him like this. So
he's talking about basically how he has no connection to the clan anymore. He's like his own free agent. It's really cool too, because he says something about like, I don't really trust anyone. Like, I only really trust like my own conscience. That's the only thing I can put faith in.
Because even when eventually he's been in Toshi's like oh he's like, I'm gonna go kill Yuji. Like, what, the person will put you up to this? Like, no, I'm gonna do it by myself. But yeah, he knows like shit's going on behind the scenes.
Megumi is one of those characters like I'm just begging to see more of, because ever since like episode 2,
also the villains have like
this character's interesting.
Yeah, and the villains have their eyes on him because he has some kind of mysterious potential of some evil thing or some shadow thing. Because I don't most likely some kind of secret power inside of him.
Because when I first saw Megumi, I was like, is he just Sasuke? He's going to be Sasuke.
No, he's not. Thank God.
But like immediately it was evident that there was more to this character than just like the edgy like
my family's
protagonist friend.
He didn't end up like maybe my family's all wiped out or my clan's wiped out. Because they're trying to get to like me and you aren't so different.
I love. Okay, so yeah, what's his Noritoshi? Noritoshi keeps saying like, "Oh, we're not so different," and then he's like,
no,
"No, we are. We
no,
are
save that
different."
shit for Maki.
Yeah, literally. I love that he says that.
So good.
Megami, I really just please show me more Megami. I'm so interested. His power is also sick too.
Yeah, he just wants to save others, man. That's all he wants to do. He doesn't want to care about the stupid like edginess.
It's cool. I really respect a character that just is like, fuck this clan system. It's really dumb.
As we learned from the episode before, the clan system's kind of fucked. The families seem to be all fucked. So
very like regressive, like conservative. Just like don't care. They just don't really care about like changing their practices for like the modern era.
Yeah. So like you have Maki wanting to change that, and Megumi might want to change that too for whatever his clan is.
Mm-hmm. They even dress conservatively too. They dress like ancient or like the sort of throwback Japan.
Yeah, I said even though when Maki was going to leave the clan, the guy with like the guy she told that she was leaving was like the big buff guy with all the alcohol.
The big alcohol swig. Yeah.
Yeah, the gourd.
Gourd.
So yeah, right before their big epic punch, that's when the tree comes in because Toga's running away from him because he sees him in the forest a little bit, but he tells him to run away.
I really love this scene too because like this is like the climax of their fight. Like they are at a point where they're like, oh my god, we're going full power. Did you say the blood bag thing?
Yeah, the blood bag thing is really cool.
Noritoshi like has these like blood bags in his thing.
It just explode.
He just throws that
of his own blood,
like,
presumably his own blood that he kind of gets prepped in bags.
But it's cool because the one he does like a binding because like Megami's bird like attacks.
Yeah,
and he throws like one of them and makes like a blood binding string.
Yeah, he also does it against. He makes like little like, I guess like chakrams, blood chakrams. Yeah. So yeah, basically they have to run away with Toga against the giant wood person because and at the same time the teachers are going, okay, shit's happening. There's a veil approaching. The teachers couldn't make it, but they make it to the entrance of the veil that the bald guy makes up, Juzo, whatever his name is. And it's like, okay, it's a veil that only anybody can pass through except for Gojo, which is hilarious.
And it's very interesting. I like this, like the fact that the condition is so specific seems to give it a lot of power.
Yes.
Very much like Hunter x Hunter, like how the power system is based on like using conditions to like
Gojo like actually he's like, what the fuck is this? It's probably the first time he really felt pain and like
it is really funny. Like his reaction is pretty genuine. And like Gojo's whole like attitude is very playful in this whole episode, even though he's like in this position of like, oh shit, something's going down.
Something's going down. The veil is up. There's something that's going on in here. We don't want the students to fucking die.
So my thought is like, what is the bad guys' plan? Because it seemed like the bad guys were planning to isolate Gojo. So I'm wondering if they're trying to lure everybody into the veil.
All the teachers in there,
and then like, the only they're going to strike him.
Mei is back there observing and everything.
Because she went in too, right? Mei's the Inuyasha character, right?
No, she's the teacher with the braid over her face.
Okay, wait, so we have a Mei and we have a Mei.
Mei is
Mei was the one with the Inuyasha clothes on. I was gonna say she's like the Shrine Maiden girl. No, wait, her name's Utahime.
Sure, So Taru also yeah.
There's too many fucking characters. Every episode they introduce like 3 more characters.
Scarface teacher goes in there with the principal Gaku Ganji. And basically, the fucking ugly blacksmith looking guy comes in like, I want to kill the woman because her bones can be used for making stuff. Obviously, like not character evil guy stuff.
Yeah.
And the principal's like, leave Jiren to me, leave Juzo to me, and takes out a fucking guitar because he was carrying around a briefcase, which I fucking love. Is how wacky that is, and like such like a not. I mean, he had all the piercings, so I guess he is a punk like rocker.
I am like on the fence of it. I need to see how this concludes because like I'm kind of, it is kind of cringe that he's like an epic rocker dude, but at the same time it was such a genuine surprise that I'm happy about it.
He had the piercings. He is like a fucking punk rocker like kind of look.
I guess so. I mean, I wouldn't say he has a punk rocker look.
I mean, he's an old man. What do you expect?
Well, you can still look like a punk if you got if you're got the olditis.
So basically know that the Earth, basically the Earth one's wants to kill all the humans because he wants to protect the Earth. I'm not sure like at least it's more of a female going by the end of the little gag at the end of the episode. It had the female voice actor, which is everything.
I'm actually not too sure. It sounds like it's definitely a very feminine voice, but I think the voice actor might be male.
I felt like they're going for like a Mother Nature thing.
That's what I was thinking.
But yeah, so basically it just ends with
What's
like
the character's name?
um
I'm afraid of spoiler.
Hanami.
That's what the.
Yes, the Earth thing.
I want to look up the
Earth's curse, I guess.
Seiyu.
But yeah, and it basically ends saying, "I'm going to kill the sorcerers, and you're gonna become sages for the Earth," and that's where it ends. And then we get the little gag at the end of like the high school drama slice of life with Mojito as a schoolgirl and Haname with like the Krakatoa volcano dude also as like the love interest. I guess it was really weird. It was probably the weirdest ending like gag thing I've seen yet.
It was really weird. Okay, so it is a man that voice acts this character.
I feel like a very feminine like voice. Maybe it's the filter they put on it because there is a filter for it. 'Cause it does speak backwards.
Yeah, and so we have this moment too where like it does learn how to speak. Or it learns how to like tell people.
It speaks backwards still. It's just in your head you understand it, and then they just said, "Oh, okay, we're just gonna translate it so you don't have to keep doing this fucking backwards
Thank God.
work."
Because yeah, every time it would come on screen, I'd pause it so that we could read it.
Yeah, I mean, I like that though. But
yeah, I thought it was really, really interesting. It was really cool that Crunchyroll like actually like committed to it and
committed to the bit.
Committed to it.
Or
So
yeah,
I do want to talk about the ending scene, the schoolgirl thing. Seeing Mojito as a girl,
like I said,
like,
he's able to manipulate his own body that he can probably be whatever gender he wants to be.
So this explains a lot now to me because this is
why
like,
he survived his arc so they could just do this gag.
No. So I remember seeing this image of Mojito in a schoolgirl outfit like forever ago. Like,
really?
Before I started watching the show. So I was like, oh, is this like... Because you know me, I love me a Frankenstein girl. And I was like, who is this character? Who is this girl?
It's like when I saw Stanley in Dr. Stone. the week of Stanley debuted, we were like, who the fuck is this hot girl in leather despite like tight tech spandex?
Yeah. But so I thought that's really funny.
They took your Frankenstein girl aesthetic and soiled it.
They soiled it, and they made a strange gag about. It was weird, and it was just a really funny little like after credits like. What's the name? Jogo? Jogo is the volcano guy.
Sure.
He's kind of like a sort of like bad boy. What's the word? Like a
the
delinquent kid. And then they have this like fake little romance thing between.
So weird.
So the fucking like thing they fixate on is like, so she or I'm saying she. I'm talking about the Mother Nature goes back into. I guess they have like fields where kids can grow. The students can grow crops on campus.
Yeah,
and
Haru
it's all burned up. What?
Haru has that in Persona 5, which is a little garden on the roof.
True. I like that hers is on the roof, though. I think that's really clever.
Yeah.
Whatever. But so she's like, oh, these crops are slash and burn. And then this is like, Jogo, I guess, is the one that's burning them.
Sure.
Which...
I thought it was dumb.
It's so stupid.
Very.
And so confused as why they. I mean, it's not really funny. I wouldn't call it funny. I would just call it like interesting. Like I'm intrigued.
There's funny like the last episode we had the whole like cup ramen one, which I kind of like. Even though I found it weird to be cup ramen with like milk in it.
Yeah, that's not too weird to me. It is strange, but it's not the weirdest thing.
But the gag was at the end of that one that you're gonna literally be shitting yourself in the morning.
Yeah. You pay for it tomorrow.
Milk, peppers, and seafood ramen. You're gonna be shitting in the morning. Have fun with that, Miwa.
I'm requesting fan art of Miwa shitting.
No, please.
Just kidding.
Don't do that.
Just kidding. Don't actually. I'm joking.
Hey man, the day someone makes fucking a fan art suggestion from this fucking podcast will be the day I fucking die.
All right, I guess that's really it. This will be a quick one.
Yeah, it's a quick one.
I want to go back and watch more.
Yeah, we have a couple episodes left, so I'm excited to see where it goes. How quickly they resolve if they actually kill this member of the bad guy team.
I really like this idea that like everybody who was at each other's throats 1 second ago now has to team up. Because
Megumi knows how much like out of the league they are with this one compared to what happened to the last one. Because Gojo told them about the first one. This one most likely has a domain. We cannot fuck around with this.
Yeah, very interested. I still don't really like the whole domain system.
We haven't seen much of it, though. We only seen 3.
I think so.
I don't count Miwa, because Miwa is like a very simple, like close range one. Yeah.
Yeah, we saw Gojo, we saw Mojitos, and we saw Volcano.
Yeah.
Jogo.
Jugo. I
It
don't
really
know.
fucks me up. The one character's named
There's
Gojo,
too
the
many.
other one's named
The thing about Shonen, man,
Jogo.
too many fucking names. Like, hey, man, can you name every fucking side character in Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood?
No.
Every member of Mustang's crew.
No. I could not.
Can you name every character on Attack on Titan?
I remember King Fuhrer Bradley. Oh, and Attack on Titan?
Can you name...
okay. What do you mean by every character?
Every side character that befriends Eren in the crew at any point.
Attack on Titan basically just has, like, every couple episodes, there's, like, 2 new characters that exist to die in 3 episodes. Like, that's just how the series has always worked.
Like, I can remember a decent chunk of the Naruto characters, but, like, when they get to later on, like, when the characters just fucking pop up at it, like, toward, like, the end of it, like, I'm like, I can't even.
No.
Like, and even, like, even Dragon Ball Z, when, like, then the, like, Super, I can't even remember fucking half the characters, so the pop up in the Tournament of Power.
Did you watch Super?
I didn't really watch Super. I just basically like kept up on it and like different things, like this people just talking about it.
Okay, I mean that makes sense that you wouldn't know. I feel like when you watch something,
I have no real interest in Super, other than maybe the Broly movie.
That's fine. I do still want to see that Broly movie.
Yeah,
one day I'll watch it.
It's like I kind of keep up with like some news about it, but I'm not like super interested. Like, but I'm trying to think. Yeah, it's just like there's a lot of characters, man. Especially like in this
the fact
one,
that they keep introducing more.
There's and characters.
Too much.
Not like like the villain, like Mojito didn't die, so I can't just forget about his name.
I know. Well, I would never.
The
forget
one teacher
name.
named Mei, I had to look up to literally learn her name because like she just popped up in that episode.
Yeah. The fact that Mojito is never going to go away is funny.
Not yet, anyway.
He is just Mojito.
I guess Yuji's going to have to get his revenge on him when he could have just had his revenge on him in the fucking first place.
I love the idea that someone is listening to the show and every time they hear say Mojito, like, his name's Mojito. It's Mojito. It's not Mojito. I love that. I love that we're annoying this person.
Because I did a job that we know. We just love calling him Mojito.
His name is Mojito.
We saw him on the beach.
He is Mojito now.
We saw him on the beach. If you had to assume he's going to be drinking a mojito because his name is Mojito.
I mean, honestly, we missed a scene of him in a bikini. He should have had a bikini on.
He should have had a bikini. Yeah, bikini Mojito, and then we'll call him by his name.
I feel like this is just the writer's way of getting a lot of people to draw like cross fan art of like femme.
Rule 63?
Yeah, femme Mojito. Like look, we drew Mojito as a sexy high school girl. Please draw more.
Please draw.
And draw Miwa shitting also.
Yeah, that's why you had that gag there. That's the cover of Shonen Jump right there. Just fucking Miwa on the toilet.
Yeah, we don't need to see the poop. We just need to see
like
we need to see her
like
on the
Nekomaru on as the camera, like busting into the fucking door with the recording her shitting herself. This fucking podcast has derailed. So
all right,
I'm glad I'm gonna forget about this in 2 months, and then you're gonna send me a comment about us talking about Miwa shitting herself. I'm like, oh yeah, we talked about that.
All right, do plugs.
Well, first you have to say toilet paper, and we have to plug up down there.
Shut the fuck up.
Thank you very much for listening. I'm assuming you gave up listening after we talked about Miwa shitting herself, but
it's slowly turned from Miwa shitting to Miwa shitting herself. I don't know when this changed.
Hello, and welcome to Jujutsu Kaisen. I'm Sam.
And I'm Jim.
And welcome to our Jujutsu Kaisen episode-by-episode discussion recap podcast thingy.
Yeah.
We are on episode 19, Black Flash.
Black Flash. So, Sam, as my friendo, how did you think of this episode?
It's pretty good.
It was pretty good.
Seeing Toto's always great.
There was a really late OP in this one. It was like it came in like 6 minutes in.
Yes.
And it was very strange, but like I really liked how it was the first part was so intense with like Maki and Megami like just going to town on
basically, and everybody just trying to use two of them get like KO because they're just using so much of their fucking power. Like Togo just like literally destroying his throat trying to stop it.
That was crazy. And like him even like
Togi, sorry.
Even after he was like fucked, he still was like blast back, and damn, poor boy.
Yeah, it's cool seeing Maki come in there. Like she broke Biwa's sword.
That was awesome.
And then she pulls out like some of the other weapons though. Like the 3-tier like staff nunchucks that they have that weapon Devil May Cry 5, which I think I love that.
Yeah, that was really sick.
And
Also, what's his face? Megami, the sword he had was really cool
yeah, the
too.
one he had the entire time on him.
Well, and he can like reach into like the shadow realm to like
Basically,
store weapons.
weapon storage area.
I think there was a joke that Maki said where it was like the weapon that she was using is like so valuable that if
It
he
was
were to
like
sell it, it'd be
billions.
worth like $5 billion or something. So this is like oh we this is the other thing.
I'm pretty sure the monster even said like, "Oh, that's a pretty good weapon you actually have there."
Yeah, we learned that the weapons have a similar grading system
Yeah,
too,
great, another power system for Maki alone.
literally. But no, I mean it was cool. It was really sick. Also, we learned that
Well, also during the whole thing, what's it called? Narutoshi, he was able to like get a actual wound on the head because he was holding back apparently
oh
from the
yeah,
entire time.
and from with his fight in Megami, it was he did like a cool blood beam thing. It was
Yeah.
pretty cool.
So
And then we also see a oh no, I lost my train
we
of
also
thought.
we also learned about like Megumi's like the power. So if like the
Oh
if,
yes, that was what I
one
was
yeah
gonna
one of
say.
his like shadow things completely destroyed, it's like it won't come back, but the power is passed on to the next summon.
It can be like used into another summon. So what it
Like the White Wolf
seemed to
died.
be, it seemed like he put the power of the White Wolf into the Black Wolf.
Yes.
So it made like a huge
A weird-
freaking werewolf.
Yeah,
It
it
was sick.
but it was like sometimes on bike on two legs as well. It was like a weird like Pokemon kind of thing where you just like
It did kind of remind me of Lycanroc.
yeah, Lycanroc, like the dust form of Lycanroc.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, so they basically everybody they try to fight him. Like Megumi and Maki put up a good fight, but they eventually get like
They're
Megumi
like about to lose. Like Megami's about to do
He-
like a secret ultra
well,
technique.
yeah, he also has like the branch that like drains his energy if he tries to use his
It's one of
any
Dio's
power.
one of Dio's flesh buds.
It makes me, but I did like oh yeah, if I tell people what it does, they end up usually using more of their power.
Yeah, I think he said apparently it makes it work better.
Yeah, and then
But then-
and Maki's like in it being choked. Yeah, and that's when the best friends Yuji and Toto come in.
I love like the scene because Maki gets her glasses knocked off, so that means that she can't even see.
I think she
the
could probably
curse.
see him because if it manifests like that, like I think it like manifests like I don't know, no normal people can't see him. Yeah, but
So Maki is literally just being held up by nothing. She can't even see what's attacking her.
unless it's like counting as like being Earth. She's just seen like the strength, like the
The
Earth
wood. I think
wood around her.
Maki is just being held up invisibly to her.
She knows,
But I love that she's like, oh, it's our time to tap out, and then you see freaking Yuji and Toto slam into the ground and
so
save her.
good, and they became full on best friends now. Like there's
My friendo.
so many good, and basically it goes like you're gonna land Black Flash on him. I'm not gonna help you until you land one move on him.
Yeah, which is great. I love that like they are. You said this like they're keep teaching this. They're treating this as if it's training.
Yes.
Like even though they're dealing with like huge curse.
A huge threat that like rivals a lot of people like in the group alone. Like we've seen that the most powerful people in like each group have been KO'd by it.
Mm-hmm. We know that Toto's probably the most powerful of the students.
Yes.
Like I can't remember if it was like a special grade or a first grade, but he took out like by himself.
Yeah.
Before like he
has legends
super
around
capable.
him.
Yeah. So it's great that he's like, all right, Yuji, you have to do this one until we
Imagine
can team up.
he doesn't have much. He doesn't have as much power compared to me, but he probably has some kind of crazy ability. And then like, oh, Sukuna's vessel. I hear he's very immature. And then like, yeah, but then he basically like tries to say, oh, you know Mojito. He's like, what if I do? And then he gets angry and like fucks up a lot of his stuff, and then he gets slapped by Toto. It's like, get a hold of yourself. Your emotions are too much.
Yeah, I love that Totos just smacks him. It's
so good.
funny. And then here we learn what the Black Flash is.
It's as Jim would say,
Super epic technique. It's a big punch.
Yes,
It's a big anime punch.
Yes, I was like Jim knows. A few people have seen it. Like it's like the one teacher for the other school, like the Tokyo
No,
school.
okay. So I think what they were explaining there. So we learned that the Black Flash is like a technique that is unreliable. Like this is something that
no one has been able to use consistently.
Yeah, no one can use it consistently, but it does like 2.5 times the damage that your normal attack does, and it's basically like you're triggering your curse energy like 1/1,000,000,000th of a
So
second in the
Black
right
Flash
time.
is a distortion in space created when cursed energy is applied to a physical hit within a trillionth of a second. It delivers 2.5 times the power of a normal hit, and is a technique no sorcerer can utilize at will. The difference between those who have used Black Flash and those who have not are like heaven and earth.
So that's when they explain this thing like, okay, it's like there's like a huge gap between them, and they show the one guy who we saw at the end
They
of
show
the
the
Mojito
teacher,
arc.
and the guy who cleaned up the sewers.
Yeah, and I think that like because they showed them and the background was red, and then they showed Gojo and Nanami, and
Yeah.
the background was blue.
So-
So I think they're like Nanami and Gojo have definitely done it,
They're-
and then those two have never been able to. Do it.
Yeah.
It's also it's basically just saying like only the most badass motherfuckers can do the Black Flash.
And Yuji's going to use it all the time now. I'm going to bed.
That was my thought too.
He's got the Rasengan, and he's gonna keep using that shit.
When we were told that it's something that no one can use consistently, I was like, oh, well, we have someone who will now.
I do find it hilarious that he has to be so concentrated to use it that he just starts drooling.
That was really funny. What is Rasengan? I don't fucking know Naruto.
It's the fucking, like, the little, like, spear he makes in his hand that he shoves into people, essentially.
I have no
So
fucking idea. Who is doing this?
Naruto summoned
Naruto does it?
summoned the Shadow Clone around his hand to make this, like, blue chakra spear around his hand, and that's when he goes and, like, slaps in India.
Is it like the big most epic punch?
It's like a palm strike, essentially. Close thing to a punch is a palm strike.
But it does like a big anime hit.
Yeah, he hit it on he got deflected it and went to a water tower, and the water tower had a small hole, but in the back of it was just like a huge explosion, so it
Okay.
just like tends to like shoot out like a reaction more. It's so
Sure. So yeah, it's basically just going to become Yuji's like signature move.
yes, most likely.
This is really interesting to me as like an element of Jujutsu sorcery, because this feels like in a video game where there's like certain exploits that people use. Like it feels like a video game exploit. Like, oh yeah, if you do this like 1/1,000,000th of a second after you do it,
or like a cutscene like quick time event that you just end up doing.
yeah, it's literally a frame perfect move that Yuji needs to do.
Pretty much, but a trillionth of a second frame perfect.
Frame perfect.
So yeah, then they've got some really cool animation. I think them just like flying through the trees, like avoiding attacks
That
and
was
all this
really
stuff.
cool. That was like, yeah, it was insane. I was not expecting the bad guy. So the other thing, the arc of the bad guy in this is like he's slowly starting to like learn to love fighting.
The thrill of a good fight, or like someone like when you actually like, getting beaten kind of thing, or someone actually like, being a threat.
Mm-hmm. It seemed like he wasn't really trying to like.
I mean, he
Go
unleashed
all out before.
he unleashed his rose arm.
Yeah, which we haven't seen yet.
Yeah. So yeah, basically it's just a really cool animated sequence of them just dodging and trying to get some hits in, and then they kind of get like knocked, the ground below them get knocked off, and then they're basically falling, and then just doing a bro team up technique of like putting their feet together and shooting off each other, and then landing in some
It's
bushes.
great. So it's the one thing in that scene is like Toto remarked that like, all right, since this guy that we're fighting is using so much curse energy to make all these branches, this must be weak, and he must not have control over it. And then he's able to just like poof them all away in a second.
Yeah.
So he clearly does have control over all the power.
Yeah.
Of the curse.
And Toto, and once they land on the ground, they start fighting. Like Toto's like, I'm gonna release my secret technique, and then it ends. And I was like, damn, this episode done already.
I know, and I have to wait at least 5 to 10
And-
more minutes before I can end this episode and watch the next one.
And we had a gag. What was the gag of the end of the episode?
I forget. What was the gag?
I fucking.
How do we both? It must have been nothing. It must have literally been nothing.
The Jujutsu wiki, please.
We watched it, right?
We did watch it.
Nothing will ever be as big as the frickin' the last one where it was like Mojito as a lady and like everyone was like high school girls.
We're too like blinded by that. God.
I was so excited for the next episode. I forgot. It must have been like a really quick joke one, right?
I guess.
How do we forget this?
And then it didn't.
Too much mead.
Like, who did it involve?
I don't even know.
We're going to go back and like see what the fuck it was before we start the next episode.
Oh my god, I can't believe it. Okay, well, let's keep going. We'll see. Maybe it'll come to us.
No, you're probably pulling up on your second screen right there.
But I don't feel like it.
All right, because the wiki might show you. Right
Oh, the
there.
wiki might show. Oh, wait, I have this episode up already. All right, keep talking about something.
I can't believe this is like, what the fuck did we forget? Like, you just look at all the character names on there.
It literally doesn't say. It literally, the
Damn.
Wikipedia just says that there is a Jujutsu
Not even the
scroll.
Jujutsu Kaisen fans from the wiki do not want to tell you what happened at the end of the episode.
It's hidden knowledge. All right,
Nah.
or we can't keep talking about this.
Alright. Can't-
So what
It must
else?
not have been important.
It certainly could not have been important. What else happened in this
That
episode?
was the end of the episode. The Jujutsu scroll we cannot remember for the life of us.
All right, Jujutsu scroll.
That's the one we saw. Episode 19 we're on, Jim. Did you not listen
shit.
to my fucking intro?
I didn't. I was just wanted to see the.
You want to see Mojito in a dress? Or in a school uniform?
Yes.
God.
I can't
Wait.
believe we forgot.
Oh no, it was the coat rack. That's right.
Oh, it was the. How did we both forget?
Because fuck this guy.
Honestly, this was a bad. This was a
Yes,
bad one.
it
I
was-
didn't like this.
It was
joke.
funny that someone actually discussing, like, I'm gonna make you take your skin and make it into a coat or something like that. But actually, like, showing how they do it, but it was not good. And I hate this guy, and he's not a character.
It didn't make sense.
He's
to
there
me.
to die.
So it didn't make sense to me because he's
It's
making a
kinda-
coat rack,
okay.
but it's too short. Like he put
This-
like pegs on like the floor
And not even using the full spine, cutting the spine up and putting woods in between each plank of spine.
to accentuate the length. Yes.
So this guy reminds me that he's like a fucking weird character that should be like Dodo or Hidoro and not in Jujutsu Kaisen.
sure.
Like it's like that where he had like weird face paint on and has a weird like gimmick of just wanting to
He's
make
like a
furniture
woodsworker.
out of people.
So big ups. We want to say thank you to the anime yandere.
Still thank him.
For putting up this episode of Jujutsu Scroll on
Thank
YouTube. I like how we assume it's a man.
I think he part 1 and part 2 on there because he couldn't put the entire Jujutsu scroll on there.
Why would? Also, the quality is like 240p.
Welcome to Jujutsu Scroll Kai Quest.
This episode's really short, but I really don't have anything else to say about it.
There's a lot of action in it, and just that's like some cool like oh shit moments.
I feel like the next episode's going to be the end of the arc. So, and I feel like
We're
we're
into
gonna
that baseball episode.
I feel like we're gonna have a lot to say
Oh.
about that once it's over.
Let's go for well, that's gonna be the end of our conversation. Then we can get the fucking baseball episode. Let's go, and we can discuss various baseball episodes in anime.
I can think of one.
I can think of
I
a
can
couple.
think of two.
I can think of a couple. I can think of a couple.
I can think of a few baseball anime.
No, baseball anime does not count. It has to be random episodes in an anime that go to a random baseball episode.
It'd be funny if like baseball anime had like a shonen like
A slice of life episode.
like they have like a shonen battle episode where like they just pretend like they're a shonen battle series.
I mean, that's like most sports anime though.
That's true, actually.
Like I'm pretty sure like Ice Shield 21 was like that.
All right, shonen battle with like superpowers. Oh wait, that's basically a
That's-
Haikyuu, isn't it?
That's everything.
Isn't that basically every?
That's literally everything.
They just all have superpowers.
All right, and this is gonna be a very short episode then, because this is mainly an action-filled episode with some like.
Let's artificially extend this episode's length. If you had to make a coat rack out of any of my bones, what would it be? Okay, no, if you had to make furniture out of any of my bones, what would it be?
Oh my god! You can't just give me a straight face.
All right, I'll
question.
go first. So you have very long limbs, so I would definitely use. I would use probably your. What's the? Is this the fibula? The arm, the one on the arm. I'd use your arms and your femurs to make, like a.
Jim, I hope you know if someone like at a future job looks up this episode and feel like Jim, like this is when Jim talks about what fucking parts of his friend's body he wants to make furniture out of.
Sam, this is. I'm doing it for the Vine.
You could, no,
Well, if anyone from Future Job is looking at this, in the last episode we're talking about Miwa pooping,
that's for my job.
Miwa taking a shit.
They're like you son of a bitch, you're in. Jim, the joke is girls don't poop.
That's true. You never step foot in a bathroom.
That's your payoff after coming back a week later.
All right. Yeah, let's just fucking end this. Plug me up, baby.
Because we want to get to that baseball episode as soon as possible. It ends up quick.
That's true. It is hard to talk about an episode that is just mostly fighting.
Yes. Other than you great moments.
I thought it was cool. Megami was sick. I want to see more Megami, as always. Maki was sick.
Do you
I like
think?
that they
Okay.
teamed up.
One question: do you think the villain will die at the end of this arc?
The tree man?
Yes.
You know, I want to say yes, but so far no one else has, so I wouldn't be surprised if they made it out.
He's
They
fine.
have to die. They have to die, right? What do you think?
I want to say I usually would say yes, but I think the blacksmith guy is going to die, and then the fucking wood guy is gonna peace out.
We still never saw what happened to him. I feel like they intentionally didn't show the
We'll see it at
conclusion
the
of
end
that
because like
fight.
it's gonna next episode's probably gonna cut towards it. I mean, it's gonna be a fucking puddle.
Probably.
So I think because like that's the only other thing. Then we can kind of discuss like what we felt this arc in general, which probably
Yeah.
be more positive, other than if it doesn't end like
I can't imagine
unless it
ending
ends
poorly.
suddenly like Mojito did. So we'll see. We shall see.
All right.
Hey man, we got to see Panda again too.
I was happy to see Panda. I feel like I am really warming up to these characters. I've enjoyed. This is like what I needed from the show. I needed all the characters
To interact,
to get their like
it
their
was
fleshing
it
out.
was weird to have the main trio hang out for like a mini arc, and then the main character just fuck off.
Yeah.
Like it's weird because I think I mentioned to you like Fire Force has like a thing where like the main character has fucked off for like what I feel like forever, and all the side characters that we've met along the way have been having the like adventures and fighting.
That's good.
Which is kind of cool. But
I
like
that. And,
like every side character has fucking appeared, even like from like the entirety of Fire Force, which is like 300 chapters.
That's crazy.
So
Also, I looked up just randomly on the wiki. I saw the length of the manga that we're in right now. So in Jujutsu
it's like
Kaisen,
it's like 40
yeah, it's
chapters.
Like, it's only 40 chapters in, which is like
Yeah,
pretty interesting. For,
yeah,
like,
it's just
shonen.
like I said, it was weird, and like Yuji is like learning more from like this arc, the fight, than what he learned with like Navarra and the Mojito arc.
It's true.
Like
Nanami, you mean?
Yeah, Nanami. Sorry.
Yeah, Toto and Yuji are like the most unexpected like joy friendship in this for me. Like I love how quickly they gelled together.
It seems now the Tokyo crew and like the Kyoto crew are gonna like they're feeling to be getting along better now. Like not even like this themselves, but like you just everybody seems to be working together right now.
Yeah, this is like what they needed. Like it's like at the end of Watchmen, like when Ozymandias uses a nuke alien to kill 1 million Americans. He does this to unite America and USSR together.
Sure.
It's just like we needed this big tree man to unite our Kyoto and Tokyo sister schools.
But Maki and Mai are still gonna hate each other, and Momo's still gonna be a huge bitch.
Momo just needs to be told that like she needs to learn what feminism is. And stop being such a fucking simp.
Like that one episode of Powerpuff Girls where they teach a fake feminist about Susan B. Anthony who wants to rob the bank of only Susan B. Anthony coins, and she doesn't know anything about her, so they just like school her on who she is.
Oh yeah, I forgot. That was like the OG series.
Yeah, that was Powerpuff Girls owning a fake feminist. If you're not in hindsight.
Feminist owned by the Powerpuff Girls.
And until they learn about how the Powerpuff Girls hate being Powerpuff Girls in the new reboot, and I know it got canceled at this point.
We don't talk about it.
And how they're gonna leak
real.
Bubbles' OnlyFans nudes, and Buttercup's a huge lesbian that has sex with everybody.
One thing I did love about those leaks, and the only reason I'm going into this is because we are just stalling for time, is I love like people drew the original Powerpuff Girls
saw that.
saying those lines, and I was like, this is actually really good and funny. Like Bubbles saying like totes WTF. Or, like,
it worked on you before. It's like so bad. Just
really
don't. Just don't.
I just don't. Powerpuff Girls is like one of the most cursed franchises.
It
like,
really is.
It went from being like just a great cartoon to becoming like a magical girl anime.
Powerpuff Girls Z?
Yes, Powerpuff Girls Z. To being rebooted in like a horrible reboot.
Yeah.
And then now it's got this shit.
Hey man, they just want to reboot all the old stuff. Like Rugrats got a CG fucking reboot.
Oh, it looks so bad.
It does look disgusting. So
all right, yeah, Jujutsu Kaisen.
Yeah. Hey man, people come here to listen to this bullshit.
Listen to this like very old.
If they managed this long if they managed to listen to the Miwa pooping, then they can listen to this.
Miwa shitting.
So yeah.
Please stop sending me fan art of Miwa shitting. I've already
keep sending it to Jim at King Protus on Twitter. At the Jujutsu Kaisen Discord section.
No.
Of our Discord.
No. Hello and welcome to Jujutsu Kai Quest. I'm Jim.
And I'm Sam.
And we just watched episode 20 of Jujutsu Kaisen Anime Season 1, Non-standard.
Yeah, it's a non-standard episode.
I guess you could say that.
I don't know who it was.
So yes, sorry, I forgot to do the intro. We are watching Jujutsu Kaisen anime episode by episode. This is our curse. We've been cursed with watching this episode by episode anime. And yeah.
So, the end of the arc, I guess.
It's really funny because last episode we talked about it'd be really hard for the conclusion to be like bad. But
At least they left it like, I guess we don't know yet, other than just being like, he obviously got away compared to this one.
When they say that, though, when you say they leave it open, they definitely don't.
We'll get there. When you talk about the end of the Kyoto Goodwill event arc.
So ultimately, this was a good episode.
Yes.
Let's talk about the episode first, and we can talk about the whole arc.
We get a little like the brief backstory of Toto beating up a high schooler who talked shit when he was in 3rd grade. And then a woman appeared like on a motorcycle with like a fucking like curse around her or like some kind of summon.
It reminded me of it used to be Chainsaw Man that I reference every episode. Now it's Hunter x Hunter.
Oh, I'm talking about Fully Cooley.
Oh no, we'll get to that. No, but in Hunter x Hunter, one of the guy's powers is called Interior Fish. One of the Phantom Troop guy. What's his name?
Crollo?
Crollo, yeah, he's Interior Fish. It reminded me of Interior Fish.
He uses it like once, like most of his abilities.
Yeah. But so yeah, this we're teasing that Toto has a Fully Cooley experience.
There's a woman on a motorcycle with like a fucking cursed spirit and calls out to him, and like he had a feeling his wife was gonna be boring after meeting her. So yeah, he has his own personal Fully Cooley adventure that we'll see.
It'd be great if they never brought it up again. If this is just like a thing that happened.
Judging by how woman is in parentheses on the wiki, I'm assuming she's going to come back at a certain point.
She certainly had an interesting design.
Yes, I'm excited to see what that leads to.
I mean, this is just like a Fully Cooley reference, right? Like it was like literally like the setting too looked exactly like the beginning of episode 1.
Except she's probably not an alien. Who knows?
Spoiler alert! I haven't gotten to that part.
It's not a spoiler. It's like the first thing she says.
Is it really?
I'm sure the first thing she says.
What's her name? Nanako?
No,
what's her name?
I'm not gonna tell you.
You don't remember?
Oh, I do.
What is it? The girl from Fully Cooley. What's her name?
Haruhi.
Haruhi. Wait, no. Haru. Isn't it Haru?
Haru.
I don't know. I haven't seen Fully Cooley. All right, let's go. This episode, we are wrapping up the Toto plus, what's his name?
Toto versus Yuji?
Toto and Yuji versus Hinami.
Yes.
We get a wrap up on their fight. Sort of an anticlimactic ending because we have this like, wait, was this the one where they talk about the Black Flash being like the most hard technique to do ever?
I believe so. Well, first it's mostly we get the
oh wait, yeah, sorry.
We get Toto's power stuff, Boogie Woogie.
Okay, so I forgot that they already showed this to us.
They showed it. We've seen it once.
Yes, we've seen it twice.
I said once, you asshole.
So yeah, we saw it used early, like the very beginning of the arc, and his power is that he can basically clap and switch to people's positions. We learn that it isn't just people; it is specifically people or things with curse energy.
Yeah, anything with curse energy you can swap with.
Which there was a hilarious moment where, as we're watching it, where when he says that out loud, because Sam and I watched these together, I was like, oh, that means he could swap with curse weapons too. And literally the next second, he swaps with Yuji with the cursed staff thing.
The nunchuck staff.
Yeah, the 3-tiered staff or whatever it's called.
But yeah, I was like hysterical that you predicted that like an instant second.
It was like perfect timing. It was really funny.
They just like beat the shit out of it, and that's when he does the cuts away to the what's the most record Black Flashes.
Which I love how this is presented, because we learn that Nanami has the record for the most consecutive Black Flashes.
It's like a weird interview he's like having.
It's as if he was interviewed on like a TV show. That's what I love, the setup for this. Like that is such a cute little detail.
And his record was 4?
Yeah, so he's done 4 consecutive Black Flashes.
And but Yuji just does 4 attacks, man. He's that good.
No, he does 3. Doesn't he do 3?
I'm pretty sure he lands a 4th one.
No, well, he did 4 total. Because he
that's
did.
Right. Yeah, that's right. They didn't count the first one.
Yeah, the first one happened, and then like he fought a bit, and then so he did 3 in a row.
Okay.
So that was pretty hype. That seems actually probably the coolest part. 4
consecutive Black. He lands 4 consecutives on there. He did.
Oh, he does 4?
He hits one more after when he says, "Oh, he hit 3."
Okay.
So
But
yeah.
that the scene was awesome. The way that
Yes.
like they build up this thing is like, oh, no one can do this.
Also,
It's
him
really hard.
clapping and the faces he makes, like he's so like into it.
It's really awesome. Just like the use of Toto's power here is just so fun. I cannot get over how much I love his power. It is like the coolest. It is also just a Hunter x Hunter
Yeah,
reference.
but then what's it called? It summons like the giant plant that shoots out other tinier plants, like a Het Megumi, and he's like, oh, he tries like harden up with all his curse energy, but then he has like in his memory, his 530,000 CPU memory
IQ.
has like a fucking like vision of him and the idol girl.
He fucking disassociates and like
Takata Chan.
he imagines his fucking idol crush,
His idol waifu.
literally like working him through the thought process of this power. I love it.
And they say he thought this in 0.01 seconds as well.
I know the joke is that he's like self-proclaimed 50,000
like
IQ.
these inner like fantasies he has are literally done in 0.01 seconds or like a little bit around that time.
He's literally using 100% of his brain power when he's doing this.
He had the pill. That's what that lady did.
Pill.
She gave him the limitless pill.
Give me that pill.
And then he says like, I'm going to go to the arm wrestling contest to like get more strong. So, like next time I see you, it's going to be the greatest handshake. Essentially, it's so good. Like, he is the best. I love him.
Toto is by far the best. Once again, I'm just like,
We're like,
why did it take so long for us to learn
me and
about
Jim's
him?
like, why can't we have like the show be about Toto, Megumi, and Maki as our trio instead?
I mean, Noboru's fine, I guess. I guess she's getting better. But
Yeah, she got better.
Maki, yeah, give me what you just said. Toto, Maki, Megumi. I'll go to town for that every day.
So after that amazing,
It was just awesome. That whole fight was just so cool. Like the way that he was like intermittently like teleporting or switching between himself and the bad guy. Like
yeah, he does
to throw
everything.
him off.
Not only that, he also switches like the bad guy and Yuji, and like he does all these different ways. Like cause when the whole fight started, like okay, I don't have time to tell you everything about my ability, which we do learn. Yeah, he didn't have
There's
enough
more
time.
to it, yeah.
And just keep moving. That's the most important thing.
Also, yeah, so I think he says like just trust me.
Yeah.
And it's like brilliant too because like when Yuji's punching, he commits to it every time, even though he doesn't know what's gonna happen.
Because he always
commits to.
He only
the punch.
stopped when he was about to go into the spikes, and he saw him like transfer. He was like, "Oh, I get it now." So yeah, I trust you with this.
But I like that because like you see Yuji will get like flipped around a lot, but he's still like he trusts Gojo not Gojo, Toto. He trusts Toto enough to just like, okay, I'm just gonna punch regardless of what happens to me. I know that this guy's got my back.
Do you remember what Maki's cursed weapon, the staff, was called?
No. Does it have a name?
Yeah, Playful Cloud.
Oh, I thought he just said. I thought that was like an attack name.
It could have been, honestly.
I just remember him saying.
So
that
then,
word.
and then, as they beat the shit out of it, and he starts draining like the area of like life, essentially, because that's what the right arm. I think the right arm was the left arm.
Yeah. So he
The flower
explains- What's the name? Not Nanami.
Hanami.
Hanami explains that plants have no curse energy. Plants
Yes.
cannot harness curse energy. So he needs to like filter it through his
And
bud.
he kind of
this
hates doing
rose
that
flower.
because, as we saw, it kind of loves the earth and thinks, doesn't want to kill the earth, but has to end up doing it.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of interesting. That it was like, oh yeah, it needs to kill all this stuff to use power.
But before we're about to do his domain expansion, Gojo shatters the veil, because like
Yep, you're right.
I think
Gojo shatters it.
Yeah, and we learn because it was supposed to last like 30 minutes. I think that's what the one fucking jobber character said, and
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and then but Gojo's that fucking OP. Can't stop Gojo.
Yeah, the way that this is shown to us, like we see during the fight, like as he's about to shoot his like laser beam,
He's about to do the domain expansion.
the domain expansion, we see the veil like comes apart, and then we see a flashback of the principal, or the old dude fighting.
He was the principal.
He's fighting the
Juzo, the fucking coat rack guy.
and then so we have a scene with them, and then we have another flashback.
Well, he does the guitar move. Like he doesn't do guitar shit. He is the amp.
Yeah,
But like you don't see too much from it other than just like knocking him away, and then we see the other teacher who's running. He finds out with Edward Elric attacks with like a hand sword, and then Mai and Nobara show up and just yell and bitch at each other, and then before they could beat up this simp because he's obviously like really bad with women, or he's an incel or something like that. I think he's an incel.
I guess he's coded incel in
He's
this
he's like a
scene.
weird incel, and he kind of just runs away, and because Gojo's like, huh? So he's still dealing with Juzo, but the other guy got away. I'm like, I'm pretty sure from what I've seen, you could easily catch up to where the guy who ran away is at.
Yeah, I'm gonna say like as much as I love the fight, like the last episode in particular, and like this how it was going, these like two random scenes were like totally unnecessary.
These new characters, there's this new character just throwing in here that are part of the bad guy team now, I guess.
I don't even know why we saw Edward Elric. Like, why did we see this character?
This just shows that it's not just them; they needed someone else, I guess.
Well, we did learn that he was a curse user. He's not a curse. He is like a human.
Yeah, but he
Kind of
has
like-
a hand sword.
that was made by Jozo.
Yeah.
And then we get all caught up. What's his face? Gojo shatters the domain, and then he's like, "All right, I guess I gotta fucking destroy the coat rack guy."
Yeah,
so he just does.
He just shattered his limb because he was like, "Don't kill him." He's like, "Oh, he just shatters all his like his arm and his legs." It's like, "Fuck, dude."
Yeah, and then there's like,
And then he shoots a fucking. He combines like blue and red abilities he has into like hollow purple, and then just makes a fucking
it's a large, big freaking anime blast.
yeah, it just drills a hole through like the land. And basically, like, it was trying to run away. We're not sure if it like killed it or not, because they even said, "Oh, now we don't know if we actually like killed it or exercised it or not." Now,
which is so frustrating to me. And this was like what I wanted to get to at the end. Like, same thing, the freaking same resolution as the Mojito arc. Like, the bad guy is just getting away.
yes,
Because I guess the author wants to use them later. But when you keep doing this, it's kind of like I compared it to D&D last time, but it's the same thing. When you keep doing this, it like cheapens every reaction because it feels like we're never gonna actually get like a real fucking kill. Like that was our fear going into this. We were like, is he gonna die? Like we really had the feeling that he might not.
But
He might not get killed here.
Can't kill any of these villains yet, apparently. But
And once again, I feel like we almost saw his power.
It's on a fishing pole in front of you. Like, oh, you almost had it.
We almost saw his laser power. So really, what else more is there to this character?
Just like the volcano guy, we saw his domain. What more do we need to see from that guy?
We even got like an arc from this character.
We got
too.
Mojito's fucking domain. What else do we need to see from him other than just being the active one that steals the finger at the end?
Exactly. Like we didn't need any more. Like this character even had an arc too. Like
Yeah.
they had a whole thing where they didn't like fighting, and then this fight like invigorated them, and they tried really hard.
Bringing these new characters. Oh, these are the ones that should be replacing the ones that are going to fucking die in this. But like, where did they even find these goobers?
Yeah, it's just like I don't know. I'm leaving this arc a little bit sour just because of the weird ending bits. But ultimately, it was so sick. Like I liked the arc.
The action was good.
The action was really good. I still can't get over the Maki and Miwa fight. Was like the greatest animated thing I've seen in a long time.
I mean, everything with Maki was super well animated.
For TV anime, I still can't get over how great some of those cuts.
All the powers were very cool from like everybody and everything.
Even though this is for our purposes, we recorded that episode a long time ago. But the Panda episode, was also, or the Panda arc was really good too. Like,
I enjoyed
really
that.
like that. I think they did a really good job at like having the cool fights, the cool shonen fights, and also explaining the shonen lore.
Yes.
There was a lot of that in this arc, and it worked really well. But
It's just I wish our characters could get a win one of these times in an arc.
That's the biggest thing. It's like when you keep doing this, it feels like your characters aren't getting wins.
No one has had a W in like any of these arcs. The opening arc, like his friends got fucked up. Not really. They killed and then like they think Yuji's dead in the second arc, and then Junpei gets bites of dust at like very suddenly, and the villain that killed him gets away very easily.
Mm-hmm. Even like early on, like Sukuna was the one that was actually getting the kill, so it felt unearned because like Sukuna's whole bit is that he's so OP. Like who was that one? Remember the cursed womb, the poison womb?
Yes.
He just like killed that. Like that was like not even an issue. Like
yeah.
Yeah, Yuji's only real W was the first fucking episode when he punched the demon.
Even then,
and ate the finger.
It caused him to never mention his friends from his first school.
Eating the finger made him forget about his goth GF and loser friend.
The not Toto, lesser Toto.
Lesser Toto.
But yeah, I mean, but other than that, Mojito has a finger now.
Yeah,
I don't know what they're gonna do with that finger, other than maybe what if someone else eats the finger? I don't know.
just again like
Is Edward gonna be Edward Elric gonna be the new
finger man.
Yeah, his other finger, other Sukuna or some shit. I don't know.
So that is kind of an interesting idea. Like, I feel like there couldn't be more than one Sukuna, right?
I don't know. What happens if someone else eats the finger?
Well, we know that the finger can the finger is what caused the poison womb to get strong.
Yes.
So we know that can use to boost curses, but I don't really know. Like, are we gonna see? So the thing with the finger too,
and now we have a simp to worry about, and apparently there's still a traitor somewhere. That's probably, I'm betting it's going, because the principal seemed wanting to know, they want he wanted the prisoner before the quick decision he wanted to make. So I feel like Mei probably will be the mysterious traitor, I guess, because she's seen the most random person and kind of obviously wants money and probably sees something in money.
Yeah, the money motivation's always a little sus.
Yeah. Because the other teacher cared about her student because that was her main goal, was to find Miwa, and Gojo's Gojo.
Just thinking back to what Mojito's plan is. So he stole a finger.
Yes.
So we know that Mojito's plan is to give Yuji the fingers. That is his plan.
He's going to
which is also the plan of Gojo.
Yes.
So it's or
maybe
why should I care that he steals
can
the
grab
finger?
the finger. Maybe he doesn't want to give him. He has maybe some other plan of the finger. Maybe he's gonna feed it to Edward Elric, who's just
But no, he said before that their ultimate plan is to give all the fingers to Yuji to make Sukuna come out.
I don't know, man. I don't know what the bad guys are planning. Remember, this is also a thing where they're planning something, but not knowing what's happening ahead of time, so that's gonna fuck up their plan. Cause remember, they still don't know why Sukuna they're still trying to lure him out permanently, and they don't know why he's not coming out, or no one knows anything about the pact. That we still haven't.
That's why they want to give Yuji all the fingers.
Yeah,
because
they want him to be in control, but they don't know he already made a pact.
But to me, it's it's one of those weird situations where the bad guys and the good guys are trying to do the same thing. They're all trying. Why do they even have fingers lying around? Why aren't they just feeding them to Yuji?
Because I'm pretty sure they need okay from especially the principal, who's being very anti Yuji. So I think they have a couple, or maybe because I feel they need permission from him, where Gojo just grabbed one that he had from his area or his school, where the principal is just gonna be weird.
Yeah, it's just I don't know. Maybe there's a freaking plan. I guess there's a plan.
Always is, and it never seems to go well.
Yeah. So
arc. I guess MVP of the arc. Maki.
I was gonna say, let's say it on 3. Maki is obviously Maki. Maki's so sick. I just really also love the way she fights. The weapons we've seen her fight with have been big, long spears, or the
Naginatas.
The what's it called? Cloud Atlas. What was that thing called?
Cloud Atlas.
The three.
I know you're talking about. Yeah.
Whatever.
Cloud Atlas. This is
the Cloud Atlas. When she uses the Cloud Atlas, that was really sick. I love seeing
playful Cloud Jim.
Playful Cloud Atlas. Seeing that's one thing that you can tell when a lot of animators are weapons nerds, because the way that Maki uses the weapons are fucking awesome to watch. Same with the swords too. I mean, I feel like every animator has to know how to fucking animate a person with a sword, but
and I guess just the last part, I guess our biggest con was the ending of it.
Yeah, just this. I mean, I would say this arc is so much better than the Mojito.
Yeah, definitely.
Mojito child grooming arc.
The Junpei arc,
where he just. Because I ultimately felt nothing, especially since Junpei dying.
Junpei died suddenly, and
he didn't get anything.
Yeah, there's nothing came from it either.
It also had the benefit. This arc had the benefit of Yuji not showing up for a long time.
And more characters that we actually know we care about. Hopefully that'd be okay by the end.
I even care about Panda. I didn't care about Panda before.
I care about most of the people in this. Most of the people we learned about are we like them now, except for
I do, yeah.
Mai's not really Mai and Momo are not really likable, but everybody else seems pretty interesting.
Yeah, Mai, I'm really interested to see what they do with Mai from a storytelling standpoint.
Yeah.
But Maki is just so fucking cool. I want to see Maki succeed.
Yes.
Maki is my comfort character.
I already claimed her as best girl, Jim, as a waifu. So you got to move on.
Best girl and comfort character are different.
You get Miwa on the toilet.
Uh,
Any character that kind of like surprised you this arc though? You weren't coming in expecting to really like. You said Panda, I guess.
Panda, I kind of was a surprise.
His backstory surprised me the most.
I'm trying to think. Mechamaru was really surprising
Yeah.
too. That was like a
Kind of sad that he was like the first one to go out and like didn't actually have
yeah.
a part to play in the end, other than just have his phone stolen to knock out Miwa.
Hmm. So I'm really curious to see, especially him and Panda. They seem to have like a little friendship.
I hope
burgeoning.
so. I want to see the baseball episode that's coming up and see how all those characters that we just learned about like interact now.
As memeable as a baseball episode is, I feel like we're at the great time for it because we just had everyone experience a lot of stuff, and
Yes.
now like a lot of character development. Now they can bounce off
Will
each
they
other.
will they be able to use their powers in this baseball
Of
episode?
course.
I hope so.
I mean, haven't you seen Twilight? The vampires can use their powers when they play vampire baseball.
Unfortunately, I have because I had a sister who liked that shit.
I really do. That is a very like anime thing. In Twilight, there's like a scene where they play vampire baseball. Twilight is kind of like an anime.
And then the bad vampires show up and play it with them, I think.
No, that's not true.
Or they interrupt their game or something like that.
I can't remember.
I don't
I just
give a
remember them
shit.
playing vampire baseball.
Fuck
Also,
Twilight.
the funny thing about vampire baseball that I love is they can only play it when there's a thunderstorm because they hit the ball so hard it sounds like thunder.
Sure.
So I'm expecting them
That's
to use their
what
powers.
thunder is.
It's just vampires playing baseball.
Yes.
Oh, if we ever get into like a post-apocalyptic world
Oh,
where like society forgets everything, I'm gonna tell the biggest
Society
lie.
forgets.
I'm gonna tell all of my great grandchildren.
But only you remember.
I'm gonna tell my great
Back
grandchildren
in
that
my day,
thunder is when vampire play
played
baseball.
we played a game with a stick and we hit a ball with that stick, but only during thunderstorms. So we didn't think everybody think it was thunder and lightning.
Well, no, I would say that during every thunderstorm, it's actually vampires playing baseball in the sky.
Sure. You can tell a child that they have stupid child brains you can like manipulate.
And it's true, when you really like insert those lies early on into children's brains, they like fester there.
Yes.
They live there forever. Even when they learn the truth, they still will remember the lie.
Yes.
It's like Santa Claus.
Yeah, sure. And the Easter Bunny. And the Tooth Fairy.
The Easter Bunny's fucking real, dude. What are you talking about?
You got run over by a car the other day.
The only reason we don't see the Tooth Fairy anymore is because we don't lose our teeth, dude. Santa is not real, but the others are.
So if you had a kid and they had their tooth under their bed and you fucking found out there like money underneath when you woke up, you know you didn't do it.
I wouldn't tell a soul. I would tell my wife, "Oh no, that was me. I did it."
And you just look around, just like
I'd look around suspiciously.
you load the shotgun up slowly.
Then the next night I rip one of the teeth out and then I like sit in the room.
Next time you put it under the bed, you're sitting in a rocking chair with the shotgun loaded. When you see him enter, you click the light on. Sup?
Okay,
But,
so that's my curse power. My curse power is summoning the Tooth Fairy.
So yeah, I mean definitely Panda and Mechamaru was a surprise, and I do like I like seeing Miwa 'cause she's like
Miwa.
she's like the nicest one out of the entire group of like miserable assholes.
Miwa, the biggest surprise for me was learning that Miwa was like 17. I thought Miwa was supposed to be a teacher. That was really upsetting to learn.
Okay.
Just because the Gojo, remember her and Gojo have a crush on each other?
Yeah, that's
That
weird.
made me very uncomfortable.
Yeah, but Gojo's just so strong. The Gojo.
Yeah, Gojo, I'm a little worried he's too OP. Like, that was my fear earlier.
Like, remember, but the one thing you're like, oh, they're gonna trap Gojo and not be able to do anything, and they tried that, and now they know that doesn't work.
Literally, they couldn't. It was like a reverse trap too. Like they tried to keep him out of somewhere, and he still broke it. Like,
Apparently, I don't. It's gonna be weird to see what they do with him because he's an entertaining character. He's super fan loved now, but I just don't know like how you keep him around prominently without like either A, turning him evil, or B, just like killing him off somehow.
yeah, I don't know. I'm interested to see.
You know, not like All Might where like they had like a nerf to him.
Yeah, and it was like very built into the character too. Like,
Yeah.
his whole character is about that he doesn't have much time left as the superhero.
Yeah. So I don't know. We'll see what happens there. Hopefully they figure something out.
Do you like this better than My Hero Academia?
Yes. Yes, I do.
I'm trying to think of how much I liked it in season 1, season 2.
I
I think this is definitely better than.
At least the
Broken
side
Hero
characters
Academia.
got way. I know so much about these two group of characters now compared to. Tell me what Fleshtail Boy's backstory is,
I don't want to know.
or the, like even the like if I rather check. I think of the trio in My Hero, and the trio we have here, and I think of who I like more right now is the fucking Jujutsu ones.
Yeah, definitely.
Like,
I think that like I was saying like joking how
And-
Jujutsu Kaisen has like way too many characters introduced, but honestly like the way that everyone's connected I think is like good. Even because compared to like something like My Hero Academia, which also introduces fuck tons of characters, they're all just kind of like there.
yes.
And they're just all students, but these characters like there's clans
If your
that
name
connect
if your name is
them.
not Deku, Bakuga,
Bakugo.
Bakugo, Shoto, and that you're like not important,
Yeah.
pretty much. Like those are the only three that actually like seem to do stuff for the most part.
I think my gripe with this is like how things are introduced, like how characters are introduced. I think they're a little too like there's just a little too many right now.
Especially especially how the female characters are. They get like actual stuff to do and actual characters, and like not just female character that's just blindlessly in love with our main character.
Mm-hmm.
Like Nobara had like way better of an arc than any of the female characters in My Hero.
Yes, that's very true.
And Maki and and Mai, like they all even Momo had more like character to her than just like I want to make money for my parents.
Iravity. That is,
and I love Deku so much.
The Iravity saying like I want to make money for my parents is like the most fuck you ever. I hate this.
Like we only just got a character that's all about money, and she's a teacher. She's like an adult, not just like.
And she's potentially a villain.
Yeah, potentially a villain.
So the other thing I just counted on my fingers. There's like 7 villains right now.
Yeah, because we got the
they
4.
don't fucking die.
Yeah. Oh, I guess one's captured, so I guess you don't have to like, actually like running about.
Wait, who's captured?
The Juzo, you guy's limbs
Oh,
all
that's
fucking
right.
crushed.
Okay.
So like
And then if you include Sukuna, that's 8.
Yeah, but Sukuna has his own. He's a third party though, as we know, because he doesn't
Yeah.
really work with the villain.
He's not the curse villains.
He's actively like fucked that Mojito up. So like I don't consider him like an actual like part of that villain group.
Yeah.
But
like it is kind of
And we
crazy
still
that
have
there's like 7 of those characters around.
And we still have the human guy we don't know anything about with like the scar, like the
Yeah,
mark
I
around
included
the
him too.
scar on his head. We don't know anything about him yet. He seems to be the main one out of them all.
Yeah.
So we'll see where it goes.
I'm certainly intrigued. I'm worried because we only have what 4 episodes.
Four episodes. We have a baseball episode, and then whatever I guess the tease leading up to the next.
It's got to be
season.
like. I just have the fear they're going to introduce like more characters.
Probably. There's still 2 characters in the OP we have no idea about.
Oh no.
That are hopefully baseball only characters.
Baseball only. All right. I think we'll wrap it up there. This is a pretty good discussion. Overall, I thought the arc was good.
Yeah. I think
like
better
many things
than
in the show, it had some weaknesses, some
towards,
glaring
it
weaknesses.
was mostly towards the ending, but the fights were very good, and the character backstory was very good.
The fights and animation, like I think, make up
It's
for
just,
a lot of the flaws of the show.
I'm just really tired of the villain getting away. It's like
I agree. It happened
imagine
2 times in this fucking episode.
Imagine like Power Rangers or like Ultraman, something like that shit. When they beat the giant monster, every episode they just shrink back down and just get away to meet up with like the main villain. And it's not just like one of the major villains of the arc. It's just a minor like villain of the week. It's like they had their episode and they just get away.
Yeah, unless it like I don't know, whatever. We keep talking about this in circles, but
So,
I'm done with this. I would like to see some characters die, please. But not Maki.
or villains die or get captured or something.
Yeah, at
like,
least as you said,
and not this random guy that we just met to be the one to be captured.
Who I have probably the least interested in.
Who's cartoonishly evil.
Yeah, out of all the characters in the show, he might be the one I'm least interested in. Is the
Yeah.
stupid like blacksmith character?
Fucking stupid. All right, so thank you all for listening.
Thank you.
Like, comment, subscribe. Comment about what you think of the end of the. Hello and welcome to Jujutsu Kaisen. I'm Sam.
And I'm Jim.
And welcome to our Jujutsu Kaisen discussion recap podcast. We are on episode 21 today.
The frickin' baseball episode.
Yeah.
So if you're new here, which you shouldn't be, we have like 20 other episodes before this. We have been cursed. Our curse is that we must cover Jujutsu Kaisen every episode by episode.
Apparently this is still part of the arc, I guess the Kyoto arc. But
this kind of feels like an epilogue to that arc, honestly.
But it's called Jujutsu Koshien.
Excuse me?
Yes.
Jujutsu Koshien?
Koshien.
Okay.
Sure.
So, speaking of mispronouncing things, Also, we weren't aware that it was called Juju Stroll. So the ending credits things are called Juju Stroll. I've been calling them Juju
We had not
Scroll.
cared for many of those, so it did not really matter.
Yeah, especially this one. This one was like just like a
A
redo of a
reuse
joke.
of, yeah, the one before. So we start with apparently because character named Edward Elric is just name is Haruta.
Haruta. So there's
More names
Harami,
we have to remember. We'll just call him Edward
Edward
Elric.
Elric. We will just
Simp
call this
Edward
character
Elric.
Edward Elric.
Edward Elric without a win rate. Or he's just a fucking incel. So yeah, he just like little mopey about like, man, I didn't get to do anything. But then like fucking Hiname, cause crashing through, survived even though it have like half the arm missing. But I'm sure it'll grow back like everything else does for them with time.
Really hope so.
So and we find out and like what's it called? Haruta goes to go finish off Hiname, and he just gets stopped by Mojito, and basically he just says, "You're human, know your place," kind of shit. And but then like it says he stole like fingers from the high school and like 3 poison wombs like paintings. It said.
Yeah, so I was really confused by that because I don't think we've been like this hasn't really been a thing that we've been introduced to before. Because we obviously we had the poison womb.
Yes.
Or no, it's not poison, it's a curse womb.
Poison womb. Control delete.
Control delete. So we had the curse womb before, but then I guess these are like additional curse wombs.
I'm guessing there's like it's not the first case of them, so he's just like makes more contained ones or stuff. This ones they found like very early before it grew into like what we saw.
Yeah.
And they're called like paintings or like see if I can find the name of those, but they're called the curse womb numbers like paintings number 1 to 3.
Okay.
So yeah, we get a flashback with like the villain guys chilling on a beach still, kind of discussing everything.
Not only so, last time on Jujutsu Kai Quest, we said, "Oh yeah, there's like 7 villains total."
This is literally them planning out like their heist that we had like very little like knowledge of about. Like, there's a guy who does a barrier. The nature guy, you with nature can get in there because the barrier doesn't like target plants or nature.
Well, yeah, the barrier only targets Gojo. Only Gojo is not allowed in the barrier.
I meant the actual like the barrier of the school though.
Oh,
That's what they're talking. They're talking about Tengen, the guy with immortality.
yeah.
He has immortality but does age.
So yeah,
He says he doesn't like to get active, so I'm assuming he's just like a pile of like mush, just like
I think you're right.
just like barely holding up. I don't know. I don't know what they're planning for immortality. I mean, he literally could just get the technology that Mechamaru has probably of just piloting it, but that was just his power. But still, I guess.
Yeah, it's whatever. It's just another thing to keep in the back of your brain.
So yeah, they're basically just talking about the mission, just lay out the plan, saying that like they don't want to kill many of the other students, or at least not Sukuna's vessel and Megumi, because he's like a landmine that will probably set off Sukuna to go against him,
Which is really interesting.
Yeah,
And it's we've talked about it before. Like, I love the idea that Megumi's got like a utility to Sukuna. It's very interesting.
We don't know what that is, and at least the other side knows. Like, we can't set off. Like, Hito knows that you cannot trigger him because you will get fucked up.
Yeah, it makes me really excited to see what they do with it, because that's like they've already set up all these seeds with Sukuna, like how he has this pact with Yuji that he can like take control, and like now we have this other thing that's like, oh yeah, him and Megumi are like, they're like he's definitely planning something with Megumi. I think we said before he probably wants to use him as a vessel.
Either that, or or just has this power that's kind of mysterious to him that he's just interested in, maybe. Yeah, I think that vessel thing may be more likely. We still don't know what the power of that is or the extent of that.
Because Yuji was not it was not his choice.
Yeah.
To be, that was like forced upon him. But seeing Megumi, he's like, this is someone of like noble like clan. What's it called?
Yeah,
tribe blood or whatever.
Yeah, that bloodline, the clan blood.
Are they in a clan? Yeah, clan.
Yeah.
I can't remember what the term they use. He's from the same clan as Maki.
Well, he's in one of 3 clans.
The Zenin clan.
There's a bunch of clan drama going around. So if we come back to the teachers, like there's a bunch of casualties going in here. They stole some shit. We probably shouldn't tell the kids, But they also said about this androgynous monk kid with like white bob hair with a red spray paint patch on his head.
So this is like villain number 8 then on that side.
Maybe villain, maybe just
well, definitely working with the villains.
Yeah. So yeah, and
because
then
they said that they tried to like interrogate the blacksmith guy, because he's who told them about the androgynous child with the bob cut.
yeah. So we have that mystery. And like, oh, we shouldn't tell the children about this. And then they eventually Gojo just tells them about it. There were some casualties. Who cares? We're just go. You guys don't want to do your event?
Gojo specifically says like it was bad. Some people died. Can we still do the thing, guys?
Can we still play some baseball? So yeah, and then but before that, we cuts to like the hospital bed where Megumi's recovering. Everybody kind of him and the crew just hanging out, eating pizza, which kind of nice little moment of them just hanging out.
I do love moments like this. It's very cute.
But Toto crashes at the end.
So Yuji keeps saying something like, he's like, "Oh, I wasn't in my right head."
I'm just like, dude,
you had a bro moment.
You had like such a bro down with him. Like,
bro down, ho down.
With a little bro down, like beating the shit. That's like a more intimate moment than most things in anime.
Literally. And certainly. And yeah, I feel like later on we see that like nobody likes Toto, and Yuji definitely like has a soft spot for him still. So
yeah.
I feel like he's kind of just like,
especially in the baseball episode.
He's kind of just like saying, okay, things got a little weird, but I still like you. We had sex that one time.
We punched him that one time. That was it. It was nothing to me.
One and done.
He told me how to do the Black Flash. It
didn't mean anything. It was just the Black Flash.
But yeah, and then
I mean, getting 3-4 consecutive Black Flashes, that's basically like an orgasm, right?
Yeah, pretty much close enough. So basically, that's when Gojo shows up, tells them about like they want to continue the event, and that they literally like aren't gonna have a normal battle. He got kind of tired of like them just the fighting ideas, so these pull ideas out of a mysterious box, and they let Yuji pick, and it was baseball. Even like the fucking teacher, like, what the fuck?
So it seems to me that Gojo inserted baseball.
Yes.
It seemed like Gojo just broke the rules again and stuffed the ballot box.
Because you literally cannot stop him. Because why? How can you?
Gojo really he comes across as like
chaotic
evil.
He's chaotic neutral.
I guess so.
He's chaotic. He's a good guy, but he's
an asshole.
He
though.
fucks with everybody though.
He basically just does like
he benefits himself.
He only does things to benefit himself.
Chaotic neutral. So yeah, we get baseball, and they had to do it a day ahead of time, day before, so they could prep like the equipment necessary for it. But then we get useless. Miwa goes up to bat. I love they have these little facts like underneath with the position they play and like the little information about them.
They're very funny. There's one really funny joke.
Toto had the best one.
Toto's was really funny. I liked the one that was like Miwa. It said something about like excited about her ripening. I think it was like a melon or something that she had in her fridge. And
the mango, yeah.
It was a mango, and then like later on we see. Mai's thing was like has recently developed a taste for mangoes or something. It was like
she hates mango but recently gotten over it.
Yeah, very funny joke. Except I do get a little like chuffed when I see like a thing in an anime. It's like, okay, this is the joke for the character.
Yeah.
Like, is the joke for Miwa just going to be like
she's Aqua?
People just steal her food. Is that literally going to be it?
And she thinks she's useless. But we're gonna get that. Hopefully, we get a moment with her of her like stepping up and not being useless and like.
I'm sure we will. That'll be fun. That'll be really fun.
Not be a useless goddess. I mean, a useless sorcerer.
I do like that she even has a little monologue in the beginning where she's like, "I call myself that, but I don't actually think I'm bad. I think I'm actually pretty good."
It's just like, recently I slept during the entire big bad guy fight,
which is really funny.
But yeah,
I really liked the baseball scene.
There's some good. Momo was allowed to use her
broom.
Yeah, because they're down a player because they had to make Mechamaru the pitcher, like a pitching machine with a sticker slapped on,
which is really fucking funny.
But there's some nice little character stuff. Like Noritoshi asks why he became a sorcerer to Yuji, and like basically kind of reminds him of like what his mom told him, and he's just like I can respect that, then strikes out.
That was very funny. I really liked the animation here. Like, it felt like they really like used a lot of reference for like actual baseball footage.
That's what I did like when everyone's like, oh man, Maki's up. It's so great. The bases, we're gonna have 3 runs. She's like the best star player. She's gonna knock it out of the park, and she does. But then Momo just flies up and catches the ball. And they're like, what?
Very funny.
It's so good.
It was really funny. It's also, I love to like seeing everybody's reaction to it. Like when Maki steps out of the plate, everyone gets serious because they're like, oh shit, it's Maki. Like she's like a fucking superwoman. Same with Toto. So like Toto is ready. He's like talking to Yuji about bullshit, and then fucking who is it? Is it who's the pitcher?
Maki's
it's
the pitcher.
Maki.
Maki's the pitcher.
Maki hits him with the ball, making an intentional walk.
Everybody,
and everyone's like, nice pitch, nice
on
pitch,
both
nice
teams. But Yuji's like holding his arms like he's dying. It's so good.
Yeah, it's really funny to see, like, oh yes, everybody, even people in his own school, don't like Toto.
Everybody hates you. Yeah, but then but Yuji wins the game by getting a 3-run home run because Momo somehow could not keep up with that, even though their entire gimmick is to fly around.
Yeah. Yuji's just the main character. He's freaking epic, Sam. He's so base and epic.
Sure. But yeah, it's a very quick episode, and like,
It was cute. It served as a pretty good epilogue, I think.
a reminder that the principal still doesn't want to keep Yuji alive because he is a risk, which he is. Mm-hmm. But still.
So that scene, I want to talk about that scene because so there's this little motif of ants. We see ants walking on the ground, and so the principal and the two principals are talking to each other, and mm-hmm. They're saying yeah, Yuji's a danger, but we gotta watch over him. And then we have Gojo struts into the scene, stepping on the ants. So basically, how I'm interpreting this is Gojo is literally the principals are ants to him. Yeah. And Gojo can just do what the fuck he wants. He just steps on the ants. It doesn't matter.
Step on them and they continue as they go, but he can just do whatever he walks, trounces all over it.
Gojo is just above everyone in every way, even though he's just a teacher, I guess.
I guess he's a teacher?
It's pretty vague. They don't really explain.
He's a terrible teacher.
They use the term principal or headmaster.
His teaching method was to just make Yuji watch TV.
Damn, he sucks. I didn't know Gojo sucks so much. No. Gojo's one of those characters that I could totally see them shining a light on all his bullshit and him having to deal with the consequences.
We'll find out, I guess.
I hope so. Because it's if he doesn't pay for his bullshit, then it's oh, he just gets everything he fucking wants because he's the strongest guy.
So, in your list of anime baseball episodes, how does this rank for you?
It's barely a baseball episode. I mean, they play baseball for a few minutes.
Yeah.
I guess baseball happens in it. I can only really think of two.
Samurai Champloo, I'm guessing, is one of them?
That's the one where they fight Commodore Barry in baseball. The other one, that was funny.
I know that bridge.
That one was funny. The other one is in Haruhi. In Haruhi, there's a joke that's made, because there's one character in Haruhi who's basically a human supercomputer, and she tells them oh, I could rewrite reality with just my voice to make it so that you get a home run in the next hit. And they're oh, can you do that? And she's well, if I do that, there will be a horrible hurricane that will destroy millions of people's lives. So okay, don't do that. So that was funny. It was fine.
I know there's one in Fully Cooley, and I know there's one in Charlotte, which is not good anime. It drops the ball at the halfway point and on.
I'm trying to think. Is
the guy who does Angel Beats loves baseball episodes in his shows?
Oh, in the Robin Williams movie Pan, there is a scene where they play baseball. That's a baseball episode.
Sure. And Angels in the Outfield is a great baseball movie where Angels help the LA
Angels.
Yeah.
Wait, I need to look it up. Best baseball anime episodes.
Watch Mojo's top 10 anime baseball episodes.
I can only think of a few off the top of my head. It is a trope, but it's apparently BNA has one. Apparently Dragon Ball Super, Haruhi, there we go. Oh, Sun and Moon. Sun and Moon has that one. Pokemon Sun and Moon.
Oh, yes, it does. That's a very good episode.
Dorohedoro does, I guess.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. I love the Dorohedoro baseball episode. That one's so good. And it gives us what's it called? Gives us a great outfit for Ibisu. She had a little shark mascot outfit. That was adorable costume.
That's funny. Yeah, Dorohedoro has one. Sailor Moon has one, I guess. Urusei Yatsura has one. That's cool.
I mean,
I don't think Ranma has one.
I'm surprised at how many episodes Ranma has.
I know, right? There's fucking 130 or some shit, or maybe more. I forget. Neko Pitcher, Samurai. Oh, these are just baseball anime. Little Busters.
I don't count. Well, that doesn't count.
These are all just actually baseball anime.
Angel Beats, Assassination in Classroom, BNA, Clamp.
Okay, we're just reading lists now.
Detective Conan, Dr. Slump.
Okay, Detective Conan has literally a trillion episodes. If they haven't had one baseball one, I would be a little alarmed.
Gundam Build Fighter has the Gundam playing baseball.
Of course they do. All right, if you could make one anime. So okay, let me so your dream anime, your favorite anime gets the whole team comes back together to make one more episode and it's a baseball episode. What anime would you choose?
Gurren Lagann, and they're doing it in the mechs.
Oh, that would be really good.
You get all the beasts versus the humans.
They reunite all of Gynax so they can
and
redo
then, but then it goes out of control goes galactic, where they use the planets as the baseball.
it. That'd be really good.
Oh, man.
I think I would pick Madoka Magica. There aren't too many characters though.
That'd be
It'd be really funny if they played baseball in Madoka.
really funny. You know, they're all like fucking in the worst possible world.
Or Ava. It would be really funny if they did an Evangelion.
In the robots or out of the
Baseball.
robots?
Well, they would have one scene where the robot would hit it.
There's
only 3.
Wait. Is the baseball team all angels?
No, I
Or are they
would.
all mass produced?
No, that'd be stupid. I want the characters. I want because Ava has a pretty big cast, so I want all of the characters to be playing baseball. That'd be fun.
Or Konosuba would be a great baseball episode.
Konosuba would be funny. There's just not a ton of characters in Konosuba.
That's a decent amount of them. It's just like have like a bunch of villains show up and
Yeah.
and they have I think they have enough for a team.
Yeah,
Darton's get hit by a ball and loving it.
every 5 seconds that would happen.
Megumin just using explosion and then just like you doing her monologue and then just not actually swinging at all, and Aqua just being useless. And
So, okay, dear viewer, now that you've heard our favorites,
what is your dream?
Yeah. So
baseball
first
episode?
off, answer 2. Your favorite baseball episode of an anime, and then your second one. If you could have a baseball episode of an anime that you like that doesn't have one,
I
which one
will
would you
say
pick?
my favorite Hero. I do fucking love that baseball part in the manga so much. So I'm not sure you have personal favorite.
Me.
Yeah, what's your personal favorite one?
I guess it would have to be the Haruhi one because it's the only one that I've like. No, I'll pick the Samurai Champloo one just because I like that one more.
All right.
That one's really funny.
Yes.
But yeah, so
Damn, we didn't talk much about this episode, did we?
that was kind of the part of it though, is like a lot of it's just gags and like as I said, like animation's really good. Like they did a really good job like actually show like it looked like
The
real
only-
baseball
yeah,
almost,
the only-
the way the characters move.
The only plot stuff was just like stuff they're setting up for, like the mysterious person and like what they're gonna do next with all this stuff they got.
It was a lot of like epilogue for this arc. And,
Yes.
Oh wait, I don't think we actually acknowledged. So the plant guy is still alive. Like
Yes.
just totally still alive.
Yeah, I think we
And-
mentioned that. He's carrying him away.
Okay, I don't know if we mentioned the part
It's,
where
it's just that Edward Elric was gonna go try to finish him off.
yeah,
and
but then
stop. And
Mojito stopped him because
he's know your place human essentially.
which was funny because like then Edward Elric fired back and was like, "Oh, I guess it's a subtlety that curses wouldn't understand." So he's kind of throwing shade at the curse too, which I like that because he's human.
Yeah, we know how well the last human that Mojito played around was gonna go.
True. It is weird to me that like humans would work with curses. Like, it's I mean it's cool. I think it's fine, but I as a human I would not want to work for a curse. I
see
feel
how
like
this
they would probably want to kill me.
See how his tragic backstory molds him.
Well, his mother died, and his brother lost his body
Sure,
because his name's Edward Elric.
sure. He tried to do equivalent exchange and he didn't work out.
I do like that he keeps his sword, his hand sword, on his shoulder. And
Not
then
very
it's
safe.
cool. Nope, not at all.
Not at all.
If you ran with it, it would just fall off.
Oh yeah, and they were also interrogating Juzo as well, but who cares about that? Because nothing was learned other than that mysterious
The boy.
person that
Yeah,
no
that
one
was the
knows
only
anything
thing.
about.
The eighth villain is this wait no? So we have the four.
Yes,
We have the four curses, and then we have the
leader human,
human man, and then
The
we've
monk.
got the monk,
the
wait,
androgynous nut
the-
monk, and then Edward Elric, and then Juzo if you count him, because
Yeah.
they literally say he was disposable.
That's I count him as one of the cabal. He's still alive. He's not dead yet. So that's 8.
Yeah, he's just
if we account Sukuna, I keep saying
he's a third
Sukuna,
party. He's his own
But
villain.
that's
though.
9 villains total. That's so many.
Yes, but he's the most like important
We're
villain.
in season 1. There shouldn't be 9 fucking villains.
2 of them should be fucking dead.
Yes.
So
Yes. I feel like
3 of them, because the fucking volcano guy should be dead too.
Yeah, you're right.
He literally was left. He was left as a head, and he literally just got away.
It does piss me off that all the bad guys just keep fucking getting away every time.
There's no stakes that the villains won't fucking die.
True. It really does feel like a Saturday morning cartoon with that. Like, it's It's like, oh, get you next week, Captain Planet.
Curse you, He-Man! And then, like, literally just nothing happens.
I mean, how cool would it be if He-Man just killed Skeletor in, like, one random episode?
He
Like,
killed
that
all
would've
of
been
them.
sick.
He just goes in with his sword and just cuts all him and his fucking entourage up in, like, the castle.
Alright, peace now.
We did it, guys. Our kingdom is saved.
And then She-Ra comes in.
Sure. And then she murders her villains
And
right
she
away.
kills He-Man.
She kills He-Man and it's like, wow, peace.
Alright. I don't got anything else to say. I like this episode enough.
Baseball's a fun...
It was fun. It was cute. It was a good little epilogue for our last episode.
Yes. So, yeah. You can do the plugs if you want for this episode.
Sure. So you can follow... sorry, first of all, let me say. Like, comment, subscribe.
Hello, and welcome to Jujutsu Kaisen. I'm Sam.
And I'm Jim.
And welcome to our Jujutsu Kaisen episode-by-episode discussion podcast thing.
Hell yeah, it's also Wednesday. Jujutsu Kaisen Wednesday.
Jim's the only one celebrating that.
We got a great comment. I think it was on our Discord that was like, the excitement that Jim has to announce that it's Wednesday
is Wednesdays, my dudes.
And yeah, it's I hope you're enjoying your Jujutsu Kaisen Wednesday. Welcome to Wednesday.
Welcome to Wednesday, sure. And we're on episode 22, the origin of obedience today. And yeah,
the origin of obedience.
Apparently this is the start of the death painting arc.
Interesting.
So,
I didn't really like this episode.
It's a lot of setup.
It was exclusively setup. The only things I liked about it were the fact that we're getting backstory into my favorite character.
Yes.
That isn't Toga.
That isn't Maki or Toga.
Or that isn't Maki. Oh man, there's so many. I like all the tertiary characters. Where are they?
Hey, I'm just happy we got backstory for like 90% of them or 80% of them.
So going into this is my fear was like, oh no, is the tournament arc ending going to be like a bad thing for the show?
I told Jim, it's like, it's a bad thing when the wiki itself has a new character like tab and it's like 4 characters are in there.
Once again, I know it's funny how negative we're coming in. I don't really hate this episode, but the show has so many characters. The fact that it's introducing more characters at us. Why?
Because I think we talked before, brother. The show doesn't want to kill off any characters, it seems. So,
yeah. Oh wait, sorry. There's something I wanted to bring up.
Yes.
So this is kind of relevant.
Yes.
So recently they announced they're doing a Jujutsu Kaisen 0 movie. Have you heard about this?
I heard about the movie. Yeah, it's like a prologue.
Yes. So technically, Jujutsu Kaisen is a sequel.
So the 0 came before this?
Yes, 0 was a short manga. It was like a mini, I guess. That's like American terms. I think it was like 4 issues.
It wasn't like a I guess what's the word for it? Like a teaser or like just like a mini series.
It was like made to be a mini series, and that's where
this wasn't like the like the application kind of thing of like this is like his like it's like Bao is the JoJo kind of thing.
Oh no!
Like this is what he did to like try to get like a Shonen Jump slot.
Yeah, I don't know what like maybe our commenters can explain, but I know that this came out before because people call it a prequel. Mm-hmm. Technically, it's not. Technically, Jujutsu Kaisen is a sequel.
Yeah.
And that's just the original thing. So that's I don't know if you remember, but like forever ago, they mentioned a character who was like really epic. This is like the first when they showed Toto and Maki for the first time, or Toto and Maki's sister
Mai.
And they mentioned this guy, and apparently he's like the main character of Jujutsu Kaisen 0. Okay. So, which the original name of it is like...
It's interesting to them doing a movie
different.
Without any of the characters from...
Yeah.
Is that way before everything?
Not way before. It's like a few years before, I think.
Okay, so it's not like you won't see like Gojo or anybody like the adult characters.
I don't know.
That are young or something.
So I thought maybe we should wait till that comes out and then watch that and then talk about it on the podcast rather than read the. Because I was really thinking like, oh, should we read this like prequel manga? Well, technically not prequel, but we're just gonna wait. I think until the movie comes out and we'll watch it then.
Yeah. So
sorry, tangent. I just wanted to get that out of the way.
So yeah, like we said, this is like a very setup heavy for the next. I guess this mini arc. There's only like 2 other episodes after this.
Yeah, I think so. We're nearing the end of our Jujutsu Kai quest.
I know, heartbreaking.
I don't know what I'm gonna do after this.
But it's nice to at least have our team back together, kind of going back on a mission together, and not like that one time before. Then he died, and then went through training arc, and with another side arc with a new friend that died, and then. met
Yeah.
up with all these new friends like right away.
Even though it's supposed to be like a return to normalcy, this doesn't feel normal. Like,
No.
Yuji barely did, like, there was literally, like, the Curse Womb, the Poison Womb arc. That was, like, the only arc that they were, like, together as...
Cause during, like...
Wait, was Girl there?
What? Nobara?
Was Nobara even there in that arc?
Yeah, she was there. She would train with them. I remember she was with them in there, because they both thought he was dead from there.
Okay.
And
I'm just forgetting. It's been so long since we watched episode, what was it, 3, I think?
The first
3 or 4.
The first batch of them.
Yeah.
But, no, yeah, they were all together. And
Okay.
then he went to the other arc with Junpei, and then that ended. And then he finally popped back in for the
because
tournament arc.
that's when they faked his death.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, he didn't fake it. He did technically die, but he didn't want to tell anybody that he got better.
They faked his non-death.
Yes. So there's a bunch of mysterious deaths going on from like people that were at like a middle school that we learned that Megumi went to, and they basically got to figure it out while Mojito is scheming still.
So
He's back to square one.
this is one of those things where I was like, kind of like, oh, an awful lot of coincidences happening in this episode. Like
we said, like I guess he just really want like an overarching like villains throughout like a group of villains, but like Mojito's the only one I could see surviving that he has the most personality out of like all of them, it seems. But I
don't like Mojito very much. I want Mojito to go away.
Jim's like, I only want Mojito when he's a schoolgirl.
Yes. I only want Mojito when he's a schoolgirl or when it's an iced beverage in my hands.
Yes.
That's the only times I want Mojito.
When Jim starts liking him, that's when he will pronounce his name correctly.
But so, I don't know. I was just like, Mojito again, like...
Yeah.
Because we were teased. So basically, to go over this really quickly, there is a curse that is manifesting based on people that went to a cursed bridge to do bungee jumping.
Because it was a test of courage.
Yeah, so delinquents did it.
Yeah.
And it seems to trigger the effect of, like, doors, like automatic doors will be open for you. I don't know if that's supposed to imply like the curse is waiting at the door for you.
Yeah.
But so I think they said up to 2 weeks. Maybe I'm wrong because I was like not interested in this episode. But they were like up to 2 weeks from. So you start seeing it happen. 2 weeks later, you die.
Yeah.
That was pretty much what happened.
Kind of like the whole like, you die in 7 days.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like I don't know too much about Japanese curses.
It's probably
but
very similar to Japanese curses. I mean, Japanese
feels
curses
in line with
Japanese curses love time to countdown for timers where you die kind of thing.
because it's like all that suspense of like, oh my god, I have 7 days.
So we also have a new teacher character that we're introduced to, Akari Nita, who's the blonde hair. I like her design a lot.
I like that she has so she dyes her hair.
Yeah.
And her roots are coming in. I like that because like she has brown hair, but she dyes it blonde. I like that little detail because it just shows that she's probably like a little overworked and she doesn't have time for herself.
I hope we get like a fun little like spin-off chapter or arc where just the teachers have to deal with shit. Because like I like a lot of teacher characters in this, or they're very interesting.
I like that. I theoretically like this character, but I'm just asking myself, like, why? Why are we getting another teacher assistant character?
We could have had the driver guy in there.
We could have had Nita. Is that his name? The glasses guy.
Sure.
The guy we like.
Yeah. Yeah. It gives an N. There's too many names, man. I'm historically bad with names, so like I can't help you.
Because we could have had Nita. We could have had the guy that drives the car, the glasses guy. We could have had Gojo.
We could have had.
I guess we couldn't have had Gojo.
We could have had. I don't know. If the other teacher was still there from the tournament arc, she could have been a guest helper, like coming over.
Yeah. It just makes me think like how many fucking people are just like waiting in like rooms at Jujutsu High School that are just not doing anything at the current
apparently
moment.
A lot because.
And it's funny because we've only seen like 6 students from the school.
From this school,
from like the Jujutsu Kaisen
from that branch, yes, because there's still the other school. There's Tokyo and Kyoto branch, the only 2 we've seen.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I remember they made an offhand detail about how in the summer months there's less curses or something.
I think so.
So maybe school is like out during the summer. That's why we haven't seen a lot of characters.
But you still got to deal with curses, and there's obviously some overarching group of bad guys that are like especially they've been know they have to deal with.
Do you think that like when the writer was making all the bad guy characters, he's like, oh shit, I made too many bad guys, I have to start adding more good guys to balance it out?
Yes.
So he just starts inserting new ones in like every few chapters.
A robot man and a panda and a blood guy.
But this is my problem with this. It's like I am really into a few of the characters that we've already seen. when you add more characters, you're just like making more chances for me to not see those characters I like anymore.
Yeah. You've so many group of characters I want to see just hang out or maybe do a mission together. Like, you can do these mishmashes that would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
If I think it falls in the problem I have with Naruto, where like you could have all these cool side characters and then they just never get used or very rarely get used.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of like you want to see more of them. Why introduce these cool, interesting, unique gimmicks without actually doing anything with them?
I feel like it's the writing equivalent to your eyes being bigger than your stomach.
Yeah.
Where it's like you're promising so many of these. You're promising a world that is so much bigger than what you have the capacity to tell.
At least the one thing I appreciate, like he did it, from the anime, that he gave all those side characters like a backstory, like 80% of them. Like the only one, who do we get a backstory for? Like really anything for Toto?
And
actual backstory. We have a little bit, not like backstory. We have like some history with him and see his character.
The blindfold guy was the one that we really didn't get like.
We got a little bit though. It showed him as a kid, I think.
Oh shit, you're right. I think they did, and we learned about him through like exposition.
Yeah,
but...
and Miwa, we don't really know much other than she has a crush on Gojo.
Yeah, she's kind of the mysterious one. I feel like Miwa is going to be like important later.
And Momo.
Yeah.
Because
she just had like exposition with.
She's just a mean girl friend to Mai, essentially.
She's Gretchen Wieners.
Yeah. So
with a broomstick.
Yeah, with a broomstick and wind powers. So yeah, that's basically that. But so yeah, they're dealing with like trying to investigate the curse. They find out Megumi went to that middle school from like the delinquents. There's some gags with our two others with Megumi, which
weren't funny. I didn't like them.
We stated here we don't like their jokes too much. The only thing I thought I liked was when they're like, oh yeah, these tough guys, they bungee jump off the bridge to show courage. He's like, oh wow, people that are stupider than me. It's like, that's a good joke.
That was funny. So you know how like in
it's a good one.
In fiction, there's like the idea of like having foils, like having like a Naruto and a Sasuke.
You have someone that's humorous or like,
yeah, it's almost like having like you're having two characters that are so different that they bring out the best traits in each other. Like their differences shine a light on each other, but Yuji and Nobara are like basically the same.
Yes.
So every time there's like a comedic scene, they're just on the same page, which is like fine sometimes, but like it is just becoming the bit. It's just like them being buddy humor, which part of me is like I kind of like having the main shonen character have like a best friend like that, because I feel like I can't think of too many. Especially a girl, especially having the best friend Jokey be a girl.
The female character actually being like that, and not just being like the lovey-dovey, goo doll eyes over like the main character or like the edgelord or the Vegeta or like the Sasuke kind of thing.
So in that way, I like it, but at the same
Sakura,
time,
as we call her, we call it,
because they can't all be Winries. They can't all be like really interesting
Kohakus.
They can't be Kohakus. I love Kohaku.
They can't be Power. Like Power and Denji are like pretty, like probably the best version of this.
Yeah, Power and Denji are really good because like they still butt heads enough because Power is so conceited. But Nobara doesn't really like butt heads with Yuji anymore.
No,
like she did it
He's only pissed. Only pissed that he like didn't that he was dead. But yeah. Even then, like her and Megumi didn't like really like bond super heavily compared to like
despite being together for months.
Yes, she's been together with him longer than with Yuji.
Yeah.
So it's weird.
The one thing I do like about this little episode is that like, because I was annoyed that what's his name, the black haired kid, Megumi. First I was annoyed that he wasn't like being forthcoming, but then I thought about like no, he's a high schooler and he's kind of an edgelord. Of course he wouldn't want to talk about his middle school.
He's a known quiet guy for the most part. Like
so
he's not an asshole, but he just likes to keep to himself more. Yeah. And especially like if it's something like private, like whatever happened to his sister, like, and if it's gonna be related, it's gonna fucking bother him, and he wants to do it himself, like every other character in like any other anime or manga. And I like that he kind of was shutting down, like he just couldn't even engage with them. He shut down, but the best thing is he wouldn't like try to push him away when they came to him. Like he was like, okay, guys, let's do it then. It's great. Like, it's nice to see for a change instead of just like trying like, no, you can't come with me, or like, let me try to trick you to like not bring you with me. Because you can hit the beats of like the character having like a troubled past and being like isolationist, but then having him just immediately connect with his friends. Okay, I'm on board. Because they all like, oh yeah, you're obviously fucking hiding something from us, like especially after your sister. That's a red flag there. So yeah, I think you mentioned it, but so his sister apparently also went to this bridge. Yeah, because when they talking about like all the guys that died all went to that bridge, and then the one delinquent that they were messing with earlier, delinquent A or delinquent B, I forget which one, but he
That was
brought,
a funny joke,
yes,
too. I like that
he
joke.
brought the girl in and just said, "Oh, I went there with a test of bravery with your sister," and then it was like it's a kind of dramatic thing, and then like. Then you learn like his sister is like comatose essentially, and they don't know when the curse is going to take hold of her.
Yeah. So that's what I thought was interesting, because it seems like the thing that activates the curse is like entering a doorway. So if she's bedridden, then she's not going to be going in and out of buildings. So.
And I seen the affect them like it felt like at least like 15 years later, because like all the guys who died were like 34, 35
Oh yeah,
years
that's
old.
right.
And yeah.
That's right. I forgot about that.
Yep.
So I think the implication, they haven't expressed this yet, but the way that Megami was explaining it was similar to the cursed womb.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing that it's probably a finger. There's probably been a finger inserted here. That's why Mojito is sending his two-mouthed man.
His chimera.
His chimera.
So it also like because all the students that went there, they were found unconscious like at like on the bottom of like the bridge and everything, which is interesting.
With no memory too.
Yeah. So yeah. We have all that. Then we get all this character moment with Megumi kind of like contemplating, learning about like, okay, this is that curse that you dealt with. It's just way above your guys' level. Like second grades aren't high enough either. We don't have enough men to send like really in there. And you got to think, okay, we have to take this out now. We have a time limit before the girl fucking dies.
Yeah. I do also love when they keep saying second grades, because I imagine like second graders being deployed to fight the curses.
Yeah. Like
children.
Oh, the what's it called? But yeah, the one teacher's like, I hope to God we can get her in time. Cause they have to like lie to like not tell them what's going on. It's not supernatural. Like,
yeah.
Oh, this is just they're helping me work on my paranormal paper for college, where I talked about how ghosts can affect electrical appliances. I'm like, that's a hell of a fucking like.
Yeah, seems like this can like. They kind of annoy me sometimes.
I mean, but the girl was also seriously, you could tell she was going through like mental trauma. She wasn't even really listening to her, because she was like, "Oh shit, I'm gonna be next, aren't I?" The door at my family's home branch shop was like,
and I think she even said like, "You're clearly like asking questions about this. This must be like a phenomenon, like a real thing. I should be worried about."
It's like we're the Men in Black, man.
Basically, and that's like. So, before we end this, because I think we can end this now. Oh, well, actually, let's finish it up. So, I have a thing I want to talk about.
That's right, because, what's it called? But Mojito and Geto, because they remember they were talking with, like, the guy they're kind of marrying, and they have the Death Painting Wombs 1 to 3. Remember, they stole from...
Oh,
They stole from the Jujutsu Academy.
Oh, that's what those things were. Okay, yeah, they were, like, in the test tubes.
Yes.
Okay.
It was for the paintings. So, but yeah.
Really interested to see where that's going to go.
Yeah, he's wondering why haven't they destroyed these fucking horrible objects that they keep locked up? Why not? Like, they could easily exercise them all.
Yeah.
Gojo could literally, like, vaporize them with a pure thought. But yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, it's probably, like, a finger, like you said. And they have a finger, too. They stole, like, several fingers, I think.
Weren't they stolen? Remember during the
they stole, like, several fingers and 3 of the paintings.
Yeah.
So.
And as I said before, like, the bad guy's goal is like the same as the good guys. Like they just want to give Yuji the fingers, I think, right?
Yes.
That's my understanding.
They want to get Sukuna out for reasons we do not know, but Sukuna like has his own plan, which we do not know anything about.
Sukuna's been really absent.
Yes,
for a bit.
Will he come back by the end?
He's got to have one last scene.
I think Megumi will have some kind of transformation because Sukuna.
Ooh, I hope so.
Because Sukuna was very interested into him, and then maybe that will be when he pops out.
So we've been teased this new power, this new Megumi power. He has some hidden forever ago,
or he has some dormant power in him, or something like that.
The part when he like put his hand through the earth. So, really hoping that we see that fucking power. We need a good like climax of the season. I feel like they're not going to skimp on that.
Yeah, but it's basically the episode ends with them going through the domain. It's like not a complete domain; it's a partial domain.
Yeah.
And yeah, and they have it's like a 100% death rate in this, like going in here. So.
And then the moment they enter. Mojito's monster creature, the two mouth thing, runs in at the same exact moment.
I like Jim. You're forgetting. Like, he better hit 100% of those black flash punches, like during this.
He's gonna get like 9 black flashes. I'm calling it right now.
It's supposed to be a hard thing. There's no way he can break the record right already.
It's supposed to be so hard, and yet he did it.
He did it. He
4
did it very
times.
easily.
He like tied the record.
Yeah, he did tie the record
On his first day.
The first time, even the first day learning about it.
So I mean, I mean,
it only works if you have Toto next to you.
yeah, with his like split second, like he can like process like information in like 1 second, like not even like 0.01 seconds.
Yeah.
So I was being like, I'm being a little bitch right now talking about the show, but I really do want to see some more Black Flashes. The Black Flash gets me so excited.
Yes.
Oh, another correction actually. So
Yes.
I saw this online. Nobody actually said this to us yet because our Black Flash episodes haven't aired yet. But we describe it as Crunchyroll described it, which is a Black Flash is like 2.5 times your normal power.
Yeah.
That's not true.
Okay.
It's a mistranslation. So it is 2.5 times, or to the times of how much you do. So like, you know when you do like the little caret, so like 10 to the 10th power?
Yes.
So this is your attack to the 2.5th power.
Interesting.
So it's the difference of like I think someone did the math of, or like in like a comment I read that was basically like, if Yuji were to do like one punch that was like worth 100 damage, if it was like 2.5, it would just be what, like 350
I guess
extra. But if with this, the actual one, it's like closer to like 10,000. Like,
I'm tired of the fucking power levels, multiple power levels in this fucking anime.
the only thing you have to know is that Black Flash is like
Does Toto not do it?
immensely stronger.
As Toto just does it, I feel like he just vaporizes like everybody. So basically, yeah, the episode ends with them fighting one of the paintings. The painting monster, because he fed one of them to a human.
Yeah.
So the weird, ugly chimera that's probably going to be like destroyed, like very quickly by somehow.
My big question here is, what is the curse? Like, why did the curse suddenly activate?
We'll find out. Will Nobara, will she job out like she normally does, or will she get one good hit and then job?
I hope she doesn't job, because what their the pair off is, it's going to be Megami and Nobara versus the womb painting, the poison curse painting womb, and then it's going to be Yuji versus the curse. No, sorry, I'm
It's the opposite way. Yeah, it's the opposite way.
Yeah, Yuji's going to fight the two mouth guy, and then they're going to fight the curse that is suddenly triggered after 15 years of dormancy, I guess.
Yeah, Mojito, the monster he makes, the designs are not great for them so far.
They aren't. They're very. That's why
I guess they're supposed to. Maybe they're supposed to be like
jobbers.
No, I guess they're jobber, but I bet like he's going for like the mutated like human look to it, like.
Yeah.
But they can still make a better design off of them than just big mouth.
Some of the curse designs have been so cool. And seeing these designs and seeing Mojito
I think the one
continually make boring designs is boring.
Yeah, I think he made one cool. The one that killed like Junpei's mom, I think, was a cool design. I can't remember.
Oh yeah, that one. I think that was like, it had like a bunch of legs or something. Yeah, that one was actually kind of creepy.
And he never saw it again.
I think that was a curse though. I don't think that was a human curse.
Oh yeah, it probably was just a curse
because it was going after the finger.
Human ones are boring.
Yeah, the human ones are boring.
Get on a Mojito.
The idea of like, because I liked the idea when he was like, I'm trying to make like the human as big as possible and like small as possible.
Oh yeah, the weird test ones he had were very like.
Those were actually creepy.
Yes.
But then these are just like, okay, it's just like a monster that is going to get killed.
Even Junpei's one was really boring too.
It was kind of.
It was just a big crocodile.
Yeah. It kind of looked like that one monster from Nightmare Before Christmas, the one that has the
eyes in his mouth. Or?
Yes, the one with snake fingers.
Oh, okay, yeah.
He's the one. He's like the monster hiding under the bed. He's like one of the first ones you see, I think.
Yeah, kind of.
He had like a big, like kind of long, stretchy neck face.
Yes. So.
All right, this one went longer than I thought.
Yeah, we had a lot to talk about with some of the bullshit.
Oh, actually, okay. One last thing I want to say. So, for the future of the series, seeing that this is kind of the pattern of the story, I'm a little like not excited to see more arcs that are like this, where it's like the characters go to a scene, do interviews, and then the fight happens. Like for me, the tournament arc was just like so much more exciting, so much more fun. Because it was so much more comfortable. Like,
and the humans have way more interesting powers. The curses don't. They're just kind of like strong. Even the bad guy curses, they don't really have like. Mojito has the power like if he touches you, you're dead. And that's kind of like a power because it's just like okay, this is not really easy to keep away from him. Is like
it works really well with the idea of a domain because like the whole like thing of a domain is like it's an instant hit, so it makes him like really threatening.
Yeah.
But as we said, like. I don't think his monsters are creepy,
and it's hard when Gojo, because they literally had to make a plot point in the episode where like, oh, Gojo's gone for a week. It's literally how they have to write around it.
I can't believe how wrong I was that they didn't like seal Gojo in like a cage or something. Like he's just still out there. He's still fine.
Or just like rip out his eyes.
That'd be cool. I would be down with that.
But like, yeah, we'll see what the arc ends with, because it's weird that they just have this mini arc at the end after these two
Yeah.
big arcs we kind of go with.
It feels really strange.
A bunch of small arcs compared to a lot of other stuff, which is, other shonens where they just have these long arcs going on.
Because, like, ending with the Black Flash and Boogie Woogie, I would have been like, Jujutsu Kaisen is, like, amazing.
Or even having the baseball episode as, like, the epilogue.
Oh, yeah.
Episode at the end of the season. It's weird that this is just there.
Yeah.
But hopefully there's a point, but I'm not too excited with the villains right now, because they're kind of, like, all boring for the most part, and like I said, none of them die, so they don't really have it. Like they find the last villain, like he found the thrill to fight or something like that, and that was like the character arc, and then they got out alive. Mojito got the same thing, like, and then he's gonna continue back to him just touching and making monsters. We don't know anything about the main human bad guy with them, but like we haven't seen anything with the cuttlefish. The Krakatoa volcano head guy is just...
He's fine now.
He's fine now. He's just staying quiet.
Yeah, there's just so many. There's so many villains.
Like, yeah. So I don't know.
We'll see.
It's not so many villains. Just a small group of them, but we only learn about one of them, even the one recent one from Tormar. We don't know much about anyway, other than just like they're nature based.
Mm-hmm. But I'm just comparing it to like the ending of the Chimera Ant arc. I won't go into spoilers, but there's a lot of like villains that die in that arc.
Yes.
And the arcs that they go on are so satisfying that when they die, it's like it feels like a tragedy.
This character served a tragedy. They served their purpose though. Like,
yeah, when this character, the Tree Man, goes through his arc and he's still alive, I'm just like, are we just gonna see his arc again? Is he just gonna do the arc again?
This Mojito like has like that thing of killing a friend that Yuji had. And like I see him like accumulating to a fight where Yuji's gonna be the one to finish him off. Even though they could have easily finished him off when he crawled into the sewers, where they had that guy in the sewers but didn't find him.
All right, we can't keep being mad about that.
We are very mad about that.
All right,
that's why everybody says, "Oh yeah, that first arc kind of meh," but that tournament arc though.
The tournament arc is fun because it does it does what Jujutsu Kaisen does best, which is being action shonen.
It does what Record Right Now does, but it has a fight between two characters, and you get backstory in the fight, and that makes it really interesting. So when the fight ends, or it's satisfying.
There's no fluff. Like, everything is right where it needs to be.
The whole the panda fight is great for that.
Yeah, and that was like one of the lesser ones in the arc.
And the Maki Mai fight.
Amazing animation.
Yes. Maki versus the world.
Oh, we actually I'll pull the comment up. We got an awesome comment the other day.
Awesome comment?
I think this is so confusing for Eric.
So yeah, Jim, we record these in batches, and I think out of this one, only like the tournament arc is still going on. Like,
yeah. So the Maki Mai episode just came out, the fight between them, and we got a really cool comment because I kept talking about the animation, and we got a comment that basically said like who the animators were for some scenes. So I want to read this comment. So this is from Zip's Stream. It's Stream, but with a Z.
Struggled there.
So the section of Maki vs. Miwa in the water was animated by Verkreek. Also did the Itadori and Nanami tag team beatdown of Mojito in episode 13. The animator for the cut of Miwa flipping her hair back hasn't been identified. But if I were to make an uneducated guess, I'd say Naoya Takahashi. So I just really appreciated that they know that I love the scene where Miwa flips her hair back, and they wanted to let me know something. So thank you, Zips Upstream.
Jim was like so excited about that scene that he rewatched it. So
fun fact. This is the last thing we end on. So I looked up the fight scene on YouTube because I wanted to watch it again.
At 60 FPS?
No, never. But the fucking idiot dumbass who uploaded that fight cut out the scene where Miwa flips her hair back.
Oh my god.
They cut the scene out. Why would they cut that out? That part is such cool animation.
A lot of people who post fights from anime are bad and dumb.
They only look for the scenes where the big anime punches are happening.
In the 60 FPS and this bump of the FPS.
What I'm waiting for is 120 FPS.
Oh, our eyes will not be comprehended.
It's like bleeding.
Only Gojo's beautiful eyes can comprehend that.
Only Gojo's. They make technologies for like 400 frame rates for Gojo.
His infinity eyes. So
He does have special eyes.
yes, they're very like the prettiest shade of blue eye that I've ever seen in any anime.
His eyes are better than Jotaro's eyes, which is crazy.
Damn, that's a fight, a death battle, a staring contest between Star Platinum versus Gojo.
All right, and on that, I think we'll end it.
All right,
You want to plug us up?
Oh, I did the intro. You can do the plugs.
All right, thank you so much for listening. Hello and welcome to Jujutsu Kai Quest Wednesday. I'm Jim.
I'm Sam.
And welcome to our weekly Jujutsu Kaisen episode by episode anime discussion podcast review where we talk about
There you go.
Jujutsu Kaisen, the
Breathe.
anime, season 1.
Take a big breath.
And today, we're talking about episode 23.
Yeah, we put a little subtitle that says, I moved away from the mic to breathe, and then you're going to get right back over.
Episode 23, it is the origin of discipline.
Of obedience.
The origin of obedience. Part 2.
There you go.
Basically, this is the Megumin episode.
Thank God.
Megumin episode that we've been clamoring for.
Our top 3 characters each.
True. It's funny because I was a little negative Nancy last episode, but this one was good. I liked it.
Yes.
It began with some cool action, and then it ended with
Megumi plot stuff. That's the most interesting thing.
Yes. So, what did you think of this one?
Very good. Megumi's always a pleasure to see, and we got a new bad guy, I guess, with us. Luckily, the new character tab is only one character.
So what I was a little like last time I was like, we're doing like just one of these like curse womb paintings, but now it's been revealed that there's like 3 of them. So
Yes.
I like that. It makes the arc feel more important. Makes it
Yes.
feel more dangerous.
Yes. So yeah, we get Megumi fighting like the Diglets.
Yeah, Megumi and
Nobara.
and hilariously, Nobara gets jobbed out
Like
instantly.
I predicted.
As you predicted.
She beat up a couple of the Diglets, and then she got sucked in through a wall by our cursed painting number 2. But
yeah.
while Yuji is fighting the fucking, his name is Kichuzu, the
Gesundheit.
Bless you, thank you. I get it. So Yuji's fighting, like
Yeah.
So he's fighting him. He has a cool set of punches. Then he chases after Nobara, and yeah, and then
It was cool. There was no black flashes. I'm sad to admit. The whole time, Sam can attest to this. I'm just like, please let me see more black flashes. It makes me so excited to see the black flashes.
What if we never see a black flash again? We just assume.
I would be so mad. I would actually be like fucking angry that they made a big deal about this and never bring it up again.
Yeah. But yeah. And then we have the whole thing happen, and Megumi realizes like, I've been killing a bunch of these Diglets, and this thing's not going away. Oh wait, what's that? And then we basically get another the curse womb like monsters appearing.
So this was the first curse womb that we saw. The one that was at the...
But slightly different. The head had like eyes design.
Because that was like he was like just born.
Yeah.
Basically. And that was the juvenile detention center.
Yes.
That's when Yuji died last. It's funny, we actually just mentioned all this last episode.
Yuji doesn't even see... They don't even know that he's fighting this, by the way.
Yeah, very funny. And he, spoilers, kills it by himself too.
Yes.
But, so, this is like a stronger version of this guy. He's so quick, he's just completely dunking on Megumi.
There's some really cool like scenes in there too, of like just Megumi trying to get away with his wolf and everything, and like
It's really cool. I like the part when the wolf grabs Megumi and moves him away to go quicker. I love the wolf. The wolf is so sick.
Jim like, oh no, it's a short. No, I got it dispelled in time. Jim's like, oh thank God.
I don't want the wolf to die. I love the wolf. He's a
Yeah.
big friendly pupper.
So while he's doing that though, Nobara beats the brother of Kichizu, the other curse painting, which is named Eso,
okay.
Eso,
Iso.
who is a very flamboyant, very human looking one.
He has like piercings and he's got like a Chippendales kind of outfit. If that's a
Yes.
reference that makes any sense to
Look
our
up,
viewers.
look up SNL Chippendales.
Chris Farley, right?
Yes.
It's basically he's got like the bow tie. It's just like it is just a collar with a bow tie.
Shirtless with a bow tie with a weird corset on, but like you understand the corset by the end of the episode.
Yeah, it does make more sense.
So he's like if you have what's it called, Cheap Trick on your back, you don't want to
Yes.
see his back. So yeah, she's dealing with that shit, and at the same time he goes back to Megumi, and basically we have his flashback essentially.
So initially, I thought this flashback was going to be like
We have two
to
sets.
him.
We have two sets of flashbacks.
So there's a flashback within a flashback, actually. Hilariously, they literally do it. But so they show Gojo fighting Megumi, and we found out this is like literally like days ago. Like
It's literally it's literally like a few days.
so, it's
like
after the baseball tournament.
yeah, he's like Yuji like surpassed you and everything, so you come to me to train.
Which is weird that he would say that Yuji surpassed him, because what does he mean? Does he mean that Yuji just did the 4 black flashes or whatever?
Like, between that and like him actually being able to like him and Toto together beating like a Gojo like level, not even Gojo level, but like like a high tier monster. I forget the power scaling levels. Okay,
Because I guess Megumi did get kind of like they were on the ropes until Toto and Yuji came in. So I
Yeah.
guess maybe that's what they mean. Whatever.
yeah, him and Maki were kind of get fucked up together
Yeah.
by him.
I love that scene so much where Maki's like, "Don't worry about it, we're good," and then Yuji and Toto just crashing. That was so sick.
It's so good. It's such a good
Damn, I missed
episode.
that tournament arc.
No.
Bring the tournament arc back, please.
Yeah, so yeah, he goes to Gojo, and basically Gojo kind of gives him like a fucking lecture, essentially, about
You gotta stop being a baby. Stop holding back. Don't bunt. Bunts are not for JJK warriors.
stop going for being a team player and go for a solo like get greedy.
Which is really funny. Yeah, like, he literally the last line Gojo says to him is "get greedy," which is funny.
And then he also cuts back to his sister and everything about like after he beat up the stack of fucking
Oh, sorry, that's the flashback within
Yeah.
a flashback.
yeah.
Yeah.
They basically get this flashback of him beating up all the bullies in a giant pile, and his sister like being angry that he didn't keep his promise, and him being a Sasuke of like, "Fuck you, you're dumb. Bleh. I'm gonna keep beating up these people." And then she gets the curse, and then which is a nice thing we talk about with Megumi, where like he seemed like he'd be the edgelord. He still looks like it, but like he grew past it. The whole thing with his sister made him grow.
Yeah.
Where he still has some aspects of being that like solo like edgelord guy, emo guy, but now he's way more, as we've seen, open to people and like
He
depending
feels
on
like
people.
he feels like
grew.
he definitely grew. He's such a more emotionally mature character than this archetype normally is.
Yeah, and it's not like he completely like got away from that person. He still has some aspects of being that emo guy,
Yeah.
just kind of being easily embarrassed or like getting annoyed easily. Like
And like we saw it last episode where he shuts down very very quickly when they
Yeah.
asked any questions about his past.
yes, and especially since the case was so like connected to his sister.
Yeah, my boy just needs to go into therapy. He just needs a little bit of therapy.
That school ain't gonna give him therapy though. Gojo gonna be like, "So, how you feel when your sister was dying there, or
and then
dying
he
of
would
a curse?"
then he would show him some movies about it. And be
He
like,
would-
all right, that's therapy.
He would
right?"
skip around dancing like, "Ha ha, your sister's in a coma, ha ha ha." Get you're weak, ha ha ha, and then that'd just be the therapy session. Just be
Yeah.
like, "This school fucking sucks."
Because in the Juju Stroll, we saw they just torment Megami all the time.
Yeah, if those are canon. We don't know if there's a canon.
They are like what's the word? They're like quasi-canon. They're quasi-canonical.
Yeah. So
There was actually a lot of discourse in the episode where Gojo admits that he thinks Miwa's cute and Miwa thought Gojo was cute. There was a decent amount of discourse in our comments about
like
the
both sides?
canonity of the
Okay.
of the how canon that is, because a lot of people are saying no, this is fine, and then we were obviously saying we don't like this.
I mean, there's also like not only is in the scroll, the
Stroll.
scroll. Sorry, it's also like in an episode where she's like a fangirl of Gojo.
She's a Gojo fangirl, which I have to say, going back to it, when it goes one way, when you have like a younger character that is like interested in an older one, that's not as weird because that is something that happens in real life. But when it's the older character that's interested in the younger, then I'm like, but whatever. There are debates that it's like not even canon, so I don't care. I don't give a shit.
Yeah. We also learned like so in the fight as well. We also learned that the finger, like when he ate Sukuna's fingers, kind of set off all the stuff in
Yes.
motion. Like all this stuff activated because you said last episode where you're like, oh, all this is starting now. Why? And it's because of the fingers.
Yeah, so I think he said, like, because Megami remembers, oh, this, what's his name? Yuji ate the finger in June, and then this also triggered in June. So it's funny to think this whole story took place during the summer.
Yeah. Where there's not much supposed to be that much cursed activity, so yeah.
Yeah, I hope we get like a cool like winter. Like I want to see the characters in winter clothing next season.
You'll only get in that terrible ED. So
yeah. Oh yeah, they're kind of like winter clothing. In that.
Yeah, it's kind of like a fall.
Yeah.
Like fallish.
Not winter. Yeah, you're right.
But yeah, then we get his domain expansion, Chimera Shadow Garden, which is fucking cool.
This was really cool.
He goes like whack after he gets his head splattered on the wall. He gets a little wacky and crazy, which is kind of him letting loose, which is fucking cool. I love it.
He does get a little unhinged.
Yes,
I do really like his domain is like an extension of his ability, where it's basically just like unlimited.
He basically like a shadow pool where he made like frogs crawl up on the legs, and he still has access to his entire like.
And then he made like multiple birds too.
Yeah, he had like two electric birds, and like it's really
the Zapdoses.
Yeah, and he can also make shadow clones as well in there because he does that.
Oh yeah,
he gets shot in the fucking head.
Yeah, he's fine. He's totally fine.
It's just really fucking cool, and like. It's just like it's just a cool power up. Because the mains, I guess, are the power ups of this.
Yeah, I mean that's like it's like every shonen.
But he said it's an incomplete domain. It's not its full potential as well.
Yeah, he did make a mention of that. But that's like every shonen. It's like the hype moments are the Black Flashes, the Super Saiyans. Like that's why I'm begging. Please, you're edging me. Give me more Black Flashes. I'm begging you. If we don't see one Black Flash in the final episode, I'm gonna freaking scream.
You might get one when they're dealing with the two fucking brothers, but
there has to be a Black Flash.
So yeah, then he fucking wins and like gets the finger and knocks it like, the whole area out, and
he
passes out. He falls asleep, but he says that's when he shows a flashback. But that's basically like, yeah, I did it. My sister's probably not gonna get it's curse still on her, but
yeah,
I'll figure it out. And
so. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, then we cut back to the other two.
I want to talk about Megami for a second before we move on.
Because like last we see him anyway, so.
Yeah, so his whole thing here, he's probably one of the most like overt character stories that we've been given. Yeah. Besides like Maki. Maki's whole thing is I want to become the clan leader.
Yeah, I want to fix my clan essentially.
And so he's also part of the same clan, but his goal is to save his sister.
Yes, and his father like left the clan, and he said, I think when it's in the flashback, Gojo said, "You were your father's key to get revenge on the Yuji clan." Essentially,
yeah,
you were his trump card.
It's interesting that they're teasing that too, because to me the more relevant story is like.
Dude,
the sister.
If all this is leading up to a Megumi Maki adventure, I am 100% down.
I agree.
Like
that would be fucking sick. I mean, these are the two characters from the Zenin clan or whatever. Kyoto. Yeah.
I guess they have to drag Mai with them, but I can just find with those two just like hanging out on an adventure to fuck over this clan.
Mai's gonna tag along
because the coolest shit has been the two humans fighting each other, not the cursed fight.
I know. That's like my big thing, and like it's funny because last episode we talked about how. We don't think the human curse designs are too good, and like I would say the newest guy is kind of an exception
because he's more of a human look though than just weird like chimera like blob.
But he is like the exception and not the rule. Like
yes,
the most of the time I've been unimpressed, but the humans when they fight, I'm like yes, the powers are so fun. Show me the action in your battle manga. Your shonen battle manga, please.
Yeah. So yeah, then we cut back to Nobara fighting Iso, and he's gonna run away. Like, don't look at my back. I'm very sensitive about my back. And then she chases after him, and comedically, Yuji and the other guy, the fucking first painting
the
guy,
blue guy,
yeah, he sees his back, and it's just a fucking like mouth on his back, essentially.
It's like a weird, creepy phase. I actually really thought it was funny that Yuji stumbles in. It feels very like
that's a very good gag though. Of, like him being very sensitive over the back instead of like drawing it out. Our other character accidentally stumbles upon it, and the brother's like apologizing for for it.
That was funny.
I like man, they get to know each other very well for only being alive for like probably not that very long.
Yeah, I don't know. I wonder.
But
how
I feel like
works.
they were sent like after they transformed, they were sent immediately there.
Yeah.
So
maybe they have some sort of like shared history as curses. Maybe there's like a curse realm or something.
Maybe or
like a shadow realm.
The paintings themselves are like the beings more so than
they've got like a history maybe. In some way.
So yeah, then Iso activates like his ability to rot technique, Maximum Wing King.
This is the most anime shit. Just like 10 fucking sentence attack ability.
Fire style, like fireball jutsu, like where they have like way too long like of a title for their moves. So
Is there ever a scene in Naruto where two characters are doing their like hand thing and they're trying to get theirs off first? Because that would be really funny.
It's called every like. It's called the end of like the first Naruto Sasuke battle, where one charting up the Rasengan and one charting up the Chidori, and then they all just fly together at the same time and blow up.
Because there's a scene. There's a part at the end of Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater that is like the most hype thing I've ever seen, where Snake and Ocelot are fighting. So this is a spoiler for the end of Metal Gear Solid 3. Snake and Ocelot are fighting, and Ocelot's whole thing is he has revolvers. So he puts two revolvers down, and one of them has one bullet in that. So they're fighting, and they both grab a revolver, and they point at each other, and they shoot at each other.
It's a Russian roulette kind of thing fight? Okay.
It's like a Russian roulette thing. But so they both grab the roulettes, or the roulette. they both grab the revolvers, and they both aim at each other. And there's a scene where like they both are frantically pulling the triggers, like trying to find which one has the bullet, and it's like the most intense scene ever.
I can't remember if this was like they're both were doing it, but when Goku I think was fighting Cell, and he was like trying to Kamehameha, and then just instant transmission in front of him, and like just blast him instead. Yeah, like that kind of thing. But
it's hype. It's epic.
It's fun when they play around, but like it's still a cool moment to do kind of those like both charging up our ultimate attacks at once to do an epic like punch attack for it.
We love it. We love to see it.
Literally, it happens in Naruto a lot. So,
yeah, and then Yuji.
That's the end of the episode, essentially.
Yeah, that's it. Like, I guess we'll have the big fight. No black flashes in sight.
Maybe. We have to find our other. Will Nobara job out for this one?
Fucking hope not. I would like Yuji to job out. I'd like Nobara to.
But Yuji's
win.
the best at everything.
Yuji's so good.
And what's his backstory?
He's the best and strongest boy in all of Japan.
And Nobara's backstory?
Her sister, her friend,
her neighbor moved away.
Her friend, not even her friend, her neighbor moved away.
Her nice neighbor moved away.
I'm sure that'll be. Did I explain that before? We had a comment where someone said that was like. Apparently, that is something that has recently been established in the manga and was not established when they put it.
Really?
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that is like
fascinating.
That is like a much more recent thing that for some reason they like front load into the series.
That is actually fascinating.
I know.
It's hilarious. I've been making fun of it since like episode 3 or 4.
It makes me, or apparently it's like maybe getting more fleshed out.
Yeah, I mean, like in the flashback, she actually had a look designed to her like Megumi's sister did. Like, they're like, oh, she's probably going to be important, but probably not until season 3.
Maybe I'm wrong, but who knows?
It's actually amazing.
I wonder what they're gonna do. I guess there will be a season 2, right?
Oh yeah, once they actually like map the animators breathe for a second or two.
No, they won't.
They don't. The guy will get more bags under his eyes. So, because I saw that picture of the Chainsaw Man thing, and like the guy, the animator, had like the huge bags under his eyes. There's a character.
Chainsaw Man was the anime PV just came out today for context.
Okay, I know. Have you ever seen the character Gar who had like the black, like the red hair, had like black like eyeliner in his eyes?
Yeah.
Those are not eyeliner. That is from him not being able to sleep.
Really?
Yeah, because if he fell asleep, the fucking monster inside of him would have like been unleashed. So he had to force himself awake. So, but yeah, so like this the animator's gonna have the black like fucking eyeliner
permanent
under his
eyeliner.
eyes. Yeah, permanent eyeliner.
Sad.
Yeah, but I thought like. But yeah, so hopefully it gets a second season. But I hope Mappa Animator just please let them rest. They deserve a rest.
It's shaping up to be crazy.
Well, like
this winter season, there's like 5 Mappa shows coming out.
I enjoy like so many animes. Like I love Zombieland Saga, but it hurts. Like even Chainsaw Man, I'm excited for it, but it hurts to like watch these knowing these animators are suffering so much, and like especially seeing that guy with like the lead animator. I guess I'm guessing that was
Chainsaw Man, right?
Yeah, and he just like looks so fucking dead. Like he like a husk.
It sucks. I mean, I hate to bring it up, but like the whole thing with Miura, like the whole conversation about like people being entitled about receiving anime quickly or anime at a certain quality, it makes me really upset.
That's why I'm so happy Araki got to like go monthly so he can like take his time with it and like
because he's like 60, right? I think he just turned 60.
Yeah.
So I feel like Araki is probably in like a perfect place where he's able to devote as much time as he wants to on JoJo and still get it out monthly.
Like
who knows? Maybe he does work himself too
like
hard.
even if you just do like Dr. Stone does has a writer, has the drawer, what Murata was One Punch Man, kind of like he has like a web comic to base it off of, and he can talk to one about some other stuff, and then he just draws it because he's a fucking madman.
Actually, I want to look this up really quick while we're still on air, but apparently, the writer of Jujutsu Kaisen, I think, went on a hiatus.
He did
recently.
For health.
So this was on June 14th. This news came out. I have no idea if the series is still on hiatus.
Fucking rest, man.
But seriously, let it I will never ever complain about a manga cup going on
No,
hiatus.
we understand.
Even Togashi with Hunter x Hunter, I will not fucking complain about it.
Yeah.
Because I'd rather them not work themselves into a horrible mental health state, whatever.
Enjoy, like, get whatever you can right now without, like, working yourself to death. You have plenty of money off of Hunter x Hunter.
There's so much
and your wife has plenty of money from Sailor Moon.
There's so much other trash shonen manga you can read instead of Jujutsu Kaisen.
Yes.
Just find something else.
You can, like, there's like recommendations. We will give you recommendations.
Yes.
Like, that's why, like, Records right now, it's monthly. Great. I love that,
Wonderful.
take his time.
Beautiful.
Is weekly. Ranger Rejects. I fucking love. Read that. Read Fire Force. It's fucking great right now. Like, it's fantastic.
Qualified recommendation, Fire Force.
Right now, it's like fucking the hypest shit going on right now.
You have to get, how far is it? 300 chapters, are you?
Less than 300. It's like in the high 200s, I think.
Okay.
So,
All right.
but what's your recommendation then? Give you for manga.
Land of the Lustrous is one of my favorite manga of all time. It is a monthly series. I think the writer actually, she just took a brief hiatus too. But incredible series, you might know it as Hoseki no Kuni.
Get healthy.
Get healthy.
Get healthy.
Seriously though, I don't want, like, I'm really going to be very frustrated seeing people.
Deadlines are the worst.
Seeing people talk about these things. Not to go on this too long, but also people bitching about, like, the Game of Thrones books.
Dude,
I'm so angry.
People bitch about just like the Mappa when season 2 Jujutsu Kaisen. Let them
sleep.
Let them sleep. They need it. He can only animate fucking Boogie Woogie and Black Flashes so much, man.
And they put effort. Like,
the guy who after he did the hair flip, no one knows anything because he fucking went to a coma afterwards, man.
They and that's one thing. Like, the animators of the show really fucking bust their ass. Like,
yes.
This is a great adaptation.
Yes.
I'm assuming I've not read the original.
I'm curious. I've been curious. Well, I discussed on the last episode of whether, like, the read afterwards or just kind of save, for the anime.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll talk about that.
Yeah, we'll go to the next episode.
Yeah.
So anything else you want to talk about? Because we kind of got off track there.
Yeah, we should end this. So I'm excited for the final episode. Our Jujutsu Kai quest is coming to an end, Sam.
Season 1 of it, yes.
We'll have the movie in December?
Maybe.
I don't know when we're going to be able to see it, but...
I mean, with everything leaning up, I don't want to go to movie theaters to watch it, really, but...
December might be different.
Yeah.
Or maybe we'll get a second wave of COVID, so let's see.
Second wave, let's go.
Or second, not the variants. We might get I'm predicting in my brain, because I'm a pessimist, I'm predicting a second, or a variant strains to run rampant, so hopefully that doesn't happen, but I'm a pessimist.
Let's go, we become mutants. So
get my Jujutsu sorcery scroll. All right.
You get a jellyfish with you, like Junpei got.
All right, plug it up, Sam.
All right, thank you all for listening. Please like, comment, subscribe, all that fun stuff.
I love you always hit the wall after the... Hello and welcome to the final Jujutsu Kai Quest Wednesday.
For now,
I'm Jim.
I'm Sam.
And this is our weekly Jujutsu Kaisen recap, anime, episode by episode. We talk about it. You're here. We finished the first season of Jujutsu Kaisen.
Yes, and...
Black Flash happened. I screamed.
I need a cigarette after that.
I pogged.
Nobara didn't job. She fucking did a squash match, and...
It was so funny because early on there was 1 second where Nobara falls, and I was like, "Oh, you predicted it again. She's jobbed out." Little did we know.
She fucking won this fight for everybody.
Yes. So, what did you think of Accomplices, episode 24?
Fucking great.
It was fucking awesome.
Like,
this is what I was waiting for.
A pure 10-15 minutes of pogging.
Yeah, like the fucking... It's so hype.
And as you know, Jim was clamoring for a Black Flash. Any scraps of it, he got like a good hefty chunk of it.
The fact that we got like 2 Black Flashes at the same time.
Yes.
So cool.
And learning that like Black Flash can be like other abilities that aren't just punches or any physical attacks.
Yes. That was really cool too.
Yes. Whew.
So going through this episode.
Also, can we give a round of applause for them actually killing villains? Even though there's one new one.
They literally...
There's one new one, but they didn't keep the other 2 brothers alive where they seem like that was the gimmick they're going for.
I was under the impression that the guy that Megami killed was this third brother, but that was not true. That was just
the baby
the poison
from the poison womb finger baby.
Poison womb finger baby.
Yes.
But so yeah, but so in addition, so that brings our bad guy count to 9, I think.
We have Jugo, the cuttlefish, the plant, the guy with the scar on his head, Mojito,
and then child with the scar on his face.
Oh, I forgot about the child.
We have the human curse man. The human who's not a curse.
I already counted him.
We have...
Oh, yes, right. No, that kid, Edward Elric, yeah.
Yeah, Edward Elric. We have the blacksmith guy. He's
dead. He's captured.
He's captured.
There's no way he's no limbs.
So now we have the third
brother.
Painting
I forgot about Edward Elric and the fucking child. They're so irrelevant after they showed him for a second.
So I haven't read any of the manga, but I spoke to someone who has read currently. Yes. And I was like... I was complaining about this. I was like, why are there so many villains? Like they just showed this kid with like, I don't know if it's a scar. It's like a red. The kid has like white hair with like a red streak or something. Yeah. And I said that, and they were like, who? So apparently this character has not shown up in the manga.
Oh my god.
So I mean,
no,
hilarious,
amazing.
They literally didn't know who it was, so I laughed.
Maybe he never existed. Maybe it was just a fucking fever dream.
All right, well, before we talk about the whole season, let's go through this episode.
So we're going to talk about...
It was really exciting. There's really not too much to talk about, except it was an epic fight, and there was big anime punch.
Yeah, so basically, they're running away first, and, like, you know, he picks her up. When she falls down, he picks her up and runs with her.
And then she does, like, a laser beam thing.
So I guess the one thing, like, Jim's like, oh no, she's gonna be carried away, but no, she's like, I got your back. Like, so like, she's just gonna throw nails at anybody that chases after him, but don't worry, he can just run at the speed of light.
But then she like does something with her eye, and it like increases his speed or something. It was weird. I didn't quite understand that. Remember the part where her eye like shined?
I thought it was just her like being like, wait, we're about to fucking rocket it off. Like her like noticing a speed, like a very
I guess so. Increase. I don't know, whatever. But yeah, so she's not jobbed out. They seem to like go to the area that
where Gojo fought Jugo and essentially.
Try saying that sentence 5 times in a row.
I hate the names are so close. There's a Toto and a Toga, and it's annoying.
Oh, there's a Toga too. Damn.
Yeah, my boy. Yeah, the guy's backstory. Yeah,
we did see him for 1 second.
Yes, you were but so they get to that area and they both get hit by their blood, which doesn't not acid blood. It's just it's like an attack that makes you decay when they activate it.
Yes,
and
very Hunter x Hunter.
Yes, very Hunter x Hunter.
There's a part even where the Iso, the masculine, the humanoid brother. Yes. He explains the power, and then after that, in his brain mind, he says, "This will make it affect them more."
Because he activated it, and explaining and wastes minutes.
Yeah. Oh, true. That is true.
So he said. So you said Yuji had about 15 minutes. Nobara had like 10. So
this backfires in a way I was not anticipating. This was like such a great turnaround.
So we also get a flashback. Was like the how the death painting wombs came to be, with the woman who was capable of giving birth to a human spirit hybrid and joined a temple. And it's like this character named like Noritoshi Kamo, who's supposed to be like the guy who like I guess like.
So he was like he was a jujitsu sorcerer.
He's the most vile sorcerer.
Yeah, apparently he's a bastard.
He's probably like the equivalent of Gyro from Hunter x Hunter, who we'll probably see way later on, or never.
So what he did so this woman gave birth to a dead on arrival curse. I think is what they describes it as.
He did experiments on her,
and it seems like he forced her to have. How do they phrase it?
He said he did multiple experiments of her having 9 pregnancies and 9 abortions that led to the creation of the 9 death paintings. So there are more paintings apparently, but there's only 3 that we've seen.
So okay, reading between the lines, is this like they're saying this guy like raped her, right? Is that what this implication is?
Or no, because they're spirits, so he probably like I guess so, or I'm not sure.
I don't know. Like
unless he is like like he
was described as the most vile.
Did some test tube like baby stuff of just like injecting spirits into her, or like
maybe
turkey baster.
That's so gross.
I don't know, man. You think about there's something to think about. They don't want to give you like you gotta use your imagination, but like. You can't. Nothing's pretty gonna be coming out of any like things you're gonna be thinking.
The fact that at least the translation that we watched, which is the Crunchyroll one, referred to they said like forced her to have like abortions, is what it seemed. Unless I'm misreading. Maybe I'm misreading. I read the word abortion.
He got her pregnant 9 times and had the baby aborted 9 times. So those abortions became the painting. So,
but we've only seen
They said there's 9, but we only seen 3. We don't know if any of them got destroyed in the meantime or something happened because the Jujutsu Academy only had 3.
Yeah, and
academy at least.
These are also referred to as the cursed painting.
Yes, the death paintings.
Death paintings.
Death
Okay.
painting wombs.
So yeah, and then we get the little thing where they're brothers.
They have to each have a triangle of like you live for him, he lives for me, I live for him, for you, like that kind of stuff.
So Iso, the like buff,
lives for the
sexy man. He lives for the dog one. That's like the big blue,
the tired looking one.
Yeah,
the Mappa animator. And then ooh, bless you.
Thank you.
So basically, I get that. That's that flashback. That's when we get like the basically the game of chicken starts where she's like, oh,
amazing. This is when I was like amazed.
She's like, oh, this affects me. So she's like hits her arm with a nail and basically does like a reflection, like a chicken game where like they're gonna feel the pain of everything that's happening.
Nobara fucking pierces her whole arm with a nail
3 times.
Yes. And so the way she explains it, because I think like what this whole monologue was kind of dispelling the idea that like she needs blood to do voodoo. Apparently she does not. She does not need that to do. She needs to do her like weird curse reflection thing.
Yeah,
she just needs like resonance.
Her straw doll technique, resonance is called.
So as long as there is like curse energy affecting her, she can redirect it. Basically, that's what I'm.
Basically, since they're affecting her, she can basically just redirect it or like mirror it's the effect, I guess, onto them as well. So they're feeling the decay that's going on.
This was great. I was not anticipating this. I love how absolutely unhinged Nobara became.
She's so good in this. Like this sold me on her because like I was like this on her the entire time. But like that, this is like her stuff.
I was so wishy-washy with her because like
she had good stuff in the Momo stuff.
Because like, her whole thing there
then she
was
jobbed
like,
out.
So actually, it's kind of a good like comparison because like the whole discussion she had with Momo in that arc was like, Momo's like, oh, you have a scar now. Like, women can't have scars, and women need to be perfect. And then Nobara's whole thing is like, I don't give a shit. Like, I want to express myself how I express myself. I don't care what other people interpret me as.
It's like the same reason why I love Nikki and Dr. Stone, where like she's like, I'm a little butch, like a little bit, but like but this music, taught me to love me for how I am and kind of stuff, and just like I love that. And this Nobara kind of had the same thing going, and it's just super good, man.
And it's cool to see Nobara. It's because like later on we even get the little kind of callback where she says like this might leave a scar because she shoved 3 nails in her.
Yeah.
So I like the idea that Nobara is like willing to do what it takes.
Yeah.
Like she does not like.
You know what makes me happy? So most animes that have like a squad, like a 3-person squad, each of them like basically took out a special grade, I think they're called.
Yes, yeah.
Which is good. It shows that they're not all like scattered like in power levels. They're all like have their utility and can fight like this. It's so nice after going through Naruto or Dragon Ball Z or like
giving Nobara a Black Flash moment was so awesome. It was so
the whole
needed.
whole fight that fucking happens is so good. Like. It's just so like the part they swap and like everything. They like you see him like thinking if he should release it or not until he sees his brother and everything, and then she just they go for the punches and they simultaneously like Black Flash and Jim was like like Jim was so like enamored by like the Black.
I was like almost standing up.
Jim only watches this for Black Flashes,
basically
for Toto and Black Flashes or both.
But no, seriously, it was like. It was the scene was great too because the music was synced up in a fun way too, where like it kept cutting back to each of them, and then like the moment when you see like the curse energy turn red, I'm like, oh, and don't
forget like while she's like holding him in pain, that like Yuji's fine because he's immune to poison. Essentially, he feels pain of the poison, but like he has a max resistance to poison. Because Sukuna,
he's a poison type now.
Yeah. So and then then trade plays and just fucking destroy him, and then the best part because like the one brother just falls and like dies essentially or dying, and the other guy just finds a car that's at first car to actually appear like on an abandoned highway.
That's true. Well, actually, so Nobara does use another ability. So
that's right. Yeah, she has a nail. The nail is implanted in him.
Yeah, she calls it like hairpin, I think.
Yeah,
and she basically snaps her fingers, and it like causes the implanted nails inside of the blue brother to just completely like bore humongous holes. Yeah, and this is when they notice that the corpses are not disappearing.
Yeah,
because they're not curses. They're not actual true curses.
Yeah, they're like the weird like humans that ate a piece and then transform essentially. And then then they both basically she destroys the Iso and he destroys the other brother. Like I'm not gonna say his name because he's not even like worth saying his name. But yeah,
and then so that also we get like It's so, what I really love is it hinges on Nobara, because like Yuji's like running after a truck, which is hilarious that he can keep up with a truck, but he is only able to beat Iso because Nobara does another.
He gets his arm day left behind, which is a great thing that like none of these monsters can like run and leave a limb behind, because Nobara can completely just fuck you up.
She uses the straw doll technique to fuck him up, and then as he falls off the truck, Yuji does an epic fucking anime punch into his belly and kills him.
I hope those fucking guys that they took hostage for a second got away fine without wondering what was.
I forgot about those guys.
Because they literally make one line like, "Oh, I hope those guys got away."
I forgot about them. Yeah, I hope they're fine.
Yeah, but so yeah, it just fucking. And I think they even mentioned the part like, oh, when one black flash happens, they enter the zone where they can, their power basically increases, and they can do it again.
Which is another thing. Like I love the Black Flash. I think the Black Flash is such a fun mechanic for the series. And then adding the whole zone thing just makes it more epic.
The Black Flash is like a fucking video game mechanic or something like that, where like if you hit
it's like, literally a frame perfect input.
It's like like Gears of War had an active reload where you had to like get it perfectly to get like a more powerful shots. Like it's like that.
It's literally a frame. It's like in a speedrun when you have to do like a frame perfect move.
It's like a third strike parry.
Yeah, literally. It's like, that's why it's so hype when someone does it, because it's like, oh, this is impossible.
And but the whole like animation of her like, snapping her fingers like with the hairpin is so cool. Good.
They really like did not skimp in this last episode. They made it so fucking bombastic.
Last episode they put all the animation into eyelashes and eyes, where this one was all about like the fucking Nobora's fucking face, like everything. It's so good.
Nobara had some great fucking like expressions here. I loved it.
So
it's good. I'm turned on Nobara. She's pretty cool. Yeah. Finally, it took me a whole season of the anime.
I like her in the ED, but I'm waiting to see her anywhere else.
We do see them go shopping like in the ED.
Well, first we cut to the villains, or just three of them anyway. The brother Mojito.
They're playing Game of Life.
Sure, because ironic, because half of them are dead or not even living.
Yeah, I guess the curse isn't living. Yeah, I guess not really dead.
Only the one dude's living, but we don't know anything about him other than he's just bad guy.
He's just a mysterious bad guy.
So
also, I get so irritated at Mojito's use in these scenes. Mojito's like,
he's just there to make facial reactions.
Yeah, Mojito's like a comic relief character, and I'm just like, this guy killed Junpei. Like
he killed Junpei. He killed Junpei's mom, and most people he did like mutilated humans essentially as well.
This guy's a fucking monster. You can't give him like funny scenes. I'm not gonna like them.
Except unless he's a woman, Jim said.
Unless he's cute.
He's a cute high school girl.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then that basically a cut away from them, because that's the last thing we see of our bad guys. So
yeah, sure.
But yeah, and then we
also they were in like a totally different location too. They were in like a bunker underground. They weren't at the beach dimension thing.
I feel they have multiple dimensions where they can just fuck around with.
Apparently.
So yeah, then we get Akari yells at them from the bridge. We all reconvene under the bridge and get yelled at, and they all leave. I guess she's our new chauffeur around the place.
I guess so.
Good. They need more teachers.
Is she Shoko? Is that what's her name?
Akari.
Okay, I don't fucking know.
So, and then yeah, we kind of.
I feel nothing for this character.
But then we they all meet up. They all happy and all everything, and then we cut to the the teachers and more of the teacher stuff. Like we get what's her we forgot the most important thing. I almost forgot the important thing. The finger, because what's it called?
Megumi killed the curse moon, which had a finger.
He had the finger in his hand that he was passed out when he fell asleep.
And then it's so stupid that they would even give it to Yuji.
I know, like why did we know his like he literally have a face anywhere. Like it's probably something that Yuji probably told you about.
It's really funny though. So as Yuji reaches for it, Sukuna like opens up his hand as a mouth and eats the finger.
He's been dormant this entire time, other than like one or two brief flashes of him.
Yeah,
and just eats the finger. I think it's hilarious. But don't let Yuji anywhere near the fingers.
I know, and it's something Megumi says. Like, we don't know how many you can handle, so like, they're worried to feed too many. Because I think that's kind of the point. They're like seeing how many it takes before he just becomes Sukuna. Totally. It's like
it's a bad idea, like giving Goku the sensu beans that he's gonna give to like fucking villains.
Give one to Cell.
So yeah, then we get to Gojo on the phone talking to Udahime, who's the other teacher from Toto's school. who's in a great outfit, by the way.
So this is when the show really channels Bleach, at least my understanding of Bleach, where it just gives characters so many like alternate costumes and street clothing.
But it's a good overall costume, and she like
it looks great. It's very, very hot. She's a very hot character. I didn't know who the character was until we saw her later. She is the character with the stupid braid in front of her face.
Yeah. Mei. Yeah, he sends 10 million yen.
Utahime is... No, I'm mixing up characters.
Yes.
Utahime is the one with the big scar on her face.
Yes.
Mei is the braid girl.
It's a stupid braid in front of her. Like you said, he sent 10 million yen to her.
So is he paying her off to nominate the kids, I guess? Is that
maybe? It could be.
Because she nominates, in particular, Panda and Maki, correct?
Let me see if
maybe I'm forgetting, actually. I should have checked this.
Well, we'll get there when I'm going through the recount.
Okay, we're not there yet.
So
yeah, Gojo sends her 10 million yen.
Which, you didn't say why, but that's probably the reason why I can see that.
Yeah.
So, at least get the other kids in there, because we know like, Maki has a hard time finding recommendations. That's like
her gimmick, is like that she's being suppressed by the system.
Yeah. She's a fucking fuck the system, man. So, yeah, then we get to our favorite characters, Maki and Panda, and Togi's there.
And they have they're training still. I feel like these characters have just been training in this field for like most of the season.
Good. But yeah, then you beat each other up, and then they're just saying, we gotta go keep up with them. I'm like, yeah, give me an arc with these three, like, having to do a hunt like this. This
would be fucking epic. I want to see Maki. I want more Maki. Also, where's Miwa? She just like a free agent?
Pooping?
Shitting.
You set me up for that.
Miwa's just shitting somewhere.
we can't be a finale without bringing back the Miwa pooping joke. You're shitting yourself.
You made it shitting her.
Yes.
It was just Miwa shitting initially.
Shout out to Medi for posting that one image of her picking up the phone with just the word "cum" coming through it from the manga.
That was so funny.
They're my favorite fucking images.
Oh my god,
Medi, if you listen to this, thank you so much. So let's see. Okay, here's their requests. They both put in a recommendation. They both do recommendations for Yuji, Megumi, Nobara, Maki, and Panda. So they basically all get promoted to grade 1. So didn't say they had like separately, but I think they both had to get both recommended them.
Yeah.
But the best thing about what's it called, Toto, just like my best friend.
I think it says my brother.
Like, come on.
I love Toto so much. Toto is the best character.
He is great.
It's criminal that he wasn't in every single episode and didn't get main character billing.
He should. He is the best. Everybody kind of grew and loved him.
I cannot stop thinking about the scene where he like fantasizes about like how to beat the bad guy talking to like his idol girlfriend
in the high school setting,
and then at the end it's like this interaction took 0.01 seconds.
It's like the fucking Hunter x Hunter like the Chimera Ant arc where like everything's happening in like milliseconds.
Yeah.
But so yeah, and then we get a call from Gojo saying, "You guys must come. We got an important mission."
You must come.
So, and then that's how it ends with our crew going to another epic mission. And
it's a nice little. I feel like this is a nice little.
I love the relationship going forward from this point now, since they all Megumi kind of definitely like can trust them now more, and Nobara and Yuji had their team up.
Their fucking moment.
Other than just in comic relief, they had a moment of them fighting together and just basically getting each other's back.
So
like that. It's not just just the Punch Man's gonna win. No, this is like a team effort like got them the win.
Last time I was saying how like I think like Yuji and Nobara pairing is kind of like they just are like both comedy relief and they just do the same thing. They only do it with Megumi.
Yes.
So together they're fine, but when it's the three of them, that's my problem with the dynamic. So I want to see like maybe Nobara get closer to Megumi.
And even we had a brief part in the episode with her and Megumi just like talking like keep the secret.
Yeah.
And everything where they get like I guess very close and like private. I guess when they're all together, they get all goofy because Yuji's like energy is like.
It's like when there's like I know this was me with my cousins when we were younger. We were just like bad influences on each other. Like we just hype each other up, and like I feel like that's common for like little kids.
Yeah,
it's very like juvenile attitude to hype each other up and like over excite each other.
Yes. So I guess overall very good finale episode. I was wondering how they could even top themselves after the tournament arc. And this was a very fucking awesome fight.
I would say overall, the Black Flash moment in the tournament was more hype because it was like oh, we're learning about this and it's happening. This was like rivaling. I think the tournament arc had more highs though.
Yes,
This was like a strong spike though.
it was mainly just like 2 fights, but like they were
Yeah.
both very good.
I have to say the Megami fight wasn't as hype.
It was cool. I like seeing it because it was like a new domain.
Yeah, I think
that was the cool thing. But the other thing was more about like the teamwork and the black flashes, where like Megumi's like doesn't have that flashiness in his move. He just summons.
Seeing Nobara just like go fucking unhinged monster mode was awesome. That is what I needed from this character.
We've seen her go minorly unhinged, especially like during the tournament arc of her just like being like a complete asshole to Momo and everything.
Yeah,
which Momo deserves.
Yeah, Momo's the worst character.
She is the worst. She's just a mean girlfriend to Mai, who Mai gets punished by Maki every time, so she gets her comeuppance. But like, Momo didn't get her comeuppance at all, other than really she missed the home run. That was it. That was her comeuppance.
Like as you said, like Mai has like a whole thing going on. Momo is just like Mai's bitch. Like, yes. So she needs to like do something.
She's the underling to Mai.
As I said last time, she's Gretchen Wieners.
That just exists to torture Miwa and eat her food from her fridge.
Yeah.
So, I guess, anything else you want to talk about this episode, or should we just talk about the season?
Let's talk about it in general. So, I went into the show pretty low expectations.
Yes.
One might say negative expectations. Not liking the first episode. I really want to listen to the first episode again, because I feel like we were really negative towards that first episode.
We were, yeah, I think especially because, like, Yuji was just kind of... Even he still is. He doesn't have much of a character other than just being like, oh, he's the best at everything. And like he has that moral... I think the Junpei arc helped his character a little bit from that.
A little bit.
But like there was a good portion between that where he didn't really like get that. Because the best part about him is just like his morality kind of thing. Because he still feels bad about killing these human hybrids. Like, or the human mutations.
He did even mention like the ones that he had to kill during the what's his face fight,
which makes him very humanizes him instead of just making him the guy who loves to punch shit or like the goofball. Like he does like feels bad about having to kill them.
I do really want to see more from Yuji because especially I think Toto, he needs more scenes with Toto because that is such a fun dynamic, and I want to see them like actually like I want to see Toto get past his like initial just love of him.
And the best part about getting all these like backstories and like the basic character moments, I think we're setting up for plenty more like variety of team ups. Like
I hope so.
Like we get Panda and Mekamaru together. It'd be really fun just to finally have them bro out.
I am so worried that like characters like Mekamaru are just never gonna show up again.
He has not shown up past that. After he leaned out of the bathtub.
I'm really worried that we're not gonna see Mekamaru like ever again. But even though he's like he could be a really cool, especially he's got a pair with Panda. Like they had that whole
they built that up.
Yeah. I need to see Panda's girl form. I need to see the big sister form. The bashful sister. I can't remember if it's younger, older.
I think it doesn't matter. Probably younger.
I think it's younger because I think the gorilla form is his older brother. And then he's the middle child. So
I'm like they're teasing like Megumi Maki stuff because having talking about his clan, like the family clan, like I can see like, that being a whole adventure and like Togi's like overpowered. Like I want to know what his backstory is, maybe before he got his talk power. But like,
yeah, I wonder if that's like a
get this motherfucker
heavenly restriction or whatever.
Motherfucker on like a loudspeaker and just basically make the entire school shit their pants or something like that.
Shit. Calls Miwa shit.
Or he sleep talks. Miwa walks in because he's hearing like
That's funny.
But yeah, I guess overall the best arc for you.
It has to be the tournament arc.
Yeah.
I mean, the tournament arc just had like
tournament arc and the last arc have been great.
I think the Maki for me the Maki fight with Mai and Miwa, even though it was so short, the Miwa part, that was like such a peak. It was so awesome to watch.
And getting the part with like her fighting Mai in like the woods was like her counting the shots and her like Mai doing her ability like, oh, I can make ammo like instantly. I can only do one a day, but it catches you off guard.
And as you said before, I think last episode or 2 episodes ago, you mentioned like the best fights are the humans fighting each other because we have like these very strict rules of what they do. Where the curses have these kind of nebulous like
I feel like they're going more into the evil bad guys being more human looking, so you can get that kind of gimmick. Because even the ones we got here had their gimmick of like the poison and then activating it, which is like way more like along the lines of the humans have.
Exactly, yeah.
Which is very fun. So I think that the pros, tournament arc definitely like the fights were great. Like character backstory is great as well. Those like my biggest pros. And what's any other big pros for you?
I think like so the tournament arc and then this final little mini arc I think are like the standouts just because it feels like we kind of got all of the stuff that we needed to get rid of initially because we needed Yuji to like get to a level where he can do like sorcerer punches, whatever. So there's a lot of like setup and there's a lot of elements I liked from the first half, but I think the second core is just so much. It's so much more exciting to watch.
Yeah, definitely. Cons then?
I really think like
the villains, obviously.
Yeah, there's just kind of like too many villains for me to care about them.
Half of them don't seem to matter too much, other than just to be like henchmen for other people to fight.
Like, why even show the cuttlefish guy? He literally does nothing.
Why keep Jugo alive? He's gonna do nothing after his like initial like getting destroyed by Gojo.
Literally.
Like,
why even show these characters?
Why did the plant guy live?
This is an issue for me. I don't know if this will be resolved later. Maybe it will be. My brain, what's happening is that they're setting up like a bigger bad, or one of the characters we've maybe seen is going to like kill a bunch of these bad guys, so they're just immediately going to be wiped away. That's kind of like what I'm thinking might happen.
Yeah, and I think a big con I have with the villains is the resolutions to the arcs for the most part. Like this one was actually really good, but the tournament arc ending was kind of like sudden. The Junpei arc was very sudden. Like it kind of just ended with bad guy getting away after all this hard work, after like saving like.
Yeah, I really
no characters die. Like not even the good. Like even the whole episode we thought the one dude was gonna die, the teacher. And then he didn't because he's saved by Yuji punching a domain.
Yeah, he was just fine. That was really weird because they really made it seem like he was going to die.
Yeah. But
Nanami.
Yeah, he's like... yeah.
I would say...
You have any cons?
Yeah, for me, I think a lot of the cons are really front-loaded. I think this series... So I've heard people kind of talk about this as like speculation. And I kind of like believe it. Like, I think a lot of the stuff the author makes up along the way, like the Black Flash... The way the Black Flash is introduced is very weird because we have a whole arc with Nanami, and then later we have the Black Flash explained
by Nanami.
Not in the arc. Like it would have made a lot more sense if they if this was really meticulously plotted.
Yeah,
it would have been cool to see a Black Flash there, which we did not see.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if maybe like the early parts he was still kind of working out what he wanted to do with the story.
Yeah,
and.
I guess
this is just improved.
Other than pros and cons, stuff I'm kind of iffy. Like in the middle is Gojo. Because you write yourself into he's a crazy he's a wacky goofball, but he's also like horrifyingly like murderous and everything. And but you write yourself in a corner of having such an OP character, and I don't know what they're gonna do with him other than like every time the characters are like doing like, oh, Gojo's away for the week.
Yeah, Gojo took a trip to Hawaii, so he won't be here for a month.
And it's just like. It's not like One Punch Man where the whole gimmick is based around that, and like they have like funny reasons why he's not there, or like when he shows up, it gets like fucking like yeah, let's go kind of thing. Where Gojo, I'm just like, I don't know what you're going to do with this character. No one can like you saw like oh he's gonna get nerfed somehow like very early on or like captured, and no, it never happens.
I would have bet money that would have happened. I would have lost money if I had bet that.
He's the one character I'm worried about in this because you write yourself in a hole when you have that character is just. They're stronger than everybody else, and you don't get that moment of showing his power, and like okay, no one can actually touch this guy, like either like in like abilities or like just like his domain in general.
The one strategy that worked for a bit was when they made the anti-Gojo domain.
That didn't even work though,
and it didn't work. Yeah, Gojo is so powerful; he can like break anything.
It is interesting when this whole thing that he's so strong that no one can really go against him, like in the actual the politics of the school.
That is on it. So that's where I think Gojo is the most interesting. Because it seems like he mentioned this early on too. He's at a disagreement with the higher ups.
Yeah,
because they wanted to kill Yuji or whatever and like feed him whatever. But Gojo is like strong enough to like counter them, like just as one guy.
He's essentially like the chairman of Hunter x Hunter, where he like has this power level, no one can really touch him.
But actually, with him though, Netero was beholden to like. I don't want to spoil the Chimera Ant, but the ending of the Chimera Ant arc showed that Netero wasn't like completely. He was doing it for other people. It wasn't like he was just doing it for himself. He had like other obligations.
Yeah. So that's the only thing I have. Like my biggest worry is him because I don't know what you can do. But that's just like that's another thought I had.
I agree. Also, I do want to say, so his power being built up as like eternity, or sorry, infinity, and like
Yeah,
that.
very pretty eyes though. Also, sunglasses. Gojo is superior to blindfold.
Sunglasses Gojo is better, but so like having his power built up as like infinity or whatever, everything.
The domain's infinity, but he also can just shoot fucking.
This is my problem. So that's a really interesting power, but his power manifests as like a giant energy blast that he shoots. Like to me, that's so uninteresting, and I know why they're doing it because it's a shonen.
Gotta show like his power level.
But compared to, and I know I always do this, compared to Chainsaw Man with the Cosmos Devil, which has a power that it inserts all of the knowledge of the universe in your brain, that is so much more interesting than what they're doing with Gojo, which is just he can make a big blast.
And don't worry, Jugo got better after seeing Infinity.
He was so unaffected. Infinity was just a temporary occurrence.
He was left to the head, but he got better.
Imagine how quickly Infinity left his brain.
All right. And anything else you want to talk about, like that you're unsure about, or that's just the only thing like I had?
I'm trying to think. I think it's still hilarious that his friends in the Paranormal Club, not characters at all.
Nope, non-characters.
Whenever they do this in stories like this, I'm like, why did we even spend time with these characters?
I don't fucking I know.
Because I think like ultimately Jujutsu Kaisen good. I like it. I'm enjoying it. It's a great. I think the series works at best when it's just a battle shonen. Like just give me fucking action fights.
Yes.
This is where it works. But when it's trying to like set up characters and things, it fumbles a lot.
Yeah.
And it spends a lot of time on things that don't really need time spent on them.
Yeah.
I think that's my biggest takeaway.
Yeah. I feel you there.
Until Toto, and they're spending all that time on Toto. It's all necessary and great.
All right. Top 3 favorite characters. Doesn't have to be in order, or you can put them in order.
All right. Well, obviously Toto is the best character. Ours are going to be the same, aren't they?
We'll see.
All right, we'll do them. I'll do them mine in order, so our orders might be different. Toto's the best. Maki's the second. The Megumi third. Megumi the third.
Okay. And you had a fourth. Who would you throw in fourth then? Because our top 3 will be the same order.
Probably Nanami. I really liked Nanami.
Yeah,
he was really cool. We didn't criminally underused also.
Like, well, he's in a teacher. He's kind of like a mercenary. Nanami's in my top 5 as well. I'm trying to think who would be like another. I really like. There's so many side characters I think are really cool, but I need to see like, more of them.
Exactly, yeah.
Like
I'm really excited to see what they do with Panda. Panda has like the obvious like
I want to see Miwa do some more stuff because like she has like a cool like the whole like fact that she sheaths her katana at like to charge up her attack.
It's very cool.
And like had like a weird like a shadow mini domain kind of thing is like really rad. But like she gets bullied. She's more of a joke of being useless.
Miwa also has a really great design.
Yes.
I love Miwa's design.
Suits is always a solid like a female in a suit. Miwa's suit design.
Very good.
Great.
That's why I love Chainsaw Man.
Chainsaw Man's solid for that. And then it's it's just like we have the same like characters that we love in this.
I guess we just have synced up.
For this show, yeah. And then I guess Nabar like really
she's like a dark horse.
Yeah,
she's really coming up.
The whole last fight really like knocked her up like way more.
Knocked her off. The cursed womb.
No, that's a different character. But yeah, and then
I would really like to see more. Okay, here's my problem. Like we have so many characters that I would like to see more of, but at the same time, I'd rather the story focus on fewer characters rather than trying to introduce like Utahime and like all these other like teacher ladies. There's so many ladies they introduced in that.
Utahime's fine because she's just a teacher from the other school. She's like, but Mei was like she's just there to be like antagonistic kind of.
And yeah, she also did the thing where she could like see the battlefield because she could see through the birds.
Yeah, she had like animals she can see through.
It's like I guess at that point she's a utility character in that tournament arc, but like did we need to have another character? Did we need to like show the chairman having like an ability like a guitar thing? Because I don't know. We have hit. Maybe I'm just kind of like misremembering other shonen, but I feel like other shonen that I've read do not like aggressively throw characters at me and expect me to remember them.
My Hero
is a really good example of that. Actually. My Hero, I will like say that it works for My Hero more because it's more like you get to pick the characters that you like the most and then remember them and just forget Fleshtail and like all the weird ones.
It's like the only important ones that aren't the main 3. And Urabi's not even a fucking major character, but like, like Froppy and everything, and then the bird guy.
And the burned guy too.
Burn guy, and that's in that
Itadori.
Yeah.
Is that?
It's a.
I don't know My Hero Academia anymore. My brain has like flushed all that info out.
It's Shoto, but
Shoto, that's right. That's right.
And then Alien Queen herself.
She's not a
Mina.
character. You want her to be.
I want her to be a character. Her design is top tier.
Well, I like
There's Harden Boy.
Aren't there like 2 Harden boys?
One's from a different school.
What's her name? I like the Invisible Girl.
She's not a character though.
Did you see the figure they made for her?
They made a figure of her.
So it's a box with literally, it is just boots and gloves.
It could be like,
and the gloves have like little stands that you put, so it looks like she's actually posing.
That's hilarious.
It's really fun. I would actually buy this.
Probably like $80.
Probably.
But like, I'm just trying to think because My Hero has too many. Where like I think there's like 4 squad to 3 in Naruto, which only like 2 of the squads are like really relevant, but still. And like Dragon Ball Z had a bunch of characters where only like 2 are relevant.
I really haven't. It's been so long since I watched Dragon Ball, but I feel like I feel like with Dragon Ball, like the way that they introduce characters, it's like pretty like gradual.
Yeah,
it doesn't feel like they just dump like a ton.
But like the characters from Dragon Ball are all like job out by a certain point. Only like very rarely do like character like a big Piccolo has a cool ass moment, or like Tien got one moment in the Cell Saga, but that was him like, still losing. But like,
yeah, it's hard to talk about a series like Dragon Ball because it goes on for so long that like the dynamics change so much.
Yeah, because like Hunter x Hunter usually has a tight cast like in every arc of like who they focus on, and like
I would say Hunter x Hunter is a great example for like, because if
there's a lot of characters get introduced, but then like there's arcs where the characters just fucking they die, you don't even realize it.
Like for example, the Hunter exam, which is like the first major arc, is actually the first arc.
Yeah.
That has a bunch of background characters that have like interesting designs, but they're not focused on in a way where you're supposed to think they're like a main character. Like until the end, when some of them do become like
Hanzo.
Yeah, Hanzo.
I would say more so the York New, where you introduce so that all these characters, the bodyguards, all the characters, and you just realize they just die, and you don't even know. Like,
York New is closer to how like this show does it, where there's a lot. But yeah, but unlike the Hunter x Hunter, these characters are not dying.
Yeah,
these characters are sticking around.
So, yeah, I think. But yeah, I think that's like the biggest worry in all those. That's our characters. They're basically the same list of Toto, Maki, Megumi.
So my fear is when we watch season 2 in 2 years, because I'm assuming it's probably going to take 1.5 years, 2 years to make. I'm going to forget all of these side characters. I'm only going to remember Toto, Maki, and then the main 3. I'm not going to remember maybe Mai. I'm not going to remember anyone else. That is my prediction, because I'm bad with these things. I always forget things. You remember
Panda. He's a panda.
Oh, yeah, Panda. Probably, okay, I'll remember the 2 main squads, because they're pretty, like...
You will not remember any of the villains.
Nope. I think I'll remember being mad that there's a lot of villains, but I won't remember...
Maybe remember, like, Mojito, because we kept making fun of his name.
Yes. I know, just the anger that I feel that he sticks around for so long.
And then, I think that's all of our... Any other things you want to talk about in this show? Or
no,
anime?
I thought this was a fun little experience curse that we did. Yeah. This was a curse.
I'm curious to see, maybe read or manga, or just wait the 2 years when the next anime comes out.
That's my issue, is, like, it will literally be, like, 2 years. That is my fear. So we are getting the movie. Prequel movie, quote-unquote prequel, even though it's not a prequel. We're getting that this year, supposedly. So... that will be something, but the problem is that I'll watch that and I'll be like, but I want to see the characters. I want to see where Yuji goes. I want to see where Nobara goes.
That bio sorcerer guy, that's not the guy the movie's based off of, is it?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Because I think he's supposed to be like a way further past character.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. I like to not look at spoilers, so.
Yeah, definitely in the comments, leave your feeling for the first season, and maybe we should read it, or should we wait? What do you think? Do you rather have us going in blind like this, or like maybe doing one of us reads it, goes on or reads it?
that'd be a real curse.
Depending on
that would suck. That'd be like, oh, I want to talk to you about this, but I can't.
I was like reading Dr. Stone for a while, and you weren't.
Well, I like to wait.
So, anything else then you want, or should we wrap it up?
I just want to know, what did y'all think of our little Jujutsu Kai quest? It's kind of a weird thing. We haven't really covered a show ever, episode by episode.
Yeah, that's not part 5.
Even that we didn't do episode by episode.
Yeah, we did an arc.
We did arc by arc. That's
maybe when maybe if people like this format, maybe we do it for part 6.
I wouldn't be opposed. The only issue is like how these work. Like the anime's ended like months ago.
Anime ended a while ago.
So this worked for us because we would batch record. With
Yeah.
that, we would need to do like every week.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Just let us know how you feel about the format. Maybe for, like other shows in the future. Maybe if I ever get caught up on Attack on Titan.
I would love to revisit Attack on Titan.
We can do this. Our next batch shows like this. They just be Attack on Titan,
Oh,
or we can go back watching season 1.
I would coom to watch Attack on Titan again.
So
I fucking love Attack on Titan.
yeah.
The season because season 4 part 2 is going to be in December. So
yeah. So let us know in Attack on Titan Wednesdays, Attack on Titan Thursdays, Titan Tuesday.
Titan Tuesday.
Let's go. So anything else?
Or
should we plug it up for this season?
Let's plug it up. Yeah, finish me off. Seal my curse, Sam. Seal my curse.
Do my my boogie woogie.
Oh my god, we switched places.
You're in this uncomfortable chair.
I'm in the uncomfortable chair now.
So thank you all for listening. Thank you for listening this entire season. If you made it this far,
yeah, if you actually have stuck around this whole time, thank you.
Yes.
Like, very flattered.
If you joined us for all 24 weeks of Kai Quest, then thank you. Yeah, definitely like, comment, subscribe, all that fun stuff. And yeah, leave comments like we said on your point of views and everything. You can join the Discord as well.
Link in the description.
Yes, you can follow the podcast on Twitter, and you can follow me at GoKaiKun.
Follow me at King Protus. The podcast is called the Twitter.
the
podcast is called Joe Kaka Podcast. The Twitter account is called at Joe Kaka Podcast.
Yes, and I believe that's everything.
Yes.
And until do you think before second season starts that we will get a Jujutsu Kaisen Arena Fighter game before we get the second season?
Maybe.
By CyberConnect 2.
And there's gonna be Jim and Sam playable character DLC.
No, they got to finish the Demon Slayer game first, and then they get.
Oh yeah.
I was say, like, I think after watching both of those, I did enjoy this more than Demon Slayer. Like Demon
Way
Slayer,
more.
Yeah. Demon Slayer has a very pretty like if I think, but I like the characters a lot more in this. I'm not sure if it's a hot take or not, but
I feel like it is maybe a hot take. I am aggressively bored by Demon Slayer.
Yeah,
I know I shouldn't be.
I
But
don't like the characters as much in Demon Slayer as I like them in Jujutsu.
I agree.
Everything's way more fat. Other than like the villains being really interesting inside Demon Slayer. Cause like you
Michael Jackson,
even though the demons are like very, we get that like the little backstory like is very interesting, but like and villains actually fucking die in that show.
Isn't it nice?
I know, right?
Isn't it nice?
So,
all right, and with that, we're gonna say one final goodbye to Jujutsu Kaisen Season 1.
Goodbye, Maki. Until we see you next season.
Until we see you next season.
Bye, Toto. Best boy and best girl. We'll see you next.
If only they would kiss. Bye.
Bye-bye.